Is live. We is streaming. Simultaneous to ringing. We're ringing in, well, not the new year yet, but we're in mid-boxing week. We're in that dead food space of a sharp increase and uptick in cardiac arrests and myocardial infarctions. You know, that's the same thing, really. Heart attacks. They go up by orders of magnitude in this period of time. It says Brooke is unavailable. Well, I'll try her again, of course, because I have no choice. This is like they call this the festive perineum. This is what I've heard people call it, which is, that's hardly a morale builder. It's a matter of fact, I'll save up on describing it until we have more people around. Let's check who's responding in live stream. Let's see if it's connecting to live stream. Okay. Alright, we got live stream. Everybody enter an upvote because the enemy, the cults of the kings of Edom, who send wave after wave of gang stalkers to harass us, they slam us with downvotes to prevent us from going on to searches. Huh? Jesus, it says Joe Tai. Call declined. Holy shit. Well, okay, we'll start with Joe. There we are. I didn't decline your call. I don't know why. Oh, I guess what happened, because I was calling Brooke, then it automatically declined your call when you tried calling me. But now you're the anchor call for the moment,
all right.
at least for the opening hour. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. I'm here in Jersey now.
Yeah. Well, tell us about how you spent Christmas.
Oh, worked. You know, Chinese restaurants, you gotta open up on Christmas Day.
Mm-hmm.
And
Wonderful.
I had to help out in the kitchen and see how things are.
Okay.
But you see the thing where these communist idiots that went to Jin Jimin's funeral.
Oh God, what about it? Tell me what happened.
Jin Jimin was the guy from Shanghai that was the prime minister, the head of state. But he died, and all these fucking commies are dressed in black, not white, black.
Yes, that's right. That's a Western.
This is proof that these motherfuckers aren't Chinese.
Yes. By the way, just for those of you who don't know, white is the color of death and mourning in Asia, whereas black does not have that connotation. That's a very Western concept, and they're very Westernized. It's pathetic. So that's where we're at right now. And so you were working at a Chinese restaurant. So you're in the kitchen, right? I mean, right?
No, I'm helping out. Yeah, Szechuan House. It's called Szechuan House.
Wonderful.
It's not my type of cooking, but I have to learn it, so I have to help her out. You know.
Well, I'm so glad that she hired you. I mean, that is so much.
No, she had no choice. I really didn't want to work for her. I had another guy who was gonna hire me as a kitchen and pay me more. But the thing that put me off with that is that I injured my fucking foot, and I said, oh, my, since, and the other guy has less of a staff, so I don't want to work as three people. As I can work as three people, but they're not going to pay. He's going to pay me more, but but since my foot issue, I can't do that shit.
Right. What exactly happened to your foot?
Oh, the motorcycle incident.
Oh my God! You own a motorcycle again? Tell us about this. Exactly.
Yeah, the Silverwing. It's like a scooter motorcycle. It's 650 cc's. It's a Honda, one of the fucking best motorcycles ever. You know.
Wow.
But they discontinued it because you don't have to switch gears. It's like, it's nice. It's nice, but you still got to be careful on wet pavement. You know what I'm saying?
Of course, I can imagine, and so. Well, motorcycles are always dangerous in their own right.
Yeah, they call them more organ donors. You know?
Yes, that's what they call motorcycle riders. Yes, organ donors. Yes, that's what.
But I'm about old. I'm in my almost into my 50s, and my kid's grown up, so I decided to take the plunge. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
And are you still riding motorcycles after what has happened to you?
Yeah. I gotta get one of the tires fixed.
Okay.
But it's not gonna stop me. Hell, I broke my arm riding a bicycle, let alone a fucking motorcycle. You know, if you were meant to die, you're gonna die. You know, fate is there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I look at this shit differently now. You know, since I realize, you know, fate has its own way of, you know. You have a good chance of dying in a car than, you know, the same, you know, there might be more in a motorcycle, but still, you know, if you're going to die, nothing's going to stop you, you know, not, you know, if your fate is going to die when your time's up, your time is up. I was watching this thing on stem cells.
Mm-hmm.
This lady had a rheumatoid arthritis and took stem cells, right?
Yeah.
In Mexico.
Yeah.
Well, she was 16, but she ended up dead at 18 when all her shit was, you know, even though she got taken care of with the stem cells in Mexico because the U.S. don't allow it. She died at 18, you know?
Mm-hmm. Oh, my God.
So, you know.
Yeah. Do you think it was the stem cells? Or that?
No, she got well from the stem cells.
Okay.
You know? And I was wondering why they, because there's I was looking into this documentary about stem cells, and it talks about Ukraine and why probably the Russians were trying to take over Kherson because that's where this fucking stem cell place is in Ukraine.
Okay.
You know, and you know how Putin's about to die and all this stuff. I guess he was trying. He should have just paid for it. It might have been cheaper just to get.
Oh fuck yeah! It would have been. It would have been infinitely cheaper. Yeah, it would have been. Infinitely cheaper. Yes, he's a fool. Oh my God. Yeah, no, definitely. I appreciate your sharing that. I mean, I think it's relevant, and you know. So all that being said, you know,
I'm processing information a little differently from everybody else. You know.
Mm-hmm. No, I think that's great.
You know, in China and these fucking commies are not even Chinese. You know, they dress in black. Well, you know, they're copying American shit. You know, before they didn't. You know, they got everything copying from the U.S.
Yeah.
Even my fucking first wife was a commie. This is how much I disliked her.
Wow.
Because she was more Masonic shit. She was dealing Masonic crap.
Oh my God. What was she again? I forget exactly what.
She was Hakka too. That bitch was Hakka.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How was she involved with the Masonry?
Well, she named herself Athena.
Okay.
That bitch called herself Athena. She made herself a goddess.
Okay. Well,
and that's why I realized shit ain't right, you know.
Well, you know, I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing for someone to do that, but I guess it didn't work out well.
There's other things I wouldn't want to talk about even worse about this shit, you know, because what the fuck she's the brainchild of the father, right?
I guess, yes. I don't know who the father.
Yeah, there's a lot of hidden shit.
Grandchild of the father, so I guess there's something wrong there. Something incestuous is the hint I would.
Exactly.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, hi Joel.
Hi, how you doing, Sam?
All right, man. Just washing dishes. What's going on with you guys?
Oh, well, we're so glad to have you with us. Definitely, I'm glad that both of you survived the holidays, and we're in the middle of Dead Food Week, the week when all the cardiac arrests go up, when everybody kind of is in that Christmas limbo between Christmastide and New Year, and there is a name for this week, just so everyone knows. It's called Boxing Week, after Boxing Day in Canada and the Greater English Commonwealth, when the wealthy actually take time to give to charities during this period of time. They call it boxing because they used to box up gifts to these various orphanages and the like.
Notice it's tax write-off.
Yes!
Rich, give it down about us. But, hey, tax write-off, right?
Oh, my God.
Tax season's right away, so.
Yes.
A lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yes. And as for the rest of us, we're left in this kind of limbo that I'm sure Peter Moon would call, after one of his own books, The Book of Dead Days. That's not the name of one of his books, but it could be used for this period of time between Christmas and New Year's. So, Sammy and Joe, both of you, so glad to have you with us. I want you both to know Brooke Gibson is dealing with a neighbor's dog at the moment. She's helping a neighbor with a dog. So, I have no idea what's going on, but she could explain it when she gets back. I'm not quite sure I'm all that interested in what's going on with the neighbor's dog, but I'm sure she'll tell us anyway.
I'm stuck with Joe Ty. Oh, that sucks. Just play, Joe.
No problem. No big shit.
Oh my God. So now
I can talk like a Southerner too, you know?
Yeah, that's cute. Yes.
Yeah, but fortunately, you're ugly, so
Yeah.
you know.
Don't worry about it.
Just play, Joe.
You're not gonna be fucking me.
Yes. That's pretty good. Joe handles it well. He handles it well.
Touche, Joe. Touche.
Yeah. And let's take a look at live stream now. And holy shit, we've got a lot of people in live stream. Everybody hit that upvote. In fact, I'll remind myself to do that. And as a matter of fact, let me reset my channel here so that we can see if this is transmitting. And it is. And by the way, in case anyone is wondering, that is a Biofac simulacra filling in for me, because if anyone saw my promotional banner, you can see I'm terribly hungover and really to the point where I'm diaphoretic, meaning sweating, which is unusual. I'm not sweating right now, but I certainly was when I was, shall I say, setting up tonight's thrown up pillows. This was like, it was, basically just so people understand. I sit on this thing for 12 hours, so I want to be comfortable. I want to be warm. And definitely after that, I kind of hang out for about, another 12 hours sometimes before I fall asleep after transmission. And then I'm sleeping in this for basically about a day. So it's kind of like something I'm wrapping myself in for approximately 2 days worth of time. Almost like our man John Miranda, in his sleeping bag out there in the middle of the Scandinavian wilderness. So since I'm doing that, I have a fetish for clean, crisp, and well-folded origami tight sheets that you can bounce a quarter off of. The only thing I ever got from the military that I retained. And as a result, I certainly take my time to fix this bed. This is what Judith Eggert called my deathbed. So since I take the time to do that, I want everyone to know that what had happened, and worked out quite well, all thanks to Maria, this angel who is the significant other, the better half of Sammy Romero. And actually, she's quite lucky she met him, because, there's so many other sleazebags she could have hooked up with. She's really lucky she found Sam. But at any rate, she gave me a king-size electric blanket that, thank God, is still working. It had only one plug or one wire, so half of it was working, but now I can use it, because half the other electric blanket that our dear Sammy ordered for me died in the middle of the winter night, and I got up with half my body freezing, and I got the electric blanket, the king-size one, and it all balanced out. Just made certain, I just had to play around with it a while before I finally got the heat on the right side of which, so one side is heated by the king side, one side is heated by the regular size, and so I'm like, I'm set. It's actually better, it's actually warmer, and much more, infinitely more comfortable than it was with the other one alone, because the other one alone just didn't cut it through the winter heat, the winter cold. So altogether, it's working out fine.
At least you got that weighted one in case you want to feel like something's crushing you. But,
yes, that's the weighted one. Just so everybody knows, I use that every show. I use that every show because it weighs down the monitor so that the monitor doesn't fall off this tiny plastic stand that was purchased for me by Laura Lee Solomon and Holly Koditis Kiefer 10 years ago or something like that, when they were they tried to make a statement with it and gave me this little tiny Disney fairy princess stand. It's all pink. They're obviously trying to tell me something. And it has fairy princesses on it. And the message is clear. But at any rate, the joke's on them because I use this to hold up my monitor. And so it doesn't flip back. I use the weighted blanket to hold it down. Very cute. It kind of like has its purpose. And when it gets really cold, yes, I've used the weighted blanket. It does distribute the heat better because it forces the blanket to evenly cover, my body in a manner that a manta ray would if it swam out of the sea and engulfed me to devour me. But that being said, wonderful people in the chat room. Cosmo, Naughty, and Troop has joined us. Here we go. Boosts the shields of heart and fire so we can get through these poopy loops, meaning, yes, all the attacks and the like. T-Tank Barry says, what up, Douglas? Loud and clear from Redwood City. And I want everyone to know T-Tank Barry provided 800 United States dollars this month. Without his help from Ian West and our man in Germany, who I will look up later and credit yet again, without the help from other fans who have KP, who wants to remain anonymous otherwise, without all of you, I wouldn't have made Rent. As it is, our fundraiser tonight is trying to raise a final 60 United States dollars towards Rent. So we're going to aim for a final 60 at minimum. Obviously, more would help simply for further supplies. Honestly, if it weren't for his $800 that he contributed, plus the rest of you all together with your various contributions, I never would have gotten this far. A lot of supplies that I purchased through the holidays, you can imagine, and 60 final dollars towards Rent. So aside from that, Douglas Marks says, hey, Douglas, I can hear you loud and clear. God bless. And that's our man in Florida, I believe, who I think, for some strange reason, I keep thinking he used to be in Australia. He can correct me on that. T-Tank Barry says, Honda is the best. Goldwing is a fine machine. So he's on your side, Joe.
Mine's a Silverwing.
There we are.
It's thank you, though.
Yeah. And T-Tank Barry says, go fund DDD. Pay it forward. Thank you so much. And Trekkie General, who says she is a female. Shout out to you too, dear lady. She says, laugh out loud. So there we are. We're going to just kind of hold the show with these two gentlemen till Brooke comes on. And then if Brooke comes on in this opening hour, then what's going to happen is I'm going to take a short break and leave it to all three of them to hold the stage while I take my vitamins. Which sounds like, believe it or not, it's not lines of Coke. It's actual supplements, which I didn't have a chance to take because I was fixing up the bed. And that took this was like a massive origami project from hell because it's a king-size blanket mixed with a smaller blanket inside. And, well, you can imagine. So, gentlemen, let's try and give everybody a bit of a show. You sound very quiet in your household, Sam. Is Scorpion Baby kind of sedated, or?
Actually, he's playing right now. He's playing right now,
yeah.
And climbing on things. So he's distracted. So,
occupied. Wonderful, wonderful. Children terrify me. It's like, what's he climbing on? Like,
I lay his hamper down and he climbs on that and he puts his toys on top of that and he knocks them down and picks them up, puts them on there, and knocks them down again. Just typical boy stuff.
Amazing.
Yeah,
that's amazing. And Joe, when you had your children, what were they like? How did you manage?
Oh, my kid was the best, man.
Wow.
I he pissed off his mother because the first word that came out of his mouth was "baba," not "mama."
Wow.
So yeah, and my kid was wonderful. I mean, he had a big head like mine when he was little, so I knew he was mine. Nowadays with girls, you don't know. That's why I sort of thought I'd go back to China and pick up my first wife there. But AIDS and promiscuity wouldn't be that bad. But later I found out how bad it was.
Right.
Because my wife, my ex-wife, actually went to Wuhan to go to school. That bitch.
Wow.
I funded her through her fucking schooling. But this was the brainchild. I guess this was the brainchild of my fucking adopted father because he's related to her. So.
Okay, that is so that's.
But my son was absolutely an angel.
Okay.
I never had to hit him. You know, there's ways. You know, I would have been a great mom. You know, but I'm a greater dad. You know what I'm saying?
That's wonderful. I guess.
Enjoy it, Sammy, while you have him. You know,
Oh, absolutely. That's one of the things
enjoy
that
him while you can, because you know once they grow up, it's hard to you know, connect.
well,
But
you know, like
when you,
yeah. Thank you,
when you're
Joy.
young, yeah, no problem.
Thank you. I want to ask Joe Tai though. Joe Tai, what are some of the specialties? I mean, you don't have to tell me that restaurant, but what are the biggest sellers right now during the holiday season? Do you get a lot of Jewish influx? I know it's
Oh
traditional
yeah,
for.
that's the tradition of Jewish, you know, Jewish American Jewish traditions. Yeah, I like the Jewish Americans. I don't truly like any of the Israeli
By the way,
Jews from in America.
You
I
hear
mean,
me sighing because, you know, when Sammy asked that, I'm wondering if he's kind of like trolling for some kind of Judeophobic response.
well, you know, I got
Anyway,
some bitch I worked with in Rain was Jewish, and she worked for a law firm, and I never touched this bitch. She was probably 18, and she was pro-Israeli because she got dual citizenship. This bitch, she lied to the boss saying I touched her. I wouldn't touch that bitch.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry to hear that.
And this proves to you the Israeli Jews are a problem.
Ow!
Because they'll frame you for shit.
Hey. What I'd like to say
But
is
Joe-
that,
I like
Joe,
American
I
Jews.
think
I love the American
Hey,
Jews.
well, you know, I'm here. And what I like to say in relation, and someone agreeing with Joe Tai, surprisingly enough, I've had an epiphany. I think that the Republican Party, which I am not Republican, but I think that they have a good shot if they do a 180. But not really a 180. They went for a crazy guy last time. And if you think about it, just completely out of the box, right? And but it brought our world apart. But you know, they say you have to tear shit down to build it up, and we all agree. I think that there are higher powers in place on both sides that need to come down or even above them.
Well,
So, Joe, I'm not finished talking. I will let you know I'm not.
All right, I'm sorry.
I'm a Southern white woman, and you do not interrupt me.
I do apologize, my sweet dog.
So, as I was saying, I was trying to agree with you that I do believe that when you, in a long run, let me give you a long run here, that you may be onto something, because I think that Ye should probably be the next Republican, if they're smart, president electee. And we thought Trump was crazy, but if they elect Ye, Kanye, right? And I was thinking about it. I was like, well, who could they have again with him as like a VP to make it work, right?
Yeah,
Because
Joe Tai would make them look diverse.
crazy.
Yes.
Yeah, but we know Trump's a little crazy, so people get over crazy, right? People get over racism, right?
Hold on, goddammit.
We have another
I figured it
Judeophobe
out.
joining us. Yes.
My first nomination for it wouldn't work, but my first nomination was Snoop Dogg, just because I would love to see Snoop Dogg in the White House with his blunts. Like, I don't give a fuck. I mean, that's him. But obviously that wouldn't work.
Why Snoop Dogg instead of Kanye West? What's the difference between?
No. Kanye West is president. We need a vice president. We're gonna have to have somebody to make him look better. Okay, somebody. So Snoop can do it because he's cooler, you know, and laid back, and he's not crazy. He's just hot.
He's a crib.
Yeah, I mean, he's just cool, man. But still wouldn't work, right? Because we're gonna pull some white power in there for sure.
Why don't you put Marcus do it for them? You know.
And then we're gonna have to bring some intelligence in, even if we don't agree with that intelligence. Which again, this is why Douglas isn't gonna like this. I feel Joe will love it wonderfully. This is for the Republican Party. I feel if they were to be able to pull in Kanye West and then Elon Musk.
Yes, of course.
I feel like here's what would happen. So many of your old white people are not going to know what to do with just not vote.
Elon wasn't born in America, babe.
Oh, that's right. He can't run. Oh, shit.
I had no idea what goddamn microphone was. I've been talking the whole time the microphone was muted. How y'all doing?
Well, hey, my third option was Ian West.
That's
so I guess
right.
he's running.
He'll be my first. I say Ian West and Joe Ty or John Miranda. It's up to Ian West. He can decide who's going to be the VP and who will be Secretary of State. Yes.
Okay, you think I'm actually kidding? I'm actually not kidding about the fact that if the Republican Party, if they go and they put, first of all, Trump's not going to fucking win again. He screwed the party. And if they put up some old guy, white guy like out of Florida, they're still going to screw themselves to the fucking wall, I think. If I was betting, I'd put Kanye up there in a heartbeat.
Yes.
I'd put that crazy motherfucker ass up there and find some white guy people like. It'll take all the people that are hard Republicans. Think about it.
Yes.
Douglas, think about this. Hard, old right Republicans will be like, I don't care. Right, so I'm saying all the hard white Republicans not gonna want to vote. They'll be like, I'm not voting Democrat, and I'm not voting for this black crazy guy.
So okay, it's like Sammy says, and he's quite right. It's my cue to leave. I'm going to take my vitamins. I have some supplements to take.
No, you know what? I've got to go too. I got to go take a shower.
Hey, honey,
you could have done this earlier. Like we can plan our days better.
Honey,
we're adults.
We're not. No, we're not.
No, you are.
I mean, none of us are behaving like adults at the moment. But
I'm pretty sure I've just thought through the best presidential bid for a party I don't even want.
Yeah.
Let's stop talking about the Republicans. They got more clowns than we need to talk about.
That's right, but we can always give them more. At any rate, I'm going to go mute. I do want to say hi to Ian. And hello, Ian, and hello, Sammy, and Joe, and Brooke, and you've got this. All of you have got this. And to the listeners, I will be back. Do not panic. These are people who, believe it or not, you've got good professionals here. Joe's got management skills. Ian used to be a DJ. Brooke, she's this mature lady, the mom, and Joe, he's got
the Southern Belle. The Southern Belle.
Yes, and Joe's got the. He's got the magic. So I will go mute, take some vitamins, I'll be back, and then hopefully I'll be supplemented, fortified for the rest of the night. Because if it's going to be like this, I'll need it. Okay, going mute.
For the rest of the night, you're going to have Peter Moon for 3 hours. I don't recall Peter Moon ever talking like any of us. I don't understand why don't you get supplemented before the first hour, take a sleeping pill at fucking 8:45, and get supplemented again about...
Calm down. Let him go.
Yes. Thank you, Ian. And thank you, Brooke. And thank you, Sammy. And thank you, Joe.
Not that I do enjoy most of Peter's stories, but it is 3 hours of nonstop talking.
Well, do you have more than 72 sentences to throw in at a time, or?
No, I'm never, that's my point. I can't, I'll count them out sometimes when I want to interrupt him, and I realize I've counted up to at least 38, and I just stopped counting because there was no interruption, and I just wanted to go, okay.
It's very rarely I hear you use words with more than 4 syllables, so I know Peter Moon uses words with more than 4 syllables all the time, so,
all right, now you're just trying to put me down for my Southern heritage, which I don't appreciate, because the thing is, you're right, most of my favorite words are 4 syllables, which is really rare.
That's flattering at 4, but anyway.
Oh, hell.
You, Brooke, I'm joking. Calm it down.
No, I know. I will totally take your joke. I do. It's fine.
Okay. Well, how you been, girl? You doing okay?
No, I was, but now you've hurt my feelings, and I'm trying to find the gun.
Well, don't start eating and getting fat. It's the last thing you want to do.
I'm just looking for the gun. I was wanting to blow my brains out the other night, but we've made it very clear I need to
teach you how to be bulimic. It's a lot of fun.
Bulimic? How to be bulimic?
You know how those little girls in high school, they put their finger. God damn it! Somebody else is calling me. God damn it!
Can I just say I just started to kill myself, and so then he called me fat. Yeah, that was smart.
Sorry, girl.
God.
That's not white devil. There we go. Sorry about that.
So
I know where all my guns are,
sweetie.
Huh? What'd you say, Ty?
I said, how are you doing, sweetie?
I'm doing good. I had some news for y'all if y'all are interested in hearing.
Go right ahead.
We're probably not, actually.
Well, this is in your neck of the woods, bitch, so you better listen, all right?
She's the topic. You remember that.
In North Carolina, this is, okay, I got this call today. I haven't done any research. This could be hearsay. I don't know. And this is going to sound really fucking ridiculous. But my boy called me, and he's like, yeah, man, they're taking these parents kids who can't afford to pay their bills, and they're in North.
You realize you just said parent kids.
Well, I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know.
You talk about
He's
this.
He's
I don't
from
think you said a
Alabama.
big word
Give it to
yet.
him.
And secondly, you
Let
said
him
parent
talk.
kids.
Just hush. Anyway, look, what I'm saying is that the CPS or something are taking these kids on the basis that these parents don't have money to pay their bills, something like that. That's the message I got today.
Well, fuck, send them here.
PR, and they said it was on NPR, and I don't listen to NPR, and that's why they had to call me and tell me that NPR was saying that. So,
First two things. If this is true, if you find it out, get their number, send it to me because I would like to call and let them know I don't have money for my kids. They're welcome to come get them. I will get their stuff packed. Okay. Secondly, if it's not true, this goes back to everything else you do, which is posting shit you don't know, and now you're doing it on the internet, spreading it.
This guy would not call me up, and this would not be on the NPR.
Is this the same guy? Wait a minute. Is this the same guy that was coming? That said the word and basically was taking you to the Wawa for 3 hours, or is this the guy that stuffed a straw up your nose to save your life?
No, he's not. No, this is just my at-work boyfriend. That's it.
So what's the deal over there? Because it sounds like they can't take care of their kids.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And then, I mean, I didn't hear the NPR report.
Why don't you Google it right now while you're sitting around? Why don't you Google NPR kids taking?
On and everything. Did y'all see my new video I made about the Michael Aquino?
They should remind them that abortion is not legal anymore, and that they could have taken care of that situation when they had the chance to.
You know, let me talk to the gentleman right now. Yeah, you know that these abortions are now illegal. You know, you guys need to step up and be a little more responsible. And you can get this. And look, I don't like wearing a condom either. You know, it sucks. It gets in the way. But they have these. They're called. Hold on, I got some right here.
That's why I like dating older ladies that can't have kids.
You know what? I don't think abortion should be illegal, but I'm starting to think after this conversation that people like their baby, like they do the amniocentesis to test it for any diseases, you know, and then if it has it, it'll work. I'm pretty sure that at least half of us in this conversation should have been tested and aborted.
Well, you might be onto something there, but you interrupted me. What's
the name?
I was trying to do a public service announcement for the gentleman, and now I have Brooks 2 cents in on it. Okay.
Thank you. Ian,
I'm so sorry, Ian. I forget Vice President Ian. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, gentlemen, it's called vaginal contraceptive film. You can put them in your wallet. They're like a little wet nap in there. Like there's no excuse for that. That way y'all can be.
They've been around forever, Ian.
Well, I just found out about them like 2 months ago or something. They're amazing.
Hey,
well, you probably haven't had sex in 10 years, so that would make sense.
Yeah. It feels like 10 years.
Well, anyway. I don't need no condom to prevent me from getting.
Doesn't matter. Joe Ty's not going to have sex for 10 years, so it's not going to matter either.
I just had to turn down a 64-year-old tonight that I've been like, hollering out. But anyway, so.
Ian, don't call me 64. And you didn't really turn me down. You just said maybe later.
A friend of a friend is a mutual thing. That's all. And she, for some random reason, she called me tonight. I don't know why. But anyway.
No, she's probably had the shot. She's probably trying to get that shit back on you.
I finally got the goddamn Bluetooth sensor hooked up around the door, so when these things come in, I'll get alerted.
Okay, I tried that stupid thing that you told me, the Bluetooth thing, and all it does is show me 5 billion things in my house. Oh, and I can't tell what is what.
Did you see ones that didn't have like there's a way you can tell. You can tell. There's a way you can tell with it.
Well, I don't know how because it just showed me a bunch of numbers. It didn't tell me what anything. Like there's just numbers.
Well, did you know how many Bluetooth devices you had on in your house at that time?
I assume a lot less than that, and I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know if it's picking up neighbor shit. I don't know.
So where are we going with this thing? Are we going to talk about the contraceptive or
okay, Joe, you don't need contraceptives. When you get close to having sex, call me, and I will let you know all about them. It's something they've sold forever. It's basically a film, just like they have foam. A woman can put it up there. He's saying a man can carry.
I don't even want to fuck with a condom. That's the problem.
It's not a stupid condom.
Girl.
It's not a condom.
I don't want one with that would go.
This is why he doesn't have sex.
Because I can't handle
No. It's like a little Post-it note you just shove in there and then you fuck it.
Oh, Then
And it melts. Do you know, like
Oh,
foam? It's
no.
just the foam.
Why have sex if you're gonna not trust your partner? You know.
Again,
when
this
you're
is
younger,
why you don't
yeah,
have sex.
your
This has
hormones
nothing to do with trust. I don't know what he's talking about.
Well,
Before
when you're younger, when we're younger, yeah, the hormones kicked in, but we should have brains not to fuck anybody that wants to fuck everybody. You understand what I'm saying?
This is not an STD preventer. Oh my God, kill me now.
Oh, it's not a STD preventer? Okay. Well,
We were talking about abortion. I don't know how you got to AIDS and herpes, but whatever.
okay.
No, it's great. You know, all the seniors at the school down the street from me, they still walk their dogs past my place every day. So I'm hanging in.
Bye, baby girl. Love you. I'm glad you're leaving. I've just got two
You
crazy
said
guys.
talking to your girl, daughter?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Where are you going to eat? Oh yeah, the sushi. Yeah. Okay, I don't want that.
So I want some sushi. Shit.
I hate sushi.
Oh, I love sushi.
Oh. Well, you can have cooked sushi, you know.
Yeah. You can. What is that?
You don't have to eat the raw stuff, you know.
Yeah, you get the tempura.
I don't eat meat at all.
Huh?
Well, they have a tempura veggie sushi.
I'll eat veggie tempura, but the problem with sushi is even if I eat meat, even because I used to eat crab and stuff, I don't like the taste of the seaweed.
Okay.
Oh,
so you can have things without seaweed. Yeah, you can have sushi without seaweed.
No, I'm pretty sure it's all wrapped in seaweed.
Yeah, you can.
I mean, yeah, you can get the individual pieces. I think. I guess you can do that.
Well, I used to make sushi rolls without the seaweed. You know, all you do is wrap it.
You know what I want? I want potato tacos.
Okay, so you like the bar food type.
Yeah, well, I just talked to somebody earlier that have potato tacos, and I just want them really bad. But apparently, they're only in California.
No, we got them down here at the Sloppy Taco.
Okay, well, we don't have any like I'm talking about like those like even Coronas has potato tacos, but they're like it's like Americans, Mexican. I mean, it's a Mexican restaurant with Mexican people in there, but like it's not like the food truck like you know what I'm saying, like real good Mexican.
You know what's good tater tots? The latkes, the Jewish latkes is like a nice. I think that's a predecessor of the hash brown. You know
yeah, it is a predecessor. I don't really like those, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Cool.
Yeah,
I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, it's good. I made latkes. You know, they put some onions. Make sure you use butter. It's nice.
All right.
Got a nice brownie on it. Oh my God.
Cover Ford.
I just got one of those air fryers, so.
Oh, that probably worked wonderfully.
Yeah, dude, I'm hooked. I'm goddamn hooked. I don't know all my life how I went without it. It's amazing. I
got a microwave air fryer too, and like when my microwave broke, so I bought the one that was an air fryer and a microwave.
Yeah.
And I'm so fucking hooked on it because like literally I can just pop it in there. Oh my God, it's so great.
You can get frozen shit and just fucking throw it. Oh, God damn it. Hey, y'all, one of my girls showed up. Can I call y'all back?
No problem. We'll hold the thing. You know.
Okay, thank you, guys. Yeah, the bitch didn't even call. All right, bye.
Is it 64-year-old?
At least he doesn't have to worry about pregnancy.
I don't know. They had a woman in India that was pregnant at like 70 on Guinness World Book of Records the other day.
Oh, yeah. There was 70-something-year-old.
There's been several of them. But
because their rivers are so polluted with they call the funny thing with India is they call their rivers sacred, but they pollute the hell out of it.
Well, yeah, because they're so poor, like they're usually pissing and shitting in them,
and they're putting corpses there. That's how they bury their dead. So
yeah,
they're not really vegetarians if you think about it. They have to drink the water.
Well, a lot of Indians aren't vegetarian. You're thinking about Hinduism. Hindus are vegetarian.
Yeah, not native Indians. I mean, I'm talking about
not Islam or
India. Yeah. So, what do you know about Islam? How much do you understand about the Abrahamic religion? Because it sounds like you did some studying of what do we call?
I have no idea. Obviously,
occult knowledge of religion.
I mean, I know a little bit about religion in general and I was raised in religion, and then obviously, have
Yeah,
studied some outside of
baptism.
it.
Yeah, I understand that because
Well,
then shouldn't you understand about the Messianic Jews and the Baptist faith?
do you mean the fact that the Baptist faith or the Christian faith in general wants the Jews, they want Christ to come back because they believe that only
That's
if
why they're
tabernacle
supporting
is
Israel. That's why they
right,
support
only if
Israel.
tabernacle is rebuilt, then that's how we'll bring the Messiah back in. Yes.
Yeah, so that place should not exist if we don't want the world to end.
Well, actually, that's untrue in both counts. Like the Christians are completely lost. Many of them. I mean,
Yeah,
it's fine.
because they're
I say this. I'm very much. I think anybody's belief, like everyone's going to go down a different road, and their faith, and they're here on different journeys. So some faiths give some people different meanings, and that's what they need. But when we
I
start,
was curious about the Masonic Jews in baptism because they don't have to. They claim to be Jewish, but they don't have to speak Hebrew. That's one of the things I was curious about because you said you were a Baptist.
yes.
Do you have any understanding of the Messianic Jews they have in baptism? Baptist.
I mean,
Baptist?
no. So obviously, no Jews are baptized in our Southern Baptist churches, right? We don't have Jews there because
Okay.
they wouldn't be Jewish if they were in a Southern Baptist church, or they would have converted to Christianity. So as far as their baptismal practices, I'm not very up to date on that. But what I would say is that just like probably any religion, or definitely any religion, there are many people that claim to be that religion that aren't truly religious, or at least they're not the good parts of that religion. Do you see what I'm saying? They claim it.
Well, they believe in these Masonic Jews. That's the thing. Because basically almost everybody can claim to be Israeli, even the Black Israelites. So that's why they, it's a weird state of affairs with Israel.
I know, but you're saying the Messianic Jews versus regular Jews?
Yes, because the Messianic Jews come from the Baptist faith. So I'm wondering what's the deal with the Messianic Jews? Because I saw this trying to understand the Baptist faith.
Well, to understand the Baptist faith, here's what I can tell you. Being raised Baptist, with two parents that were raised Baptist in the church, and then two grandparents that were my entire grandparents, not two, the entire anybody in my line goes down was Baptist, right? Mm-hmm. So born and bred into it, and obviously would hear all the time many things said about some Jews and Catholics, especially. Those two came up a good bit, but never have I ever heard, and maybe Southern Baptist, but there's only Southern Independent, and they're both mostly down here, like Bob Jones is Independent. We don't go around talking about the Messianic Jews and that they're from any part of us. Like, what we look at with Jews is that Jews don't believe in Jesus. And this is the way I was raised. Most Jews.
Absolutely. It's not you creating this. It's what the faith has put onto you. Yeah.
Right. So all I'm just telling you is, I don't believe in any of most of a lot of what I'm saying now as far as my own faith. But what I'm saying is
now you're a lesbian, so Christianity wouldn't pertain to you anymore, sort of.
Well, I guess if you wanted to look at, I believe Christ would, in Christ consciousness. I just believe that most people, so many people, the Christianity has been warped just through basically when you go back to the empire and the way Christianity was warped. It was Constantine. They didn't care about Christianity when they finally decided to give into that. Like, it was just a thing to control.
So, do you understand John the Baptist? Why he got beheaded? Do you understand the reason why they call them the Baptists, or is there anything that
John
you know
the Baptist,
about?
One of the 12 was one of the 12 disciples.
Okay, wasn't he a relative of Jesus?
He was Jesus's, I believe, cousin. I can't remember if it was through blood or not, but yes, he was. Their mothers were either best friends or cousin. I cannot remember that exact story. I remember that they basically got pregnant around the same time, if I'm not mistaken. But that's been a while since I've read those stories. But yeah, he was one of the 12 disciples, obviously, and went around just like, Paul and all of them, except for Judas, after preaching, Jesus' gospel.
So it's due to the rebirth from washing, baptizing in the river, or how he must have gone through the baptism.
Yes, I mean, you understand what the baptism symbolizes, correct?
A rebirth, right?
Yeah, he's just being reborn into and so what the Christianity says is it's being rebirthed when you accept Jesus. That's how Baptists play it out. And really, there's a baptism even in the Catholic Church, but they just do it as sprinkling water when the baby's a baby. Christians, Baptists believe that you do a baptism once the person's old enough to accept Christ, with their own
what
word.
is that age?
It depends. I mean, it can be anywhere. Like, I think I was 10 or 11, just to know. And I spoke with my preacher, and he knew I would ask me questions to know what I was doing, and that I accepted Jesus as my Savior, and all that. And I was baptized, like my ex-husband had not been raised in church. He was baptized with my daughter. My daughter was like 10. He was 40. There's not an age. It's just knowing what you're doing.
Yeah.
But the Christians see it as a way to, you're reborn in the Father, meaning you're taking Jesus. So you're accepting Jesus as your Savior. So that would be what the baptism is representational of, and what most Baptists and Christians believe that baptism is represents. Unfortunately, just like so many other things with Jesus, they got more wrong than right on what he said. And, baptism was supposed to be symbolic of your own Christ awakening to your higher self and your higher soul. Just like he said, the kingdom of heaven is within you. He so much of Jesus's words were misinterpreted, misconstrued, and then completely misguided in the way they wrote.
Do you know why John the Baptist got beheaded?
I don't remember why. No, I mean, they killed them. They killed most of them. I don't remember why they beheaded him.
Oh, because
do you?
Yeah, I was. You should do because I'm not a Baptist. I'm just.
I mean, I don't care
because there's a lot of information out there. It's like I'm asking you about Messianic Jews because that's part of the Baptist faith. Because I have to verify this information through a Baptist because I don't want the. Well,
you're not verifying me because I've never heard
false information. You understand what I'm saying? I have to verify things.
But, I've never heard that I'm not saying you're wrong. I've just never heard that the Messianic Jews came from the Baptist faith.
Okay, because that's what I saw through the through YouTube, and sometimes the info is not correct. Like World War II, where we won, the Americans won World War II. It's a fabrication. So and from what we understand, true Christianity came from the East. It didn't start with Abraham. So there's a lot of misconception and misunderstanding of the faith.
Oh my God. So you're talking about, I just looked it up. So Messianic Jews are the Jews. I knew there was a group of Jews that do believe in Jesus now. So there is a group of Jews that believe in Jesus. That's what you're referring to. So that's what you mean by Messianic Jews. So Jew, like growing up, we always knew Jew meant they did not believe in Jesus, but we were taught they would be given a second chance because you had to believe in Jesus to go to heaven. It's how we're taught. But Jews would be given a second chance because the Jews that don't believe in Jesus, obviously, because that's really all that existed or that we really talked to you about much. But they would give a second chance. Why? Because Jesus was a Jew. That's what we were taught. That's what the Baptist faith teaches. I don't know what second chances are gotten, but that's what we teach.
Well, there's revelations that I have to put up, because if Jesus was anointed by the Eastern kings of China, he would not be without education to become a king of kings. So that's why we have the lost years. But this is the thing that people still don't understand. I think.
Yeah, but that's why Jesus could do all this, like what we called like what people look at as magic and healing. It wasn't that. Like Jesus was reputational. He was one of the several that have come down here as far as some, symbolically, to show that just human. Just human. That's what people don't hear. Just a human, but in touch with his higher self, was able to come down in that form to and get in touch with that in traveling through and doing the sacred schools that he did, going to Egypt and learning the mystery schools, going to India, going to the Buddhist, and learning all these different things during those lost years. And so when he came back, he was just as a higher consciousness being, and that was what he was trying to teach, was just like Buddha, and what Krishna. That we've had several what you would call not deities, I would call them, but symbolic forms of human representation, to say you're not any less than Jesus, or you can not that you're not less. You can do what Jesus did. We all can. That's what Jesus was trying to teach. Not to worship me, but to find me and your God in you, because everything that I am doing, you can do. And it got so, people want to worship, people want a deity, people want to be saved, people want to believe, if I just believe this and do that and don't do that, I'll go to heaven. And heaven is a place I'll just go and live happily ever after.
So
And
I'm just getting curious here with the Baptist church in the South. Was it mostly segregated, or was it a type of non-denominational church?
Growing up as a child, it was mostly segregated. I mean, we had, in my church, we had probably, could count on one hand how many African American people we had in it. And you had a lot of African American churches that probably counted on one hand or less how many white people they had in it. So it's still pretty segregated, but we have a lot of more non-denominational churches with younger people that aren't segregated. The old school churches are still fairly segregated. The problem is a lot of the old school churches that you see on every corner, some of them are closing and losing money, because unless you have young people coming in to continue to keep them up and give money, if the new younger people are either not going to church or choosing more spirituality church, or just even a Christian church that's non-denominational, where you can wear jeans and you're rocking out to rock music or something, all those things are really hurting these fundamental older churches, that even not just Baptist, but even Methodist and Church of God, and all of them are being hurt.
Mm-hmm. Well, it doesn't help when the clergies are pedophiles,
Yeah, I mean, I say hurt, but I mean, I don't know that it's in the long run a bad thing. I mean, the world has to grow. Things have to come in. Things have to go out. And if they're no longer needed, then they need to go.
So you're not a practicing Baptist anymore, right?
Well, let's see this. First, you just call me because I'm a lesbian, then I couldn't even be a Christian. So I would say, if I can't be a Christian, I definitely couldn't be a practicing Baptist. Although I do think I could be a Christian, and I probably could even be a Baptist. God, we had our head of our Baptist youth minister. We all knew he was gay as a $2 bill. He just didn't say it out loud. But, even my Mima, I would say, we knew he lived with some guy. Like, so yeah, there are what the church will overlook, just like having Lindsey Graham as a senator, the Republican senator who votes against LGBTQ rights, which anybody in South Carolina knows he's gay as a $2 bill or gayer. So,
exactly.
But he hates himself enough to, can't admit it on TV. I mean, but then he couldn't have sunk any lower than when he was like, hey, but let's also vote for whatever his name was, the football player. That means it's done so much. Like, it's embarrassing that he's a senator. Like, that's why I'm saying the world has to change. Like, even if I was Republican, like, it's still, I don't know how you couldn't be embarrassed. This man is a senator, and so many other of them like so many things he said. He sticks his foot in his mouth every other day. Oh my God, Trump has to be held responsible for this on the floor January 6th. I've stood by him, but this is enough. We must hold him accountable. And then 2 days later, he's having calls in like freaking Georgia. Oh no, I'm standing with him. He's great. I mean, like everything he says, he just changes his mind. You know, Obama was there. Obama had like 3 months left in his term. There was a vacancy from somebody that died for the
Supreme Court.
Supreme Court, yes. And this is before someone was even elected. Yeah, we hadn't even had the election. And they said, no, Obama should not be able to do that. And Lindsey Graham said, you on record, I would love to play. He's like, there's no way he should be able to do this. It's just too big a deal. And we know, or maybe they're having an election, I'm not sure, but we need to wait and see. Either way, he wanted to wait. And the interviewer asked him, okay, well, I want to know if this was reversed and it was a Republican president in the exact same category, would you still feel the same way? And he said, you mark my words. And he said, I want you to write them down. You mark my words and write them down. And he said it twice because I watched him. He goes, and use them against me. He said those words.
Yes.
I would never, and I would do the same thing if it was a Republican president.
Of course.
Well,
yes.
What happened when suddenly the exact same thing happened with Trump?
Yes,
they
took full advantage of it. Yes, it's disgusting. It's a disgrace.
But he couldn't even be the one person. He's going to say, put my foot in my mouth. And why couldn't he be like, okay, well, I don't agree with it. I said I would stand by my word.
Oh, of course he could.
I guess because you can't even stand by your own sexuality.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, darling, let me take a look at who's left with us. I do want to thank everybody in the chat room. Douglas Marks is indeed from...
Ian's girlfriend came over, and I am sure that Sammy got totally, ran away from all this.
Oh, my God. So that being said, Macronomicus is with us. C says, hi all, with a heart and a snowflake. Hi, honey. Mwah. And Vicky Johnson says, hi, Douglas. Hey, darling. Mwah. Love you dearly. And with that, I want to thank both of you since Ian...
I'm going to bed. I love you. Good night.
Oh, hey, you what? Hey, yes.
She wants to take over, okay, Douglas? Let her talk.
I said I'm going to bed. I'm not taking
Why
over.
are you going to bed? Why are you going to bed?
It's, well... Since, anyhow, thank you, both of you, as the remaining people online. I'm going to hang up the call and reestablish it with Peter Moon. And then at around midnight, your time, or sometime thereabout, honey, I'll try you again. Hopefully you'll still be awake and be able to hang with us a little bit, then go back to sleep. And, of course, you can go to sleep now, and then you'll be a little more energized to do that with us at around midnight, and that would be nice. And but at any rate, for what little time you were able to spend with us thus far has been golden.
It was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. No offense, Joe Ty, but the whole Mason and Jew, I really don't like getting into that whole Southern Baptist thing every time.
No, I just wanted to find out. I'm just curious because you got Black Baptists, you got Korean Baptists. Do they believe in the same things? So basically, if Douglas Dietrich is telling us that Christianity came from the East, there's some misinformation on how Christianity is practiced right now.
Oh, of course, Joe. Quite true. But anyhow, thank you, Joe, for asking another loaded question. Just like Sammy asked a loaded question to get you started. It's just wonderful having.
Oh, did Sammy do something too?
Yeah, I can tell you about that later. But it should have been kind of obvious when you came in to help kind of divert it into what was a bit more of a productive direction than it was going.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
But my appreciation to all of you for burning bandwidth. I'm going to hang up now, and hopefully Our Lady gives.
Can you tell Peter that I love him, and I think he should start coming on at 8:00 and doing 8 to 11.
I'll ask. And I asked him that before. It's not going to work for him. So, but anyhow.
Well, it's fine. I'm going back to work anyway. Y'all can all deal with it.
Oh.
I love you.
Yeah. Yes. Love you too. Okay.
God help me.
Yeah.
I love you too, Joe. It's some of the conversations are a little dull.
Yes, yes. So, I love to both of you, and ending call. For now.
Especially religious. Religion, it's an open. You don't know.
Yeah,
Not with me. Not with me.
yeah, right. Yeah, that's right. Okay. All right. Breathe, breathe, Douglas. Okay, Peter Moon. Dial. Call. Hello, Peter, and we're in that wonderful holiday space.
I did hear Brooke. Well, thank you, Brooke. Thank you for your love. And I don't know about 8 o'clock, but it's like I would like to do this completely differently. However, I've been making good headway with Douglas on the book.
Yes.
And perhaps that's where I should start. Well, I've been making good headway with the book.
Yeah.
That Lindbergh chapter went down some pretty strange alleys, as I shared with you. I began to reread the book from scratch, meaning the introduction.
Yes.
And I was very unhappy with it.
Mm-hmm.
I was very unhappy with it because it starts off describing who you are, which is fine. But it's kind of all data.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no compelling reason to read it unless you know who Douglas is already, which I suppose the majority of the people would. It needs a preface to impact what the hell we're talking about, why we're doing this book.
Right.
Yes. It kind of goes into it. And then it becomes weird because I kind of start off with the swastika.
Yes.
But then as they get into the Lovecraft stuff and Germany, it gets deeper. The swastika gets deeper.
Yes.
I just saw a video on YouTube. I didn't see the video. I want to watch it. I don't know if it's any good. It says the Nazis' quest for Thor's hammer. Okay. It's like the Nazis' quest for Thor's hammer. What that's alluding to is the swastika.
Mm-hmm.
And that would mean the quest for Thor's hammer is to get the hammer and to, hammer out the anti-gods.
Yes.
That's what it would mean properly.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're talking about, and it might have some additional insights into it. Mm-hmm. A couple things. I do want to focus on Solomon to a certain degree
Yes.
tonight, but I want to talk about Sam Untermeyer. Mm-hmm. Sam Untermeyer is the biggest Zionist that influenced World War I and World War II. And he was a very powerful, very effective attorney. Mm-hmm. He set up the Federal Reserve, or he engineered that. There was a money trust issue in Congress that was instigated by Charles Lindbergh's father. Charles August Lindbergh. Not Charles Lindbergh, the one we know is Charles Augustus Lindbergh. Yes. So technically they're not junior and senior, although they might be called that. It might be easier to call them Senior Lindbergh just for, clarity's sake. But the father was a congressman, and the father instigated money reforms, and J.P. Morgan and other financiers of his ilk were confronted with their monopoly or consortium that controlled the industry of the United States. And Samuel Untermeyer was this attorney who questioned Morgan, but it was more of a show. And the Lindbergh's senior's testimony wasn't even given.
Wow.
In other words, Untermeyer steered the whole investigation, and the upshot was the creation of the Federal Reserve. And I'm not going to talk about the Federal Reserve. Everybody's heard about the Federal Reserve.
Right.
It's just like, the stuff in Congress. It's all a bunch of people holding their positions in power. You can humiliate them, but it doesn't make any difference. They can stay in their position. like with the whole Epstein situation.
Yes.
The government, the FBI, all this stuff have been incriminated by circumstance, yet they ignore the incrimination, and everybody goes along merrily. So with the Federal Reserve, he facilitated the Federal Reserve. He also was directly responsible for getting Woodrow Wilson involved in World War One. He was. There was the British were having big problems with World War One because the Germans were beating them.
Yes.
And they wanted him to get the United States involved. The Zionists, the British had to go through the Zionists to get the United States involved in the war. So what Untermeyer had done with Woodrow Wilson, he approached him, got an audience with him, which I'm sure wasn't too hard,
right?
Being that his influence, and they'd already engineered Wilson into office. The race between Wilson and William Howard Taft was a shoo-in for Taft. Wilson was a nobody. So what Otto Kahn, Aleister Crowley's friend, accomplice, and who had built the Ohika Mansion on Long Island, he funded Cold Spring Harbor and the eugenics movement. Otto Kahn,
yes,
Jewish banker, also, constructed the Met Opera. He was, I think he was the inspiration too for the Monopoly guy.
Oh, you mean on the board game?
Yeah, the cartoon. Yeah, Otto Kahn. Anyway, he funded Theodore Roosevelt, his neighbor by a few miles, and when Roosevelt went into the election, ran with the Bull Moose Party, he'd already been president, but he threw everything. He destroyed the Republican Party when he did that, which allowed Wilson to come in, because you had the Republicans split between Roosevelt and Taft, and then you had Wilson kicking in.
Yes.
Of course, when I went to school in Taft, I went to Roosevelt Elementary School. It's kind of funny. Roosevelt Elementary School, fifth, sixth grade in Taft. And of course, Wilson speaks for itself, the name Wilson.
Yes.
We had Woodrow Street. I think it was on Woodrow Street, as a matter of fact, or we'd walk down Woodrow Street to get to school, because the streets were named after the first names of presidents.
Yes.
Calvin Street, Woodrow Street. But in any case, Woodrow Wilson, he went to Woodrow Wilson and he had letters from Woodrow Wilson's lover, who he was having an affair with.
Oh my God.
While he was married. And he says, this woman, Untermeyer digged her up. He said, this woman needs $40,000 to help her current husband. She needs $40,000 and she wants you to go. She didn't know what to ask for it. And, I have all these letters here. She's going to expose these letters, she said. And Wilson says, well, I don't have $40,000. And Untermeyer says, oh, I can take care of that. He had plenty of money.
Right.
He gives him $40,000, or gives the girl $40,000. He probably gave her 10 and kept it, just said it. Not that it would have mattered. He could have afforded it. But he says, what I want you to do is appoint a Supreme Court justice. And he did. Brandeis. I forget his first name, but this is Brandeis University you've heard of. Brandeis was the first Jewish Supreme Court justice.
Okay.
They're both Jewish.
Interesting.
Brandeis was a, go-to guy for Untermeyer. I don't want to call him a puppet because it's insulting, but it is sort of a puppet, and he was the one who pressed Wilson to get into World War I. And Woodrow Wilson brought in all the Spanish flu or the American Army Navy flu.
Yes.
This killed hundreds of millions of people.
Yes.
And Untermeyer, the synchronicities with Untermeyer get really interesting, as I will explain. Samuel Untermeyer, because as he gets involved, well, if you go to a website and you look up Untermeyer and Lindbergh, you go to the kidnapping case. Now, I studied the kidnapping case for the first time ever. Douglas knows quite a bit about it. And some of the people, not all of them, talking about the Lindbergh conspiracy are, I guess what you'd say, Christians who are of the right-wing persuasion. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of their information is pretty accurate, but where they go off, in my opinion, when I look at all the information that I've learned from Douglas and from reading, is that they're accusing Untermeyer of doing what they call a satanic / Jewish ritual to kill or to sacrifice the Lindbergh baby. He's a sacrifice in this scheme. And I don't believe this to be the case, but he's close. I can't say that this is what happened, but there are, the way rituals are done, you will see people that will talk all about how the Kennedy killing was a Masonic ritual. It was on the 33rd parallel and all this. They'll go into deep detail of it. Now, whether or not that's true, it's kind of the way the universe works. It's kind of just like the Christ story. It just kind of happens. It's you can say it's prophesized, it's ordained, but it's not like you've got a football coach in a room strategizing it.
Right.
It doesn't work out that way.
Right. It's
kind of astrologically ordained or whatever, or fits the astrology of the moment. So anyway, he's saying that Lindbergh baby was but when you study the Lindbergh kidnapping case, it's outrageous because Lindbergh is complicit in it, and he seems to be the one who did it.
Yes.
And of course, Douglas has explained that he wanted to get the kid out because he was genetically compromised.
Yes. And
so we're not going to go deeply into that. But so in other words, and then Lindbergh, there's all this weird circumstantial, weird stuff that Lindbergh, and he does the investigation himself. He chases away the police, chases the FBI. Hoover comes in, Edgar Hoover, who's not the big shot he was. Later. He's still a big shot.
Yeah.
And he basically says this stuff isn't right. And he walks away from it because, for his own reasons, they don't really want him there. And it's like, but it stinks to him. So anyway, when they begin to do an investigation into it, Lindbergh takes off. He leaves the country.
Yes.
So it's like Lindbergh is a disturbing character because he's a hero on the one hand and a great advocate for aviation. He makes aviation happen in a big way besides his flight over the Atlantic. He's also an isolationist, but this comes later where he really wants to keep he's an enemy of the Zionists at this early period. He's a big enemy of the Zionists. So Untermeyer has him in his crosshairs.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just as H.P. Lovecraft was in the crosshairs, or Houdini was in the crosshairs,
yes,
and Lovecraft, see, they were able to get rid of Houdini when they were writing the book. They didn't get rid of Lindbergh. They got rid of Lovecraft, who was going to write his biography.
Yes.
But who appears to be the sacrifice, if there was a ritual sacrifice, was Bruno Hauptmann, the convicted kidnapper and convicted killer of the Lindbergh child. But there was no autopsy done on the child. The child was burned right away, cremated. Lindbergh had it cremated, so it was probably some carcass dug up by, Dwight Fry, who played in the Frankenstein movies. One of the grave diggers. He was also played Renfield in the Dracula movie, Dwight Frye.
Yes.
But so yeah, it didn't make any sense. The way, so that was probably just a dead body. They said, oh, here's the body. And that way Lindbergh could, but you have to understand, why would Lindbergh allow the killing of Bruno Hauptmann? And he actually testified against him falsely, because he said he heard his voice and he was not in any position to hear the voice. So Bruno Hauptmann declared he was innocent to the day he died, and says, you have the burden in the future, as did his wife. The whole story of it, you can read up on it. But the reason I think Bruno Hauptmann would have been a suitable sacrifice, he was set up, is because he was German.
Yes.
See, that's the sacrifice. Now, when you're doing a sacrifice, he was putting the screws on Lindbergh. Lindbergh didn't have a choice in this. But it served him, because he wanted to get rid of his baby.
Yes.
He had his own issues. And of course, he had multiple wives in different places across the globe. He led a secret life. And so I was kind of looking at him, giving a little bit too much hero worship in my own mind. Not that I thought he was a hero, but, he kind of fit the role of a hero. But he's not. He's a human being. He's a human being who was complex, conflicted, and outlived H.P. Lovecraft. But anyway, Sam Untermeyer, he is the one who goes to the Jewish Congress in 1933 and is the one who declares war, economic boycott on Germany.
Incredible.
Yes. And Germany, of course, what he did is he told Hitler to take all of the Jews out of the key positions or put them back in, because Hitler took them out. And he says, put them back in, and Hitler wouldn't do it. So that was the economic boycott, which hurt Germany very badly.
Yes. So
Germany retaliated by boycotting Jewish businesses. And that began, there was already bad blood there. And there's a whole Zionist agenda going on. But Untermeyer is a critical person in World War I and World War II. And the end result of both wars is put together hundreds of millions of deaths. This is, as Douglas would explain, Cthulhu, the Forsaker, the Abandoner.
Yes.
Now, Untermeyer, according to author Maury Terry, the author of Ultimate Evil, which tells about the Son of Sam, is that he says that Untermeyer was a member of the Golden Dawn. Now, I haven't seen any independent or other reference to that, but Maury Terry was a careful journalist. I don't know where he got that from. But what's interesting about Untermeyer is that Untermeyer Park is in Yonkers, and this is where the Son of Sam killing. He created a big park when he was alive because he wanted to outdo Rockefeller, who's not that far away in terms of miles. And he had the same people do the park, very beautiful park. And then it went into abandonment when, he died, because he I think only lived till about 1940 or something. He was old when a lot of this happened.
Right.
But he
so many of the Power Boys were ancient. Yeah, a lot of them were old by the time of World War II. Yes, go on. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Well, Untermeyer, the park was then eventually made a public park because it cost a lot to maintain it, and that's where it was used as a site for ritual killings of dogs, German shepherds, and kids were abused there. This man who wrote to me and wanted me to write the book about it, he was abused at that park. He was in David Berkowitz's house.
Good Lord.
When he was arrested, when Berkowitz was arrested. Berkowitz wrote letters when the Son of Sam stuff was going on, and he was alluding to Untermeyer Park. He talked about the water, it was near the waterworks or something. He alluded to it. Now, what was very interesting to me, that there's a triple entendre here with regards to Son of Sam. Son of Sam is Sam Untermeyer. Okay?
Yes.
That's new to me. Son of Sam, according to the book, was Sam Carr. Sam Carr had an answering service and he had two sons that were involved in the Son of Sam cult. John Carr, who eventually ended up committing suicide under pressure of being found out, and Michael Carr. Michael Carr was somebody I actually met because he was in Scientology.
Oh, wow.
I had met Michael Carr walking down the street. He was there as a trainee doing the organization executive course. And we got talking. He was from New York, I remember. And I asked him, he said he was interested in the occult stuff. He, very personable, not a real clean energy, obviously. Michael Carr was involved in the cult, and he was killed on a wild car chase
Lord.
up the West Side Highway in New York City. He was going like 70 miles an hour, and of course, you don't want to be going 70, 80 miles an hour in New York City. The West Side Highway is on the Hudson River, the extreme west end of Manhattan, and it's, it can be crowded, but on a given night, in the middle of the night, it can be kind of relatively empty. And maybe in the 70s when this happened, or 80s, whenever it was, 70s, I think, probably early 80s, and the car like crashed into, it was going way too fast, and it was declared, drunk driving, but he didn't drink. He was being chased. Wow. Some satanic member of the cult was after him.
Wow.
Because his number was up. In other words, he'd outlived his usefulness.
Right.
And that's what happens. You're part of the cult, and then all of a sudden, now the game is getting you. You've done your purpose, and now they're going to get you. They're going to eliminate you as a witness, eliminate you as an information source. Right. So both of those brothers killed themselves. Their father was Sam Carr, who didn't seem to be a part of the cult, but he was thought to be Son of Sam.
Right.
And he had a dog or something, and I think Berkowitz claimed that the dog was giving him orders. Berkowitz later said that wasn't true. He was just covering for the cult.
Right.
Berkowitz has confessed a lot, and not everything, though. And then, so that was one thing for Son of Sam. Now, Mae Brussel had concluded quite adeptly that Son of Sam was the son of Uncle Sam.
Right.
Because she said that the U.S. Army was doing this. And she began investigating Aquino, and that's
right.
when she died. Now, my pursuit of Mae Brussel is what led me to Douglas Dietrich in the first place. So there are, circles of, circular coming, referencing back.
Yes. Incredible.
To all of this. Yes. And but Sam Untermeyer, Son of Sam, when we look at the vantage point from Cthulhu,
yes,
the abandoner who's behind all of the sedition of Judaism,
yes,
and the splintering of Judaism and the corruption of Judaism,
yes,
is, it's Cthulhu.
Yes.
So this is what causes all of this hatred and grief. And of course, yes, did the Germans and Hitler get caught up in it and swept in it? Yes. They were sincerely or heavily afflicted by it, as were the Jews themselves, who lost millions of people. So it's the game where everybody loses.
Yes.
So Sam Untermeyer was a very key player in this, and that's what, and I just kind of stumbled upon this by, looking at the Lindbergh connection to what's going on, and I had to take these, side tunnels to.
I think it's incredible. I think that this has been very productive.
Well, it is, and of course, it is. And now, but see, this is the thing. What we have with all of this is the corruption of Judaism. And Judaism has some incredible, insightful constructs in it, one of which is the alphabet,
yes,
which Stan Tenen had done an incredible study on. He wrote a book about it. It took him years to write that book because a very brief summary of his discovery is in my book, Pyramids of Montauk. I asked for his permission to include that. He later asked me if I'd write a book with him. I just couldn't do it. I didn't have the time.
Mm-hmm.
The guy's going through my divorce.
Yeah.
He did it himself eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible book. I think it's called The Hebrew Alphabet. I don't know what it's called. Stan Tenen, Tenon. I think I sold one book. I put it in my catalog. I sold one book. It was shameful.
Oh my God.
Because it's an incredible book.
Right.
And what it does, he has an ability for pattern recognition. So what he did was he could see a pattern in the letters of Genesis, the first letters of Genesis, and he was able to figure out that if you were to take a certain figure, a figure that is extracted from the inner circle of a torus, which is basically a donut, and if you take this one figurine and you shine a light on it from 26 different angles or 22 different angles, you'll get every letter of the Hebrew alphabet.
Wow.
By shining it from different angles.
Jesus.
So this is how the alphabet was constructed. It was off of a geometrical reference frame. He said there are other sacred alphabets like that. He said Greek. Greek is one. I think Arabic.
That's incredible.
This is the way they construct the alphabet. And so, but it's hardwired into the first pages of Genesis, or the first lines of Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
So that there is like wisdom inherent in the Bible, in Judaism,
mm-hmm.
obvious wisdom. And of course, King Solomon is the one who has great wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
He asks for, the wisdom to run the country in a dream. God comes to him and asks him what he wants. And he wants the wisdom to rule his people. He's not asking for other things. Now, Solomon is, of course, the pinnacle point of Western magic. And he represents the power to control the jinn. But Solomon also has very dark elements attached to him. Either, depending on which version you read, building a temple to Moloch, or allowing it to be built by one of his wives, facilitating it, enabling it, which sacrifices children. So there are other dark elements. He has human weaknesses. He desires women, which is called a weakness. And he has 700 wives and 300 concubines. How could you deal with all those wives and concubines?
Well, he did.
Seriously.
They were kept in a separate.
I mean,
separate.
That's quite a a responsibility.
Oh yeah, I mean but they were kept in separate facilities.
You wonder how many kids he was having.
Yeah. That's they were kept in separate facilities. That's how he dealt with them. Basically, he just visited them when he wanted to, and then the kids were obviously hardly raised by him. It was more like the way a multimillionaire would put kids off to a military school. It was something of that nature. And as for the woman, it's just he'd go into the facility where they were kept, a very large complex, a harem that was basically a a compound of, with gardens and the like. I mean, so it was that would be like his Camp David, so to speak. And he'd go there and vacation and choose whoever he wanted, and then he didn't have to deal with the nagging or anything like that because he would then live basically in a separate world. So it's this.
Well, there was no construct to nag him because it wasn't. They didn't have the opportunity to do that. They were basically enslaved.
Yes.
And he did have slaves. That's listed as one of his human weaknesses.
Yes.
But what this predicts or presents is a predicament. This man is given wisdom, and this wisdom, he could exorcise demons.
Yeah.
He was like a superhero who was conflicted.
Yes.
He was conflicted.
Yes.
Because he was human.
Yeah.
And then they say, well, he did this, he displeased God. I mean, who is his God he's displeasing? It's said with such a arrogance.
Yes.
By the narrator.
That's true. And there seems to be a number of gods that he was actually dealing with. He was kind of walking the line between a number of.
There's no question of it, but it's the one God, the main God. It's like, and of course, what this would ultimately come down to is where he's getting too big for his britches and not following the Tao. That's what's going to trip anybody up.
Yes.
It can be looked at from that perspective. He's not following. Now, he's also doing, he's highly political because he's bringing the whole world together. Alexander gets a lot of credit for conquering the world.
Yes.
But what Solomon accomplished was far greater, because he had a whole civilization. That's not that what Alexander did wasn't an incredible accomplishment, but Solomon had a bigger, I guess what you'd say, better established civilization that was more
stable.
Yeah, or more was consolidated and far-reaching. And so what you have is you have the lesson of this man who has ultimate power, as much power as you could have. Now, Alexander was also a fighter of demons.
That's correct.
Yeah, but with Solomon, you have more of a complete package. It's been packaged, certainly far better than Alexander was ever packaged. And you have this incredible wisdom, but you have, I guess, what you call imperfection within that wisdom. He's somebody who has wisdom. He also has choice. And then he is just a temporary character on the world stage. His son cannot maintain. His descendants cannot maintain. And there is the diaspora.
Mm-hmm.
The diaspora, which means all of these tribes are going all across the world. And they're migrating, resulting in what is called assimilation, where the Jews assimilate genetically with other races, other people, and they become less Jewish genetically.
Right.
And this became cited as a big problem by the Zionists. The Zionists create this problem of we're losing our genetics. And then we've got to bring them back to Israel. And this starts a whole daisy chain of negative consequences, which results in World War I and World War II.
Yes.
It's horrible. And it's all being, powered by, Cthulhu anti-God forces.
Yes.
Because it's just all so negative. And so if there was no Solomon, there would be no push to bring back Israel.
Right.
Solomon never happened, there would be no old paradigm to rebuild the temple,
Yes.
because the temple would never have been built.
Yes.
And even building it was a incredible accomplishment, because he had to not only enslave people, enslave the jinn.
Yes.
He was so we're talking about, and what I realized, I have to begin this book by discussing that we're dealing with very high-powered magic. And this is magic that is occult. It's occult because you don't see it. And according to Crowley, what he says magic follows the rules of pure science. It's just as scientific as science. It has its own laws and principles if you get a specific result. The problem is you can't see it.
Oh.
You can't see it because it's occulted.
Yes.
And it deals with invisible laws and invisible stuff. And you can get a taste of this if you start, playing with the spiritual world or interfacing with it, and you follow proper responsibilities and attention. You pay attention to, to what's going on. But
that's incredible. Hey, do me a favor. In terms of the Wilson name, obviously, for people who don't understand, I've done entire episodes explaining just how profoundly evil Woodrow Wilson was. Obviously, there were other men of his caliber of evil who were enabling him, as Peter Moon has just articulated. But the Wilson name haunts us all the way through to the lady who was involved with the Babylon working. So
Marjorie Cameron, yes, Wilson, and of course, and I will, revisit this.
Yeah, because a lot of our listeners are new and not everybody knows of this. I just needed to take care of something for a few seconds here, and I was wondering if you could go into that for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
I'll talk about Wilson,
Yeah.
And of course, when I got involved with Preston Nichols, one of the first things he told me was about the Wilson brothers. He said the Wilson brothers were, in earlier lives, they were time travelers who said there was, on the Philadelphia experiment, there was Duncan Cameron and Edward Cameron. And Preston explained to me that in their Edward Cameron was Al Bielek, and Duncan Cameron was Duncan Cameron we knew today. But these were earlier bodies, earlier lives. And that he himself and Duncan had been the Wilson brothers in an earlier life, Preston Nichols and Duncan Cameron. Duncan Cameron was the main psychic in the Montauk Project. He says in an earlier life, they were the Wilson brothers, Preston Wilson and Marcus Wilson. And they were the first manufacturers of scientific instruments in Great Britain. And they were involved in a company with Aleister Crowley's father. And he had been shown a picture of the Wilson brothers with him in it by a man named Berkeley, forget the first name, who had visited him in Long Island because he was a historian for Thorny MI. He wanted to know why Preston Nichols' picture was in their archives. And the story gets weirder because I ended up, I had a distributor in the UK who did research on this. It turned up really weird stuff. It didn't verify that, but it turned up other weird stuff. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. But the Wilson brothers were this enigma. So I looked up all of my references that I had of Aleister Crowley, and I found out that one of his best friends was named Duncan Cameron, but I didn't find any reference to the Wilson brothers. But then I began to have experiences with Wilsons or Camerons. The name Cameron would keep coming up. And then this one lady I met, Joyce Saxteen, she was introduced to me because she kept getting the name Cameron psychically, very psychic. And so she got on the phone with me and I started explaining what this was about. She says, but I also get another name. It's Wilson. And I told her. So she says, you want to look up, this has something to do, I get the name Shelley. I said, you're thinking of Percy Shelley or Mary Shelley. So I went to the Percy Shelley. So I went to the library, in the biographical section, I found Shelley, and it was by Kenneth Cameron. You go, wow, Shelley. Well, there were many other synchronicities with Wilsons and Cameron. One of my friends had a friend named, her sister used to date a Cameron Duncan instead of a Duncan Cameron. And he was a twin. This got weird. Then finally, I found out that Jack Parsons' wife was named Cameron. I saw this in a catalog and I said, boy, that's Jack Parsons. He was a disciple of Aleister Crowley. His wife is Cameron. I got to find this out. Eventually, I wrote a letter. I found a book that was edited by her. Freedom is a Two-Edged Sword. It was edited by her and a man named Hymenaeus Beta, which was a title. He was the titular head of the OTO, the Ordo Templi Orientis, the successor organization of Aleister Crowley, the legal successor. And they had edited this. So I said, well, if I can get a hold of Cameron, if I write to him. So I wrote him a long letter. It was over a page. Told him who I was, what I was doing, why I wanted to know. And then when I went to the book fair to release the Montauk Project in May of 1992, I ended up meeting him. He was at the book fair. This happened, but I didn't know he was the person. I was told he knew Marjorie Cameron and could help me find her, contact her. And sure enough, after talking to him for about a day, I realized who he was, and he acknowledged who he was. He says, just keep it secret. As Gandalf said to Frodo, keep it safe, keep it secret. And he introduced me to Marjorie by phone. Her last four numbers of her phone number were 6606. She lived in West Hollywood. I drove from Anaheim to West Hollywood, spent 4 hours with her. Told her all about the Montauk Project, the Philadelphia experiment. She told me all about the old days at the parsonage with Jack Parsons, stuff that she never would tell to reporters. Her friend was later shocked by that. She said, she told you everything because people want to go in and expose her or stuff like that. And she said that at the end of it, I said, I really can't explain why I'm here other than your name is Cameron. I said, I'm so glad that I'm already in town. Otherwise, I would have flown all the way out to see you. It would have cost me additional funds, but I would have done it. And she said, I said, what can you tell me? What answer? She says, well, it's very interesting because my real name is not Marjorie Cameron. It's Marjorie Wilson. I was adopted by my uncle, who was a Cameron. So, and she says, and L. Ron Hubbard is also a Wilson. His father was Harry Ross Hubbard, but he had been adopted by the Hubbards. He was a Wilson, Harry Ross Wilson, and they were both from Iowa. So they were probably from the same. Pardon?
Were they related?
Probably. They were probably brother and sister.
Oh my God.
Probably.
Okay.
Or, no, you put this. Wilson from Iowa. She was born in Iowa. Yeah, they're probably, well, he would have been older. She might have been, they're probably from the same family. Now, if you look at Marjorie Cameron, I have one picture of her that she looks just like L. Ron Hubbard.
Wow.
And the genetics are just so close. Mm-hmm. So that's the Wilson thing. Now, when I did meet her, or maybe it was on the phone because we had many phone conversations. I met with her in person twice, 92 and 94. But she said that Woodrow Wilson There was a Woodrow Wilson connection, she said.
Of course.
She didn't take it any further, but that he was significant. And of course, I had mentioned him in the book because he had watched the, what's that movie, the racist KKK movie?
Oh, the Birth of the Republic, Birth of a Nation.
Birth of a Nation, yeah. That was shown at the White House, and he was very upbeat on it. He was a racist, which wasn't unusual in those days for white people to be racist. It was like, it's kind of like saying, you know, you have a computer today.
Yeah, but he was pronounced even for that.
Oh, yes. And one book I read said that there was a guy named Cameron who started the KKK. That's disputed. There's all sorts of formations of the KKK. You know, Albert Pike.
Yeah.
The KKK definitely was an organization.
Yeah.
But so anyway, that's the Wilson digression.
Thank you.
And I was going off the Solomonic, thread there.
Right. But he wrote the majority of the books of the Bible, Solomon, as we're given to understand, or that's the tradition.
Yes. And one of the things he said in Ecclesiastes, and you've heard it in the song "Turn, Turn, Turn" by the Byrds. I think it was written by Pete Seeger, the music. The Byrds could do good renditions of songs. They took other people's songs and made them sound good. But anyway, the essence of Ecclesiastes, there is a time and a place under heaven for what you're doing. Like, it's not, you don't go to the bathroom when it's time to eat. You don't eat when it's time to go to the bathroom. I mean, that's a very vulgar way of looking at it. But there's a time. I mean, I remember when I kept going to weddings. And finally, one day, I said, you know what? Why am I going to all these weddings? Pretty soon it was going to be my turn. Took quite a few years, Why am I going to all these weddings? All of a sudden it's your turn. And I caught the garter or whatever,
Yes.
And I caught
bouquet.
it. And I go,
yeah.
Not the bouquet. The woman catches the bouquet.
Oh,
the guy
okay. Thank you.
If I caught the bouquet, I would have had to marry a guy.
Sorry.
That would have been uncomfortable. So it's like time. Oh, it's time to get married. Now, it's not, it's like nature. Nature takes its place. It happened. I could have married her a year earlier, but it didn't work out. It didn't happen. And then came across. It's very interesting the way it happened.
Mm-hmm.
I had just been, I guess what you'd say, illegally, I say illegal, this is in Scientology, illegally recalled from a mission in Toronto. I went to Toronto. I was there for 24 hours with another guy, and we were basically condemned for being seditious because we were explaining what the existing scene was. You're supposed to go and you're supposed to observe the existing scene for like 24, 48 hours and report back. And they didn't like our report. It was politically incorrect. It was dead on balls accurate. But they wanted to crucify, metaphorically, the head of the organization because they were purging him. And we were just saying what he did, and so, but see, it's illegal to recall somebody within 24 hours. They didn't know their own techniques. I knew them backwards and forwards.
Wow.
So they illegally recalled us.
Did you tell them that?
I don't think it would have done any good.
Okay.
Because it was like, and so basically, instead of flying home, we took the bus back from Toronto all the way to Clearwater, Florida. Now, I got to have a bus ride from Toronto through Detroit into Cincinnati. I got to go through Kentucky and eat grits for the first time.
How was that? How was that?
Well, Paula will make what she calls gris.
Interesting.
Same thing.
Whoa. Holy shit.
It's Romania. It's very good. She makes it very good. She'll put honey on it.
Interesting.
Grits. It wasn't too appetizing the way they made it in Kentucky. But I'm just passing through, and I go through Alabama. I didn't even remember Alabama. Maybe I was sleeping. And of course, when we get back to, and of course, people were kind of like affected because I was, the captain of the football team, and I was going away, but I was back to play. I was surprised I was back. I was only gone a few days. I was back to play football. Now, they want to, punish you. And of course, I think the guy I was with, was ready to suck up the punishment. And I said, no, I didn't do anything wrong. I stood up for my rights. I was smarter than they were, and I was legally correct. But that's not the way the group looks at you. They want to condemn you, thumbs down you. And of course, my response is, eh. And I knew I was being rejected by my peers. And of course, what they're going to do is a committee of evidence on you and say how bad you were. And, it's like a court martial. And I said, F these people. I'm going to go. And instead of having in Scientology what they call the third dynamic, which is the group, I'm going to go back and see Nina. I'm going to go see, go talk to Nina. And
is this like kind of going up in the hierarchy or like up the chain of command? Kind of.
No, this is no. This is walking over to the Fort Harrison Hotel and seeing her at lunch or dinner and telling I want to talk to her.
Right. Okay.
And bam, bam, she's ready. She's ready for me. She wasn't ready a year ago. And we're spending about a week together. We're in a shoe store or shoe repair. And she says, do you want to get married before or after Christmas? And I said, before. And that's kind of how it happened. In other words, I rejected the group and I invested in my love life.
Incredible.
Extremely beautiful woman.
Yeah. Extremely
intelligent, extremely artistic. Just had a nice conversation with her today.
Good.
And very nice conversation. And so that kind of wow, that was I didn't realize it at the time. It was my ticket out of the Sea Org and her ticket out of the Sea Org too. She wanted to leave, but it evolved out.
Wow.
And I think I was condemned I had an approved leave to go off and attend my wedding, which I had a wedding in Scientology, but I had a wedding up in Long Island. They said, oh, you can't go. So I've got all these people, all this money's been laid out for me to go to a wedding on Long Island, and they say, you can't go.
Fuck them.
It's exactly what I did. I went. And so I was introduced. That's how I was introduced to Long Island. And I've been here ever since. She's gone, but I'm here,
That's incredible.
Yeah. But see, the point is that I, said, no mas, I'm not going to do this. You people don't even know your own policies. And, it's just ridiculous. And I had no respect because they didn't follow the letter of their own law.
So sad.
So Well, it's sad. It's very happy for me
That's true too.
because if I didn't follow my own path and my own integrity and my own truths, and that was the truth of Scientology. They weren't doing the truth of Scientology. I was doing the truth. You know, it was their truth. It was my truth. So it's like that was my escape by following what L. Ron Hubbard would call the road to truth. You follow your own truth, and it delivers you. And I look back, wow, God, I made such great progress there. But I went off on that track talking about, I talked about...
when we were on Solomon, but this is fine. It's very Solomonic.
Well, Solomonic, indeed. I was talking about, anyway, Scientology is such a big part of my life, but it's like, it's in the past. It's in the past. So yeah, the Solomon stuff it's very deep, and Scientology is the same thing. You can use that information very intelligently, and you can use it very damagingly. And Solomon's magic is the same way. You have, I was possessed of Scientology wisdom, what they call knowing how to know. I knew what the score was. And if somebody's doing something to damage you, you better well know it. I'm going to talk a bit about stress and PTSD.
Yeah.
I mentioned this delightful woman, Sylvia Calhoun, who was on this, I shared her video on my Time Travel Education Center email. She talks about her, years with L. Ron Hubbard on the ship, and says, she says, I always got my sleep. You hear all these people that they're being tortured, that she says, I always got my sleep. And that's one thing Sylvia and I had in common. Of course, I didn't know Sylvia on the ship. I've only known her by phone. But I got my sleep too. I got my sleep. And now there were times when I was tired. I remember one time falling asleep standing up with a knife in my hand.
Oh my God! How did that?
I was the ship's butcher, and we had a time where we were cleaning the whole ship, and everything had to be white glove spotless, and because I worked, I worked late at night or whatever. I think I'd get up at 4 o'clock in the morning or whatever. But see, my bunk was being cleaned. So I could not sleep. There was no place to sleep.
Jesus.
So I had to keep working, and I got so tired, I fell asleep standing up. It must have been, I don't know how long I slept, maybe a few minutes, but I said, God, I just fell asleep.
That's so frightening.
And well, but that was remedied.
Yeah.
And anytime I got too tired, see, when you work physically in the galley, you were really, I'm like young, 19 years old. I'm like, boom, 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 boom. I got a lot of energy as a 19-year-old, but if I got too tired, and then you go down to study,
right,
and sometimes you're too tired to study.
Yeah.
You got to force your eyes open. I'd go sleep.
Okay.
I'd take my sleep.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I did sleep, and now most of the time I didn't need extra sleep, but when I did, I went and got it. And Hubbard wrote a flag order that says, a good sailor sleeps when he can. Now, most people didn't have the gumption
to do that,
to take sleep.
Right. They'd
feel guilty of sleep. So one of my favorite tricks was on the Excalibur, which was the ship docked in L.A. Harbor. I spent a couple of years there. And so I was like, you'd have cleaning stations in the morning. Everybody's got to clean. I had an administrative post, and it's cleaning. So if I didn't get enough sleep, I'd go in this big, I can't even remember what things that ships are called. Not a chamber. What the hell do they call them?
The hold.
Hatch. But I can't remember what they call
I think they call it the hold, right?
Well, it wasn't a hold. I can't even remember. It's a compartment. It's got all these bunks in it, and this is where all the the new recruits were, or the people that were there for training. The staff, the crew had our own place. So I go into their room and I go sleep where some of them were still sleeping. And I go, so they'd come in looking for me. Where? They never find me.
Holy
They
shit.
never looked. It was like so obvious. I'd see them walking right by me. I'm at the bottom bunk. They'd be walking right by me. I think, okay.
Oh my God.
And then, every once in a while, I'd be there and my senior would come in looking, oh, there you are. Good. You're on the job. I'd sit there with a broom or a mop in my hand and I'd be mopping. And, as soon as he'd walk away, I'd go back to sleep,
Good for you. Oh my
Oh.
God.
I mean, it was a great thing because there was no trouble you could get in over that. There were this was, this was cheesy stuff. It was, you had to understand what Hubbard talked about, what you call overts, he called them crimes, sins.
Yeah.
It's all about what he talked about prediction and consequences. What acts are going to get you in trouble? What acts are not going to get in trouble? And people would get really screwed up over this. They could get this is what you call a relief release.
Yeah.
Like, what are you going to get called on the carpet for? Nobody cares if you miss cleaning stations.
Thank God.
If you did it habitually and your place was a pigsty, well, it's going to lead to an investigation sooner or later, but there's going to be other stuff going on with something like that. So, and it wasn't like I was harming anybody, but this was when I needed sleep.
Yes.
Not something I would always make a habit of, although I think I did get in a habit there for a while and just enjoyed myself, enjoyed my sleep.
Yeah. Oh, and as well one should. I got to get this eyelash out of my eye. I'll be right back. Gonna go mute. Keep talking, of course. I'll be right back.
Well, I will talk. And one of the most challenging jobs I had on that ship was you'd have the watch, the quartermaster of the watch, and you're responsible for who comes on and off the ship. There's a gangway, and the one time you didn't want to do it was in the midnight, either midnight to 4 or 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. Because it was, and this is in the winter, it's brutally cold in Los Angeles. And of course it's cold, and then you've got the water. So you're right on the water, and it's bone chilling. So you're supposed to be out in the cold at the gangway, because the gangway is basically open. Anybody can come there and come on the ship. And you've got to make sure nobody comes on the ship. Or if somebody does come on, they're authorized. Nobody's coming on. So I would sit there and I would go in I forget which room it was. It was, I think, the radar room. And I'd go in there and stay warm. I would spend some time out with a blanket. I'd have a blanket with me, spend some time outdoors, but I would monitor that gangway psychically. It was like it brought it out of me. I could tell if there's anything going on. I was like hyper vigilant, but I was staying warm. And you put somebody else there, they're going to screw it up. If they tried that, I never told anybody I did it, but I never had a mess up. Never had a mess up. But somebody else goes and does that, somebody's going to come on board and, some dog's going to run on the ship or something. It's going to be a big flap. I could actually monitor my own. And of course, your ass is on the line. But what is it? You want to be miserable and be cold or whatever? So I guess what I'm trying to say is we're talking about dealing with stress. And you have a lot of people that went through the Scientology or the Scientology, or especially the Sea Org, where you're on duty all the time, basically. And they succumb to the stress. They don't learn the ropes. They don't take time off because they become slaves to their circumstance or what they think. They have a slave mentality. As I got smarter, you saw the difference between executives and workers. Executives would make the people do the work, and the workers would do the work. And they were two different breeds of people and different mentalities. And of course, I ended up in positions that were relatively, I don't think there was any position in the Sea Org that was cushy. Well, maybe there were some, but they were relatively cushy because I get my sleep.
Right.
And I was also in positions where I was, for the most part, where I was considered valuable, an asset. Therefore, I would be treated with a different deference than somebody who was not considered so valuable. So, and I think when we left the Sea Org, my ex-wife and I, she was so, I guess, stressed. She didn't come back to normal for a year.
Wow.
She joined the Sea Org, I think, in 1979 and left in 83.
Uh-huh.
I joined in 72 and 83. I was fine.
Right.
I mean, I was ready to, she could not work. I mean, she did work, but she couldn't get a good job. She was just in psychological overwhelm.
Well, you must have been her rock of Gibraltar, her foundation during that time.
Oh, yeah, I was for years. Yeah, and it took her a couple of years before she could get back and start doing her design work, which she was good at, you know, her artistic design work. But she was, you know, she could only muster really this crummy job. You know, it was doing art, but she you know, she was just beaten down.
Yeah.
And she couldn't, yeah, she just had a hard time. Whereas, like, you know, I could have gone to work doing anything. I was not overwhelmed because I had, well, I'll give you an example. One time I looked at my Qigong teacher's knuckle, this really ugly big bump on his, I think it was his index finger. And I never noticed it before. It had always been there. And I said, that's from karate, isn't it? He goes, yeah, it is. In other words, he deformed his knuckle from all the punching he did when he studied karate. Yeah. He had 2 black belts in karate before he got involved with Qigong. Then one day, must have been a couple years later, I just happened to know his finger. I said, look at your fingers all healed. Yeah. What'd you do? He says, I did the work.
Wow.
I did the work. I don't know what he did. I never asked him. Did the work. Jeez. Healed his body.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So the point is I did my work in Scientology. I did my work, and I discovered higher levels of functionality. And I think a lot of people discovered higher levels of functionality. I took a little further. Many of them ended up becoming, you know, overwhelmed in their own metaphorical vomit, which the only reason they vomited is because other people were vomiting on them and they didn't know what to do. And this is, you know, there's no judgment here, but people get stressed when they can't deal with things and they don't know how to deal with stress. And when you have an environment that keeps putting more and more stress on you, you shut down. Yeah. And you just become robotic. It's not that I didn't have those moments. There were when I had undue stress put upon me, and I did fight back against it. I did have to overcome many challenges, but the good fortune for me is that I did overcome them. And I will put a plug in for my book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, which is an underappreciated book and a very interesting book, but available at skybooks.usa.com. It sells a handful of copies every now and then. But what I said in that book is, and this, of course, I said it in deference to Scientology, but it applies to life. There are three things that enable you to succeed. One of them is intelligence. One of them is circumstance. And one of them is luck. In other words, if you don't have intelligence, you could have incredible good luck and incredible good circumstance to where you're like George W. Bush. He was considered a real dunderhead. Seriously, by everybody who knew them. He ended up falling into the position of becoming an owner of the Texas Rangers baseball team. And he profited on it handsomely. It wasn't like it was any great business acumen of his. It wasn't, and I don't even know that anybody did him a great favor. It just kind of fell into his hands.
Right.
And he profited by that. And then he just kind of was, put a president. He what was he? I think he was governor of Texas, but he had, what he was a front man.
Yes.
He was a front man and and he had this sort of ballsy, tough guy attitude. He's not a tough guy. He was a cheerleader in college, but he could act like a tough guy. And I don't know. He was just such a weird president. He got away with being a president.
Yeah.
And I will say this. He's a hell of a lot more likable than Jeffrey Epstein.
But that's not much of a contest, but
my martial arts friend Rudy Curry was a security guard at the Four Seasons Hotel in Manhattan. He's always going up and down the elevator with celebrities. He said that George W. Bush was really affable, really nice guy.
He could afford to be, but go on.
Yeah, well, but some people wouldn't talk to you.
Yeah.
And I think his father was like that too.
Okay.
He talked to you. I mean, not to say that any one of them are Boy Scouts or clean, but they talk to you.
Right.
So much for the presidents. I lost my train of thought.
Oh, no worries. I mean, it's that kind
where
of.
Where was I? I was talking about.
Well, we went from the
Solomon. People having stress.
Yeah.
I was talking about people having stress and standing up.
Right.
Standing up to stress.
Right.
And
the incredible stress your wife had.
I was talking about luck and communication and circumstance. George Bush had circumstance.
Yeah.
He had circumstance, and part of his circumstance was his rich family and Skull and Bones Yale University.
Yeah.
This guy, I don't think he could get through a real Yale
education.
Curriculum.
Right.
I don't think he really could. I mean, if it was an honest one, but you can pay your way through. And unless he was studying physical education or something.
Something lame.
I don't know if he could major in that at Yale. I would think they would look down on that.
Johnny Carson used to say he majored in extracurricular activities.
I'm sure he did. But yeah, so circumstance, or that's who you can communicate to. A great example of that was Aristotle Onassis. He worked on the telephone exchange switchboard operator in Buenos Aires. Mm-hmm. And in Buenos Aires, as a switchboard operator, he could hear all the stock trades, what stocks were going to go up. So it was insider information. He invested in the stocks. He got very rich. So he had circumstance, and he obviously had intelligence enough to do it. And then he bought into the shipping industry. But that's how Aristotle Onassis became rich. And of course, in most countries, there's no such thing as insider trading. It's not against the law. It's only in the United States. Yeah. But it still gets done anyway.
Right.
It's like this huge club. If you want to get rich, you get a private placement. And so most people don't even know what a private placement is. A private placement is like you get so many shares of stock before it even goes public. And then when it does go public and it takes off, boom, 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 the fireworks go off. And usually it might take 5 years for the stock, but if you're a stockbroker who's negotiating all these private placements, and like they can give this stuff away. You get 100 shares. You get 100 shares here. You could do it to the whole brokerage, but it's kind of like a club. And
definitely.
It's like, how do you get into this club?
Well, most people are born into it, yes.
Well, yeah, but I think on one of the broadcasts you said I have white privilege. Well, I haven't really had much privilege at all.
Well, not compared to that. I mean, good Lord, that's a different world.
No, I don't. No, it's like I've never felt privileged in that regard at all, because in my encounters in Long Island, I was a nobody.
Right.
No, I was a nobody.
Whenever I say something like that,
I know what you. Yeah. I know what you mean. I mean, I could walk like my friend Terrell. He gets looked at bad because he's got braided hair, and he has to, or he has to wear a do-rag to keep his hair hygienically proper.
Right.
And he'll get the shit flow for it.
Yeah. And
it bothers him.
Of course.
He was really shocked with me because I didn't have the built-in prejudice that most white people have.
Wow.
So he's one of my best friends now. Probably is my best friend. I'm talking about on Long Island because, we see each other every week. And
friends are so important. They really are. And you're very fortunate to have them, and you're way ahead of the game just by having them, really.
Oh yeah, and his brother likes me. He likes to throw to me. So I did him a great Christmas gift. I got him when I went over to his house, he had shoes all over the place, so I got him a shoe rack.
Cool.
And damn thing, I went and got one for myself too. When I saw that shoe rack, I put 30 pairs of shoes.
Wow.
I got a shoe rack. Got my all. I couldn't believe I filled up half of it with my shoes.
Wow.
Paula's got more shoes than that, but she's got her own shoe rack.
Yes.
Maybe I gotta get her. She hasn't needed mine yet, but she was very impressed with it. I mean, it's very functional if you got a lot of shoes. Yes. But anyway, so you need circumstance, you need intelligence, and you need luck. So luck is important. All these three ingredients to be successful in a situation. And one of the ways you can get luck if you hang around long enough, if you persist, like that voodoo priest I've talked about before, Louis Martin. Mm-hmm. He told me that he went over to this woman. She was a voodoo. I don't know what they call these people. I forget those names for them.
There's so many different names.
She was an adept of voodoo in New Orleans, and she was a black woman. Yeah. And he'd go over there. She wouldn't tell him. He kept going over there, and one day it just spilled out. It just spilled out, and she shared it with him because he kept going there and knocking on the door. Mm-hmm. And persistence can pay off. Mm-hmm. If I pestered David Anderson enough, I could probably get secrets out of him. Right. What do I want to pester him for? I don't want to pester him. Yeah. And what's the purpose? It's like I don't want to be a pest. When it's time, it's time. And this goes back to Solomon. There's a time. This is what we're talking about. There's a time and a place for everything. And I have been ever so patient with what I'm dealing with. Patience is important. And it's very important. And when we're dealing with Solomon, we're dealing with all this magic.
Yeah.
Patience, and this is, because I haven't been focusing on time travel so much lately, even in my own thoughts, because I've been dealing with Douglas's book, which I feel is very important
Thank you.
if not more important. It's certainly where I'm focused right now, because what am I going to do with the time machine?
Right.
Thank you. Go back and,
Well, basically, what one would do is cause a lot of damage. But go on.
Oh, there's certainly the potential for that. And what is the purpose? And of course, but Pat, okay, where people come into the ones that really get serious about it are people that are looking to find a lost loved one and repair the death of a lost loved one. Yeah. And to me, this is very misguided. They have a strong interest in time travel because they want to go back and change something. And first off, when you go back and try and recover somebody from the dead, all of a sudden you're messing with the dead.
Yes.
And maybe the dead don't want to come back. And if they do, maybe they shouldn't come back.
Yeah.
So this is where we're dealing with the Necronomicon, the book of dead names.
Yes.
Now, Necronomicon doesn't so much refer to, my friend Marianne who died last month. It refers to long dead names that sit there, like in that Davy Jones's locker from that movie. Yes. And by the way, those of you who've seen that Pirates of the Caribbean, that octopoid captain of whatever the name of the ship was with the octopus beard coming down.
Right. Supposed to be Davy Jones himself, I believe.
Yeah, that's Davy Jones, but that's Cthulhu.
Right. That's right.
That's the pure image of Cthulhu.
Yes.
And I didn't really realize that until I think I saw something. They were showing how it did reflect that.
Yes.
So when we're talking about Solomon here, the Solomonic magic, it's about time. There's a time to do everything. There's a time to time travel. When these people want to summon the dead, they're impatient and they're passionate. So I looked up patience, and patience etymologically relates to passion, and passion etymologically is the passion of the Christ. Therefore, the man with the time machine is somebody who is juxtaposed with the passion of the Christ. Even if you don't believe in Christ, it's metaphorically true. Mm-hmm. Because this is the passion, is the solving, the reconciliation of the sins of the world. So you have all the burden of all the sins of mankind. Where this becomes very interesting is menstrual is, you see, the passion is related to blood and bleeding.
Yes.
The blood of Christ will cleanse you. Well, what cleanses in a normal function is a woman's menstrual cycle. Mm-hmm. Her blood is a cleansing. It's a cleansing on the physical level, washing out that which doesn't need to be, washing out the imperfections in the system. But it also, so that birth can take place, but it also washes out toxic emotions. So when you talk about cleaning, the blood of Christ cleansing you, this is a co-opting of the feminine process of what blood actually does naturally. Mm-hmm. And it's been exposed as a patriarchal co-option of the defeminization of women. The whole story mm-hmm. by Barbara Walker in her incredibly erudite book, the woman's book of mythology or whatever, Secrets, Women's Mythology. It's basically an encyclopedia of how everything in our culture has been defeminized. This is not a feminist book in any sense of the word. It's a book about the goddess. Mm-hmm. So what is the function of the goddess? You have a Christ on a cross bleeding, and he's going to now do the role of what women are supposed to do naturally. He's going to clean you with his blood. But regardless of all that, the passion, talking about time travel here, is that when people want to go back and change time, and they have all this impatience, the reason they have impatience is because they're frustrated, they're unhappy, because things didn't go the way they want to, and they're emotionally hurt. And this can only be the result of sins of another, sins associated with nature. So where do you get, reconciliation? Redemption is through the blood, which is the washing, the monthly cycle. Washes. Now, is the woman's body is like a clock.
Yes.
It operates to a clock. It operates with the cycles of the moon, and it keeps a clock ticking. So, okay, there's time to have the baby, time to have sex if you want, the rhythm method without having the baby. There's all this timing involved. So a time machine is going to be relevant with timing. What is the time? I'm patient to wait for August 2013. Today is David's wife's birthday today. I don't know how old she is. She's younger than I am. She's Capricorn, fellow Capricorn. And I hope she's coming with me next summer. I should find out in a few days. And of course, where time meets is in the dream state. Because you meet the future, the past, the present. My ex-wife last night, she appeared. On the phone, she called me.
Yeah.
I couldn't figure out who the hell it was. I said, I don't recognize that number. I said, who is this? Who is this? I said, I didn't recognize her voice at all. When she told me who it was, oh, God, I don't remember your voice. I didn't recognize the number. She laughed.
God.
I mean, I haven't heard her voice. She'll call once every few months at the most. And so, yeah, but time is, timing is what life is all about. It's incredible. But the problem is we get impatient. I was at the post office yesterday, and sometimes they get really good at being slow.
They made an art of it, yes.
You got 4 people there. One goes on a break. One goes there. All of a sudden, there's one person there. Everybody's waiting, and the line is not moving. So I start doing my Qigong. Now, fortunately, this Qigong was a movement I could do without making a spectacle of myself.
Interesting. I was about to ask.
Most of them, I'll make a pronounced spectacle of myself. This one was it was perfect timing. I said, God, I can get this out of the way. And, I got it done. It saved me. I didn't have to, I got it out of the way because I needed to spend time doing it. I did make a spectacle of myself on my first trip to Romania in the airport in Warsaw.
How did people react?
It would have been fine, but there were these 2 ladies that worked for the Polish Airlines. And they were on the other side of there's a big, room, airport. And they're like laughing and giggling at me. And it's like, I'm like, over 50 yards away.
Yeah.
So finally the, security officer comes over, looks at me, goes, meditation?
That's cute.
Yep. And I got it done.
Cool.
The tragedy of that trip was I had a pass to the VIP lounge, but I didn't know how to find it. Because we were late. But it was okay. Yeah. I was busy doing my Qigong. But anyway, so yes, timing, and that's the beautiful thing about Qigong. If I'm not going to do an exercise to make a spectacle of myself, there's things I can do internally that I know to do, and so that's what you pass your time. Stephen King, in his book on writing, which is an excellent book, I say it's the best book he ever wrote. It's the only book I ever read
I'd agree with you on both counts. Just read that one and none of the others. Yes.
Knows how to write.
Yes.
And the secret to writing, don't use adverbs.
Yes.
Don't use adverbs. You know, subject, predicate, object, you know. Adverbs used very sparingly. Very sparingly. But in any case, what he says is, always bring a book with you, going anywhere. Then if you have to wait, you can read. Obviously it's going to be a book you like or a book you need to read. So, you know, it's very good advice. So you don't do Qigong or now times people have their cell phones. Sometimes I'll pull out the cell phone and start talking to people I wouldn't normally talk to or write to them. Not that I wouldn't talk to them, but, you know, it's just you need something to do while you're sitting there waiting. So you know, we're dealing with time. It's like, and then if you start thinking about time, like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do next week? What are you going to do that week? What are you going to do this week? You can start mapping out reality. What's going to be your reality? And so I'm talking about a time machine. What Preston Nichols once said to me, he says, when a time project happens, all of a sudden things get together real quick, like things just happen out of nowhere. It's like, you know, you could imagine how fast a Hollywood set could be created in a town, how fast they could put things together to shoot a movie. They probably work very fast. All of a sudden they're there and then they're gone. Or it's just like the circus coming to town. The circus or a carnival. You know, you go by the parking lot at the mall and all of a sudden there's a carnival there. I didn't see the carnival. Of course, it's there and then it's gone. That's what a time project's like.
Yes.
It's like boom, 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 boom. So circumstance, and somehow I was, you know, tagged by fate to be connected to time travel. First with Preston, first with, secondarily with David Anderson. And then you throw in the Romanian mix, and it's kind of interesting. But right now, but see, this is where it gets very interesting, because where I set out on my adventure even before I got in Scientology was in my senior year of high school. Mark Hayward was my assistant teacher, and he was a really neat guy, very tall. He played on the university basketball team, which I really admired, because anybody who could play on a university basketball team, you know, I mean, he was a starter. I admired that, because I played a lot of basketball and I didn't consider myself very good. And one of the guys I played with, my classmates who I used to play with, he actually made the university team. Wow. As a sophomore, which really impressed the shit out of me. He you know, I mean, I played with him every day. I wasn't as good as he was. He was tall. He was taller than I was too. He could also hit a baseball left-handed just as far as he could hit one right-handed. That was very impressive.
Wow, ambidextrous, yes.
Yeah, yeah, but he could hit it. I could hit left-handed, but I couldn't hit a ball that far.
Right.
So he really impressed me. But Mark was a great athlete, and he was a student teacher, professor of psychology. And he told us about this book called The Master Game by Robert DeRopp. He said, The Master Game. You should read this book. It's really good. And I went out. I appealed to me immediately. I bought it. Now, Mark's also the one who influenced me in Scientology. He was He was a Scientologist. I didn't know it. And he was talking to me and a couple of my friends, and he said it would help him. He was going to go have a session because he had to go to the dentist, and it would really relieve the trauma of going to the dentist. I said, that sounds really neat, because I hated the dentist. And I said, wow, that sounds neat. Now, and then later, my friend Tor, who was with me in that conversation, that's what inspired him. And he was the one who brought me down to Scientology Center, Tor, after talking to Mark. So we went down, and of course, Mark, I got to know Mark very well as a Scientologist. And he was, but he told me about this book, The Master Game. And I read it, and it was like, there's all sorts of games in the world to play, but you want to play the master game, the game behind all games. And I wrote to the author. He lived on Sonoma Mountain Road in Santa Rosa, north of San Francisco. I wrote to him, told him I was very interested. And he told me three things. He says, finish high school, number one. 2, decide on a career. And apply for admission to the League, capital L. The League was a reference to Herman Hesse's book, Journey to the East, where there's the mysterious League. And of course, I had mentioned that book, so that's why he put that in there. And when I did finish high school, I wrote to him, and he referred me to Edward von Tassel in San Francisco. And Edward von Tassel, of course, I don't know who the hell he was. Wow. We exchanged a few letters, but I got into Scientology. But Edward von Tassel, that von Tassel is the name of the family that married into the Montauk Indians, pharaohs, Princess Heatherflower. And the von Tassels are all over Sleepy Hollow. They took Heatherflower up to Sleepy Hollow. All sorts of Montauk Indians came with them. There's Montauk Indians in Sleepy Hollow. And the von Tassels are what FDR was related to, the Montauk Indians. He's a von Tassel.
Ah.
So the von Tassels were Dutch. And they were, but here's this guy on the West Coast, Edward von Tassel. Don't know who the hell he was. He had a San Francisco address. I don't remember the street. And that's the direction I was headed in. But Scientology superseded that, probably much to my benefit.
Right. Was he related to George von Tassel and Giant Rock and all that?
I wondered that. I don't know. But you see, you got von Tassels in Southern California, Northern California, and New York. It's like Dutch. Now, I was once contacted by, God, he was in his 80s, New Hampshire. And he told me about his wife. She was a von Tassel and their connection to Montauk. And, we talked about the Dutch connection. They invited me to come stay at their, place up in New Hampshire. I never did. I mean, they're probably long gone, but it was a very interesting connection. And, it was a strong connection to the Dutch with all of that. But the master game, as I was talking about the master game, which is, okay, so this is the path I want to follow. Well, I followed it on my own. I didn't join the League per se, unless we consider I have an invisible connection to it, a cult connection to it, which I most certainly do, but I don't answer to anybody in a physical sense. So the master game. So this is how time travel, Montauk, comes into my life. Oh, I'm deciding on a career when I hit Montauk. That's really my career. I don't have a real career up to then. I do a lot of different things, but nothing I could call a career. I mean, temporary careers when I was involved in them, but nothing clicked. Nothing clicked.
Yeah.
That was a career. It took me till the age of 39, 40 to discover it, which is it's all been explained to me astrologically. And so that's the game. And I encounter time travel, and of course occultism at the same time, which is all the backbone of Scientology, which was Scientology was a career,
Right.
but it was a career that, aborted.
Yes.
Because it could only, it's Scientology is not playing the master game.
Okay.
It set out to, it purported to, but ultimately, no. So, and then we think of time. Wow, time. And now we're getting more to the core, is we're getting to the occult politics that are manipulating and controlling the world.
Deep
and this
politics,
is where Solomon
yes.
comes in.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Oh, I said deep politics, but go on. And what you said about your career reminds me of Leonard Nimoy. When Leonard Nimoy was being interviewed when he was very old, maybe one of the last interviews of his life, he was talking about, or at least I had that impression, that might not have been the case, but he was older, and he was asked about, obviously his life, and one of the things that he said was, well, when he got into acting, of course, one of his, first major breakthrough roles was Spock in Star Trek. And he was saying that everybody kept asking him, what are you going to do after Star Trek? What are you going to do, when this is over, when this is done with? What are you going to do after the ears? That was their big...
ears?
After the ears, because he had the Spock ears.
Are over. When when the ears are over, go ahead.
Yeah. And so what he said was... well, there never was an after the ears. That turned out to be his life. That was that he was settled. He and of course later in his life he had a period in which he tried to break from it and wrote a book, I Am Not Spock, trying to claim his own kind of identity back from Spock, but then later, of course, realized that he fucked himself over doing that, and then wrote a book saying, "I am Spock." So he just
that's good.
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah. So
well, yeah, it's like it messes with your identity, I suppose.
Yeah.
Now, I hear his son has written a book years ago, about being Spock's son. Does anybody really want to read that?
Oh my God, that must be awful. I can't even imagine that. I mean, Chester Nimitz, of course, had Chesty Puller, this Marine who was just famous.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyhow, his son basically had this enormous burden to try and live up to that. He joins the Marine Corps, and then basically as soon as he deployed in Vietnam, he stepped on a landmine and both his legs blew off. And then he wrote a book called Son of Chesty Puller, in which he describes how his whole life was just all fucked up and how he tried to live up to this horrible burden of a reputation, and then both his legs blew off, and then he couldn't do that. And after that book was published, he killed himself. It's just a kind of...
Well, I mean, it is... There are so many, I guess what you'd say, like when I grew up in the LA area, celebrities were few and far between. Now, I think everybody in LA is related to a celebrity practically.
Something like that.
There's so many celebrities.
Yeah.
And it may not be celebrities you've heard of. And there's so many kids and there's so much, it's like, that's what's out there. It wasn't that way when I grew up. I mean, sure, there were plenty of people in the industry, but it's like now, it's like, man, it's, it's like, was it that Gary Crosby wrote a book about his dad, Bing Crosby? That was this is when, kids started telling their tales about what a mean guy Bing Crosby was.
That's right. Yes, I'm sorry. That was so horribly funny in its own right, with both he and who was the Mommy Dearest? You remember Mommy Dearest?
Yeah.
Those were two of the expose books about these horrible Hollywood parents.
Joan Crawford.
Yes. And I remember after that, it was, heinously funny. My dad and I were watching this local horror film host in the Bay Area. He was kind of like Bob Wilkins, except much younger. And he had, Svengoolie.
Bob Wilkins was great.
Yeah, Bob Wilkins. Who, by the way...
Wilkins. You remember Bob Wilkins.
How could I not? I went to see him personally several times with my dad. My dad took me to see him personally several times with these...
We'll have to talk about Bob Wilkins. Just finish your story about this guy in San Francisco.
Yeah, well, poor Bob Wilkins, of course, wound up contracting Alzheimer's disease.
Well, let's talk about Bob Wilkins. Finish this thread and we'll talk about
this Svengoolie guy...
Explain who Bob Wilkins is, yeah.
So he was kind of building on the Bob Wilkins template, and he was hosting horror shows weekly. And then, my dad and I just thought he was the funniest guy in the world. But Sven Gulli was his name, and
Sven Gulli is still on, but
might be a different one, probably.
But he's out of Chicago, I think. But
yeah,
anyway.
different guy, probably a different guy, and they're using the same kind of name. But so this Sven Gulli guy in the Bay Area, or maybe they're the same guy. I don't know. Maybe he wasn't in the Bay Area. Maybe he was. But anyhow, so what happened was that he, around the time of that book that you're talking about, he had some guy wearing a Bing Crosby mask. And he was like pretending to be his son and shit. And he was like, Bing Crosby was trying to sing and he was trying to play the piano for him. And of course, the guy with the Bing Crosby mask kept hitting him like, whoa, you can't do shit, boy. Like, and what? You won't finish your dinner, boy? You hid your plate under the carpet? You eat that food off the floor and shit. It was just heinously funny. It was just horrible. But there you go. That's what I remember. So do go on. And of course I remember.
We'll digress into Bob Wilkins because Bob Wilkins, I think he was on Channel 13 in Sacramento, and he was on probably late Saturday nights.
Yes.
And he'd do basically horror movies, but anything that was weird. Yes. And he was very offbeat. He generally would dress in a business suit.
Yes.
Although he could dress in other things if he wanted to. And so he looked kind of straight.
Yeah.
But he just would exude weirdness. Yes. And it wasn't because he dressed normally. It made him a lot more acceptable than if he didn't.
Right.
And so people would watch, and he was a curiosity. And he'd just say weird things. He would also have, people show their short movies that they did. I remember they had the kids from Walnut Creek High School did the Man-Eating Barbecue. It was a very campy movie.
Right.
Super 8 or something. And it was, he was just, he was campy. He was funny. Anybody in Sacramento knew Bob Wilkins. And so I didn't know, like I could get San Francisco TV where I lived in Davis, particularly Channel 2, and I would watch it. Channel 2 came in good, relatively good. But there were only 3 stations in Sacramento, plus maybe a PBS station. But I didn't know he trafficked into San Francisco.
He was Channel 2. He was Channel 2, and he was.
So he was in San Francisco too.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. He was in San Francisco, and he would visit quite a bit. So
maybe he developed out. See, I saw him in the late '60s, 1970.
Right.
So he probably increased his base.
Yes. No, he became quite the phenomenon. And then when I first became a public informant, then there was this weird, very, very weird, strange little transition period where I was dealing with, of course, that horrible person named Olaf Phillips, who was the gay lover of Ground Zero guy, Clyde Lewis, and the true Satanist, and then both of them, Adamites all the way, and they were the ones involved with Tracy Twyman and all that. Well, one of the people who was involved with them, at least at that time, peripherally, was this guy named, I can't even remember the fucker's name, but he was like this horror host who was building on that that tradition of Bob Wilkins and Sven Gulli and all that. And so he apparently had gotten very close with Bob Wilkins in the sense that he had helped to try and provide some care for him in his Alzheimer's period of life. So it was just very sad. So he had told me that that the guy was just, just sad to see someone degenerate like that. And so there you go. That's pretty much all I remember. I can't even remember that guy's name, which is really weird. So because he was affiliated with Olaf Phillips to the point where the two of them were working on some trash indie film, some independent film together to try and help Roger Corman make some money in his senior years. And it was just some stupid film that was just a fundraiser for Roger Corman. And then then after that they broke up. I mean, there's only so much of that kind of really truly see with this guy. Mr. Lobo was his name. Mr. Lobo was the guy's name. And he was basically Asian Indian. He would never tell anyone his race, but if you had to guess, you'd say he was. He said there were 8 races that had hybridized into him, and I'm sure he was quite the calico ball, meaning, the hybrid, the synthesis of genetics. But he looked Asian Indian. And he looked surprisingly dark, because he never looked that dark when you saw him on TV. So I guess he caked himself in makeup to make himself look more flesh-colored, as we understand.
He does look Asian Indian for sure.
Thank you.
I see his pictures on Wikipedia.
There we are. Yeah. And so Mr. Lobo basically got, he was involved, basically he was suckered into being involved with these Edomites because he thought they were like just being Hollywood about it. Like, oh, you guys are like worshiping the dark gods, and it's all like, he thought it was kind of like some joke. He thought it was something.
I can see where people would think that it's all lighthearted.
Thank you.
But it's not.
Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. So he's like, they were bringing some grimoires as like props, and stuff like that. And then he suddenly realized he was in way over his head. And I think ultimately extracted from them. He's probably scared to death of me too. And just kind of severed off because he didn't want the danger, basically, from what little he said.
That's totally what it is. People come in with their little, their little juggling act, and they realize. But it says here he wrote, directed, and performed radio theater for the University of California radio station KDVS. KDVS was a radio station from the university. I used to listen to it all the time. Wow. And Jerry Garcia would come into town with the Grateful Dead, and he'd spend 4 hours on the radio just talking. That was unusual for a rock star. Like, wow, yeah, there was something you wanted to listen to because it was, it was your fellow students, so to speak. I was a little young, but they're right in your. But for those people who are aspiring to get into radio, that's what you do. You go to some, small little outlet, and you build something up. This is what this guy did. But unfortunately, and when you get into the big time, that's when you get compromised. If you want to play, and I think Dick Cheney was somebody who just really sucked that up. I think he got exposed. I think I read where he got exposed to limos and stuff. He said, "Oh God, this is what I like," where he can be a VIP.
Yeah.
So he played the game.
Yes.
He played the game. And when you're really good at playing a game of being an asshole,
yes,
you learn how to be an asshole, you can go places. But of course, I don't think most of the people listening here want to do that.
No. With Dick Cheney, I would dare guess that he was born a natural asshole and just kind of, fell into his, slot, so to speak.
I think it was probably somebody that probably developed a lot of inferiority and resentments growing up, because he doesn't look like somebody who would fit in with the in crowd, so to speak.
Thank you.
And then, but he was smart, and he knew where he did fit and where he could, he could put all those jocks in their place someday.
Yeah.
And do it. And he strikes me as somebody who's not necessarily mean individually one-on-one. He looks like he'd be kind of personable, but what he's good at is screwing up, whole countries.
Oh, you don't know about that? Don't you remember, though? He must be personally very intimidating, because you remember he went on that hunting trip with that one guy and blew his arm off, and the guy apologized.
Yeah, but that's few and far between. He's not out there shooting in public, That was, some people thought that was a, sort of a human hunting game.
Yeah, definitely.
Part of the game.
Yeah, the victim apologized to him. The victim apologized to him for getting in his way.
No, I think, he's a very screwed up guy. And his daughter seems to really seems a real chip off the old block.
Oh, God, yeah. And, I remember Beaver and I were driving around one time, and there was some I don't know. It was some home. It wasn't a fire hydrant. We all know what happens when a fire hydrant gets knocked over, and just this flood of water is the result. But there was some home, and all of this water was pumping out of it in this gush that nobody seemed to be stopping or trying to control. And what a waste environmentally. But, Beaver was driving the car and he said, Dick Cheney must live there because of the sheer waste. Like, the person didn't give a shit. And I thought that was the funniest thing in the world as well. But there you go with that.
Speaking of Beaver, it was astounding to hear your broadcast about, like, he's like right in the middle of so many geopolitical events. That was the first time I ever heard Beaver in the context of geopolitics. I've heard him in the context of, key crime, maneuvering in the Tong district of San Francisco, or like he knows the beat. And from what you've said, he kind of seems to live a pretty above boards life as a landlord.
Property manager, really, but landlord, yes, that's true. He is the one sent to collect the rent. Yes.
Well, yeah, he probably knows how to do that very well.
Yes.
But the thing is, it's like, yeah, when he's talking to these people in Taiwan, it's like, wow, he's got geopolitical savvy.
Yes.
Just from who he talks to and what he knows, far more than your, educated math teacher.
Yes. Thank you. Of course. I'm sorry. Go on.
Math teachers cannot afford to live in your neighborhood.
That's right. That's true. Yeah, it's a strange situation all the way around, and
it's funny when you think about that. Yeah. Teachers cannot afford to live anywhere, not only in your neighborhood, in your city.
That's true.
It's like what is wrong here? And I kind of visioned this when I was in Santa Barbara. Now, Santa Barbara is a very, real estate prohibitive place to be. The only way you can afford to live in Santa Barbara is if you inherited your house from your parents.
Right.
It's the only way you can get a house in Santa Barbara. Now, unless you're, a movie star or something, or rich, don't have to be a movie star. It's very expensive. And as I sat there and looked, you can look off to the coastal range. And I said, what they need to do here, now you got plenty of people that are doing waiter jobs and stuff where they're, probably sharing apartments or living in apartments. But what they need to do in Santa Barbara, I said, is they need to go out to those mountains out there, which are not that far away, probably less than 20 miles, probably much less than that, probably a few miles. And you need to build a subway. You need to build a sort of like an adobe complex, apartments, condos, make them nice, and then have a underground rail that goes from there to Santa Barbara and have everybody come in and do the service jobs. And, they could have affordable housing. But now the way things are going now, the affordable housing would be too expensive.
Yeah.
Even affordable because of the construction cost.
That's right.
At the time I was thinking, okay, build these people serviceable units, make them nice, give them some gardens, and get them a subway, and then they can service the Santa Barbara community, which is, Santa Barbara is much more prohibitive than, down the road Ventura, my parents,
right,
where they lived, but which is, expensive too. But Santa Barbara is over the top.
Yeah.
Because Santa Barbara is warm.
Yes.
Ventura gets the fog.
Yeah.
Santa Barbara does not get so much fog. It's just so blessed.
Yes.
And everything north of Santa Barbara, colder than hell.
Yeah. Yes.
Colder than hell.
It's true. Yes.
But to get back to the Solomonic thread.
Yes.
The Solomon, we digressed into Bob Wilkins and
understandable.
Vintage Sacramento TV, which now I'm learning became vintage San Francisco TV.
Yes.
It's good to know that he branched out, that he he made more of himself. Sacramento, the TV was so corny there. It was embarrassing.
Yes.
That was a unique show because it was a little clever.
Yes.
But it was embarrassing. They'd have wrestling in Sacramento, and they would have it in the studio. You'd have these two famous wrestlers
Oh my God.
going at it, and it was in a studio. You could even see it was in the studio at times.
Oh my God.
You know, and once in a while they'd have one in whatever the name of that. I forget the name of the hall. I used to hear it all the time. And yeah, but it was all for the camera. But yeah, Sacramento was embarrassed. Their TV was embarrassing. I grew up on LA TV, and then San Francisco was a lot more sophisticated, but Sacramento was just embarrassing.
It is. By the way, of course, that young Jewish American princess, Cynthia Siegel, who was related to Mark Siegel, who was the host of. She wasn't related to him, but he wound up being her boyfriend for a while. Mark Siegel, even though they had the same last name, who did the Coast to Coast AM for a while. But it was Cynthia Siegel who allowed me to speak at that MUFON presentation, and she lost her job over that. She had her own little show on channel 32 or 37, whatever it was in Sacramento, and it was the UFO Connection is what it was called. So her show was the UFO Connection. She hosted that for years, and then once she allowed me to speak at that MUFON presentation, it wasn't even on her show. They wouldn't allow her to bring me on her show, and they said if you allow him to speak anywhere in some venue that you're connected with, you're going to be fired. And so she let me do it, and they fired her.
That wasn't the same presentation you did at Denny's, was it?
That's it. That's the one. That was
a great presentation.
Oh, thank you.
It was.
Thank you.
It was great, and it's just this is who these people are.
Yeah.
It's like, what's the big deal?
Thank you.
It's like, what's the big deal? It's like, and of course, when I grew up in that area of Sacramento or Davis, but it's 13, 11 miles apart.
Right.
It's like wow, freedom. It's like the more radical the better. Yeah. Just for hearing the ideas, and now people want to jam that information, jam that frequency. This is just who these idiots are.
Thank you. And just so everybody knows, that's the presentation where I came home to find my mother dying. So that's she was, of course, on the floor. The room was ransacked, and of course that's where the MD said that she definitely was murdered, in the sense that her heart had been spliced to the main valve, the main artery.
What this tells us is there is a direct connection between whatever that UFO community was at MUFON,
yes,
and that murder.
Yes,
this is how sinister. Now, we were always kept out of MUFON, Preston and I. We did have one guy, really nice guy, who worked with Preston at AIL, Sal, I forget his last name. He'd have us speak, but it was a tiny little group at the library. And then I think eventually MUFON from Yonkers called me, and I went up there into Yonkers. I think it's the first time I'd ever been to Yonkers. So that was, but that was years later, and it was just me.
Yeah.
Preston was long gone.
Right. Wow.
What took one of my friends with me up there, but we were not welcomed at MUFON. In fact, Preston told me, he says, "No, there's no way MUFON's gonna like this." But more importantly, with Douglas's mother, this is very nasty, very mean, very sinister. This is who these people are, and it's easy to forget that because they're very glib with their words, and they can talk. Oh yeah, let's hear about this. Let's hear about that. They're absolute. There's so many absolutely horrible people, and some people are just they're just like rubber duckies in the water. They're bobbing up and down. they're not necessarily sinister. I had one of our friends, I won't name him because he's a dear friend, is talking all about, critical thinking, put up a post about critical thinking. He's involved with all sorts of people. He's not doing critical thinking at all. On one level he is, he could point out probably, irregularities in world events, maybe if he's paying attention to them, or illogics and what the government's doing, or what Joe Biden's doing, or what Donald Trump's doing, or whatever. But he's talking about critical thinking. He's not critically thinking deep enough. And this is unfortunate. This is what we're dealing with. But some people are just downright sinister, as this poor man, Mr. Lobo, found out.
Yes.
As you move into the so-called big time. And I have only recently begun to really appreciate that my not getting involved with media has greatly been a great benefit to my soul.
Yeah.
And because this stuff independence is great. These people come with stupid ideas or incomplete ideas at best. We go, oh, good idea. And because what they want to do, look at anybody coming to do a show of any kind, they want to do a show. They want to do a show. They got an idea for a show. It's not your show. It's their show because they have an idea for it.
Yes.
It's just like if they're going to do a game show and you have an idea for what would be a better game show. Well, it's not your show. It's their show. You're going to play tic-tac-toe. You're not going to play Scrabble. You're not going to play Scrabble. You're going to play tic-tac-toe. So, I mean, just from the sheer logistics of it, it's like I heard on the radio today, they have this big fiasco in football with Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson is the quarterback for the Denver Broncos. And he was a very successful quarterback in Seattle. And they traded him for all of this future draft picks. And this guy can't throw to save his life. He can't perform anymore. They paying him like something like $40 million. I don't know, in that neighborhood. And he's proven to be completely worthless, which has shocked everybody. But they were saying today, I just heard on the radio, they said they fired the coach. And they said now they're going to go to Russell Wilson. They should go to Russell Wilson and ask him who he wants as a coach. Because they're saying maybe the reason he's failing is because he doesn't have the right people around him and he doesn't have a good coach. Now, they're committed to him for like 4 more years of $40 million or maybe more.
Jesus.
So he gets paid whether he screws up or not. Whether they fire him, he still gets paid. But it makes sense if they're going to be stuck with him for 4 years to go to him and try and get somebody who's on his page. You see, build the team around him.
Right.
Try it. They have nothing to lose.
Right.
Because if they don't, they're going to lose anyway. It's their, they're kind of like strapped. So what I'm saying is, if somebody came to me and told me how to build a television show or a media show, I could work with that. But they don't work that way.
No. They
don't work that way. Because, of course, I'd bring in Douglas Dietrich and all hell would break loose. The way to do it, would make it really campy and entertaining, where I've got all these props. I talked about doing the prop show with you.
Right.
It would be different props. It would have to be clever. It would require some clever writers that are all on the same frequency. But anyway, that's that's getting off the subject. To get back to Solomon, master game. This is the game. He is the great in the history of Western magic. He's considered the most accomplished. Now, if you take Lao Tse, he exuded a lot more wisdom than Solomon, because he wasn't, trying to build a temple to God.
Right.
Like, let nature take care of itself.
Yes.
So it's like, it's much more relaxed. With Solomon, you've kind of got this frenetic point of control. He's controlling the jinn. He's building Israel.
Yes. What
do we need Israel for? Taoists would be like, just let nature flow.
Yes.
So this is what you have is and I've often compared the Ark of the Covenant and the Holy of Holies, the temple, to being like a big Pez dispenser. And for those of you who might not know or familiar with Pez, Pez is like a plastic candy dispenser that you kind of click. It looks like a fire. What do you call it? A light.
Like a lighter, yeah.
Like a lighter. Yeah, it looks like a lighter sort of, and you hit this button and it pops up and spits out a piece of candy. Well, the Pez dispenser. It's like, so, it's like, okay, so you've got the Ark of the Covenant and you've got all this incredible, and it's this high concentration of energy. And if we can believe the accounts of it, it's incredibly powerful. It can fry you. But then the only person that can see it is the high priest once every New Year. Every Rosh Hashanah, they open it up. He goes in there and this is the power of the Shekinah. Whatever he says, this is the Shekinah, and it's like, and,
well,
so be it.
He has the power. Yeah, or at least he's got.
He has access to it. I don't know he's going to use it. But it's like, it's like, what is this high concentration of an energy? Is it a showpiece? Is it a connection to God? It's a testament to power. It's like, this is beneath the dignity of Taoism.
Yes.
But Taoism doesn't have dignity. It is virtuous without being virtuous.
Yes.
So it's like, it plays an upper hand just by being itself. So when so it's like this frenetic grabbing for power, which is really all the Solomonic magicians. They're trying to create something magnificent, something stupendous, trying to control the jinn. Well, if you could control the jinn, what are you going to do with them? It's like with time machine. What are you going to do with the jinn? You're gonna send them to make your team win. Are you going to make your ability greater so that you can, throw the winning touchdown pass in the Super Bowl and get all this acclamation and adulation? It's kind of unauthentic. It's kind of like cheating.
Yes.
Using your so it's like, what is one doing? And really, if you read certain things, he had a master knowledge of astrology, and astrology is just knowing, the whole orchestrations of the universe. It's like, if you're a good astrologer, a superior, supreme astrologer, you're like an orchestra conductor. All those planets are playing their songs, playing their music, playing their chords, playing their instruments, and you're conducting the orchestra. So you might tap and say, okay, Mars, okay, Venus, it's your turn. And that's what a conductor does. He tells the orchestra when, different, the brass section or the reed section or the string section, okay, come here, come there. He's just orchestrating it. Building, of course, there is a room under the sun for building incredible architecture and all that sort of thing. But yeah, like what's really what does one want to do with this power? It you know, you're going to find yourself in a Twilight Zone episode.
Yes.
And it's the same with time travel. What is this stuff? It's I think nature dictates the pace and the agenda, and you have to walk. What was it? I think they say, walk with God, vaya con Dios.
Something like that, yes.
Walk with God, go with God, and in Taoism you would become the flow, become the Tao, create the Tao, become the Tao, and you just flow with it. And what does it have to? I think that's the real key to dealing with this stuff, and you can learn about it because there are areas of your life that you need to conduct, like an orchestra leader. You need to. You need to do stuff.
Yes.
I had a dentist appointment today.
Uh-huh.
And I called the guy last week, hoping to get the secretary, and I got the dentist. I don't want to talk to the dentist. I mean, it's not that he speaks badly. He's Hindu, you know. He speaks English, but his accent is very strong. And I'm making the appointment with him. So I make the appointment with you. He says, yeah. I said, 12 o'clock. No, I didn't want to make the appointment with him. I knew it was wrong because I said, you know, so I show up and there's nobody there.
Oh,
the door's
fuck.
I come home. I get a call. It's not far away. I get a call and he says, oh, I'm sorry, my car didn't start.
Oh my God.
Can you come in at 2? I said, yeah, I'm not far away. I'll come in at 2. And then I sat there for at least 20 minutes while his secretary, I finally figured out she was getting approval for my Medicare insurance to click in, you know?
Uh-huh.
So I said, you're getting permission for me to, she goes, yeah. I said, next time I'll call you. I wanted to talk to you because she'll get all that ahead of time.
Right.
So I don't have to sit there and, you know, wait. But I'm saying the point is he wasn't, you know, he's okay as a dentist, but he's not efficient.
Right.
As a
person.
I walked in, I said, there's nobody here. I said, there's never anybody in there when I go in there. I think I'm the only patient.
That fucking sucks.
I said, there's nobody here. I said, it's not busy. He says, no, holiday's not good. Holiday's not good.
Well, who the hell wants to get their teeth done during a holiday? I'm surprised you did.
Oh, just get it done. Get it out of the way.
Yes.
It was just a cleaning. Just a cleaning and a x-ray. I'm good. I'm famous for my good teeth.
Ah, yes.
And it's really funny because I never thought I had good teeth.
Interesting.
But I preserved them. Mm-hmm. And as I said, the dental school, they saw me. That was about 10 years ago. They were shocked.
Wow. He
said, you got the best teeth I've seen. Now, I got plenty of stuff in there, you know, crowns and root canals. And like he said, basically these young kids don't maintain their teeth.
Interesting.
Which is deadly. Yeah. It's deadly. It's deadly.
By that he means you can literally get blood infections from infected gum lines and shit.
Your teeth are very important.
Yeah.
And for those of you in the middle age, the beginning of middle age, it's very important to take care of your gums because nobody really tells you this. I learned it the hard way. I remember my father suffering from it in his 40s. And, they go and do a deep cleaning of your gum where they dig down into the, they did that. That really helps. But what the dentist told me, it's very important that you do two things other than flossing is very important, is that you use an electric toothbrush, soft electric toothbrush, and you do your teeth twice a day. You get the gums. you stimulate the gums and you get them, you're massaging the gums with that toothbrush other than just brushing your teeth. And you get the gums, and it really just keeps the blood circulating, keeps the flow. The other thing is you take a water pick on extremely low pressure, not high pressure, extremely low, and you go each in one of those, go along the whole gum line, inside and outside, up and down. Very important. And because I do that with the, you always get good reviews because they're trying to give me, oh, you need gum surgery. And the gum surgery was bad. Yeah. In fact, there's nothing in, because what they don't tell you is that it doesn't work half the time. And then it cut out your gum, and then it screws it up, and it usually doesn't work. Half of the time it doesn't work.
Thank you.
And so it's like, you don't want to have that gum surgery. And I repaired them with listening to the advice. I also got some ozone treatments, which seem to help as well. So, so people take care of your gums. And your teeth.
Yeah, well, definitely. I think when it comes to dental work, sadly, most of the young people, when the dentist is saying the young people are not caring for the teeth these days, well, most of them can't afford to see a dentist. That's the problem. The dentist's costs are astronomical and they're not insured.
Well, yeah, but this doesn't require, what I'm saying doesn't require any money.
True.
Of course,
just basic hygiene. They're not attending to basic hygiene is what you're saying. Yes.
Well, exactly. Yeah, dental costs are ridiculous. But what's really okay, I have Medicare insurance, so I don't have to pay for my cleanings. Well, I am paying for the cleanings because all that Medicare insurance, which is about $164 a month now, which is very good for a medical thing, for a medical insurance, but I don't really use it. I don't want to use it, except for but the thing is, the insurance, it does cover dental things if I have dental problems, but what it really doesn't cover is when you need implants or root canals. I think it does cover some root canals, but if I get a root canal now, I'd want to go to my dentist, who is expensive, because he's so good. I trust him. So it's like, I got a couple implants last year. This year, actually, they put them in. But when all the work and done, I think it was like $8,000 for 2 implants. Wow. And it won't be paid off until February.
Outrageous.
Well, yeah, but it's like, now there's ways to get it done cheaper, but I didn't want to do it. Yeah. I didn't. There are alternative ways, but it's like, in the long run, I just, stay here on Long Island. You could go to Mexico. You can do this. I did go to Mexico, and I got a whole bunch of crowns.
Oh my God!
It worked out good. My dentist was impressed.
Okay.
I went down to Yuma. I stayed in Yuma, and this is the recommendation of an old friend from Scientology, because he'd been down there, to Los Algodones, which is, I flew into San Diego, visited the California Sphinx, visited my friend Chelsea. I went to Yuma and spent the night in Yuma, a couple nights there, and drove to this Indian reservation where you park your car, pay $10, and then you walk across the border into Los Algodones. And I had an appointment scheduled, and they did all my crowns. They did all the stuff. I guess I came in the next morning, and they put the crowns on. And my dentist was really impressed.
Wow.
It was I saved a lot of money. So there are ways to do things less expensively. The dentist, he was trained at the University of Mexico.
Oh, wow.
He had a much better, that's the oldest university in North America. And his wife was American. She was very nice. Wow. I was very, they deal with you. They did a good job. I would go back there if I needed to. But of course, there's the cost of the airplane.
Yes.
Still way ahead. with the airplane. I got to see my friend Chelsea. I don't know if it was the last time. I think it was the last time I ever saw her. But because she lived in San Diego, so I flew into San Diego, which was neat.
Mm.
But so anyway, yes, dentist stuff is very important.
Yes.
But to get back to the Solomon theme, it's like I kind of just exhausted the thread when I brought the Taoism into it, because the Taoism just, puts you in the present,
Yes.
puts you at peace.
Yes.
It's like, okay, do we need to, build these temples and do all this stuff? And, and it's just like, it's very relaxing. It's like, okay, let's just be Taoist.
Oh, it's hippie philosophy all the way. Yeah.
Well, okay. I mean, I can see why you say that, but I never viewed hippies as Taoist at all, because I grew up in that era,
Mm-hmm.
and hippies were, let me say this, it didn't strike me as Taoist at all. It struck me as everything's cool.
Right.
That was the problem. Everything's cool. Oh, you're smoking grass? That's cool. We smoke grass. Grass, everything's cool. And people that smoke grass it's like, oh yeah. That's like, it's kind of like, it has an element of you don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Like anybody can do anything. What Tao has is nature. It's like, what is the nature? Is it your nature to be smoking grass? There are instances where smoking grass can relax somebody, but I mean, like, I can imagine certain uptight people that might just really relax if they smoke grass.
Mm-hmm.
It might just really change them psychologically so they weren't so neurotic. And I'm thinking of people who are just so-called straight people. Because that's what they called people back then. They call them straight.
Yes.
Now, straight makes more sense than it did then. Because the alternative to straight is being,
Yes.
what would they say? Wasted. I'm so wasted.
Well, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, the hippies, there was a real dark element to that as well. It wasn't necessarily wild in the naturalist sense of the Taoists. Let's just put it this way. It's kind of like the fantasy ideal of what a hippie should be, as opposed to what hippies really were. That's...
Well, yeah, the main problems with hippies was that they were human beings.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, and it never really seemed to me that the hippies themselves were the great philosophers. They were reading philosophers, or reading Eldridge Cleaver, who was not a hippie, who was admired by the hippies. He was Black Panther, or various and sundry people. Timothy Leary, he really wasn't a hippie. He was a drug pusher.
Yes, and working for the CIA, no less.
And a political activist. He really, he really wasn't a hippie. I mean, Ken Kesey was a hippie. He kind of started the whole thing. And, he was a writer and a philosopher. He actually was. He was a revolutionary. But most hippies were not like Ken Kesey. Most of them were students or dropped out students.
Yeah,
that I knew.
Yes.
That were just, living off of, one of the strategies that people used to do in Davis was they'd get a job at the cannery, at the Hunt's Tomato Cannery, or Sugar Spreckles Sugar Factory, whatever they called it. Very, and they'd get a job and they'd work the season, which, okay, tomato season, and then they'd go collect unemployment. And they were fairly decent paying jobs where you could go get an apartment, a nice apartment, and live there and then collect unemployment for the off season. And then when the unemployment ran out, you go to the sugar factory or whatever. It was like life was easy. I never did that, but my friends did, and life was easy. And that was sort of and of course, anything you could get from the government was hippies were very pro that. It's like, okay, it's just a handout.
But at the same time that they hated the government, yes, it was quite ironic. And hypocritical.
I don't even know that they hated it. It's just kind of like, okay, this is you just work in the system. It's like it's the system.
When they would speak against the man, they would speak against the man. But
but the only thing is that's kind of like, I mean, yeah, that's kind of stereotypes it, because nobody ever talked about the man. It was just kind of understood. But it's like, and then people get outraged about people being on welfare. I'm saying it was just a system. That's what I grew up not taking advantage of, because I just was never in that position. But it's kind of like, okay, it's just big deal. You're getting food stamps. Guys, people would get food stamps. They didn't care. They weren't poor. Well, they might not have been making any money, but they didn't come from poor families. They weren't like, this wasn't like a single mother. So it's just a different attitude. So Solomon had very disturbing elements in his regime, in his life, and he is the most arguably the most famous and competent magician in the Western world. So when you have people like, whether it be Michael Aquino, whether it be Aleister Crowley, whether it be anyone who might be of less notoriety, who's just some occultist that does his ritual or rituals by the book, whatever book he is using, he's aspiring to wield a magic wand and to make the elements favor him and his agenda. And how can we compare that to somebody who's going out in the world and wanting to become a profession, wanting to do a profession so he can earn money to live in this questionable world? And and what Aleister Crowley would teach you is to follow your true orbit, find your true orbit. And when you find your true orbit, everything is copacetic. That's the whole key. Who are you and what are you doing? And what do you want to do? Find your orbit. If you're going to be, we should do some work with our friend, Christine.
Anne Christine Fontaine.
Is it Anne Christine Fontaine? I can't ever remember.
Yes, Anne Christine Fontaine. Yes.
Yeah. In other words, she's struggling in her life.
Yes.
And she's trying to make a go of it, which is admirable.
Yes.
Because she's trying, and she's making something of a go.
Yes.
And she, I might even take some time, write her, perhaps even talk to her and find out what is it she really is meant to do in this world.
Yeah.
What does she want to do in this world? And if she can focus on that, it might cause a readjustment. We're going into Mercury retrograde now for about 3.5 weeks. And this is a very good opportunity to review everything, to reconsider. reconsider everything. It's not a good time to initiate things. It's a good time to reconsider. It's a good time to write. It's a good time to compose if you're an artist or a musician. Excellent time. But what is it that, do you want to go back to school? Do you want to study something? Do you want to? It's not a good time to take a trip. Right now, people who are flying are getting stranded all over the place. And there's reasons for this. Weather. But this is one of the reasons you try and avoid Mercury retrograde for flying. Sometimes you can't. When it's winter, you're a lot more vulnerable. But in any case, this is an excellent time for people to review. But if you can find your true orbit, so when you reduce all of this magic and all this mumbo jumbo that one can indulge in, what is the timing? What is the nature? How do you align yourself with nature? So these are the biggest challenges. And that was my biggest challenge coming out of high school, was I felt so misaligned with nature. I felt like a fish out of water. I said, this is not whatever I grew up eating. And I wasn't so judgmental about what I ate because I didn't really know any better. But I still felt, even though I wasn't so clued in, that my diet was all screwed up. But I felt completely divorced from nature. You're living in a suburban home with comforts. That's just the way you grew up. It's not. And then when you went out to nature, trips we took to Yosemite, it's like a different environment. It's kind of neat. But then again, you can see the stark contrast between nature and living at home. Totally different. Living in a suburban home and going out into nature, where you might be staying in a tent or something, drastic. It's fun to go there, but I don't think you'd want to stay there all the time. Maybe if you did it long enough, you would enjoy it. Seriously, because you know that it's like the colonists that would, go live with Indians or get kidnapped by them.
Yes.
Would want to stay with the Indians.
Yes, that's true. But then they had a tribal system that was very mutually supportive, however. That's what you don't have with the colonists. You've got everybody out for themselves. Yes, thank you.
And this is the tragedy of Western civilization. Everybody's out for themselves.
Yes.
And you have to survive. There is a community, but it's like I have no idea who my neighbors are, extending down the block. Know very little about them.
Yeah.
Except that they must pay their taxes, their property taxes. That I would be sure is over 90% true. They must be good payers, because if they weren't, they wouldn't be there. So now I don't have to write the book. I just say follow the Tao, and that's really the truth of it. But of course there will be a book.
Yes,
and it will. But I might have diffused the Solomonic angle. I was writing a preface about high magic, and all of this high magic stuff. Mm-hmm. See, if we go deeper into Taoism, the religion, and the practices, as opposed to just the philosophy, it can get a lot darker. It gets a lot darker. They have their own Eastern Oriental darkness, which is different than the Western darkness. But nevertheless, as I'm trying to explain that the truth of this book is important because it explains the destructive elements.
Yes.
The destructive elements at work. I've been having some success with the I Ching lately, asking questions and getting very good answers. Mm-hmm. I don't remember if I asked about the book. I think I did, but I don't remember. It was positive. Whatever I've asked has been positive. And I Ching does not usually give you positive answers. It can slap you in the face.
Yes, that's right.
I got some very nice answers, which is surprising.
Excellent.
I stop asking questions. Things will be nice. You get positive answers like that. That's good. So, Lindbergh. Was there anything else I wanted to say about Lindbergh? Yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah, where I'm at in the book is I've got to finish. The Lindbergh chapter goes right now. I might have to readjust it. I don't know, but I don't think so. It goes into the Zionism.
Mm-hmm.
How, it was an article you sent me on assimilation.
Yes.
And disambiguating assimilation from, keeping the race pure, keeping the Jewish race pure, which there's all these political things that people don't understand how history went down. It doesn't go down like you hear it went down, because if it went down the way it went down, if you heard the way it really went down, you'd see much more of the causation factor. It doesn't wash the hands of the guilt of any of the Third Reich people. It just makes it more understandable is what pressures they were dealing with. And their response to what was invading their world. Germany had a lot of issues they had to deal with. And people were motivated to do what they did. So that's what I'm working on. And then I the 15 minutes we talked about, you were supposed to talk about Lindbergh, and while you did mention Lindbergh, you went deeper into, the adventures of Lovecraft, and I listened to that again. I'm going to transcribe all that because it's very important. I've heard you talk about it before with Barlow.
Yes.
And all of that stuff. Very good. I think I'm kind of...
What's
so
that?
Is it 11:42?
Yes. So that's fine. You gave us a great night, and deeply appreciate it, profoundly so. And we'll love you dearly. Share that love with Paula. Get some rest, and I look forward to seeing you on Sunday.
Yeah, and that'll be the January 1st. Yeah, I should be up for that. And if I, go to bed the next half hour, I should probably be up and saying hello to you in the morning.
Yes, look forward to that too, if you happen to be with us. That's great. And that'll probably save my voice towards the end, as it usually does. So, well, take care. Blessed be thy dreams. And it was wonderful.
Okay, good night, everybody.
Yeah, good night.
Remember to, we need at least 60, Douglas. At least $60. Somebody could send him, 3 people could send him $20, or 3 people could send him $60, or 1 person could send him $60. We want to meet that target for Douglas to meet his monthly stuff. Okay, thank you and good night.
Bless you. Deeply appreciate it. Profoundly so. That was Peter Moon, SkyBooksUSA.com. Now I'm going to give some other people a call and see how they're doing. All right. Yeah, hopefully we can get Brooke Gibson to act as our anchor call. That would be nice. Call declined. Call declined. Oh, I weep. Oh, she's typing something. Probably telling me to fuck off. Oh my God. This is what I appreciate about Brooke. She's overtly hostile. Let's see what she says. Let's see what kind of essay she types out. Then she stopped typing. So, like, okay. All right. So, does that mean I should try again? I mean, it's like, okay. Yeah. Okay. And if not her, then I'll get some of the lads together. See what comes up. And of course there was let's see who else is here. Who do I try to hit for the anchor call? Oh. Yes. Okay, so I'll call again. There we are. Give her a heart here for that. And a thumbs up. Okay. Let's try again now. Oh, there you are. Oh, thank God. I hope you never find employment. Is she going to answer? Oh, that's it. It's her mute button. I mean, she's got this thing that goes on with her mic somehow. Her mic doesn't sync. I'll start calling some others. We can use her as the anchor call anyway. Maybe the other guys will be happy she can't talk. I'm just kidding, of course. I'm kidding. Oh, God. She'll hit me up. Oh, my God. Oh, there we are. There we are. Honey.
Yeah, it's. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, it's because my phone would not answer when you're calling because I was on the phone on Skype with someone else.
Understood.
Before you're going to call. And then because I tried to click over it, it wouldn't work. And so I had to answer you on my computer, which obviously is still fucked with the microphone.
Yeah. Do you need to complete that conversation with the other person?
Oh, no, you're going to call them right now.
Who? Who?
Just randomly call people. We'll see who answers.
Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so let's do the answer. The roundup. Anyhow, honey, so glad that you're here. Because definitely want to get people to bounce off of with you, and then you can all hold the stage while I basically do my nasal inhalants, which I didn't do yet. And believe me, that's not a code word for coke.
God, fuck you.
It's not a code word for coke. I swear. When I do my coke,
anybody that's like, yes, I do speed, but every time that you're like, but no, I'm just going to get a Coke or I'm just going to get a nasal inhalant, but it's not Coke. Yes, I do drugs.
No, it's really my nasal inhalers this time. Honestly, seriously.
You wonder why people you realize people have conspiracy theories for just people in it. They thought they heard a kid crying from a basement in a pizza place, and there's now a million. You're trying to believe you is you are a conspiracy theory that I would believe. I'd be like, you know what? I'm pretty sure you're right. He's probably doing coke.
But I'm open about it when I do coke. I'm open about it when I do drugs. There would be no need for me to hide that fact, right?
Yes, for me there would be, because you're not sharing, and you're having me on from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock to open. Without consideration of my time or the fact that I need some money because I'm broke because my check didn't come in Friday because my child support and alimony people are fucking assholes. And on top of it, I have no drugs. And then you want to come back on at 11 or 12 or 12:30.
But this is what we got Ian West for. Ian West is the source. Ian, have you got?
Ian has drugs. Ian also doesn't bring them to me, but Ian doesn't ask me to come on the show unpaid to do all this. So I feel like you should send me the drugs.
Ian's talking in glitches. What's with that talkie? And you're like,
is it fucking up again?
Well, it sounds better now.
Back on my titty. Hold on.
What did he say? Something like it sounded like he said.
We've been testing his microphone. He called me to test his microphone.
Oh, is that what was going on? I know what's going on. You guys are dealing in drugs behind my back. Yeah, I'm being.
I can assure you, if we were, I wouldn't be so grumpy right now.
Oh my God. And then he's crinkling again. He's looking for the speed. He's looking for the speed powder.
Oh my God, you fucking are. He's going all. He says he wants us to hold the call so he can go sniff some shit.
Yeah, go
Use
pee.
it. No, he didn't say that. He said I got to go use my nasal inhalants.
Yeah, I've got.
Out your nose.
Yes, I have 3 nasal inhalants that I have to use, and I hold my breath.
If you excuse yourself to the powder room, go to the powder room.
So I'll count on you 2 to hold
Hey,
it.
while you're there, you should take one of those new, as he calls them, female contraceptives with you in case you run into a girl. Because even though it's contraceptive, Joe Ty's pretty sure it could save you from AIDS and every other STD.
Oh God! I mean, well, we'll find out what happens to poor Joe if he follows his own advice on that. That's delightful, and I really appreciate the both of you. And stay safe with the topics now. Don't get too outrageous. And to everybody,
Yeah, bro.
you're glitching.
Oh, sorry.
You're glitching.
Am I glitching that bad?
Let's see.
I mean, not. It's like it comes and goes.
comes
You weren't
and
with
goes.
me. Maybe it's just Douglas's show.
Yeah, it's let's say a full sentence, Ian. Say, my name is Ian West and something.
B E D E F G H I J K L M N O P.
That's cute. That's cute. That's delightful.
Did it work?
We did hear it all, and we're sorry that we did. I would have preferred if you had come on and said something that was like,
My name is Ian West, and I want just like Michael Christopher Andre.
We lack such preparedness here on the show, folks. We're sorry about that.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
We're
We're not
with zero
professional.
bucks.
Oh, trust me, I'm gonna save this story for when you get back, Douglas.
Okay. I'll be anxious to hear it. Now, what happens is I take 2 of these inhalant sprays from 3 different inhalants in each nostril.
Okay, you know how I don't like to hear about your shit? I really don't need to hear all this either. Just do what you have to do.
So it'll be about 10, 12 minutes. Okay. So be patient.
Wait a minute. No. I have had nasal spray. It doesn't take 12 minutes to do nasal spray.
She's got a point there, Doug.
No, we're not talking about. Look, I do them right, okay? I do them right. This is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed
Okay,
to.
but here's the thing. They're little bottles, right?
Yeah.
You're not using a neti pot that you're pouring water up your nose.
No. I don't want to get
so you
amoeba.
do realize that you could literally sit here, bring your little 3 things, and just mute it when you suck it and be here. But you use us for an hour in the beginning so that you don't have to get up an hour early, and you can prop your pillows, go get your pizza, do your drugs.
Make sure the sun goes.
Instead of being ready for your show when you want to start it. And then on top of it, you bring us back on after sitting with Peter Moon and not doing your nasal inhalant or bringing him on for an hour in the head of time to deal with your shit. And then you're like, okay, I'm back. So now I'm going to go for 12 minutes to fucking whatever I'm doing. Maybe I don't even do nasal inhalants. Maybe I'm just jacking off again.
You're so vicious. This is like, honestly, is this like, you're lucky I'm a masochist, really. But honestly,
you are right now. Anyway,
we can't even understand what he's saying. He just says,
I know. I don't know why he goes out. It's like we can hear you and then we can't hear you. It's like, I don't know.
And if people could just see his face, he looks like a Muppet. So he sounds like a Muppet. and so it just sounds like a Muppet talking, but that, and it's very spooky. But it's cute spooky. So it is what it is. And so Brooke gets this cuteness and she can handle it. She's kind of like the female guest on the Muppet Show, and he's kind of like Bert or Ernie or one of them, the Cookie Monster.
Wait a minute, he called me Miss Piggy earlier.
Did he really?
Didn't you, Ian?
Oh my God.
Ian, did you not?
Can you hear me now? Is it clear?
Yeah,
I can hear you. Did you call me Miss Piggy earlier?
If you say so.
Well, I was saying I was going to blow my brains out after talking to him and Joe Ty. I was looking for my gun. And his answer to that, here's his answer.
With
His
bulimia.
answer was, bulimia.
Yeah.
I didn't get the joke, and then I said, so, and then he just went, oh shit, my girl's here. I got to go with 67-year-old girlfriend or something. I'm not making up the 67. He said it was 67. That's what he said. Not even trying to throw rag there.
No, she was 40. She was 40.
That one might have been 40, but you said the one you were gonna fuck earlier today was 67.
Yeah, I blew her off, and this other one came over.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Anyway, how did the bulimia with the gun? Like, was put it in my mouth and spit the bullet out? What are you saying?
That when pretty hot girls get all bitchy and want to punish themselves, usually they resort to bulimia. So that's why I just threw you in that category and just went wrong with it.
Oh my god.
No, I mean, like, if I wanted to punish myself, I could do that. I mean, I could. There's a million
you
things I
could do
could
that by
but,
calling Joe Ty and Ian West.
But that's my point. I'm already punished right then. Yes. I wanted to end life. I wanted to end the punishment, end the misery.
Oh my god.
Well, most girls stick their fingers down their throats, you know.
Well, I could.
You must have an obsession with people that have bulimia.
Well, I mean, this is a delightful conversation so far.
Maybe that's how you were getting the skin bugs, because all your ex-girlfriends had them and they were like at the toilet and then like not washing their hands and getting shit down their throat.
Bulimia?
Oh my god.
Yeah, they're like at the toilet with a dirty toilet and shit
well,
down
look,
their
if
throat.
you come over there and show you how to put your fingers down your throat, you know, I don't mind.
Oh, that's suggestive. That's how could I say that? That's his idea of flirting. Listen to these folks.
I'm trying to even find how that could be sexualized at all. Like, I was trying to come up with a comeback, like, I mean, like, there's just no.
Hair, while I throw up, you know, I can hold your hair back while you throw up. You know, it'd be good.
Cool.
I mean, that's sweet. If I'm sick, I've had somebody hold my hair back. It's nice, but I don't think that's what you meant.
Around the corner, and I need to get a head start on shit. So,
what?
What
did you just say?
I said I'd practice bulimia with you because summer's around the corner and I need to get a head start on shit.
Oh, okay, that's cute.
Yeah,
this mic sucks. I'm sorry, this mic sucks.
Yeah, the mic. What? Well, why is your mic so bad?
Let's try another mic. Hold on, we're gonna go.
Wait,
Does that sound now?
Say a full sentence, please.
I can't hear y'all now. Fuck. Hold on.
Hello? We're not talking. I don't know if we were talking.
No wonder you can't hear us. We're not talking. Yes, that's pretty clever, Brooke. I didn't even think of that. Well, I gotta make sure these two can talk to each other before I leave. So, okay, he just fucked that up. So, now he says, I hear.
I wasn't going to come back on the show tonight, and I'm only coming back on because of what he said earlier, and I'm leaving.
What did he say earlier that brought you back?
So I want him here too. I want to make fun of him.
Oh, okay, cool. I mean, that's reason enough. I mean, believe me. And honestly, we don't want to keep Brooke too late. She does need her beauty sleep. And honestly, it's one of those, anyhow, he's mute now. Ian, are you fixing your mic? I hope, I pray, so I can do my nasal inhalants. Honestly, for those of you who are listening, when I do lines of coke, I'm honest about it. Really, I'm just doing nasal inhalants. And the truth is...
Okay, but why can't you just do one?
Because people don't do them properly. I need to be sitting up straight and proper.
You don't do this show properly. You don't get up in time to do it properly. So you do your nasal inhalants properly?
That's health. It's a health issue. So...
Well, why? You know why you're not getting up to do the show properly? Because you do too many drugging half the time and sleeping off half the time.
Yeah.
So don't tell me about health. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, well...
You know what? You wouldn't need nasal inhalants if you weren't doing so much coke.
It's
killing your fucking nose.
No, it's wrong. She's wrong, people. She really is. No, it's not like that. It's... The nasal inhalants are due to the fact that I have... I'm all fucked up genetically because I'm a quarter vampire. So I think one of the things that went wrong genetically was I have
Trust me, it's not just the vampire. Several things went wrong.
Yeah. It might be also maybe the nanoplasma or something. But basically, what happens is I have mucus production on overdrive and have this thing called gastric rhinitis, which whenever I masticate, that means chew, people. So don't try to sexualize that. It means chewing. Whenever I masticate, I start producing...
Why wouldn't you just say chew then?
Because it's a medical issue. And so I use medical terms. So whenever I masticate, then I start producing mucus in overabundance like a hagfish. Anybody's familiar? If you're not familiar with hagfish, look them up. Look up hagfish mucus. And hagfish are these eels.
I'm
These
pretty sure I
giant-
had a neighbor that was a hagfish.
There we are, and they produce over amounts of mucus so they can slip out of anybody's grip. That's why nobody can eat them, because they produce all this vile mucus, and fish that try to eat them, they slide out of fish's teeth. They can slide out from between the shark's teeth because they produce so much mucus. It's like a, what do you call it? Like one of those things that blow up when your car crashes. You know, the balloon that blows up when your car crashes, the safety balloon. What do they call that?
Are you talking about an airbag?
Yeah, an airbag. It's like an airbag effect. So they so they produce this mucus and they can escape through all
Are you
fishing
talking
nets.
about the little balloon fish that are poisonous?
No. Those are fugu, a Japanese delicacy. Those are
Yeah, I
different.
know.
Yeah.
I love that they will eat those and risk dying. If they don't, if they're not
they
cooked
taste
right.
that good. Yeah, they taste that good, and you get high. You get high while eating them too. It's the poison, the toxin makes your lips numb, like you're drunk. So, you get addicted to eating it. And it's like, of course, you need a special license to prepare that, all this good shit. But anyhow, so with myself, I was producing so much mucus, I literally choked on it whenever I ate, and then I couldn't eat. So a large part of my life, I was seriously considering suicide because I couldn't eat and I was malnourished. But it has something to do with, basically, I wasn't meant to eat solid food. I was meant to drink blood. That's really what it's part of. So,
Have you tried to go to just like when you don't? I believe all this, but what I'm saying is maybe when you're not don't have the blood, you should go to like smoothies, like liquid.
it's
Or like
cute.
if you have to have meat, just blend it up. I had a guy that broke his jaw and we were cooking out, and he was determined to have steak with everything.
So you blended
he
the steak for him. That's
he blended
cute.
the steak and the potato. Yeah,
that's
it was
cute.
so
That's
disgusting.
disgusting. That is disgusting. Anyhow, the real Ian West is back with us. Let's hear you talk, Ian. Let's test this out. Come on, please. Now he can't
Yeah, and
talk. Yeah, go ahead.
I only came on to talk to him, so I'm about to hang up too.
No. Oh my God. Oh, this lady's been threatening me all week.
No, I have not. What are you talking about? I did message you today, but you didn't have time to call me. But you expected me to
We'll
be
talk
on
about
it.
that privately. We'll talk about that privately
Mhm.
because we're
Yes,
trying to
we will.
protect the identities of the innocent. Well, they're not so innocent. They make their own decisions and they do stupid things.
I'm
like
not talking about that. I'm
skydiving.
talking about the fact that I tried to talk to you
Skydiving.
today.
Skydiving of all things.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about that I tried to talk to you today about a new show, what we were going to do tonight, and you were like, "What plan?" And then I was like, "Did you say this on air last time?" And then you were like, "Well, you can say it tonight." And then, but before I could even say anything, you were just like, "But I can't talk the next 2 hours. Like I'm very busy." Like I was even trying to talk to you, but I was messaging you. And then you didn't reply. You didn't even read the message because I replied back. That's old news. I wouldn't bring it up tonight, but this is your show.
Yeah,
so
I
do
saw it later.
it.
I saw it later. Yeah, and then so she says things like, "This is your show. You should be doing some research." I mean, like, believe that shit? I mean, like, really, honey? I mean, why can't you be our correspondent and you do some research and bring?
I will.
Yeah,
You will split 50% of the money. How about 40% of the money?
Honey, I was hoping that if I didn't raise $60 tonight, you could send it to me.
Well, you were hoping wrong because I was going to tell you need to ask for $160 because I need $100 to get through the weekend because my checks didn't show up and the banks are closed tomorrow. So I know I'm not going to get them, or at least the downtown fucking. My child support and my alimony all have to go through the courthouse because my ex-husband would not pay child support and alimony on time. So it all is now coming.
Why don't you have him arrested?
No, well, what happened is once he did that 3 times, which he did it 3 times the first month we were like, we weren't even divorced yet. He was stupid. I was glad he did because the second he did that, I never had to wait again or had to like talk to him. Like it just they automatically take it out of his paycheck at work, and then the work has to send it to the courthouse, and the courthouse direct deposits it to me. But I had spent all my money at Christmas and even had to borrow like $100-$200 from my parents to get everything by and get the bills paid. And then, damn it, his fucking shit hasn't shown up.
Well,
So fucking mad.
what an asshole. Yeah. Well, I'm never going to get married, people, because I never want to owe some lady this kind of money and, never going to have kids.
No, you got to marry a sugar mommy, okay?
First of all, here's the thing I was about to say.
Yeah,
Whatever,
like I did.
I will marry you right now.
Yeah, you marry a sugar mommy?
and take it. But that's the thing,
Yeah.
Douglas. If I divorce you, what am I going to get from you? Nothing.
Well, honey, maybe someday I'll
Yeah.
sit. Well, look at it this way, honey. If I ever attain any secular power, then you'll be sad. But if I don't, that I mean,
Well, when you start running,
He's like
for some
Dr.
office-
McCoy, Got nothing but his bones.
So which secular power are you gonna be? Part of the Catholic, or part of the Shinto, or part of the Chinese?
Joe,
The secular power is government, honey.
Thank you, honey.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God.
Oh, secular. I thought it was what is the religious power?
Why do I start hyperventilating when Joe comes on? I start.
Joe, I don't know, Joe. I'm just going to be honest with you. You give me PMS.
Huh? What? What do you need me to give you?
He doesn't get it, honey. Hey, this is my opportunity. There's 4 people here. Honey, you've got 3 young men.
Who else is here?
It's the Real Tech Geek, Joe Ty, and Real Ian West, theoretically.
Ian West is not fucking here. He's gone off. He's probably just decided to give up and go eat his. He got Wawa delivered while he was talking. I'm sure he's eating out.
Oh, you know what he said? He was saying, then the Wawa shows up, and she kept saying, nigga, 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 nigga. And then I went down to 4.99 stars from 5 stars to 4.99 stars, and I'll never get that 5-star back unless I order 1 million more. Wawa.
Oh shit! Well, he does. He ordered Wawa tonight. And let me tell you something. Oh shit! That's a good thing. I hope he's not listening because I got to get his address because I got to find out what the closest Wawa is. Because the next time he tells me he's leaving to go to Wawa, I'm gonna call up there and be like, I just want to let you know there's a guy coming in. He looks kind of like Muppet, probably looks with brown hair. Don't let anybody black serve him. He's racist. He just left saying the N-word 20 times. Talking about it in bowl. Like or serving, just spin this. I mean, whatever, however y'all want to handle it.
Is that a Chinese restaurant?
It's a gas station.
It's a
that he
gas
orders from
station.
and goes
Oh.
It's a gas station
Oh,
that he
it
eats on.
sounds-
He hangs out
but
there for
it
hours.
has a sandwich shop in it. Apparently, that he's very fond of.
Yeah, Wawa sounds Chinese to me.
Oh my God! No, it doesn't. It sounds like it just sounds crazy.
Wawa,
I mean, Wawa
Wawa.
sounds totally unappetizing. It sounds stupid. It sounds like someplace Ian would like. Yes, it's just.
First of all, I do agree with Joe Mr. Joe Ty, Real Tech that it's if it doesn't sound appetizing at all.
Thank
We're
you.
not naming anything that. But if it was going to be any restaurant, he's like, I'm going to a restaurant called Wawa. I would think it is.
That's a
easy.
Chinese restaurant.
Yeah, like it.
It's
There's nothing
Wawa.
American on that.
It's Chinese.
Oh my God, that doesn't sound Chinese either. That sounds.
Well, you know what sounds Chinese?
I wouldn't eat there either. I have no desire to eat there.
Thank you. Real Ian West is back. Real Ian, say hello. Let's see if we can hear you.
Hey,
A
Can you hear
full
me?
sentence. God damn it. Say a full fucking sentence so we can see if your mic works. It's not that difficult a concept.
no, I can't find my lavalier mic, and I literally just had it.
Yeah,
I
okay.
don't
We
know
heard
what
all
the
of
fuck
that. We heard all of that, so you're all right.
Okay.
You're set.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so all of you, I imagine a great porno scene. It's 1 lady, 3 guys. You can, every orifice is
So
involved.
Joe Ty is going to literally give me my contraceptive to keep me from getting diseases.
Don't worry about it. I can control my cum. Okay, it's like I wouldn't even seed you if I don't think you would be a good mother.
Thank you. Every time he speaks in riddles, it's like a sphinx.
I just cooked tacos and I just lost my fucking appetite.
Thank you.
Douglas,
Brooke.
this is why I'm not coming back. Like,
Yeah, that's the
like, you're not
definition
paying
of
me.
what? Make your pull-out game weak.
I'm so sorry, Brooke. I mean, I
Oh,
apologize
what an idiot.
for him.
There, Brooke.
I apologize for him. As I said before, I am
Tell this
convinced.
Dietrich after dark.
Yes, I am convinced that Deborah, Diane Fraser, that's her real name, Diane Fraser. I'm convinced that Deanna Fraser, that's her name, Deanna. She had a special way of pronouncing it. I'm convinced that Deanna Fraser and Joe Ty were assets sent into my program to basically reflect poorly on Ukraine and Taiwan, respectively. And then Brooke Gibson.
Deanna really, I need to call Deanna. She was really sweet to me at Christmas, and she called me, and I love Deanna. So don't say that.
Yes.
And
Well,
plus, American
But I haven't been able, as you know, I've had other issues going on. I haven't been able to reach back out to her with after
The
Christmas
first
and
lady
everything,
of
but yeah.
Taiwan was an American citizen.
I personally think Joe Tai can do enough damage to all countries on his own.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
just
the
that's
truth.
why,
Chiang
like,
Kai-shek's wife was American,
Oh my god.
right? Douglas.
Well, she was
a
ethnically
fact.
Chinese. She was. First off, okay, let's get this straight. You know, he had 3 wives, all right? Now,
Yeah.
in a row. Not at once. Not at once.
Yeah.
Because he had to appeal to the fucking West, and he had to say he was a Christian and all that good shit. But yeah, one of his wives may well have been American. If you're talking about the Madam
The one
Chiang
that
Kai-shek-
married
Yeah.
Sun Yat-sen's sister.
Yeah,
Her sisters, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you're talking about the oldest, the one that lasted forever, the one that we all recognize as Madam Chiang Kai-shek, she became a U.S. citizen, probably. Yes, my understanding is she traveled here, became a U.S. citizen. Yes, but I don't think she was born a U.S. citizen. In a
But
sense,
she spoke perfect English.
yeah,
though.
she's faced.
Yeah, she lived in
yes.
Long Island.
Yes,
She died
there
in
we-
Long Island.
There we are. Thank you.
Oh God!
So can I leave
I'm
you?
going to. No, I'm going to. My call may drop.
Okay, now the one thing all of you gentlemen have to understand, Brooke is in charge. So I'm leaving her in charge of the 3 of you. I will go mute. I'm going
Don't
to
do that. I don't want to be in charge of the 3 of any of these. Let these boys talk all they want.
Yeah, honey, people want to hear you. It's kind of like, look, inside of any porno flick, the lady is the star, the men are just the props. So these men are just the penises. They're here to provide that. You're here to receive all that.
You picked the wrong men if you were picking them for penises. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. You know, I mean, like,
She's looking for pussy. She's not
Remember
looking
the
for
good old
dicks.
days. That's it.
Oh my god. But I love you all.
Why don't you get me Viviana on here or something? I'd rather have a little pussy.
You
on
know,
here anyway.
Viviana blocked me on Facebook. Viviana blocked me on Facebook. Either that or her.
Why?
I don't know. She was just all friendly and everything. I gave her an illustration. She said, "Oh, that's a beautiful picture." I said, "Thank you so much for being on my show the other night." She said, "Oh, it was an honor," and said, all these positive things, and then I was blocked. Which it could be simply her timeline was taken down, and also there's another factor. I don't take it personally. I honestly think that
Elon Musk.
Yeah. Well, what happens with her a lot is that she gets into controversies and then gets banned off of her channel gets shut down on
she
YouTube.
probably got taken down. Something she posted.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, and then what happens is she also gets very depressed and then withdraws. So she could be withdrawing, that sort of thing. I don't. So
She was so sweet though. She reminds me of Nell.
No.
Featuring.
She is very nice, but I don't know what you mean, Nell. I only know Nell I'm thinking of that old show.
The Lamb. Who's the chick in Silence of the Lambs?
Thank you. That was delightful. He compares her to a victim in Silence of the Lambs. One of the victims
Are you
who gets.
talking about the cop?
Who's the chick? Who's that chick FBI agent who plays her?
Jodie Foster.
What?
Jodie Foster.
Why would
Nell featuring
There's
Jodie
nothing
Foster?
about her that reminds her.
Thank you.
Nell Foster.
Why would on earth?
Jodie Foster is.
Okay, I want to hear this. What would remind you of Jodie Foster or the character she plays in Silence of the Lambs based on the...
No. I just remember Jodie Foster from the Silence of the Lambs, but Viviana reminds me of Nell. That Jodie Foster.
Oh my! She said Nell. Nell's the retarded girl Jodie Foster played that couldn't speak in the woods.
Thank you.
That's worse. So you're saying she reminds you of a retarded girl in the middle of the woods, basically raped by wolves?
No,
That's
not like that.
That's much how that girl acted.
That's your perspective of the movie.
Okay, well, how do you think she acted? Because she could not talk, because she was like a mountain woman. Did had nothing to do around the people.
And Frank.
And she only knew every other thing.
I really watched that movie before. I gotta watch
better
it.
than her right now.
Nell was stunning and brave.
I've seen every other.
Thank you.
At
Thank
least you know your type. You want to, I'm gonna take you. What was that movie in West Virginia where they fucked them in the back,
This kind of reminds me of when Brooke was telling me about how she liked Forrest Gump. You kind of she's seeing the positive in Forrest Gump, and
I never said I want to fuck Forrest, and I never on here called anybody Forrest Gump.
Forrest either. I wouldn't fuck Forrest. I wouldn't. But
Forrest is a great movie. I'm surprised they haven't done a TV series or a remake of it.
Well,
Honestly,
all
I'm telling
of
you, some
Americans
of Joe
believe that
Ty's
Forrest
comments,
Gump wasn't
if they
real.
weren't so nasty,
Okay,
but the
Brooke,
stupidity,
Brooke, take
Forrest Gump.
charge. Take charge. Everybody's
Okay,
talking
Brooke.
at once. Brooke, you've got
Brooke's
to tell
got
people
to-
when to talk. I'm counting on you to do that.
got to
You're the mother. She's the mother. You're all the kids. Okay.
Aren't you going to the
I'm gonna go snort my fucking nasal inhalants.
Yeah, like 15 minutes ago you were.
Yeah, it's you all held me back. You held
Story
me
of
back
my
because I
fucking
couldn't.
life,
Doug,
man.
get out of here. Doug, tighten up. Tighten up.
All right, Mama Brooke.
Hey,
Enjoy, Doug.
Ian, first, Ian, can you please mail me some drugs? Because he won't, and I need something if I'm like with dealing with him.
Well, unfortunately, that's one of those things where we just got to FedEx them. We don't do the mail.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. See,
Yeah, we got FedEx. And that's a couple more dollars. So,
it's fine. Just don't put your fingerprints on it. Don't put a return address. It'll be fine.
I'll buy the labels in cash. Don't worry about it.
See, that's how you do it. I asked Douglas. He's like, "Oh no, I couldn't risk it. I might go to jail." I'm like, "You're an idiot." So, anyway, so anybody else have anything? What have you been doing? Real Tech. I haven't talked to you in a long time.
I just was hanging out with my friend for Christmas and my family, and that's really about it. Just going out somewhat, just relaxing mostly.
Who's the
Nothing
sugar
really
mama?
particular.
Real
Do what?
Tech, your wife or another mistress?
Mostly my wife. I mean, I have a couple other women, but mainly my wife. But it's not like I didn't. Okay, but it's not like I did not take care of her first. Yeah, I did. So, it's more of a mutual understanding. So it's not one sided.
So are you using condoms with your mistresses, or what's the thing? Are you using condoms with your wife too, or because it sounds like a messy mess?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I do. It depends on the situation.
The way he just said, "Yeah, I do," means one of two things. He doesn't use condoms, or he's just not having sex, and this is a bullshit story.
Okay.
No, I am.
So you said that about me too.
Yeah, but okay.
And you were wrong.
You do enough drugs that you can probably at least get some druggies over there to fuck with.
I know these chicks are using me for my drugs, but I use them for their pussy. It's an even exchange.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So I believe you're
Even
probably
exchange.
having sex.
Equivalent exchange.
Okay. All right.
It's
So
quid pro quo.
Quid pro quo.
He's a local drug dealer. Okay. All right. I understand.
All right. So
That's
what are
how he
they?
gets
Real
this-
Tech. Then what are they using you for?
Sex.
Who?
Because he lasts a long time. Right?
Real Tech. Okay. If he's got all these girlfriends and he's got a wife. Okay. I know you're not rich. So what are they using you for?
I can't last a long time. I definitely can.
See?
Yeah. So like no woman can get that anywhere.
Yeah, not everybody can get it. Anyway. Right?
Not the way I
That's the
go.
truth.
You
So
gotta
then
put a
why
back.
don't you go into porn and become really rich, and then you won't have to worry about
That's what my doctor's told me a lot. Yeah, that's my doctor always tells me to do.
Yeah, not everybody's
Urologist.
rich from doing porn. You gotta keep that in mind. These girls starting out, they probably get like 2 G's.
I wasn't
their first-
talking about girls. I was talking about somebody
They
like
make
Real Tech
they
who
start making
apparently-
about. Go ahead.
who says he's got 3 legs and can go all night. I mean, if that's the case and his doctor is telling him to do porn,
Well,
obviously he's
take a picture
special.
of it, and send it to you. Don't knock it till you dry. See it.
Send the picture to Douglas and he can let me know.
Yeah. Have Douglas confirm it, and then that way you don't have to bitch about it.
I won't bitch about it. I'll send him right down there to Florida. So I'll send him to Florida so he can take advantage of your girlfriends.
I'm just saying it'd make you look so much more classier if you just do it, instead of just, hauling off, just say, "Well, send me a dick pic."
Okay, no, that would not make me look classy at all. I don't know what you consider classy, but I have no desire to see any dick pics.
She's classy enough. She has she likes women, so it's she is up there higher up. She likes pussy, so no.
Well, that's a bonus, but whatever. I mean, each their own.
I can send pussy pictures, sure.
I mean, do you want to see dick pics? Which one of you guys want to see
Well,
dick
I'm
pics?
not the one doubting the guy.
I got one. I don't want to see anybody else's.
I'm with Joe Ty on that.
You're right.
Absolutely.
As a woman, I'm sorry you say I'm doubting. I don't think I've ever met a man sitting there and talking with other men. And if they were to talk about, oh, well, what about your people? Oh, because I can go all night and I'm long, hard and strong. I mean, what the fuck?
I didn't say that.
There's never a guy going, well, I have a pretty little one. It can only go 2 minutes. I mean, like, fuck my life. Why would I not question that? Because that's what all of you say.
Well, Miss Brooke, no, let me tell you my secret recipe. So I'd take like a half a gram of Coke, then I'd take a Viagra, and then I'd take a Adderall, and I'd crush it all together. And that would be my little, powder room supplies for the night,
I heard there's a cheaper way to do it. It's whiskey dick. It's called whiskey dick. I learned this from this Cole.
What the fuck is that?
Sean Cole. He
That's
said
pick up.
The homeless guy who's a colonel.
Oh my God, I'm gonna start drinking again. I swear to God.
No, I hear you.
Yeah.
I'll open the bottle.
I'm just all natural. I'm just in all natural testosterone. So
yeah,
what I
same here. Same here.
Well, God bless it.
Well, hey, how old are you, Ian?
38.
And do you really do those 3 things you said?
Like 4 years ago, but I quit. I mean, ever since Corona, I haven't been about it. Like I used to be really rich.
I'm saying, but can I get you started back on doing that?
Huh?
Can I get you started back on doing that?
I mean, yeah. I mean, if the mood's right or the night's special, yeah, I could get back on.
Because here's my thing: I'll marry you
in
a heartbeat. Fuck your brains out, right? Because I can assure you, if you're doing that, I've seen you. You're not in the best. Let me finish. You're not in the best shape.
So you don't believe it. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is you're not in the best shape. So what I'm saying is you'll be dead in 2 or 3 years with a heart attack if you're knocking up Viagra, Coke, and Adderall in the bedroom every night before you fuck for hours. With the way you're a Wawa those sandwiches and not working out.
Bam, got me. She's got me there.
I will have a nice. Nice life insurance policy on you.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, just knock it out. The black
man.
I'll fuck you so hard every fucking night. We go take some more of that Adderall Coke. Don't forget the bag. Let's go.
Man, dude, I don't think I could play all this joke, but what you just said reminded me of this joke. But never mind.
But I heard the Viagra.
That sounds like a great way to go, blaze of glory. I like that way. That sounds.
Real Tech, you're making me want to find the joke and play it. Oh God. Everything you guys just said, the whole joke right there. Both of you guys just said the whole joke.
Do you remember that? I doubt y'all remember, but there was that show called Golden Girls. All these old women lived together.
Yeah.
And then one of them took the man in there, old man, and fucked him. And I think it was the little sweet one too. It wasn't like the horror one.
Yeah. What's her name? Grace or Gretchen? Oh shit.
The one that just died, Betty White.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And she had sex with him, and then she's like, I killed him.
Yeah. That's the way to go out,
Yeah, that's the best way to go.
Her little whore friend, Rue, whatever. Well, at least you were not happy.
Like John Rockefeller, dying with a heart on.
All the lesbians in Florida watch the Golden Girls on a day-to-day basis. They basically live, work, eat, and breathe around the show.
Really? Why?
It's a big fucking. It's a big gay. What's the word? Like the Golden Girls down here have a huge gay culture. It's ridiculous.
Is it because it's old gay women? Because I grew up watching Golden Girls, and I am gay, but I don't watch Golden Girls right now.
Gay men watch it. It blew my mind. Even the gay men watch it. Blew my mind.
Maybe because it's a Florida thing. I mean, it is a good show. Like if I just was to happen to catch it on at some point, I might laugh at it at the time. But I'm not gonna go. Let me go Netflix some Golden Girls right now.
Well, you do know the real Golden Girl house is located at Hollywood Studios here at Disney World Orlando, Florida.
No, but I figured it was in Florida, actually.
So
I don't know why I figured it was in Florida, even though you're right, because it should totally be in California because everything was made in California.
yeah,
But
they filmed the show out in California, but the exterior shot for their house.
That's why, because it looks so Florida. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
it's in the back lot at Hollywood Studios. I used to have to drive by it like every morning.
That's kind of cool. But then it's also kind of sad to know that that's not the house that they were actually ever in.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that did break my heart. It's like, oh, the Golden Girls live there. It's like, no, it's all fake. You know, that was a crazy 8-year-old memory I have. But anyway,
Hollywood, of course it'd be fake.
Hey, well, you're about to start dating another Golden Girl, aren't you? She'll be on the next Golden Girls. Golden Girls
Me?
2?
No, this chick that hit me up earlier. That hadn't hit me up in like 3 months or something, but now she hits me up out of the blue all of a sudden. I would have answered her call, but I just was like, I'm at work, leave me alone.
Have you already fucked her?
Hell no. No. But if I was drunk enough,
maybe you would.
maybe I would, yeah. I mean, she is a little thing, but I mean, she's a little old thing though,
Put your beer goggles on, you won't know the difference.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. I take one for the team though. She does got some titty though. See, I'm a titty guy. I love titty. Joseph Ty, you like titty?
Oh, I love ass. I like titties, but I can make them big because once you fuck them really good and you play with their tits a lot, they grow. So
yeah, titties are like
that's the natural way of getting boob enhancements. Just fuck a lot. That's all.
Yeah, I love the titty. I gotta say, titty my favorite.
Yeah,
I'm an ass guy. So
you're an ass guy.
Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm a girl.
I can make them big. You don't need an implant.
I love titty. I love titty.
I love
vitamins. Certain
Yeah.
vitamins you can give to have them grow. So
Yeah,
depends.
and if you play with the titties enough, they get big.
Well, usually I just call the girls titless that are titless, but you gotta they like it. They like the attention.
Well, as long as they're nice and sweet to me, anything, it really is not the boobs or the ass. It's how they treat you. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, like a woman's confidence is more sexy to you than fucking being Paris Hilton and fucking causing a havoc in the scene and shit.
Well, as long as she appreciates me, I can appreciate her.
Yeah. No, I think the confidence is hot. Like, honestly, I'll only fuck a chick if she comes on to me first. Like, the bitch can like put her.
So you're still a virgin, huh?
Oh yeah, you're right. Fuck, you busted me on that. Anyway.
So you have kids yet?
No, hell no. Well, not that I know of, but I mean, no.
So, Brooke, if you marry Ian, how would wouldn't they take your alimony away? Brooke?
Yeah, but you know what? I only get it for another year anyway, so I figure by the time we got it worked out and got all his drugs ordered, it'll be fine.
Do you have is this the alimony from the Cuban?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, your son is 17 or 16.
He'll be 18 actually in April, but I have alimony until he graduates high school.
Okay.
And then child support, if he goes to college, he'll have to pay that through there, but or to help with college. Although
you'll just pocket that money.
Huh?
I said you'll just pocket that money.
Well, no, I mean the college costs fucking 10 times more. Like when my daughter went, like he paid minimum state. Like he never would help pay for braces or college or anything. We've got loans out the ass.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
And some stocks or crypto or something that have a lot of dividends.
She's got loans, and then I had to take loans like to finish her she went to private school, private college, which is outrageous. I don't know. My son I'll figure it out. But he's not much of a help.
He can join the military and get it paid off.
Yeah, that's what
I don't know what he's doing with his money. He makes over $100,000 a year. He's living in a mobile home.
What, your husband or your son? Your husband, right?
I don't have my ex-husband.
Your ex-husband.
Yeah, he's living in a mobile home. Driving an old car that he had paid for before he left. somebody had rear-ended him, and the bumper, the money he got to put the bumper back on. He's been driving around for like 4 years without bumper, making $100,000 a year, which $100,000 in South Carolina, that's a good bit. Like, it's not California, $100,000.
Yeah.
And he pays, like I said, he pays me for alimony and child support a total of like less than like about $12,000 a year. I don't know. He called his son and asked to borrow $200 from my 17-year-old.
Wow.
And my son only had like 100 and something, and gave it to him I didn't find out because I would not let him, but he did. And he said, well, you'll pay me back when I found out. And I was like, okay, how long has that been? That was October. Still hasn't paid him back. Still has not paid him back. Every time he goes over, he's like, oh, I forgot to get the money out of the bank. Oh, I forgot. Why did he have to borrow $200?
That's pretty bad.
Maybe he's gambling it all.
I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Or he's spending on coke or women.
He's buying hookers with it for sure.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't have a girlfriend. He's either buying hookers or coke or fucking pain pills, because I know he was on pain pills when he left.
Oh, maybe he's hooked. Yeah.
But yeah, they promote him to superintendent of the fucking plant. So I don't fucking get it. All these people are crazy. Anyway.
Oh, what was that news I was going to tell that I got cut off of earlier?
The children that are in the underground in Australia.
No, not that. No, I think I did tell y'all it was the North Carolina thing. That's right.
Oh, what's up with North Carolina?
The North Carolina, the white babies getting taken away, or were black babies? Or were they both babies?
I sent you the link. Why don't you pull it up and read it to them?
My goddamn phone, and if I move the phone, the mic.
Oh my god! I'll pull it the fuck up then.
I should have sent it to my fucking laptop.
Well, this is just like everything else with your shit right now.
I still haven't hooked up the fucking porno box yet. I've been meaning to do that for 3 months.
You have a porno box?
Well, I got it. Okay, so this is what happened. Okay, so when I got hit with that hurricane, the TV that was in the window it fucked my TV up too, so I had to get a new TV. So I got my buddy hooked me up with this like 32-inch, but it wasn't smart. So luckily I was on Alibaba or AliExpress, and I got like this pimped out fucking 4K Android box for the TV. And I've had it for like 3 months now, and I still haven't hacked it to get all the porn channels. But that's how busy I've been. Like it's ridiculous. So sorry to rant. Sorry, guys.
No problem.
Sorry.
Basically, it's to take the NPR found laws that they were already on the books to say it's okay to take kids away from their parents if they fail to pay certain debts. And it wasn't just in North Carolina. It says the NPR investigator correspondent Joseph reviewed the laws in every state, and he found one reason that leads to troubling decisions. Says we found laws in at least 12 states that say it's okay to take kids away from their mothers and fathers forever if the parents didn't pay a little known debt to the government. It looks like, to me, this is some new law. It looks like basically like, you know how they had forever, it was like, like in Georgia, like if you were caught sodomizing, you could go to prosecuted. I'm not sure. I'm wondering if these are old laws that need to like come off the books, and they just found. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, there's a bunch of crazy laws down in the South there.
Yeah, I did hear of a case where there was a gay cop, and he was blackmailing faggots into sucking his dick, and then they would arrest him after they sucked his dick.
That's nothing new. That's been happening for centuries.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying I'm not saying it did. I'm just saying that I have heard cases like that, which is why I don't trust the guys.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of them are
sucked and then go to jail.
Sadistic, man.
It's terrible.
It's like this. My ex-girlfriend's son was a cop. He's sadistic. He brought his father where I didn't know his father was going to be there, that molested his daughter. And I didn't even know he was there. And I was bringing him over there. I got pissed off because he allowed a child molester into the house with one of his daughters. I didn't know that. So I got pissed off.
Speak German? Did he speak German?
No, this fucker was in Virginia. Fucking
Oh
bitch.
God, that's even
Fucking
worse.
motherfucker. A sick
That's even
motherfucker, man.
worse.
These
Yeah.
cops are sick, man.
I
And
know.
he's in the Marines. He was in the Marines. His grandfather was a Marine. His father that molested his daughter was a Marine. You know, I'm dealing with these sick motherfuckers, man.
It's called fucking something incest. It's like inline incest or infam incest.
Yeah.
Something. It's something like
Fucked up.
that. Or
he's a cop in Fredericksburg, Virginia. What a motherfucker, man.
Dude, don't go to fucking what's it called? Pence's territory. Where's that faggot from?
Oh, that's Indiana.
Yeah, don't go there.
Over there. I went by there with
don't go there.
Yeah, I went by there because my son had to graduate in Chicago for the Navy over there.
Oh, I'm so
sorry.
By
there you gotta drive through Indiana. Indiana's like cornfield. All it is.
No,
well,
booty, dick, finger, faggots. I let me tell you.
There's a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses there, I heard, and they were trying to do these for paved roads, but they can't afford. Even if they had the tolls paid, they couldn't even repair the roads. I mean, this all fucked up. But
what were you saying, Ian? That was there? What were you gonna say just now?
But I said that all the straight men are really gay, and their wives watch them butt fuck little boys.
Oh yeah.
I'm dead serious. I'm not making that up. And I can tell you some fucking eyewitness recounts of what people saw Mike Pence do. I know this guy that got raped by Mike.
You mean Mike Pence, the one that calls his wife mommy, mama, mom? What did he call her?
That was somebody else. That was George Floyd that did that.
No, Mike Pence called his wife, did not call his wife white, called him mom or something.
I thought that was George Floyd.
Who?
I can't breathe, you know.
What?
I went
Mike. I'm Googling it right now. I know I'm not crazy on that. Mike.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I just never heard that.
Paul.
Go ahead. Gotcha. Go ahead.
Yeah, confirm it. Google it. So I went by Indiana to go to my son's graduation for the Navy over there, and I had, the Chinese candidate for president over there on my bumper, and this truck followed me behind, so nobody could see Andrew Yang, you know.
Yeah,
when I was going through Indiana, it's like they got this fucking what do we call?
He calls her mother.
Oh,
who is that?
Mike Pence.
Okay, see, I didn't know. I didn't see. Mike Pence is fucking disgusting, y'all. He is disgusting. He is creepy. And I mean, and let me tell you something about Indianapolis. Look what Indianapolis did to Michael Jackson. I rest my case.
Oh, exactly. You're right. And Prince too.
Yeah, I rest my case. I rest my case.
You're absolutely right. Here, yes, and they're what? Jehovah's Witnesses.
The Jackson family, yes.
Well, that's evil. I mean, they're evil in themselves. And the meanest woman I ever met was a roommate for my grandmother. My grandmother had to be in like a nursing home just temporarily when she fell. And this lady was in there, and she was, I mean, you think old lady, right? And she wasn't even that old. She was like a Jehovah's Witness. And then she was the meanest person. I've met a lot of mean people, obviously. She was horrible. Yes. And I was like, yeah. But then she's going on and on about her Jehovah's Witness. And I was like, God, help me. Anyway, I don't know about Indiana.
In Kansas City, there's a lot of the Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah. That's terrible. That's terrible.
Well, yeah, my sister became a Jehovah's Witness.
New York. Pray for New York.
Yeah, you said that.
Yeah.
And they always on Sundays they bought a theater out, which was the Lowe's right in Journal Square, and every Sunday they it's a lot of them in the Starbucks and but anyway, there was a homeless guy named Danny. He just died. He was homeless 21 years. He was crazy for Jehovah's Witness, but they weren't crazy for him. They never helped him out with anything. Oh, he loved those people, but his ass would stay on the street. Nothing.
Oh yeah.
So there you go.
Exactly. And they're like anti-abortion thing. They're all up in Albany over there about the being pro anti-abortion and God shit. But They won't help the homeless.
No, they're definitely phobic in so many ways. Yeah. So just so people understand, I didn't bring up, oh, my sister was Jehovah's Witness so that I could guilt anybody out. I hate her. Just so everybody knows.
Well, she's been traumatized, I
Yes.
can't blame her, but it gives her something to think about besides getting raped by her grandfather.
Well, I mean, he has such a way with words. He's so poetic. Yes, Joe, thank you for that. But that being said, she actually went the opposite direction first, which I really actually would have appreciated if she had stayed in that direction. She actually originally was a cross-dressing lesbian, dressed like a man, and was very sexually open, and then at some point in her life something snapped, and I think it was the heritage of vampirism. It was the heritage. She didn't want to deal with it or confront it or accept it, so her way of denying it was to become a Jehovah's Witness. And
so I'm wondering, because you said as a vampire you would prefer men's blood, right? Because it would be too much estrogen for you as a man to have so much estrogen in your blood. How about as
Joe, I said that I prefer young boys because I don't think of them sexually. I think of them as sustenance, whereas I think of women sexually, and I wouldn't want to play with my food. That's weird.
Is that the same with your sister, or how does that go?
My sister didn't know how to deal with it, so she wound up just denying it and becoming a Jehovah's Witness so she could deny everything. Jehovah's Witnesses don't celebrate birthdays, they don't celebrate any holidays, they're total fun free.
But won't she still have the same cravings?
Yes.
Yeah, it means that she just ages a lot quicker and dies a lot earlier. She'll probably have a fairly normal lifespan, as opposed to the lifespan that she could have, which would be at least 1.5 times longer. So I know that I can have that lifespan of at least 1.5 times longer than your average person if I do what I'm doing, which is to maintain myself. Now, this is why.
So what, you live to be like 150 or something?
It would be potentially maybe at least 120, certainly. Now, both my parents.
Well, the human genome is, they figured out was.
How old are you now again?
I'm
55.
Yeah, he said it. I try to avoid saying it,
I think he's probably going to live to about 55, 56.
Because Brooke needs your insurance money.
Yes.
Hey, never mind. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, she does.
Yes. Yeah.
With a sweet animal, just like grandma.
Yes. Well, there we are. Now, everyone, I'm chewing, so I'm going to go mute. When
I gotta bring
Fuck
something.
my life! Then you know what happens? He'll start masticating. Then he's gonna start producing more slava. And he's gonna have to
What do you say, masturbating?
Fucking shit.
Of course,
Go ahead.
Thank you. So just so I can respond to.
I mean, y'all are aware that he just said he had to go spend 20 minutes doing nostril shit because he chewed early.
That
Masticate.
No. I meant so that I could chew now, honey. Even though I was chewing earlier and I produced some mucus, now that I did all that nasal spray, I won't produce all that mucus while I'm chewing now. It was kind of like a catch-22. I didn't have time to do it before Peter Moon came on, but I was ravished. So famished, not ravished. I mean, well, I was ravished by Brooke verbally, but just so people understand, okay, this is filler food. The calories that I get, I can actually burn through the show, but I'm not getting much nutrition from this. So what happens is it just sits in my intestines and then becomes, like food babies.
Bile.
Food babies.
So maybe you should go on a liquid diet when you're, you know what I'm saying? Like either smoothies
Yeah, she's
or
right.
like
Yeah, you
Blood.
Yeah, she's right. Yeah, you should be blending spinach, celery, and avocados.
Oh
And
God, he
green
wants all his
apples,
vegetables. Yeah, he's suggesting just the opposite of what I should be taking. And now Brooke had it right, that basically blending meat, if I were doing something like that. Now all of this is appreciated, and please do give me some credit. I've been alive for half 100 years. So since I've been alive.
19 shit. Look, I'm
Yeah.
still alive, and I went through. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry, Doug.
so being alive that long, obviously I've experimented with quite a bit. So what I've come down to is the fact that basically I'm finally in a stabilized situation where, on holidays, I do get access to my blood boys. I do refresh myself, get myself, enough food for that time, and it lasts a while. But in the meantime, when it comes to shows like this, I do need calories to burn. So then I imbibe in this, and right now, believe it or not, yes, it is a bunch of vegetables. Really, it's provided by Meals on Wheels, and this is mostly the shit they give it. I really hate the fucking carrots. I mean, I like carrots, but not the diced carrots that they put in this shit.
Must be hard as a rock, right?
Well, it just is what it is. So, but I do like the soybeans.
Why don't you just date a nurse? If I was like that and I needed blood, I would just like date somebody that had access to blood and then just fill up my.
Okay,
She's right.
So okay, again,
like you are.
yeah. So again,
No, he should get a job at the Red Cross.
Yeah, all of these suggestions are appreciated, and again, this is one of those things where here we have a little bit of a misunderstanding. I actually go into this in the book. If it needed to be
fresh blood, then I'd just go kill something. I would suck it out.
Rats.
Yes.
I mean, he should get Rat Girl to get some rats for him to drain.
Yeah, that's cute. That's just So again, you figured it out already, Brooke. You've answered your own question. Yes, it doesn't work like that. It would be like, for someone to try and take plasma from a bag. I'm sorry, it's not. It doesn't work. So it just has to be fresh and pumping. And
I think you could freeze it though, and it would be okay.
It doesn't work like that. It really doesn't.
Have you ever tried it?
I did. You spin.
We gotta get Douglas's book, Vampire.
I've got the stupid book. I just haven't finished it.
Yes, she hasn't finished it. And by the way, just so everybody knows, Peter's promising he might expand the book. In other words, we'll get the rest of the book. Right now, all you get is the physiology and none of the history. So it's half a book, and there's a whole story behind that. I mean, it's a cursed manuscript anyway, just all these medical notes. And then so what I did was I put all the history behind the medical notes, and then so you don't get that in the book. You get basically the medical notes, but what you do get is fascinating, and there's some history in it, certainly enough to anyhow it's worth it. But if enough
you
people
said you were going to expand the book, I thought you meant like you were adding like me and Ian's story to it or something.
That's cute. That's funny. Then these would be different types of monsters. It'd be a menagerie then, the harpy, the Ian would be some.
Doug, everybody.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a serious question.
Yeah.
Did you see my new little Michael Aquino clip I made?
Oh, that's right. He sent me some stuff. I didn't get a chance. I'll review it. Yeah. Who's chewing?
All right. Come on, let's go slit my wrists, Brooke. Come on, let's go. Hey,
no, anyway. She wants to fuck the brains out of you and make you have a heart attack.
And then slit my wrist.
But make sure you buy the insurance so she can benefit from it.
I might need to teach me how to puke. Okay.
Yeah.
Look, hey, you know what? I'll teach you. If I'm gonna marry you, you're gonna get a lot of life insurance, and you promise every day to take your Viagra in the bathroom with your cocaine and your Adderall every day, a couple of times a day, with the shape that you are in, and then I make you learn to throw up too, which is also bad on your heart. The maximum I've got with you is 6 months, buddy. So. It's fine.
Breakfast, a Brooke for lunch.
And also make him eat a lot of eggs every day. 12 eggs a day, a dozen eggs.
He's going to want to eat because he's going to be on so much Adderall and Coke. The only thing he's going to be eating is my pussy. If I'm fucking, he's going to have to eat that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great to do.
We had this fat guy at work who would always go to the snack machine, and his girlfriend would bitch at him. And I was like, well, if you finger that vending machine like you do your girlfriend, she wouldn't be bitching at you. But anyway.
That's cute. That's funny. That's actually funny. Right. Have you ever thought of stand-up comedy?
Hell no. No. I'd have to leave the house for that.
That's funny. That tells us a lot. Okay. Now, okay.
Well, I prefer from home, man. You can make videos from home.
Yes, that's
right. Live streams from home.
West instead of John. John who?
No. I don't know what it was like while I was gone, but Brooke, I want you to take charge here and then point to the.
Oh no, I tried earlier, and all they were doing was talking about penis sizes and how Real Tech should be. And I'm a bad person. Real Tech should be sending me I should be asking Real Tech for a dick pic.
I did tell Aloma Albert in the chat that I would address Tracy Twyman when I return. She did ask about that.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Okay, so I'll do that a bit. So basically, Aloma Albert said, "Great, you know my pal, Mr. Lobo." Then she says, "You know Clyde Lewis and Olaf Phillips. That is new info. What happened regarding Tracy? Was that solved? She was a great writer. Thanks for this coverage. Any more about her story?" Now, hopefully Aloma Albert is still here. I noticed that our numbers have gone down because obviously when the men talk, of course, people get revolted. They hear all this just...
That's a lie. That's a lie. Don't listen to him, y'all. He just does that to feel better about himself because he can't read.
When they go back up now while I'm talking, they go
That's
back
a good
up.
answer.
So it basically, so let's put it this way. Tracy Twyman, for those who don't know, I mean, this whole thing could get very involved. Now, for what it's worth, the person who is a Real Tech Geek just put in PolitiFact, okay, and it says, "Does Mike Pence call his wife mother?"
Yeah, Brooke was bringing it up earlier, so and it's true. So I just wanted to, put it in there. And also from the chat on YouTube.
Holy shit! Wow, tell us about this, Brooke. What is this? So I can.
No, it's always been known. Everyone knows. I thought everybody knew that.
No,
they were talking about Indiana. They were saying you shouldn't go to Indiana. This is why we lost people. Because then they kept talking about Indiana. And Joe Ty goes on and on about some other shit about Indiana. And then Jehovah's Witness, I guess. And then Ian's trying to say, don't ever go to Indiana because basically all the men there are just fucking, all the men there, they're married and they're all fucking little boys.
Closet fags. They're closet fags. And their wives watch them fuck little boys while they... Never mind.
Yeah,
anyway,
well,
they both brought Indiana up. He said, what's that state that Mike Pence is from? Mm-hmm. And then when he said that, I had not said a word. All I went was, oh, you mean, yeah, maybe that's why Mike Pence calls his wife mother.
Interesting.
And then he was like, what are you talking about? That was George Floyd or George Mayweather or something.
Well, just so everybody knows.
Let's go for mother.
Okay, everybody speaks.
Anyway, I thought that was always a running thing throughout the last 8 years, talking about mother. Because every time you would see him, he'd be like, "Oh, look at mother. There's mother."
Okay, interesting. Okay, so just so everybody knows, it's.
And I mean that is kind of weird to call your wife mother.
Hey, yeah, he might have a beard. That might be his beard. Okay.
I mean, like if you were in front of your kids, and like if I'm talking to my son, and I was married, and he's little, and I'm like, oh, there's daddy because he's little. There's daddy, yeah, but when it's just me and him, I don't go, hi, father.
Oh, well, I and not to rationalize or defend this, but maybe it developed in a situation. I'm not even going to begin to speculate, but I could.
Let's set that out.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I could see, but I don't see this as being his situation. But I could see it if the kids were really young and dad's just calling her mother because all the kids are calling her mother, and that way when he calls her out or shouts for her, then the kids know who he's talking about. I mean, this kind of thing could develop. Yeah.
No, it doesn't go that way because I was married and I have kids that I raised.
Yeah.
And with a person for a while, too long, and we did the mommy daddy thing in the room. But when he called me, it was hey Brooke or hey honey. There was not hey mother.
Right.
Or mommy.
Right. No, I get it. I mean, I wouldn't know. It's okay.
Also, it's just being married to somebody because my mom goes by Gigi for my kids now, right? And so sometimes I call her mom, but sometimes I'll call her Gigi because they've said it so much. But my father would if he is calling the kids, he'll be like, "You're Gigi here" to the kids. Mm-hmm. But I have never heard him. We were Christmases here. He'll go Gail. Gail. That's who he's been married to. That's who he fell in love with. That is a sexual name when he liked her. I'm pretty sure when he saw her across the room, he'd go, you know what? I'm going to call you mother in bed. So I think it probably goes hand in hand with the fact that Mike Pence does not have sex with this woman, if you've seen him or her, and probably goes back to Ian's point that everyone there is, if they are having sex at all, is probably with little boys.
Oh, they're totally disgusting. I could play you some testimony of what Mike Pence did to this mother and her crippled 8-year-old son. Oh my God. I can't believe the boy and the mom are still alive to like fucking press charges on this fucking person.
I like the way he controlled that.
Right.
Okay. So at least though our numbers have hit a certain plateau, they're not getting any lower. So do me a favor, all of you. I just feel the need for some calories to burn. So let me chew this.
Doug, just go.
I'm here. I know. I'm here. I want people
You
to
know
know.
what?
I'm
Why
here.
don't we quit calling it the Douglas Dietrich show? Why don't we call it the Douglas Dietrich introduces Peter Moon and whoever the hell else is going to be on the show?
Douglas Dietrich.
And Douglas Money.
Yeah.
Back in 5.
Did I slaughter your entire family in a past life or what? What the fuck? Did I?
Obviously did.
We've already discussed this.
So
Yeah, you definitely should. When let Peter Moon just talk for a long time. About stuff. He can handle the things talking himself, and you can refresh sometimes too.
No, he needs me there. It's like phone sex. I have to be there to coo and respond to him.
Like, the thing is, he wouldn't know it if you weren't
Reminds
there.
me so much of this guy I know, which I can't stand anymore.
Thing is, Brooke, Dougie would like the same reaction from you, but he doesn't get it. So
Yeah, that's
we don't-
Yeah, he's asked me 100 times, and I said that's never going to happen. I don't know why you keep calling me on the show if you think that's going to ever happen.
I keep fantasizing someday it will. Yes, I want her to start doing that. Start. When I talk, say.
Well, you know what? If you can sound as intelligent and interesting as Peter Moon, then maybe I will.
What a bitch. Okay, so look, I'm just going mute so people can't hear me chew. I'm right here, so I can hear everything. So watch what you say.
Okay.
Yes.
Give it a minute.
So yes. No. Like I said, I'll talk about Tracy Twyman soon enough, but it's a long, involved story. And
Who the fuck is Tracy Twyman?
Thank you.
Ian and Real Tech. Anybody know who she is? Tell this young lady. Of course, I'll be happy to do so. When I finish.
Is it anybody I want to know about, or is this a story?
Yeah, actually, she's an object lesson. Yes, you'd like to know about her because she's an object lesson. Basically, Tracy Twyman was a successful authoress. And like I said, it's pretty involved. Wait a
minute, this isn't the one that wrote the book and their kid got killed or anything, is it?
Yeah, that's the one. Her kid disappeared.
She's a horrible person.
I think so. But
you told me all about her.
Yeah.
She basically wrote her own child into fucking getting kidnapped and killed.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, she basically kind of wrote what you would call the
horrible kind of porn shit.
Yeah,
horrible.
That's correct.
Oh, kitty torture porn?
She's on Coast to Coast AM also.
Yeah, she was Coast to Coast AM all the way. Yeah.
Demonic, kitty shit.
Yeah, that show fucking sucks.
By the way, Joe, God, we hear you, Joe. Whatever it is you're doing, we hear you. It sounds like you're chopping wood or something. What the fuck?
Joe's the first person he yelled at besides me. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's not true. I yell at these guys all the time, Ian. It's just you think. Here's the difference. The Joe and Real Tech are a little less politicized than you. You're a bit more politicized. So the reason that Brooke and I kind of gang up on you is because your politics are so antithetical to ours. They're
also because you're such a comedian that we know you can take it. I used to be pretty scared. I was scared that Real Tech or Joe Ty would cry, but now I know but now I know that at least Real Tech can handle it because he has a dick that hangs down to. He has a third leg, and his doctor tells him all the time that he should go into porn. His doctor.
Jeremy right here.
Oh my God! So
follow your dreams.
So one of the things.
Is your doctor blind, by the way? I just want to be sure.
No.
It was just a logical question because if we had left that one fact out, then it might have had something to do with this.
That's a huge faction
of
their
from Taiwan.
Oh, okay. And
so, are you a mixed cosmogenate like Douglas?
What you said?
Are you a cosmogenate?
A cosmologist?
Cosmologist.
What are you talking about? I think he's a urologist.
Cosmogenate is the term that I use for hybrid people, mixed race people like myself. I prefer the term cosmogenate. I think it sounds so much better than
okay.
the old term, which was insulting, was miscegenate, which implies that you're downbreeding, because it was assumed that two races mixing together would inherit the worst of both races. That was assumed by half this school of thought. The other school of thought, which was the other 50% of influential people out there for this sort of affair, this sort of subject matter, believed that basically what they called hybrid vigor or heterogeneous kind of composition would lead to greater strengths. So it's like, it is what it is. It's like I think at this point we know that it can go either way. I
think at this point too, we also know that like I would love to expand my vocabulary. They're all the time that I expand my vocabulary and use nice, much bigger words than I do my 4-letter words that I do all the time. But what I would like to say, Douglas, what I'm trying to say though is, I would like it if Douglas started using his big words, but the words like that are actually from this century, and ones that people actually use and understand. Because like thou shalt, and then the mass, you just chewing and mixed people. Like if you just say I was chewing and I'm a mixed person, everybody gets it.
That's cute. That's so cute, honey.
Well,
honey.
If Real Tech Geek has a kid, that kid's a cosmogenate.
And you know what everybody's going to think? They're like either a fucking cosmetologist putting makeup on people, or they're going to be...
That's what I thought also, when he said that.
Or a cosmonaut, like a Russian fucking astronaut.
Yeah, that too, yeah. So it's people say you're a mutt. Yeah, I understand right away.
Like that.
But that sounds bad,
I represent as a mutt, or I identify as a mutt. Yeah. My pronouns are I was right. And anyway.
So all of that being said, so where were we? A rather interesting question was asked. I didn't get a chance to answer it. Somebody asked something about something. It was I can't remember what.
Nobody asked anything. We were just talking about the woman, and I said, you're talking about that lady that wrote the horrible porn.
Yes. And just so people understand, now she has pretty much the basics of the story down, but of course it's much more complicated than that. So for people who don't know the situation, I'll be happy to explain it. But right now I should get...
No, sorry.
Go eat, Doug.
I'm sitting right here. I just want you all to know I'm sitting right here. I'm sitting right here. I can hear everything you guys say, and if I feel the need to, I will go off mute and respond. I just want you to know that. So I'm part of the conversation still. I'm just not letting people hear me chew because, I'm better than that. But
like here.
I'm sorry, what?
I said pretend like he's here.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, but so I'm gonna go mute right now, and
everybody ask him a question as soon as he goes mute.
That would be just like all of you to do that. Yes, that's right. That's like I said, I did something horrible to her family.
You did say to
in the
pretend
past
you were here, so I'm just saying.
Yeah. So Ian, you were going to say something, Ian, before.
With you, go to your break, dude. Go take your break.
Okay, I'm here. Right. Okay, I'm here, but I'm mute.
Go eat, go chew, go masticate. We got it.
Doug stayed on longer than Brooke does. Jesus.
Well, it's his show. It's his show, so we want him to be energized so he can do
I'm pretty sure you were the one last week on longer than me, Mr. Talk Back Here.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I was just fucking around. But yeah, last week was pretty funny though. You were pretty good, Brooke. You were pretty good.
Well, she offered to fuck your brains out, so.
Well, that'll be the first and only time that happened. So.
You're gonna have to give her your address because she's asking.
I am a sexaholic and a pornoholic, and I'm quite open about both those issues. And yet at the same time, I feel compelled to say, let's try and lift this conversation above the level of phone sex. I know I did make an analogy where this was like a porn film and there were 3 penises to one lady, but let's move away from that now and see if we could speak of something a little more intellectually stimulating. Yeah.
Okay.
Try it.
Okay.
I got some good news for you guys. Remember last week when I was talking about the birth certificate shit?
Mhm.
Well, I got all the paperwork like all compiled in one folder. So if you guys want to send me your email addresses, I can send you all that paperwork, and you can, take the 8-month-long trip process to cashing out on your birth certificates.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I
put
wasn't
my-
born
I
here,
thought it
so
was your
I'm
social security number. Is it your birth certificate number?
Okay, no, it's not your birth certificate number. There's a stock number in red letters that are on the back of your birth certificate. It's not your birth certificate number. It's the
Yeah,
red.
I had heard. I was thinking it was your social though. You told me that time when I brought it up that you said it was social.
That's just for that website. Your social security number is a harbor for all the other SESTA-QV numbers that you've picked up throughout your life without your knowledge. So, like, if you went to college, if you went to graduate school, if you joined
But
the
those companies are still buying and selling my social to see all my information.
they're buying and selling your stock. The red numbers on the back of your birth certificates. That's what they're saying. That's what
I don't
they're
have
stealing.
one, so how does that
You don't
work?
have-
my
you don't
my
have a
birth
certificate?
certificate is in Taiwan.
Okay. Well, you're gonna have to send this one out, Joe. I'm sorry, but
Oh yeah, all right.
yeah,
No, but you said that website I went to. Did I put my social in?
yes.
What was it showing me?
That is showing you a what's it called? That's showing you your bay, your little lot of land that has all your stocks and certificates on it.
That's cute, but it would just show a company. It would show where it's gone to different was it different and gone to this company or
Yeah, but you got to understand your birth certificate is worth $1 million. So and so company bought 20% of it.
There's no fucking way. If that's true, why haven't you cashed yours out?
Because I've been rebuilding my house and like refixing it and building the new recording studio.
Well, I know. Why hadn't you cashed out to build your to get $1 million?
There's all sorts of goddamn shit. You gotta hire a goddamn lawyer. You gotta hire a goddamn what's those people that sign papers? Notary. You gotta hire a notary. You gotta schedule a court date. You gotta.
With getting an actuary lawyer, which is a notary and a lawyer. So.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, I can be my own lawyer. Secondly, I can get a notary. You send me this, I'll let everybody know if it's real or
Okay.
not.
Cool. Well, I'll send it to you. You handle it, and then I don't.
Yeah, just send your email. My email to you. You send me also.
Okay. Yeah, send it to me. I mean, it's a big folder. There's probably. I mean, the first book is like 687 pages you got to read, and that's just the first one. There's like 50 books altogether.
Just send it to me. Do you have my email?
No, I don't. No. Shoot me your email, and I'll send you guys a zip copy of it. Everybody's got PCs, right? You guys didn't sell to the Macintosh, did you?
But I do, out of just, shall we say, a feeling of adult responsibility, I do need to tell all of our listeners that, obviously with the amount of work that Ian says is involved with this, this is why nobody does this.
It's probably bullshit.
Yeah, I wanted to say that, but yes. See, Brooke can say things.
People that went through it. I have friends that did the 8 months and fucking.
Oh yeah, and they're millionaires now, right?
Yeah, I'm not. That's why I want to see it, because I can speed read through some of this shit and call a lawyer and be like, hey, I'm my lawyer, and be like, what is this? And he's gonna laugh at me most likely.
And say, yeah, you'll say, it's crazy conspiracy stuff, but okay, but it is mysterious. It is mysterious stuff as to why.
That's what I'm saying. It's worth checking out. Like I'm not gonna say no to anything.
It's worth investigating because I think it's part of a.
Brooke needs the money right now.
Well, I'm trying not to have to kill Ian or Douglas, so.
Yeah. So
I had no idea how much easier Ian would be to kill, though.
Well, you're gonna have to buy life insurance first.
Ian, yeah, I know, but it's gonna be a little while. So Ian, just keep ordering extra mayonnaise on their sandwiches.
Keep going to Wawa. Keep ordering Wawa. Yes, and by the way,
do extra Coke. If you could start shooting up some meth, that might help too.
Yeah. Well, with all this stuff, I don't know what's gonna kill him. Either the diseases or his cures. His cures sound more lethal.
Diseases. I cured my diseases, thank God.
Yeah, by injecting himself with various forms of corrosive acid and shit. Jesus Christ.
Dude, have you ever seen that movie Spider-Man?
Yeah, like
How
Yeah.
Spider-Man
Like
throws
there's
the web?
Yeah, I
55
was about to say,
Spider-Mans, but
thank
yeah,
you.
we've seen them.
Yeah, thank you.
How Spider-Man throws the webs out of his hands and shit.
Yeah, we
I
know the
did
concept.
Oh my god, that's like. You ever seen Batman? You know how he had like dressed up like a bat? Yeah, well, that was the end of the story. That's all I wanted to say.
That's funny you say that. I was watching Batman before you guys called.
Oh God.
Like no
Which one
bullshit.
you were watching?
And that was the point of
yeah,
the story
I was
too, right? I was
watching
into
Batman,
that.
the animated series.
The animated series?
Yeah, the animated series. Yeah, there's this episode called The Underdwellers, and it's a exact situation of what's going on in every major city in the United States and
Oh
Mexico.
god, the tunnels. We're going back to the tunnels.
The tunnel. Yeah, it's a tunnel episode. It's called The Underdwellers, and if you want to understand what's going on, watch Batman. Hold on, let me get to the window.
Oh my God.
I was just
why do you need to get to the window, Ian?
Because I was watching.
Because
it.
he's gonna call for Batman with his little signal thing.
Like Bruce.
He's gonna call for Batman and Spider-Man for a double team.
Okay.
All right, I gotta straighten something out with Real Tech Geek because last time we got confused with Mao's grandson, and I was talking about the guy in Chongqing. The guy in Chongqing was a Confucianist from the 77th generation, so we got confused over there because I was talking about Chongqing.
Oh god, that is so interesting. Let me write that down.
Yeah. Because the Confucianists are against the communists, but the communists want to be Confucianists. So it's really confusing.
Oh my God.
I think I got it. Thank you.
So, Brooke, take charge.
Yeah.
So that's we already said about that last time you were talking.
Yeah, because I was talking about the guy in Chongqing. The guy in Chongqing was protesting against the Communist Party. We were in two different subjects. I was talking about Mao's grandson too, but yeah, we got confused over there.
Sounds like we're getting confused again, so why don't we drop it?
All right, we'll drop it. I'll
I'm
listen
not
to you. I'll listen to you,
You know,
bro.
hey, can you calm down the
bro.
intellectualness
Yes,
around
Mama,
Brooke here? Can you
Yeah,
try
she's
not
a
to be so
mediator.
intellectual? Thank you.
Oh my God. So, this is what I did want to ask before I go back to chewing. By the way, I can handle this sort of thing because, I've lived a life where I've had to eat while I've seen horrible things happening in front of me. I don't prefer to do that.
My platoon die. Yes, go ahead.
But I can do it. So I could probably chew while Ian answers this. So I want something more than just a simple no. I want something that would be more expository of maybe affect or emotional kind of space. So when it came to the word, when it came to the film Sallow that you saw when you were young, and it obviously impacted you so deeply, and I was asking you about this last time, but it's kind of my questions were too nuanced. Let's just say this directly because I think it's important, and I'll be happy to respond with my own experience that I think was somewhat similar.
I did not get an erection once.
Okay, so you did not turn on to any of this.
No,
none of this sexually excited you.
No, sir. No erection. No nothing, dude. Seriously, honestly, that was the end of my oblivion, or that was the end of my ignorance.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
He got traumatized so much he has to believe in the what is it called?
QAnon.
Conspiracy shit.
This came out. Yo, this came out in 1957. We weren't born then.
But by the way, he sent me.
Sallow didn't come out in 1957. It came out in the 70s.
Yeah, that's right.
How much you want to bet? You got $1 million? You want to bet $1 million?
What are you talking about? I thought
movie. It came out in 1957 and it was banned in 1960 in the United States.
What? I thought it was a 70s film
1975, man.
Yeah.
It came out in 1975, but Eon probably has the real copy of the original. That's why.
If it was made in the 50s, it would be in black and white.
Yeah, that's right. If it was made in the 50s, it would. Yeah, wait a second. Ian. This could not have been made in the 50s because nobody would have done anything like that in the 50s. I mean, nobody. He couldn't have gotten any funding. He couldn't have it's like.
1976.
Yeah.
1976. I was wrong. I take that back. Thank God I didn't have $1 million.
You would have lost that, yeah.
I would have lost it, eh?
Now that being said,
Trouble for the movie buff, man.
okay,
You gotta be careful with that.
So that being said, oh my God. So when you say you lost your ignorance, you're telling me that you saw all these kids being abused, and all you felt was this sense of righteous outrage.
No. It was over the years I started hearing testimonies and eyewitness accounts of other shit that I could compare it to what I saw in the movie.
Okay.
And that's when it all started to dawn on me.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But no, I never got a hard on once. Honestly, never.
No. By the way, I'm not trying to box you into this, but I'm just saying you obviously have a fascination with the film because you purchased several copies.
Well, that's because they're so hard. The only copies you can find are like fucking $50 to $100.
Okay, I don't care. Okay, so let me tell you, there is a movie that I saw, and I even thinking about it now, I don't how I watched it here home one day. Had no idea what it would be. I like scary movies. Thought that was what it was going to be.
Yes.
I think you have probably all heard of it because I didn't know people had heard of it. But then once I told it, because it was too horrible and embarrassing, I'd watched this movie and I cannot get out of my head. Sick.
And it was Spice World. No, I'm just checking.
Yeah, right. That's scary. No, that what's it called? The Human Centipede.
Oh God damn it! We're going there again.
I'm sorry, that is just that movie really just freaked me the fuck out, and then I couldn't stop watching it too because I'm watching it and I'm like,
if that freaks you out, you could handle this.
Huh?
You could handle Solo if Human Centipede freaks you out.
That doesn't make any sense, Ian.
That doesn't make any sense. That would be the opposite. Are you doing
watch where you're eating?
I think you intend to say the opposite, right, Ian? Is that?
Well, no, I mean they don't go as far as sewing assholes and buttholes together in this movie.
No. They go much further with their graphics.
Life. Oh my God. And those dogs together.
Okay. So just to put this into some perspective, what devastated Our Lady Brooke about the Human Centipede was the situation. They're not showing what's happening. No one. What's demonstrated is by suggestion.
I mean, they do show them like that crawling around. I mean,
but it's not that graphic.
It
was graphic enough for me to think if my mouth was to somebody else's ass and I was stuck like that for the rest of my life, you're already kidnapped, you can't get out, and now you're gonna be stuck alive with your mouth to a girl's ass.
It's so such being said, okay. That could have been surgically altered to cure the situation. However, the film was left it left you hanging. You didn't know if there was any hope.
Somebody could have surgically altered if they had come in and wanted to fix it.
Right.
But
Right.
Did they ever? I don't even know if they got him. Did they catch him at the end?
No. In the end, it leaves you devastated with a hanging. It's what you call a open-ended. It's open-ended.
They're gonna be there until they die, and he's gonna keep eating the first one.
She was between two dead people. So she's stuck in a situation where if she can't maneuver herself out of that situation physically, then she would die horribly. Yes, I
didn't even remember the other two died. I thought all three of them were alive.
No, the other two died. And so as the doctor was also dead. So there was no. It was just But then they resurrected him for the third film, which is just where then he sewed all these prisoners together in a prison.
Okay, see, that's what's wrong with you right there.
What?
I obviously didn't even finish the first one. Just seeing when they came out sewed together.
Well, I don't watch these films. I know of them. I know.
But you knew the guy was dead. You knew they brought him back in the third one.
The reason I know this is because I found it offensive. I found it offensive because it's a Teutophobic movie. That means it's Germanophobic. It's hateful of Germans. It's a German doctor. It's anti-German propaganda. So that's why I'm aware of it.
Okay, I also think it's anti-woman propaganda, anti-dog propaganda. That's just on the first two. The first one.
How is it anti-female? Well, it's female exploitive. It's exploitative, but it's also but it's not necessarily misogynist. It's misogynist in the sense that it's exploitative, but it's anti-German propaganda definitely. So
I guess that's so much worse. You know what? I'm so much worse that they made it, because here's the thing: there's only two scary voices in the world. If you're gonna make a really bad doctor, you got to make him with a German voice or a fucking Russian one.
Oh my God!
If you think of the voices, come on. I mean, let's be honest. Like a Russian can say something even happy. Like I can't do this voice. You'd be like, I like this.
Hey,
I mean, that sounds fucking scary.
Hey, can I ask real tech geek a question?
Real tick.
Real tech
Only
geek.
if you ask it with a Russian accent.
Yeah, what's up?
I need a favor from you. My country is low on. Hey, are you gonna
That was pretty good. That's what I'm saying. Even that
It
sounds
like
scary.
Zelensky, right?
Well, that's all. Yes, pretty close
It's
to
Slavic.
Russian.
Okay, so when she says it's close, then what she means to say is a Teutonic or Slavic accent is what she's been indoctrinated to respond to with a fear mechanism, because that's the cultural
evil enemy or whatever.
That's the cultural matrix she grew up in. You grew up in a warped and self-loathing cultural matrix, honey. The overwhelming majority of people in America who are white are Germanic descent. That may not be the case with you personally, but demographically, that's the case for white people in America.
First of all, I didn't grow up with any German family members other than my aunt, who was German and from Germany and spoke German.
Yes.
And I have neighbors here that spoke German.
Yeah.
I wasn't afraid of them. But what I am saying, as a matter of fact, it was just on a comedy, because that's all I watch is stand-up fucking comedy half the time to make me laugh after getting off here. And and the guy said it was the comedian, like Bill Burr, one of the big comedians, and was basically, it wasn't him, it was somebody else. And he was saying, like doing accents from a different accents, and said, and he actually didn't use German. He used He said a Russian, and like a Russian accent.
Okay.
That's like, the accent that doesn't matter what they say, and it still sounds scary. And
That's
then
cute.
Yeah.
Yes.
He did it.
Okay, this is cultural matrix indoctrination. So,
Oh
what
my
we need
God!
to
You write a book on something else. Like, we have bigger fucking fish to fry, dude. They sound fucking scary. It's because I'm raised Western, but I'm pretty sure when I'm talking in the South, you don't hear people from Russia or England or Australia come like, "Oh my God, that Southern voice they have is very scary."
No. By the way, that is another thing I will bring up, is that our cultural indoctrination in much of the United States has been to think of negative attributes when we think of a Southern accent. Joe Ty was raised in that matrix.
With that, and I don't go, hey,
Yeah.
that you have been culturally indoctrinated. I just say, hey, if you want to think I'm stupid, go ahead. You're the idiot for thinking I'm stupid. If I literally, though, was somebody that they ever thought, oh, you sound big and tough no matter what you say, fuck, that's like, you think that's like anybody who says, well, I don't want you to think I'm big and tough. I mean, maybe not, but I just don't think it's that big a deal to say that the Russian voice sounds a little fucking scary.
That's cute. It's cute, honey.
You're prejudiced against the voice. People.
Yeah. Well, honey. It's like so that whatever. Okay. It's like you say. Maybe it's a topic that's not worth. Maybe it's a topic that's not worth pursuing. But understand.
I mean, you want to call it indoctrination? You are like, you're not raised on these people. I watch the same movies they did, and the fact of the matter is, these are the voices that they put in there for a fucking reason. Now, maybe you're right. Maybe the entire media has made it, and if they had just made,
it's part of a heritage of. It's a heritage
and all
of
the mobsters and all the people with guns talk like me, then everybody'd be scared of my little voice.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. There you go.
Be careful, Brooke is coming.
Yeah, there we are.
The book is coming, and then y'all all freak out, just like right now.
Can I ask Bill Tech Geek my question?
Of course, please.
Okay, thank you. Y'all shut the fuck
what's your
up.
question?
Okay. Hey, can you find some software for me? I need this program called Foxit Any DVD. It bypasses the copyright protection on DVDs. I really need it. I had a copy, but it was on my old hard drive, and I fucked it up and I lost it, and now I can't find it, and I'm too broken. I don't want to blow $70 on the software. So if you can find a hack copy, I could rip that solo DVD and finally upload it as a Weekend at Epstein's.
Foxit, Foxit.
Yeah, it's Foxit Any DVD, ANY DVD. I need that.
Okay.
And it could be an old version because I'm running Windows 10 at 64-bit. So.
Okay, do we even have a person on here left? I'm going to bed.
Okay, good night, Brooke. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Good night, Doug.
Yeah, George.
No.
George is here.
Oh my God! Did I go mute, or did people hear me chewing?
Oh, by the way, Douglas, I did want to come here and make fun of our friend here, Ian. That's the only reason I even came on to begin with. He literally could not remember. Well, you were going to tell me something, and then it was about children underground somewhere in America. And I was like, oh, I know your best friend.
Oh yes,
you would
before
love
you
it. His
go.
name's Michael,
Oh my God. Brooke,
and
by the
he
way,
would love to meet
by the
with-
way, hello
yeah.
to George. Hello to George. And
so
Brooke,
then
honey.
he's like, I said, you know, he's the one that sent that million when it went. He said, I still don't remember ever seeing that or liking it. So I literally pull the website, give it to him. So he goes on it. And he, while we're online, he has a fucking fit, a field day. He's like, oh my God, this is the Australian version of this. And so then he pulls the American version. And he's having a little orgasm, and he goes back to the fucking Australian one, and he's like, "Well, this is the Australian version, so this has to be true because, like, it's obviously the Australians are putting it out, and it's about the children in Australia." And I was like, "Yeah, it could be true, or it could be completely phony, since number one, as even Douglas has said, all of." Basically, Australia is run by Rupert Murdoch and conspiracy theorists.
It's true. It's horrible.
And why would any website over there that's propaganda news?
That's right. Just to kind of drive that point home. And welcome aboard, George. Glad you're with us. And before Brooke goes, I gotta tell her a little Ian West story of my own. But you know, just so everybody knows, it's like for the longest period of time. The last people on earth that black African American woman could relate to was black African American men. I mean, for the longest period of time, black African American men were just on this fucking cock trip, and women were like just peripheral to them in every imaginable way. They're in an incredibly gender divided culture, African America, the black culture. It's one of the few cultures where you have a black man will almost never see a woman to do his hair. He almost will always exclusively have men do his hair. It's some kind of Samson trip where, you know, it's just very, very misogynist in many ways, and hopefully that's evolving out of that. But with Australian women, it's the same way. It's the last people on earth your average Australian woman can relate to is your average Australian male. Because your average Australian male is some whacked out, conspiracy mongering Rupert Murdoch Muppet who's just lost in a world where they truly believe at the highest levels of government, all the way down to the common man, that environmentalists are setting all the fires to kill all the wildlife so that they can claim the conservatives are doing it. This is the world they live in. You ask your average Australian that, like, who's setting all the fires in Australia? And they'll say, it's the environmentalists. I mean, this is the batshit crazy mindset of your average Australian man. They're just out of this world assholes. Of course, not all of them are like that, just the overwhelming majority. But the women are not. So it's like... it's this horrible situation, and I don't know
why so many of them can end up even halfway good looking, but yet still completely idiotic and living in their mother's basement.
Yes. And so my Ian West story was he sent me that thing about that Florida alligator-ridden, you know, mosquito nest hellhole that he says is Eden, and that was like the source was fucking, you know, the same Australian QAnon shit that he gets his other stories from. So when I saw that, I busted out laughing. You know, the old man who said, this was Eden, you know, and it's some, you know,
it was
toxic waste dump in fucking Florida.
I feel it every time I go to Sewanee, I feel it.
Yeah, I know. You feel something, all right.
I just didn't know what it was.
Oh, you're delightful. Oh, shit. Honestly, Ian, you're precious. The word for you is precious. You're simply precious.
Honestly, if I didn't go to Sewanee Music Festival every year for the last fucking 15 years of my life,
but
it had to
wait a minute. What are you feeling in Sewanee again? What are you feeling?
God, it's like a natural high. It's like
here's what it is. If you're in Sewanee, you are high. Like
already.
There's no one in Sewanee that is not high.
Yes.
Like you don't stay in Sewanee unless you're high.
No, I'm talking about when I'm by myself. You know, when I get away from the crew and I just got like 10 minutes to myself, I'll just go walk out on the river. Fucking.
But you can walk on the river. You're still fucking high. You're in Sewanee. Like you're high because you have to drive there. It's Sewanee Music Festival.
I feel like I could waters with moving my hands. Like honestly.
Oh my God.
Have you ever been to Burning Man? Same thing. A lot of people have those trips at Burning Man. Also, everyone's tripping at Burning Man.
Festival. What the fuck? That has nothing to do with the Bible. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll let you go.
What do you mean Bible? What are you talking about Bible?
Because
I didn't say Bible.
Bible.
I never said Bible. I said Burning Man.
He's talking about Eden, so he's bringing up the Bible. Ian's bringing up the Bible implicitly because he thinks this toxic waste dump in Florida is Eden. And
oh shit, that's
It
right.
is.
He said that last week. Oh my god.
yes, that's right. And so when I looked at the source, he sent me the link. It was like Australia QAnon or QAnon Australia was the source.
Yeah, and it's whoever made that story has some land in Sewanee that they want to sell and get rid of, and they're hoping some idiot will be like, "Well, I think it's the Garden of Eden, and I'm gonna buy it."
I didn't realize it at a time, but now I realize Jesus was walking with me on those gigs. I rest my case.
What? You're kidding. You are kidding, right? He's kidding. He's the.
But I mean, it took me 15 years to figure it out, and I had to see the video. I'm like, oh, that's what it was.
Oh God, he's kidding, people. He's kidding.
Walking
Yeah,
on
like-
what gate?
I work Sewanee Music Festival every year,
Oh, God.
and I do the Halloween rave, and then I do.
He's
and
high.
then I do,
He's high when he does all that. They're all high. It's like you said.
Oh,
honey.
I just want to know what gates you're talking about.
It's the same thing you see in Hellraiser. It's a fucking box that they open up and the Cenobites come out. And then they're all like, it's like you see in those films. All the meat hooks go in them and are pulling them apart and they say, it's the ultimate in pain and pleasure. And you just
like,
wonder to yourself,
sometimes
where's
I really
the
do think that's
pleasure
really
in this?
Jesus walking
It's-
with me, or Adam or somebody. I don't know.
Oh, anyhow. So there we are. That being said, so
I
honey.
think you smoke pot. I think you need to look and see what they're putting in there, like maybe some PCP.
Psychedelics, definitely psychedelics.
Yeah, like definitely some LSD or like something. But I mean, it could be PCP, like or something. Maybe ayahuasca. Maybe they're just alternating it.
Look, I thank God. God found me at Sewanee, and I rest my case.
That's oh my God, he's kidding.
Oh my God! Remind me to get him a T-shirt like this as that for his birthday.
Yes. Yes.
God found me in Sewanee. I mean, I'll have to have it printed because obviously no one would have that shirt. But I will get you one of those.
Oh,
Actually, just sublimation ink
that's
printer
lovely.
thing to make shirts, but
okay.
no, seriously, I really think the Garden of Eden is in Sewanee, Florida,
I'm so
north
sorry.
of.
I feel so bad for you.
What the worst part
Thank
is this may be the most serious you've ever been on something, and it is the most comical to me ever.
Yes, it's
God,
true.
I
It's
do
true.
not fuck
It
with
is.
God.
I agree. There is something like.
This is why he needs to get into comedy.
Yeah, but before I ask George how much time he has with us, because he may have a limited amount of time, I do want to thank Ian West for when I did present to both himself and John Miranda. I did ask them, I confronted them both and said, look, does this bitter ideology of Russia saving the world, does this give you any happiness? And I was just saying that, and of course John's going, yeah, and he's just, I said, look at you both, you're both alone. At that point all the girls had deserted us. Viviana and Brooke had left me with these two conspiracists. And when
I'm glad he's in Switzerland,
Yeah,
and not in America.
wait, Sweden, Joe, Sweden.
Or Sweden.
So-
Sanest one you ever had on your show.
Yeah. And so when
You know what? Y'all should go out in the woods together. Maybe he'll come to Sewanee with his. He can come to Sewanee and he'll bring his little camping
cold
stuff
right
and y'all can in the
His
Garden of
sleeping
Eden.
bag. His sleeping bag. Oh my God. 30 degrees below zero, and he's in this stupid
Negative 38 degrees
yes.
below zero.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This thermal sleeping bag. I said
If
that.
I had to bring my sleep bag to Sewanee, Jesus would sleep with me there.
He's
Or
kidding.
You are
He's
kidding. I know
He's
you're
kidding.
kidding.
He's
now.
kidding. He's
You've
kidding.
got to be fucking kidding.
This is just a shtick. He's practicing.
Thank you.
But I want to
Doug.
thank Ian for this. When I did point out the fact that the Russians are as satanic as the West, that their
I agree.
satanic elements took over, that's when Ian said, I agree. He said that while Joe Miranda was going, no! Joe went into this denial. John Miranda was going, no! Putin is our savior!
Then why doesn't John Miranda move if he thinks
That's
maybe
what I
he thinks
said!
move to Moscow?
That's
I
what
mean,
I said!
maybe that's where he thinks the Garden of Eden is. Who the fuck knows?
I said, why don't you move to Russia? He had no answer. There's no answer. It's just like...
And he couldn't tell a true
Fuck
Russian
his
because
sheep.
he was having kids with a Georgian. and he couldn't tell the difference between a Russian or a Georgian.
Well, the worst part of it was, Joe, he could, but he's still telling this Georgian kid he married. He marries this Georgian girl. He has a twins by her, and she is a refugee. She lost family to the Russians. Russian aggression invaded Georgia. She lost her family. She ran away to Sweden. She meets this white guy who she thinks will take her to America. Instead, he's still hanging out in Sweden and says, no, I'm not going back to America because I'm waiting for Putin to take over Europe because he's going to save the world. He's telling this to a woman who lost her family to the Russians.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
And he doesn't understand why she divorced him. He
does.
doesn't understand why she divorced him.
I don't understand why she divorced him either. I would have fucking killed him in his fucking sleep and said he had a heart attack.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And she could have gotten still American citizens because her kids are American. So.
He was the sanest guy you've ever had on your show, Doug.
He's joking again. People.
This is coming. Well, see, he's speaking as Jesus right now because he gives into trances since
That's
he's
right,
been to
he's channeling.
Swanee.
Well, we gotta forgive Ian because he might be infected by the hookworm. So
that's right. He's
got
all those infections. That's right. He's had multiple infections.
He's cured all his infections. Now he's just
Yes,
infected with the Holy Spirit of Swanee.
That's what he thinks because the
I
hookworm is
cured it with Jesus and Swan.
Oh God. He cured himself.
Oh my God, I'm gonna send you a shirt like that too. A little thing, Jesus of Sewanee.
Yeah, Jesus of
You should
Sewanee.
move there and open up a shack, and people can drive through and like hand you money, and you can sell little statues and
That's
shit.
right. Yeah, and you could pretend you're Jesus. You've got a beard, Greg. Yes.
That'd be so great.
Oh God, whenever he talks like.
And then when they drive through and you're acting like Jesus, you're like, would you like a statue, or would you like a little Bible, or would you like a line of coke, or
Here, I'll just push the straw in your direction.
We have some meth here.
That's still the favorite Ian West story.
Meet John Miranda. How do you meet this guy?
John Miranda was working with, of all things, Revolution Radio in a sense. He was also a columnist for certain right-wing magazines, and he wound up being ousted by Stephen D. Kelly. What happened was Stephen D. Kelly got his job, so to speak. As a matter of fact, you know who he was working for? He was working for a pro-Iranian propaganda rag. Then he lost his job to Stephen D. Kelly, who wound up running for president.
What? Turks?
What? No, not the Young Turks.
That's why he's so good.
I mean, listen to Ian. I said he's working for a pro-Iranian propaganda rag, and real Ian West says, Young Turks?
He's a real...
yeah, I mean... Yes.
What did he say? I couldn't hear what he said.
Oh, God. The Young Turks.
He said the Young Turks.
Yelled it
the
out.
Young Turks? That's what he said?
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what he said. He confuses them with a pro-Iranian propaganda... I mean, they're different ethnicities. It's like, but they're all Muslim to him, I guess.
But the Turks are Sunni, and the Iranians are Shiite.
George jumped out. George left. Look what you guys did. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Well, I just want to say for the first time ever, I'm proud of you because you did not put everyone else down for George, which was also in my letter to you tonight, but you were lucky it got deleted because my phone died before I could send it.
What?
Oh, you read him letters?
What?
Y'all heard that?
I mean, I heard Brooke say what she said about George, that I didn't put everyone else down to let him talk. I was just trying to, anyhow. So that being said,
was just sending George. I was sending you a quick little note to say something about, whatever. It was something stupid. But part of it, I was like, oh, and by the way, do you think it feels good to come on? Like I said earlier about the 1 hour, and then the 4 hours later, and then you just feel really good to have let's see, the two the intelligent people in here. One that I really love, Sammy. The other one that is completely in love with you and you're in love with him, and everybody else can't speak
Who?
as soon as he comes on.
She's that's her own comedy routine. Don't worry about it.
No, they're not in love, but he does. If you have not noticed, there's no one on this show that he did. Not even Sammy when Sammy's at work. Will he go? Everyone stop. Okay. I want to give George a chance to talk because we don't know how much time he has. This is the first time he's ever said he did say we don't know how much time George has, but he did not jump in and make everyone shut up. And I get making me shut up sometimes. Come on, we all know I can talk a lot.
But look, just as bad as Stephen D. Kelly, at least Stephen D. Kelly calls me back sometimes. Anyway.
Stephen D. Kelly. Oh yeah, what do you know about him? You know him personally?
Joking.
Oh, what?
I'm joking.
Oh, okay. But how do you know about him? You know about him?
P. Kelly?
Yeah.
I told you on the thing, like I'm the guy that got Allie Carter on his show.
Oh.
I'm the girl, the black girl who was a MK Ultra slave who fucking survived Epstein's Island and was the one that busted the directions on how to get inside the Getty. I was the guy
So you must know him. Yeah, and so do you believe there's children under the Getty?
I've never been underneath the Getty. I've never been, but
I think we could say that about a lot of these places that you talk about.
Underground at Disney World, I did a pretty good job fucking that place up, but fucking.
Well, wait a second. Look, I don't mean to be an asshole, but when you say that, are you telling us you like blew up facilities or something? I mean, come on.
No. I wore a scanner, like a.
I thought he was going to say I wore a Mickey Mouse or a Pluto outfit or something.
I wore an Adreno scanner watch that GPSs your routes and it fucking it scans for signals as you walk. And we set up a fake merchandise heist at Disney World, and we bought like this little Mickey doll, and then the person gave me the receipt, put it back on the shelf. I went and grabbed it and pretend like I was playing it. I was like, I'm gonna steal it. And they called the cops, and they fucking, had me go underground while I was, and
Wait a second. This sounds so absolutely bizarre. What the fuck? So, I mean, first off, you said you're playing around, and you said, I'm going to steal it. Look at how you look. I would call the cops, too. But...
Yeah, that was the point. I wanted them to call the cops so they could bring me underground so I could do all the scans.
Oh, that's so brilliant. Brooke.
Yeah, that's why he said they bought the doll and then they snuck it back, so technically they didn't steal it.
Exactly.
But then they thought they were stealing it because that's what he was trying to get taken. I got your point on that. Now I'm just trying to ask you, what the fuck is going on underground Disney? You think they're holding kids, is what you're saying?
Okay, the reason I lost my job at Disney World is because of fucking Star Wars. When they built that new Star Wars theme park, what they were really doing was they were installing another fucking cloning lab underneath that.
Of course.
Galaxy Edge.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, under Galaxy.
How do you know that you're the real you and not the cloned you?
Well, because I haven't been there since they started expanding the shit. So I was fired.
I mean, but if they were already doing cloning, they may have cloned you several times while you were there.
Why would they want to clone him?
Okay.
Because he can even figure out where the Garden of Eden is and knows where Jesus is. So I'm pretty sure.
And they could start a whole new Muppet show with him, too. They would have all the puppets they need.
Yeah, they do call me Fozzie at work. That's so funny you say that.
Okay. So,
but that's a true story. That's
that curly hair's really in right now, though.
I guess
it really is. Like my son was wanting to get a perm in 7th grade. I was like, I am not perming your hair, you little boy idiot. Like he's got straight hair, you know what I'm saying? I'm like a perm. Like those were in like the 70s.
I was about to say he wants to look like some reject from that 70s show, or maybe the guy who was playing the gigolo on Married with Children. He had the feathered hair. Remember that?
Yeah, luckily he outgrew it. But in 7th or 8th grade, that was like a thing. They were all wanting curly hair, and he's like, "No, because my friends are talking about getting perms." And I'm like, "You're all idiots." Okay?
Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
I told him, I was like, "I will take you to get a tattoo. I will get you drunk, and I might even do some drugs with you, but I am not permanent your hair."
Thank you. I mean, he would have looked like a twink, which is basically a gay butt boy. Yeah.
I'm not friends with one.
Why am I not surprised?
Actually, that'd be a great punishment now. Like, if you get him in trouble, just like perm his hair. It's like, you know what? I'm not grounded, Mom. I know you caught me with vodka. No, you're not grounded. Mm-mm. Well, where are we going? To get a haircut, get your hair done. Put him in the chair, perm it, the tightest little curl, Jerry curls I can get.
Oh my God. Oh, that would be. Oh, he would die. He would die.
Yeah, because you can't get ready. Stuck with it for a few
Sounds like something from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Yes. He would shave his head. At that point.
Oh my God, what if I came to your house and like made you pass out and like put a little something in you and called the hairdresser over and you woke up like that?
Well, I can handle it. I just put on a dress. I've done this before. So all of that being said, darling, now obviously I want you to stay forever, but I know you need your sleep.
Oh no, I'm gonna go. I just wanted to finish the last thing. You're not
Take your
keeping
time.
up with the news, and Ian does have one more news story. I don't doubt you heard about yet because I hadn't heard about it. Do you want to tell him, Ian?
Nancy Pelosi has been executed.
Oh my God. Thank you for telling us that. I mean, I never would have known. And to think that I could have missed out on this.
Doug, the last 2 days, there have been these fucking military rocket airplanes leaving Orlando International like every 30 minutes, every hour.
And they're executing people.
I'm talking rocket,
Yeah,
not your Boeing 757 that just takes off all quiet like and shit. No, I'm talking like the hounds of hell, fucking
Of course.
rocket planes, fucking just launching out of Orlando International.
And this has what to do with the executions?
It's never, ever, 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 ever that constant. Never.
Okay.
So that means what he's trying to say is they're doing the executions. What do they call
Through
them?
the rockets.
The trials.
I gave you guys the website where you can see
these are the trials that
the
QAnon.
tribunals.
Yeah, the
These are
They're
the
doing them
tribunals.
at Guantanamo Bay, is what he's saying. That's where they're all headed.
Oh,
Go
of
to
course.
the site.
Of course.
And he knows Nancy Pelosi's dead.
Did you
because
guys
she didn't
see the
show up
website?
in the last hearing yesterday.
Right. I mean, no, but Ian, why would they kill her when she's retiring?
I know, that's what I told him. She probably wasn't there because she's
Because
leaving.
they killed her.
And also, she might not be there because she's retiring and it's the holiday.
That solves it. Yeah, we're gonna replace you because it's the Christmas season.
No, I'm saying
Ian,
like
Ian,
a lot of senators are on people are on vacation visiting family. And if I was that rich, I'd certainly have family to visit. She has grandchildren.
No, Brooke. They just reschedule. That's it.
But
you guys might got a flight away.
Ian, John Miranda was saying all this. It's like, and look at the shape he's in. Look at that. I mean, I asked him, this is what happened, Brooke. I basically said to John Miranda, I said, when he kept insisting he was happy, because I said, look, both of you, Ian, yourself, you're alone. Both of you men are alone. Nothing dries up a woman's pussy more than these bitter conspiracy politics. And I was like saying to John, are you happy? Your wife has left you. You see your kids once a week. They think you're some weird ass caveman who walks out of the woods like a knuckle dragging troglodyte.
And then hating on everybody and telling them how evil half the world is.
Yeah. Right. And so I said, are you happy? And he's going, yeah, I'm happy. And I said, look, it's like the Tracy Ullman skit where she has the Charlie McCarthy wooden ventriloquist dummy and she introduces it to her family and her friends as her soulmate, and they're getting married. And her family's just breaking down and crying, and her friends are freaking out, and one draws her aside, and Tracy Ullman's saying, why can't you all just be happy that I'm happy? And her friend says, Tracy, you're not happy. You're crazy. That's what I said.
Are you talking about a Low Down Dirty Shame?
Well, no, it was on her series. But she had a TV series once, for those who don't know. But for everyone else, I just want you to know, this is Ian West has obviously bought into a lot of this. He truly does believe
the website. Prove it. I've got the website.
Okay, you're just setting it to reschedule it. What are you talking about rescheduling? Because you just said she's dead.
If you have a quorum to fill during said holidays and your quorum is not filled, you don't just fucking fire the person, replace them. You just reschedule for the next meeting.
I don't get it. You're saying they're killing these people. What?
Oh yeah, they executed her.
But Ian,
how does she fill the quorum? Like it's not me. So she can take off to be executed, but she can't take off Christmas Day.
and when she shows up again.
How many people do you think believes the same thing as you do in Florida and in the South?
Yeah, the majority of them, unfortunately. But Ian, what happens when you see her again? You're going to say that's a clone, right?
Exactly.
Or a reptilian.
No. Reptilian is just the what are they called? They're just the people that have no emotions, that have been like traumatized. That's
Oh God, you mean exactly what I am when I get off this show every fucking time.
that's what we fuck with you. Yeah. I'm surprised you haven't eaten your
Underground
supper,
people.
but anyway.
Anyhow, and by the way, Brooke, I love you dearly for coming on at all. I mean, honestly, I feel guilty about bringing you on and exposing you
No,
to these.
don't. She needs this. She needs this. I already freaked her out about her fucking birth certificate. God knows what I can do next.
She doesn't believe you, Ian.
Even though she went to the fucking website and saw it, Jesus. I mean,
That was
come
her
on.
social security number.
No, birth certificate now. Now it's the birth certificate. It's not the social security.
Anyway, I rest my case, and I've got websites to prove it. And hey,
I got websites to prove it.
Doug, hush, please. Mr. Real Tech and Mr. Joe Ty, if you go to your web browser and you type in JAG. Oh shit, my shit's not. Hold on, I'm in the wrong. Hold on, let me get to my other browser. Hold on, I got it bookmarked. Okay, JAG. Okay, it's jag.navy.live.mil/military/justice/docket/ that'll bring you up to the entire tribunal schedule that's going on right now.
God, I swear to God, I'm going in. Like, I'm not gonna have any time because I'm coming up with these fake
That
fucking
was a little too
websites.
long.
I'm gonna go fuck.
Here, I'm gonna send you guys a link. I'll send you guys a link. And then, yeah, I'm gonna go to the Skype hole and where's that Skype? Oh shit, I gotta do it on my phone. Hold on. But
So
yeah,
when she shows up again, what did you say it was gonna be? So it's gonna be a clone?
well, it's probably gonna be pre-recorded, or it's gonna be a clone, or it's gonna be a body double. You know how much those goddamn masks are they're using for this? They're fucking insane. They're like $30,000 for one of
And
these.
why are they killing her? Why are they killing her now when
Because
she was retiring?
She's involved in this arts and embassies program with her husband.
Arts and embassies doing what?
Basically, he's saying what Stephen D. Kelly was saying, that they keep all these kids under the Getty Museum and they fuck them every night. And
they have marble bathtubs and they just cut these kids open and drain all their blood in these bathtubs and then they just chill in it.
Under a museum, of course.
Well, the art museums are satanic, so there must be some ritual stuff, maybe.
Well, there was, dude, in the 1930s, this guy fucking found the fucking underground city underneath Los Angeles. It's there. It's been there for the last.
There's an underground city under Los Angeles. It was used by the Chinese and Asian people there. There was no demonic cult there.
They call it the Lizard City.
There was a whole documentary about that, and it was like Asian. I don't think it was Chinese. They were living under there.
Thank you.
They had. I don't know if it was. There's a documentary on it, so I watched it. I don't remember it now, but it was not some fucking thing like you're talking about.
Yes, thank you.
Into that.
Oh my God. So really, and West says, well, see, all those Asians were really lizards. They call it Lizard City, Reptilian City.
Well, they've been called aliens. Now they're lizards. I mean, what the fuck, race?
Learn about how they were enslaving the Uyghurs.
Dude, that's communist China. It's under a tyrannical regime.
That's where they got the kids from, dude. That's what I'm saying. That's where they got them from. When they were pulling that whole Uyghur thing, they were pimping them out to Hillary Clinton and Tony Podesta.
Okay, let me ask you this. First of all, I know that you guys are so, like, all men are sexualized, right? And then we've got some people on here that are hypersexualized, some that are just really drugged the fuck out. But, either way, I want you to understand that, first of all, most women, like, we can be very sexual, but we aren't usually pedophiles in general. Most men, I don't think, are, unless they've been abused. And I don't know where you're getting all these men and then all these women, and then, because it can't be to drink the blood to stay young, because have you seen Hillary Clinton lately?
She's been dead for a while.
What?
She's been dead for like 3 years.
Oh my God. Yeah,
how's she been drinking the blood? And it obviously didn't help her much. Or are you saying she came from George Washington's time?
How is Biden the president? You got me.
So what drug are you taking?
I'm not the one spewing
yeah.
fucking the shit. And you're not to make it make sense, dude. You're not even making it make sense.
Which pill are you taking, Ian? I mean,
Well, they
red or
definitely are
blue
using
pill?
deep fake.
Red or blue pill?
Yeah, thank
Red
you.
or-
Thank you. They are using deep fakes.
Oh
like
my
that
God.
Zelensky thing. That wasn't Zelensky. That motherfucker doesn't sound like James Bond's masked villain from Pussy Galore. I mean, come on.
But wait a second. So Ian, this is why Brooke can't get any sleep at night. You're depriving her. You're responsible for this. You should feel guilty.
Yes, the anger and the fucking stress. I wish to God you lived in the same fucking state as me. I don't, but I do. Because if you did, I would be in prison, but you would not be here.
Yes.
First of all, let me
Because
say,
you drive her to a murderous rage. Yes.
I heard Zelensky got an offer to go audition for the Clemson football team. So you keep that in mind.
but that being said, okay, so Ian, you've got this you believe that Hillary Clinton's been dead for 3 years, but at the same time, all these people are drinking all this blood, and like Brooke said,
we smashed all of it. We found the big stockload of it at the mag
What's
club.
she doing for him? She's drinking it, but she's dead. The queen was drinking it. She's dead.
Yes.
They all looked old too when they died. So what's the point of drinking it?
Well, they were executed.
So you see, he lives in this world where he thinks there's good guys and bad guys. This is John Miranda's world. Only, believe it or not, he's a little less extreme than John Miranda because he can at least acknowledge that the Russians are as satanic as the Americans. Whereas
About the Russians, I'm just talking about the celebrity side of it.
Right. Whereas John Miranda,
that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you're also falling into line with like the Michael Christopher Andre who believes everything you believe,
Right.
but then he goes off in his dreams at night and he fights the demons himself, and he met Trump's son, who Trump's son is going to be the next Jesus Christ. So guess what? You might want to go to Sewanee because guess what? That's where Trump's son is going to eventually show up walking on water.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Y'all are so bad.
But
Guys, this is true from a man that believes it wholeheartedly.
No, I've got the goddamn.
Just as much as you're believing your bullshit, and you can't look in the mirror and see maybe I'm fucking crazy too.
But the reason that this is so aggravating, the reason that this upsets Brooke and myself is because because there's so many people like yourself. There's so many people like Michael Christopher Andreevich. There's so many people like John Miranda. I mean, it's literally like half the male population in the West at this point.
Look. Do yourself a favor, okay? Watch the last 6 months of every Obama public clip he had out, and look at the security guards that are behind him.
They're all reptilians. They're all reptilians.
Oh yeah, I saw that. They have one that's like really white skinned.
Let's be a little serious here, okay? That way we don't all look like idiots. Okay. Now look at the clips of the last 3 months of Obama's presidency and Trump. Between that time period, there's one of the same Obama's bodyguards that is always with Trump those 3 months before he started office. That was the same guy that was with Obama.
Hey, don't be surprised, Ian, because they did a special on NPR where Trump kept some of Obama's cabinet, and they were surprised how incompetent Trump was.
Before Trump was elected, while Obama was still president, the same bodyguard was with Donald Trump.
So what do you think this same bodyguard represents? What is it? What do you read from that?
It's clones. He's saying they're clones. You know what? I did look at that, and you're right, because I had a date with a guy 3 weeks ago, and he was exactly like that guy too. So I don't fucking know, and I swear to just run up the road serving fucking ice cream.
Did he have Lockheed Martin tattooed on him?
Oh my god.
We have Lockheed Martin here. That's where I met him at. You're right.
Oh, that's where it all fell apart last time.
Of course. Oh my god. Brooke, honestly, how are you going to?
I think the Russians are doing a good job. With
yes,
that.
that's true. They've totally fucked over the minds of half of the men in the West. Half of the men in the West are effectively a fifth column for the Russians at this point.
It worked.
It worked. It did. I mean, But what does this get you, Ian? What does
Yeah,
it get you?
gotta-
Where do you
listen to the Michael Aquino thing? It ties in with all this.
Oh, okay. I'll
That-
take a
Oh,
look at-
absolutely. I mean, Aquino.
Oh, I
was
know he
the
does.
same-
Michael Aquino is loving this right
Yes,
now.
thank you.
Because
Thank
it's the
you,
kind
honey.
of shit he needs you to fucking do.
That's
because
right.
he gives energy off fear
Thank you.
and anger.
Thank you.
And that's all you're doing. It's fear mongering
Thank
and
you.
anger. And you know who else gets money? Gets everything they want from it. The entire war, the entire defense contractors that are making money off war. Because and everybody else that they don't want you to notice what they're doing, like pharmaceuticals. Your pharmaceutical companies, anything that you'd really want changed, guess what? When half your population is too busy thinking there's fucking oh God, there's planes going off and there's people being killed, there's people under the pizza place, and let's just blog about this all fucking day.
Yes.
Nothing
The whole
will ever change.
Place.
Thank you.
There's a whole tunnel system underneath it. We got videotape of it. We got videotape.
I'm pretty sure Kino's hiding under there still.
No, it used to open in the 70s, and it was a pizzeria, and they shut it down for some reason. I don't know why, but it used to be open back in the day in the 70s.
That's a sign of something suspicious right there. Yes.
What are you talking about? The Pizzagate scandal, or some pizza place near you?
Underneath
In Swanee.
You're talking about DC, right?
Ian's talking about a pizza place near him. You're talking about a pizza place near you.
No, hey, that's funny you say that. Okay, down the street from me,
Okay,
you know.
now you're reminding him of another.
No, this is good. This is good. I was with my buddy. I was the racist, and we were leaving the gas station.
I can assure you that man's on drugs, and I've never seen him, and I know he is.
Can you give me a second? Can you give me a second, Brooke?
No.
So we get to the corner, and I'm looking at the corner, and I'm like, hold on. On this corner, there's a pizza place, satanic tattoo shop, and a Ukrainian daycare center. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Why is there a pizza shop, a satanic tattoo shop, and then a Ukrainian daycare center right on this corner? It's like,
You have figured it out. Fucking take a picture of that and send it to fucking the guy in Australia. I swear to God, he might have a heart attack and die right there. We might be all be better off.
So how do you know it's a Ukrainian?
That's a good question.
It says it on the front. It says it on the front of the preschool. It says Ukrainian daycare center.
And how? When did you see this? What year?
I've driven past it every day of my life for the last 10 years.
Take
but
a picture
one
of
day,
it and send it to us.
I will. One day it just dawned on me.
One day it just dawned on him. He made the connections. He connected the dots.
Satanic tattoo shop, a pizza shop, and a Ukrainian daycare center.
You know what?
Just
I know
send
in
us a
South
picture
Carolina,
of it.
maybe it's South Carolina, but where do you have that many Ukrainian daycares? Like, I've been to Florida, and I've never seen a Ukrainian daycare.
Yeah, and you think
Did they have those in San Francisco? Douglas,
I've
do you
never
have
seen one.
Ukrainian
I've
daycares
never seen
with
one.
big flag about?
I've never
Hey,
seen
you
one.
think I'm crazy? This is great. This is just
Well,
fucking
a picture would help. A picture would help.
Never seen it. Must not be true.
Well, I'm just saying. What does it say? I am a Ukrainian daycare. Only Ukrainians welcome. Like, what the fuck is it?
I'm the crazy one. Okay, I got you.
Well, but Ian, you got to admit this.
I'm the crazy one. But I'm
Just send us
Ian, you
a
have to
picture,
admit
Ian.
a picture would help. You said you've been
And
driving
also
by this.
the address so we can Google Earth it.
Well, look.
We trust you,
I
okay?
don't think.
You know what? I'll fix it right now. Tell me what, like, the daycare name. What city is it in?
Seen a picture of it. I don't think you're gay.
What? Fine. I'm gonna find you a picture
What
of this
have
right
it?
now.
Hey,
You said it's Ukrainian daycare.
Yeah.
What city is it in?
What city is this? What city is this, Ian?
It's down the street. It's like 3 blocks away from me. I'm pulling it up.
City, name your city.
Oh,
Ian.
Orlando, Florida.
Orlando, Florida.
Sorry, I'm so sorry, baby. I'm so sorry.
God.
Come and get it. You can go on. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Do you know the name of the daycare?
Ukrainian daycare center.
He says that's its name. He says that is the
Okay,
name.
so I'm googling Ukrainian daycare
Orlando.
in there.
Have you gone
in Orlando?
Michigan, Fern Creek, Michigan,
You said Orlando. What is it?
Orlando, Florida,
Uh-huh.
and then type in Johnny's Filling Station. It'll bring you straight there. Matter of fact, I'll do it with you.
Oh my God.
Yeah, because I can't even find the Ukrainian thing, but I'm sure it's there. I'm not,
I'm sure
Yeah,
something's there, but
I've known the pizza shop owner for years. Like before I knew he had that location.
So the
bad.
pizza guy is
I'm
trading.
not doubting there's a pizza place there or a gas station.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not even doubting
but I
there's
don't.
maybe a Ukrainian thing. But
Right, what's the connection? Ian, what do you?
even if there is,
What do you make of all
why.
this? Like, Ian, what are you trying to tell us that they're trading kids through the pizza? The Ukrainian kids are being traded through the pizza?
I don't know what they're doing. There could be nothing going on, but what are the odds?
Odds of what?
Okay, so if it was if it was an African daycare, which we still haven't found this daycare, by the way, anyway.
Okay.
But
You see
if
the
it
little
was,
guy on the bottom right of the Google
But
screen?
by the way, honey, that's what they claimed was across from Comet Pizza. They claimed there was some Ethiopian orphanage or something like that from across from Comet Pizza. So they started terrorizing the orphanage and stuff like that.
Okay.
And then,
Cool. See the Ukrainian flag here. I'm going to screenshot this and I'll just send it
are
to
you
you.
talking about the Johnny's filling station on Pine Lot?
Yeah. I'm the mayor up there.
I'm sorry, you're
Right.
joking, right?
It's great. Yeah, I'm dead serious. Like everybody knows me.
Oh, okay.
I'm like the local celebrity up there.
Oh,
It's great.
you're the unofficial mayor.
Right,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Everybody
Okay.
knows him because he's the
Like
Muppet.
the homeless guy I
Yeah.
know.
When I show up there, they
Albany.
think picture is sweet.
All right, so I see the Johnny's filling station. How do I get to see
Across the
this
street, Cornerstone.
Oh,
What?
my God.
This is my Dixie right here. All right.
How do I look across the street?
Pull the yellow guy on the bottom right of the screen. Put him in the middle of the street.
Oh my God. I'm going to grab a
I don't
Coke.
have a yellow
Liquid.
guy in the middle.
Gonna grab a
I
liquid
think you
Coke.
need
I'm
an
gonna go mute.
Advil.
I have a little
Yeah,
red
that
mark.
too. That too. I'm going to go mute for a few moments. I will be
Okay.
back. And everybody who's listening right now, I hope you all find this as
I'll
entertaining.
have you all have a gun to kill yourselves as well.
Enjoy some Mountain Dew, man.
Yes. Yeah, I'll be right back. It's just
And
a few
Skittles. That's a good mixer.
I hate Skittles. Skittles are disgusting. They are industrial effluvia. That's not a urban legend. It's quite real.
But I heard that's how they get high.
Yes.
Skittles
Actually,
and
I
Milky
like
Way.
fucking-
Skittles.
so is that
okay, I
fucking
think
Milky
you
Way
shouldn't say
bullshit.
that,
Yes.
especially when
Three
they have
Musketeers.
narcotics inside of them.
Yes,
Good trip, bud.
There we are. Okay, I'll be right
I'm
back.
taking a screenshot of it now.
Oh, I bet.
So, what is the name of the Ukrainian daycare that you said was
It's
Ukrainian daycare?
Ukrainian Daycare Center.
He
I
says
don't
the
know.
name is Ukrainian Daycare Center. Is
Well,
what he-
so you can zoom in on that, and you can see that right now.
Yeah, go for it. It's
No,
very
she wants
generic.
you to send a
I want my-
screenshot. Dude, send a screenshot. I'll be back in a few moments.
I'm not the best graphic artist. I'm trying to hurry it up. Hold on.
Yeah, you're trying to change the picture.
So sorry. No. Hush. No. I'm just trying to crop it out. I got to get a wide shot.
I'm
Okay.
just getting hungry from this Johnny's filling station food, man. It looks pretty
Yeah,
good.
I feel like barf. All right.
Yeah,
okay.
it's not an actual gas station. It's like it's a restaurant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, they got two. There's one on the other side that does outdoor smoking and drinking and shit. So
I know. I'm looking at this draft beer, wishing I had one right now. Talking to y'all, man. Fuck.
they used to hold it down with $3 craft beer whatevers like all day, but they took that away after COVID. It sucks. All right, here I got the picture. So I need to send it to my Facebook, and then I got to send it.
But you would think if there were people like right near there, there was mainly people just eating kids, they wouldn't make all this good food.
Well, I don't think they're doing that, but I'm just saying, what are the odds? There's a pizza station, a satanic tattoo shop, and a Ukrainian daycare center all hugging each other in this one corner down the street from where I live.
I don't know. You're in Florida. Like, I can imagine if you were to go to almost any corner of Florida, you could find some weird shit. Why don't you just start looking around at other shit in Florida, take a
They
picture?
don't have any Ukrainians in the neighborhood.
Oh,
you know?
they got Epstein there. They got Disney's with those weird.
Oh, that's
tunnels
because
and
you've made
cloning
Ukraine bad and think there's underground.
They got an
children you
island
must
there
save.
that does experiments.
Oh,
there's a
hey,
bunch
no,
of shit in
you're-
Florida.
did you hear last week what I said about Epstein Island and what the big deal about it was?
What is it?
Okay, you know how there's these underground internet cables that connect continent to continent, like
Oh yeah, you did say something about how they stole information from those
yeah,
lines.
they were
I
still
think
data.
that's the Mossad thing that
It was. You're
Epstein
right.
was
Yeah.
trying to
It was just
peddle bait
really
every
minute.
politician in America.
Yeah, they did. They succeeded. They succeeded.
Yeah, they
No.
did. They did.
That-
They were doing what
Nice.
again? I'm sorry, you're going to explain this one a
pedophiling,
little more.
little kids to
I can't
the
understand.
politicians. Yeah, it's that made sense. You know, that's why.
Ian, can you
was-
explain that again?
Okay. They were.
I have trouble hearing Joe Tyler. Like, I was trouble hearing you as well.
Okay. They were siphoning our data, your phone calls, your emails, your search, whatever, every fucking website you visited, everything you were doing was being sucked or siphoned off the data lines that ran underneath Epstein Island. And the Mossad was cataloging it and keeping it.
Well, that made sense, but we gotta keep your true facts and your make believe separate.
Well, there's
stop conspiracy, because the Ukrainian shit does not make sense with the Epstein shit. So it's totally separate.
Oh, hey.
So we can prove that Epstein is in control of that situation, but we cannot make up shit. You know what I'm saying?
Joe Ty. That is so funny you said Epstein in Ukraine, because I can link Epstein to Ukraine.
Okay.
I can link Epstein to about every country in the world since he's been traveling there.
I can link that too, but that's only a conspiracy. That's why I don't talk about it.
No, this is not a conspiracy. This is fact.
Okay.
You ready for this? Okay, you know how we have Supreme Court, Supreme Court Justice Roberts?
Yeah.
Okay, that guy. He's a total fucking sicko. It's sick.
Wait a minute, let me guess. He's the liberal one, right?
I don't know.
No, he's a Republican one.
Oh, God.
Republican, he is.
Well, that can't work out because everybody at Epstein's Island was 99% Democrat. Remember?
Well, he was just one of the. He was a Supreme Court justice. They had to tamper him. But dude, this is how Epstein fits in with Ukraine, and it links to the Justice Roberts. So,
okay, link it up.
Okay, you ready? So for Justice Roberts to get his job, he had to be just as sick and insane as everybody else.
So they can control him, right? Yeah, basically.
Yeah, basically, yeah, you're right. Okay, so anyway, the way he had to do that was he had to go to Epstein to have Epstein adopt children for him, which he procured from the Ukraine.
That made sense because Israel is in the slave trade.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
Scott, Robert, the kids, they were an incestual boy and girl, which made his fucking, street or Satan credit go higher. And that's how he got into the fucking Supreme Court.
Okay, again, and just like Joe Ty said, where is this documented at? Where does this go beyond conspiracy?
I got the testimony. I downloaded it. Here,
I'll give it to Brooke.
I got it.
Put it in the chat, man.
Yeah, I don't have Skype on my computer.
Okay,
And
how are you talking to us if you don't have Skype?
I got Skype on my phone. On my phone.
Okay, then message it to me right now on Messenger.
Okay, yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I can hit you up on the. Yeah, here, I'll send it to you, and you put it in the goddamn Skype. How about that?
Sure.
Fine.
Just get it to her.
Okay, cool.
Let's see if it says "by freaking block" at the very end of the.
We know the Muslims are into slave trade and the Jews are into slave trade,
God,
so
Joe,
that's
Joe,
nothing
Joe,
new.
Joe, please. I mean, Joe, isn't there some way you can rephrase what you're trying to say so it doesn't?
Well, the truth is that Muslims think that they got the right to enslave anybody that doesn't believe in Islam. So
that's not true.
You know what? When I came on here, I used to think that like Michael Kino in the Church of Set sounded really bad. I mean, you people are making me want to join it.
Well, I'm telling you the truth.
I mean, like at least they have like their own thing. I'm sure they're not sitting around going, "Well, what's the latest conspiracy? What do you think's going on?" I mean, fuck.
Well, it's like the conspiracy. It's like that conspiracy that the Catholic Church created Islam.
The Jesuits. That's a beauty. Peter Moon called and asked the time I had that Muslim guy on while he was still Muslim, Abdul Kadim Haq, back when he had that name before he changed his name when he went apostate. But anyhow, when he was still a practicing Muslim, Peter Moon called up and said, "Hey, what about the theory that the Jesuits created Islam?" And it's like, well, Islam existed hundreds of years before the Jesuit order. So how did that even? I mean, oh my God. So it's like,
well, isn't it true that that's how Muslims think? that they
Okay.
got the right to enslave other people if they're not Muslims?
Well,
Doug, I sent you the picture. I sent you the
Because
picture.
that
oh,
was
No,
during
it's just good. Like
that
I,
was
own
during the
guns and
founding
stuff,
of
but I'm glad that most
America.
liberals don't own guns because
And
most
different.
of us that aren't strong, we would kill. No, I don't know that we would kill y'all. We just kill ourselves. It'd be like, you know what? Have your world, have your conspiracies,
Well,
take
y'all
it all.
yourself by vote Biden in. So I mean, that's already been done.
Okay, so this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a weird little picture here, and I'm not anyhow. So what I'll do is I'll just download
share
it.
Share it in the
I
Skype.
don't understand. Why didn't you share this with Our Lady Brooke? Why are you?
Skype at my computer.
No, but I mean, you could have just messaged her instead of me. Aren't you guys friends on Facebook?
I'm so sorry to bother you on your show. I apologize. I am so sorry to bother you on your show. Did I get on remove or something? That would have
I
been
think you were
hard
just
if I was
saying you're
here.
being
Oh, my
sexist
God.
because I asked you to send it to me, and then you said you were going to send it to me, and then you totally bypassed me and sent it to
No, ma'am. Well, baby, it was just easier to find him than you.
Yeah, because B doesn't come before D.
Okay, here I see you. I see you. You're number under B on my list. Okay, number two.
Also, I was the last person probably to send you anything but under Black Frank because I just sent you a link to your little laws allow kids to be taken away from North Carolina after you got off on the first
Which
hour.
I was right about, wasn't I? I was right.
Oh my God.
No, I told you
Thank
when we
you
came
so
on,
much.
it was old laws.
Right.
It's old laws on the book.
Okay.
Some they can use, but usually they've
that's
been used.
Sure.
Okay,
Fuck.
so Brooke, here's
Anyway, this
here's
pointless.
this
Read it.
picture. If you
Thank
can
God
make
porn
any
on.
sense of it, if you ask me, there's not much I can get out of this picture. So,
Okay, you see the-
Okay, there
Black-
is a orange foot. There's an orange sign that looks like it has 3 dots or either 3 wine glasses.
I think
maybe?
that's just totally from the stupid Google Maps stuck that on there.
There's
That's not-
nothing you can fucking read on
Yeah.
here. I was doing better just looking at the
Okay,
fucking
look,
menu at the
okay.
Johnny's place. At least I can see what it looks like.
Okay. You see the white building that says Piz next to the green and
We
white?
can't
and
even
all
read
that?
any of this shit, dude.
You need
I mean,
to-
there's nothing illegible.
okay,
I
look,
can see a black car that looks like there's a possibility it's a Hyundai or a Honda. And there's a pickup truck across the street where that orange dot is.
watch out, Perry Mason. Here comes Brooke. Anyway,
That's funny, Ian. That's funny. So I
anyway.
take it now. I'm gonna try and help you out here, Ian. I'm gonna say that behind this is the gas station where you eat. By the way, this is your Wawa's.
I thought the Wawa. No. Okay, the building. Hey, Ty and Real, do you got the picture up? Do you see the picture?
No. I'm
No,
not.
no.
I'm
Hey,
just-
any
I'm
message
just
or
No,
trusting
because I
Brooke's
gave it to
word.
Brooke. I gave it to Brooke.
Oh, do you want me to
said
share?
it.
I'll just share it in the chat, I
Yeah,
guess.
share it in the chat, honey.
Yeah,
So
the
these
chat,
guys
'cause
can see what we're
I'm
dealing with.
Well,
Now,
I'm just
Ian,
telling
I'm
you
going to
what to share in
presume
the
that you're
chat.
going to say the little building with a more colorful sign that's got the little white picket face. Is that the Ukrainian daycare center?
That's the Ukrainian Daycare Center.
And of course, we can't read the sign.
Hey, let me drive over there and take a picture of it just to help you out.
But
Okay,
this,
here we go.
This would be kind of like when Our Lady Brooke went driving to gas stations for tartar sauce. You just watch.
Didn't
That'd be
work
fun.
out very well for me, Ian. I don't think so.
Okay, here, I am so sorry, Brooke. I got to spin the camera around. Okay, there it is. It says Ukrainian right there. Okay, all right, hold on. And Doug, since you've been to Russia, you can just go ahead and just help me out on this. I could read it better than me. All
Oh
right,
my God.
here you go. I got to copy out. Wait on. Here you go. Okay, yeah, there's a white car pulling out. There's a bunch of. I don't see the
What
Ukrainian.
are you reading? I only see you.
He's basically he's like he's got a crystal ball, and he takes some draws from the bong or the crack pipe, and then he sees it. It's like
I never thought of it like that.
Well, Florida is where all the drugs go, so he must
Why
have
are
had a
you
tainted
saying
one.
you're telling Douglas to read it? Like, where is Douglas?
Terrible
read
photo.
it at?
yeah, it's like I guess like I'm psychic
sorry.
and shit.
I did this on the fly. I apologize. I could ride my bike down there and take a picture of it right quick.
Look,
Really
Ian,
good. That's 4 blocks away from my place.
Ian,
Okay.
we're not. It's not that. It's just God. You got to admit, it's hard, Ian. It's hard. I think you see a lot of things in the world that.
That's why I say it. I know. That's why I say it, because it's just like you can just put it together by a pussy hair,
Oh God, let's not be vile.
I mean, maybe you should just
see
start riding around Florida and at every corner take a
We
picture
could. We
and then
could.
see how many weird fucking things you can put together.
Right,
Hey,
you know,
Because
this
it's
is like those
Florida,
guys.
and I'm pretty sure if all states, Florida would be number one of all the corners of weird shit.
Thank you. This reminds me of these Tartaria guys where mud floods and shit. I remember this one time I was cruising through YouTube and I saw this guy say, today I'm going to take people to some Tartarian sites, see some remnants of the Tartarian Empire. And I clicked on it like an idiot. And this guy was cruising around California freeways, looking at the mountainsides and saying, oh, look, see the Tartaria mudslide formations. You can see the remnants of Tartaria on the sides of the hills. It's just,
Oh my God.
He just saw like things in the sides of the hills that it just in his eyes that, and so it's like these people who are into this Tartarian Empire shit, this is what they're seeing. They just see things everywhere and say this was...
People will see whatever they want. When I was a kid, we had a house in Lake Jocassee, Cherokee Mountains, everybody's familiar. And basically the Cherokees, obviously, were around there. And there was a legend of one of the Cherokee Indians jumping off. We had these huge waterfalls on the lake. Our house is right on this lake. And it's very deep lake. When I would jump in that lake, it was so deep and dark. So as soon as you went under, it was black. And I, as a little 8-year-old, would open my eyes and I would swear I would see an Indian ghost because I would see them because I knew that there were Indians that had been dead around there and someone might have jumped into the lake. Here was the kicker with that. Those waterfalls had been there for a while. The rocks had been there for a while. Not the waterfall itself, because it was just a creek. This is a man-made lake. It was dug out by Duke Power, and they put a nuclear energy facility there. Okay. So there were no dead bodies to jump into the lake, but I heard that and then it went in my mind and then I'm seeing them. So if I can do that as an 8-year-old, do you think maybe conspiracy theorists like brains, that's our like reptilian, like the brain that wants to just see what they believe they think
maybe Eon's a MK Ultra guy, they put a lot.
Yeah, that scares the shit out of me. If I am, I'd off myself. Fuck.
You think? Would you?
That's it.
Oh my God.
You know what? My buddy came into town from Holland who was best friends with my other buddy that was murdered by that MK Ultra kid. And we were talking and shit and fucking he was like, man, what did that motherfucker say? Oh yeah. He was like, that dude that killed Steven was friends with this other dude. And he was this big black guy. And like in 2001, he picked up a white cop and body slammed him and didn't do any fucking jail time. And I was like, yep, he MK Ultra too.
Well, thank you for sharing that.
That was the worst story ever.
Well, you know how they think MK Ultra people. It's like most of them are.
Well, his comedy is still pretty dry, so like
I mean, he used to be funnier.
He's working on it.
It's not a joke. This is true.
I'm just saying, your shit was funnier when you were telling it, even though you thought it was true.
No, the funniest thing I ever said was, I'm not gonna lie, it was dry. That was
okay. So let me try and explain this to everyone what I'm seeing right now, and what I will do is I will basically fucking download the image. This is such a pain in the ass. Really, I wish...
I sent it over.
No, this is a new one.
This is the Ukrainian.
I was just so captivated by his story that I couldn't. I was just lost. He leaves me fucking.
I mean, it was like you were watching a movie in your head.
Yeah, that's right. It was like yes, but no, it was worse. It was like I was in Ian's head, trying to imagine thinking these thoughts. It's like it's kind of like being a profiler for a serial killer. It's that same kind of feeling like, oh God, Hannibal Lecter thinks like this. And then
that's funny you say that, because this little meeting I had the other day with them opened the door to 2 more MK Ultra kids that I know that are like in the neighborhood.
Oh, okay, right. And do they're like black-eyed children, they knock at your door.
No, it's Ian is one of them.
Yeah. So okay, so I sent this.
I'm pretty sure getting stuck in somebody's head you didn't want to, and not being able to get out of their head, it would be worse than that movie I told you that traumatized me.
Thank you. Worse than Human Centipede.
In the cell?
Yeah. So I just sent you this picture, Brooke, and you can share that with others. But let me try and set this straight. Okay, this is not a Ukrainian daycare center. There is a sign on the daycare center that says "Pray for Ukrainians." That does not make it a Ukrainian day center.
Y'all, look at the picture. Look at the picture, y'all.
The Russian verbiage, the Cyrillic alphabet, it could be Ukrainian, it could be Russian. There's not enough there for me to ascertain. It basically gives somebody's name, and that is basically the daycare center. It would be like Douglas Dietrich Daycare Center if I had funded it.
Sorry.
Yes.
Now I was trying to get the right people sent on here because it didn't bring up the call.
What do you think?
I'm sending it to time getting real text.
So I just explained it. I mean, it's just, basically it's someone's name. It's basically, the person's name is right there. It's like adult's name and then a child's name.
Do you see the heart on the right side of the building, sir?
Yeah, that says "Pray for Ukrainians." It's "Pray for Ukrainians." That's what it says.
Or the Ukrainian daycare center.
But the sign does
okay,
not
so
say
my neighbors, I'm in a white neighborhood in South Carolina, and my redneck neighbors who are white as shit and on disability, like the most redneck of white you can be, they
missing the trailer.
They have kids, and all their kids they had, they didn't steal them, and they're all fat like them. And still living at home, and they all don't eat them, and they have a light, like have your door like light bulbs. You cut them on. They have one to your right of your door and your left. They have a yellow one and a blue one.
Oh,
Ukraine.
Conspiracy.
And there's a Ukraine sign in their yard to pray for Ukraine.
To Ian.
Yeah.
They're Ukrainian.
Go ahead, Joe. I hear you, bud. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. It's it's this is like I think you gotta have your eyes examined first.
It's not a daycare center.
But I understand where you made the mistake now. Okay, it's like support for Ukraine, and they got signs that look like Ukrainian. But why don't you go over there and confirm that it's Ukrainian and talk to the owner?
I mean, it says Alaska at the fucking top.
Ukrainian. Instead of trying to make up stuff.
Alinka. That says Alinka.
Yeah, it's just a child's name. It's like, it would be like...
thank you. It's a Ukrainian daycare center. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it.
No, it's like a support your troops stuff.
So anybody that says pray for Ukraine, I'll let my neighbors know that they're Ukrainian.
Yes. I mean, it's obviously a Slavic daycare center. It's Cyrillic, but like I said, there's so little verbiage on that sign. It's just a name that it could be any Slavic, white Russian, Ukrainian, or it could be some other Slavic nation, such as Czechoslovakia. That uses
I never had a sign like that on my school.
I understand that. It's in the Cyrillic alphabet, but it's basically a person's name, and then the Alenka is a child's name. So it's
the Alenka is obviously a British and Irish name. So what is he? Where?
There we are.
Where are you getting the other?
Thank you.
I was proud of that. I was very proud. Like I said, I was sitting at that light and I was like, hold on, there's a Ukrainian daycare center next to
it. Says pray for Ukrainians. It says pray for Ukrainians.
So
where did you get it
pizza
that's even
parlor
Slavic?
It's just the Cyrillic alphabet. It's just
Okay.
I presume the Cyrillic alphabet at the top means that it's probably caters. It probably caters to a Slavic community. So it's probably a Slavic immigrant community that's catering
it's probably
to...
because it's near where you live, correct? Is that not?
Yes, it's literally 4 blocks away from me.
Yeah, so, I mean, I doubt you live in Upper Ritzy White area, so probably makes sense.
Well, it kind of is.
If you drive, I bet if you ride too far, you'll see like a Jamaican daycare.
No, that's the thing. There's not supposed to be a daycare center. It's a neighborhood. What the fuck is a Ukrainian daycare center doing here?
I'm pretty sure that's where they put daycares in the middle of neighborhoods. People have to go to work, and that's where they drop them off on their way.
By the way, did you not say it was there for 10 years? Did you not just...
Yeah, for 10 years, and I never noticed it.
Where else would you put a daycare? So you can put pizza places on roads, but you just put a daycare underground or something?
Look out for cars hitting me when I get around that area.
Oh yeah, you were riding a bicycle, not the
Exactly,
car.
yeah.
Okay, all
I don't drive because the van can get me.
right. Okay.
Still, I'm going to bed. I don't know where the fuck
Okay,
you
good night,
expect me to
girl.
put
Thank
daycare.
you.
All right. Good night, Brooke.
Night,
I
Brooke.
understand.
We
You
love
gotta
you,
Brooke.
leave now.
We love you,
okay?
Brooke.
Have a sweet dream. We
Oh my
love
god,
you.
Douglas, don't ask me back on the fucking show. I swear to God, y'all are like,
Honey,
Ian, you turned into a fucking asshole. I swear to God, I used to like you. Fuck
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. I know.
Yeah,
I-
fuck you for real.
All the dykes say that. All the dykes do. Okay, thank you.
All the dykes. You know what? All the dykes. Every woman you've ever met, I'm sure, is now a dyke. So that's at least I can thank you for that, for adding to our population.
I love you too.
Because there is no fucking way that a woman could fucking tolerate you, much less fuck you, without becoming gay.
I mean, dyke. I mean, look, thank you.
Oh man, that's bad.
Oh, I love you, Brooke. I love you, Brooke. So
I love you, Douglas.
I love
Y'all
you,
take
Brooke.
care. Good night, Ian. Good night,
Oh.
Joe.
Oh,
Good
Have a nice
night.
sleep.
yes, get some sleep.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And good luck, fucking Ian. Good fucking luck. Go get some more drugs. You seem grumpy. You're believing more in your own bullshit than normal.
Take care of that birth certificate.
Oh my god.
Take care of what?
That birth certificate.
Fuck you. I'm gonna take care of a fucking birth certificate, I swear to God. But it's gonna be with a death certificate. Because
Yeah.
usually you need both of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. With a will too.
Oh my god.
That's
Okay.
where the $1 million come from.
Just make sure when you send me
life
the link,
insurance
when you send me
policy.
that paperwork, can you put your signature on it so I have your signature somewhere in case I need to ever, have
Your
it.
blood.
Yes.
As long as I use blood.
Oh my god.
Okay, here's the satanic tattoo parlor.
Oh, now he's sending us a picture of the satanic tattoo parlor.
Well,
That's-
Oh yeah, I do need to see this. I want to send me this picture before I go. I just want to see
Send
what
it to you
a
right now.
satanic
Yeah.
Now I
tattoo
got
parlor
y'all's
looks
windows
like.
open.
well,
I
all
got it here.
tattoo parlors are satanic, you know.
Well, this one's super satanic. They even sell herbs and spices.
By the way, I
Okay.
appreciate the Real Tech Geek for putting the laughing face on these stupid pictures. And
Thank
okay,
you so
so
much.
now I
Thank
got the third. Now I've got the third picture. Okay, so now I'm going to download
say-
this.
Yes, you share it in chat, but I just want to see it. Just share
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I'm gonna share it. I'm like, it just takes me a second to fucking. Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
put it in chat.
Yeah.
Let me put it
No,
directly
Yeah,
in
why
chat.
don't you try to get it like
Oh
a
my God.
satanic tattoo to prove it?
Oh my god! And
that.
so
I
here
can't do
we
that.
are. Go over here and let me open up the file. And oh shit, wrong file. Oh god. Okay.
Right, I miss Peter Moon.
Yeah,
Never thought I'd say
yeah,
that.
yeah. Oh my god, honey. I mean, I'm
Good.
I it is what it is. Okay. So, this is gonna be a ping. Hopefully, this shit fucking shows up. Okay,
Well,
here we are pressing the inner button.
I
Here we are,
love
everybody.
Ian, too,
Dude, yeah,
because
you know,
he's proven.
yeah.
He's proven what
Yeah.
I already said about Alabama. So
yes.
thank
there
you,
we are.
Ian.
Yes, you've managed to reinforce all of Joe Tai's bigotry. Now, everybody who takes a look at this, we know it's satanic because they have crucifixes. Oh my god. This
Oh, no,
is
you got to
like-
go in there. They got like black skeletons and shit, and like black.
Oh, you mean like at an? Oh, did they have like skulls? Like at a tattoo parlor?
Yeah, right. Like at a tattoo
Let's go.
parlor. Dude,
Because
those are called...
everybody that
Yeah.
goes to tattoo parlor normally people go to tattoo parlor like would not expect anything sexual or scary
right,
or anything
of course
like that.
not. Yes, no. of
Because
course-
most people that are getting tattoos are getting them of little birds and ABC 1, 2, 3.
Yes,
You know, and a little
sorry.
penguin. You know, like what you like when you're 3 or 4.
Look, all I said was, I was standing at the corner and I realized there's a pizzeria by a satanic.
But by the way,
Stop.
let me
Who's
pry.
that
Let me
your
pry.
Center.
Ian, why did you go in the
Odd.
tattoo parlor? Why did you go in the tattoo
I
parlor?
was curious.
Curious about this
Why
satanic
don't
that you
you
already
get
knew
a
was
tattoo
satanic.
and prove it?
You-
That's
you-
all.
No, what
Well,
I can't understand is how did they respond to that? I'm sure they couldn't have handled that well when you just go in and just say, and they'll say, well, you want a tattoo? And you just say, oh no, I'm just curious. Is this kind of like gay bi curious where, it's kind of like most people don't go into a tattoo parlor and say, hey, I'm just curious.
I
It's
need
just
tea.
such an odd
No.
thing to do.
I bought the tea. I bought the tea in there. They have like some like witchy glass vials, and they have like herbs in them, and they sell it as tea.
And you bought that. And thinking that this is satanic and you still bought it. Why?
No, $10. You know how to have a cover to go in there. You
So
know.
like basically you have no like so the thing is I don't believe this is a satanic at all tattoo shop.
Wait,
But you do believe it. Yeah, you have no scruples. And because if I believed that, if I was under your belief system, then I would not be like, hey, can I drink some of your tea? I mean, if it's
Are
like
you sure
doing
those
reconnaissance, Brooke.
teas are not mercury laden or lead laden? You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I was reconnaissance, Brooke.
Yeah, so he says
Or are
reconnaissance.
you
He's-
eating
They're
so much
creaming those
chocolate?
See,
because
see,
you found
see.
lead in your chocolate?
Whereas Michael Andriich in Australia is battling the demons in his astral form.
if you'd gone in there while he was sleeping, you probably, if you could see astral plane, if you had stayed like gotten high enough, you probably could have seen him in the back fighting.
Well, Ian is doing his reconnaissance, his scouting on behalf of Michael Andreich's battle.
Maybe you led him there. Maybe
Yes.
he follows you in his
Yes.
dreams.
Yes.
And because he sleeps, they're 12 hours different. If you're there during the day, he may be actually following you.
It's ironic. Okay, I just gotta say it's ironic. I'm very proud of it too. I'm glad I had the pictures to back it up.
Yes, I mean,
I'm probably, if you die, I'm going to make sure these 3 pictures are the main 3 pictures around your casket. And I'm going to be like, his life's work. This is what he's most proud
What
of.
do you eat? I mean, are you
Like a Seabrook.
what are you eating? I mean, what's your diet? Are you still on that pine needle and citrus?
No. Now I'm back on Mountain Dew and the Alex Jones Infowars Pro Pure Water.
Yeah, the Alex Jones Infowars water. Yes. Oh my god. That's funny. At least that's funny. So Ian, I mean, is this all? Is it all? You tell me it's all a comedy routine, please. Please.
It is. It's a bit.
All right.
What we do in radio.
Yeah, but now tell me the truth. Okay, so you were underground in
Pictures.
Wait, you were underground in Disneyland. You were underground in Disneyland. And from what I remember, you didn't see too much, but you ascertained that there were different levels down there.
Investigation.
And then when it flooded, you're saying that flooded out all that. You said that the forces of good were flooding out all of these clones and shit. Is basically what you were saying.
100% correct. Yes.
Oh my god.
So is this also a comedy routine or no?
He believes.
Oh well, this proves that
How?
that our educational system has failed.
That's the funniest thing Joe has ever said.
That was pretty good, Joe, man.
Yes. Thank you, Joe.
So the history's fucked up.
Yeah.
And people can't tell what's the matrix.
Critical
and
thinking
what's
skills.
reality.
Critical thinking skills
Yeah.
are lacking. Yes.
And it's hard to be in Florida.
Yeah.
And it doesn't help. He lived in Alabama, and he had a Draculosis virus. No, Draculosis parasite of some sort. You said.
Yes.
Remember?
Dracula.
You had to pick off your skin.
Oh my god. Yes.
Actually, that may prove you're a clone, though, because I think that's why the clones actually are the ones that get those little worms. Because it's actually like little strings from your clones, stuff.
Hey, you guys heard they came out in the news and announced that, right? About the shedding?
No, I didn't hear about it. Tell us.
Oh, it's great.
Oh, can you send this wonderful news
Yeah,
article?
yeah. I can send it to you.
And you realize the
Hey,
shedding
how
they
are
meant
we
by
gonna
that.
fix?
Actually,
How are we gonna fix
not
this
what you said.
problem, Douglas? Because basically, this is what America's producing in the South.
Well, unfortunately, it's producing it everywhere. It's producing it in all the Western world.
Oh
now.
yeah, that's right. John in Sweden, right?
Yes, John in Sweden and Bolsonaro.
And Joe, I happen to be in the South. I took offense to that.
Yeah,
so
thank
whatever.
you.
You're further north now because basically Ian's in Florida. He's south of you, so you're a northerner now.
She's even more isolated with that cable television than I am.
Oh my god. Yeah, well, at any rate, Joe does have.
I can assure you, I don't have anything within a 20-mile radius that looks as bad as the street that you just did. That is fucking Ghettoville.
Thank you. I rep my hood. I'm very proud of it.
Oh my god. Oh my
I
god.
can see why you would be the mayor of that place.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Oh my
Thank
God. But as the mayor of that place where everybody knows you, I bet if you walked inside of that child daycare center, they'd probably freak out and say, get out of here.
They call the cops probably. They call the cops immediately.
Yes.
They'd be like, "Oh my God, all that stuff we're hearing about the conspiracy theories true. He's one of those Satanist people. He's gonna eat us."
Yes, that's the first thing they would think.
That's what they think of you.
Yes,
Here.
you look like
Here, hey, you guys, put this in the
is he sending you
Skype.
something again?
Skype.
He's
Yeah, put that in there.
Oh my God! Why me?
That's
Hey,
why.
looking at your town now, Ian. Though now I know why you order from the gas station, the Ocho, Wawa, whatever. Now I know like, because it doesn't look like there's a whole lot to eat there. You had that one
Not true, you got-
filling
It's
station.
time for pizza and burgers after 10 years. You know, it's just it gets boring.
So this is what he said.
Well, eat more sushi. Hopefully, the seafood is brain food.
No, thank God we have a good
No,
sushi
I'm
spot.
gonna give
Thank
this
God.
to. I'm gonna give this to
Yeah, but
Brooke
that-
as
yeah,
well.
that-
I'm gonna
yeah,
put this.
I sent it to Brooke. I sent it to Brooke.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I
So,
did,
look,
but-
I just finished this can of Coke. I'm going to rinse the taste of this malted battery acid out of my mouth before it peels off any
Well,
more of
get-
my...
I didn't get it.
Let me get Joe Ty and the Real Tech's opinion on this, since they are a little bit skeptic.
Well, you're all over the place, Ian. I mean,
Yeah, I know, it's 'cause
You know, when
there's-
Joe says that, it's bad. When Joe
Thank-
Ty says
Oh,
that...
the fish
It's almost
stick
like
joke.
winning an Emmy. It's almost like winning an Emmy. I'm
But
very,
if you stayed on
Oh, God,
Epstein
it's-
Island and the cables, yeah. But
Ian.
then you go on to claim that a corner of a Ukrainian daycare
Oh my God.
and a pizza
How
shop
much
and a
was I?
satanic
I was
tattoo
not
shop.
kidding. I was not kidding, was I? I was accurate in everything I said. I said, what are the odds? There's a pizzeria next to a satanic tattoo shop behind a Ukrainian daycare center. What?
And you were completely wrong.
On
On all three levels, you were completely wrong.
I just sent you pictures.
The pizza shop, like
Oh my God.
Comet Pizza. You know what I'm saying?
Pizza shop called Cornerstone, which is a Freemason term. I'll rest my case.
Okay,
Oh my God.
all right.
I'll rest my case.
Okay, Sammy
That's-
Romero.
That's better.
Sammy Romero
Now
wants
that
me to
is
tell the
better.
fish stick joke.
Yeah, Sammy Romero, get your ass on this bandwidth now, because if Brooke takes off, I don't want to be here alone with these
Yeah,
three.
I wouldn't trust a
she
pizzeria called
wants
the
to look.
Cornerstone.
Oh my God! At any rate,
Pizzeria with a cornerstone pizza? My
Oh-
God, it's
oh my
like
God.
Tombstone Pizza.
Joe's getting good at this. So okay,
You guys-
let
you
me
guys
rinse
really
my mouth
want
off. I'll be right back. And
Okay.
Brooke, please, you don't leave, because if these three guys are alone, it'll just fall apart. It's just
I don't know. I've got to go. Sammy told me to ask you, Ian. Ian, I'll go. Just go. Hurry up. Do you like fish sticks? Do you like fish sticks because you like seafood?
No. I'm more of a crab and shrimp and lobster kind of guy. But thank
Did you ever eat fish sticks when you were a kid though? Because he was buying them
No.
for his kid tonight.
No. I had the big fish sandwich at McDonald's on the regular.
Yeah. Maybe
Um,
mercury in the fish there.
I know the fish sticks joke. He's not going to get me on that. Sorry.
Okay.
Anyway. Yeah, it's a-
sorry, I tried. I
Hold on.
didn't know the fish
That's
sticks
the
joke.
South Park
Sorry.
that was
I
the
never
gay
heard-
fish. That was the Kanye episode. Anyway.
Yes, he told. Yes, see, I never watched this stupid show.
It was a good joke. It was a good joke. Anyway, but look, if you really want me to blow your mind on this Google Map shit, check this out. Anywhere, pick any state, any city, wherever the fuck. I don't give a fuck. Type in Mason Lodge. And if you look at every fucking Mason Lodge in the United States, 99% of them are within walking distance to half a mile of a lake or a body of water. And every single one of those bodies of lakes and waters are what they call a dry bottom lake. And a dry bottom lake means there's a cavern underneath the floor of that body of water.
So which Mason? All Masons?
Yeah,
How
I'll leave it up to you. You pick a state, you pick a whatever. In
Okay.
Florida, there's one in the state of Florida.
Well, okay, in Florida, there's water everywhere, so I'm pretty sure. Let's try
Yeah,
Nevada.
there's not a fucking body of water every fucking square mile.
Okay, fucking do Greenville, South Carolina. You can do it. I don't have time to do that. I don't even have
How
to.
about Arizona? I mean,
That's what I said, Nevada.
Find the places where there's a desert where there's a Mason thing. We probably can prove it wrong.
I'm not gonna. He's gonna pull himself wrong because I'm not taking the time to pull that.
In the deserts, there's caves by them.
Okay, so you're saying caves, not lakes.
Like in those parts, there's a cave, but
Okay, that's why.
So like, because there's tons of caves out there, right? And so the chances of being
what I'm thinking is,
there can't be a dry body lake in New York City because there is a Masonic Lodge on 23rd Street and 6th Avenue.
Yeah, true. Yeah. But that's
so you can't generalize everything like saying that.
There's a That's why I said pull Greenville, because there's a Masonic Lodge on Pelham Road near where I live. There's no fucking dry body lake there.
Yeah, I said 99%, not all of them.
I think your percentage, like, are you pulling these percentages out of your head? Like, that's just a guesstimate?
I'm serious. Go to Florida.
So you read this on what website?
Go to Florida. No, I didn't. No, I figured this out.
So you've gone and looked at every Masonic lodge, but you just didn't happen to know about the Lending Group. Like, the 99%. Right? How about the one in Anderson? How about the one in Newry?
Where's that at?
Anderson, South Carolina.
Oh my God.
How about the one in Spartanburg, South Carolina?
I'm not that fast. I've never done the research in this area.
Oh my God.
Duberia, South Carolina. Anderson probably be more likely to have it closer to a lake just because there's 3 lakes up there. So
dry bottom. If it's a dry, that's the important thing. Because if it's a dry bottom lake,
oh my God.
Fucking dry bottom lake. We have lots of lakes here. I'm not looking for. I don't know what you say. A dry bottom.
Knoxville, maybe Knoxville, North Carolina.
Dry at the very bottom. If they're fucking not wet.
These bodies of water are always within walking distance to half a mile. Keep that in mind.
What? Like, so
I wish I could share my screen with you guys.
Wait. We're glad you can't. In terms of the so your dry bottom lakes mean there's no water in them, right?
No, that means there's a chamber underneath the bottom of the lake, like Lake Holderness by me.
Oh, so
okay. So when you're pulling all this shit, first of all, you would have to go through. I don't know how long it would take you. For you personally, you have pulled every Masonic lodge across America.
99.
And you have written them down, and then you happen to know which lakes you looked to see which lakes were within half a mile, and then you figured out if these lakes were dry bottom. How?
Yeah. You download these templates for your maps. You can have
Do you realize how long this would take you?
It took about 4 hours, but I mean, I still did a pretty good job on it.
I don't think it would take more than 4 hours to actually do that, to figure out every Masonic. I mean,
they have.
Well, how about
have this new server.
Yeah.
How about the moose lodges? Because I heard the moose lodges are also involved. But they're usually near like a senior citizen home.
But by the way, Macronomicus says, Q makes mind worms that give one shit-colored glasses. Everything turns to shit through that lens. And and he says, Douglas, Twitter is feeling more active and open. May be good to test the waters with your account there now. I found you, if that's actually your account.
Yeah, I'm sure Douglas is going to be wanting to go on there with Elon.
Yeah, Elon Musk is the new fucking Trump. Yeah, I really want to go on that shit. Yeah.
I finally saw the clip of Elon and Chappelle.
And?
That everybody was making a big fuss of. It was nothing.
Oh my God. At any rate, well, I dissected that
I have
already.
to be honest, with me being a defender of Chappelle, because I still think Chappelle is hilarious by himself on his stand-up. He is just funny. I don't give a shit. It's like you can be. It's just like me with Ian. I can disagree with him.
Well, you know why he doesn't like trans, right?
They didn't say shit.
But what I'm saying is on that. No, Chappelle is only funny. And if I'm putting down Chappelle, they literally came out. Elon's obviously not funny really anyway at all. And Dave tried to fucking make up for it. They weren't expecting him to, I guess, get booed. And Dave tried to make a joke because that's what he is, a comedian. But there was really no pulling out of that. I mean, there was nothing really said funny. Like, you're saying it wasn't bad. It wasn't good either. There was nothing. I mean, they were just basically trying to get off the stage. You've got the richest man in the world and this black guy now, a comedian, trying to make a joke and having to put people down because he doesn't know what to fucking do because apparently it backfired.
Yes, it's really did.
Take the blood pressure medicine. I see why.
Well, you want the funny thing about Elon Musk is?
What?
He's the richest man in the world, but his sister got impregnated by Elon's father.
Yeah, they're Satanists. I told you guys. I read my little. I told y'all. I said, Elon's a Satanist. I told you.
Okay. Well, at any rate, this confuses
That's
me.
a fact.
Yeah.
I mean,
Wait a second. This confuses me. It
He
confuses me.
he did wear a
You're
seven.
taking
He
up
did
for
he did wear
Elon,
a
and then you're
$7,500
calling him a Satanist. What's the point?
Yeah, I was
What
about to
is this
say
for?
the first thing Ian West said was, "Hey, I saw that clip with Chappelle and Elon, and it was no big deal." And then he said, "Yeah, but he's a Satanist." I mean, that's a big deal that Chappelle brings on a Satanist, isn't it?
No, that his sister got knocked up by her daddy. That's what Satanists do.
But I mean, look, I'm
That's part
talking
of-
about. Look, you just didn't answer the
But you just
question.
said Elon's a Satanist, so then why wouldn't you be taking up and saying no big deal about Elon coming?
Hey, hold on. I take that back. He was a generational Satanist. Sorry. Generational Satanist. Sorry.
Oh, that makes it so much better.
Thank you. Thank you.
So
Thank
so
you.
Sammy.
Oh, so yeah, because all of my grandparents were.
He didn't have a
fucking-
By the
He
way,
was born-
so Sammy, do come on, say hi to Brooke before she takes off. Oh my God! So
and you
it's
heard
Sammy
Elon
Kentucky.
say, his dad
Hey.
is a bad boy.
Oh my God, Sammy, I love you. All right, guys, I'm gone. I mean, I just, not that I'm leaving families here, but I need to get some
Exhausting. I know.
sleep.
I know. You need your sleep.
And I know you need me gone. It will be much better for you. and
Why
the
did you
family.
bring that up? I'm bringing these things up. I mean, those.
God,
are
Sammy,
facts.
good luck. You handle it.
We have Elon confirming that his father impregnated.
Oh my
his-
God.
his
Good
sister.
night, y'all. Love you all. Good
Love you,
night.
Brooke. Love you. Blessed be.
Hey, what's going on, Doug?
Oh, well, you know what's going on. I'm surrounded by.
It's killing me, man.
Yes,
Visiting out there,
yes, it
I
is.
couldn't really talk.
By the
Yeah.
way, I
Yeah,
did-
you're surrounded by the three idiots, right?
now, Real Tech, don't take that the wrong way. I mean, obviously,
He's
there's-
referring to my nonsense.
I'm referring basically to. Let's just put it this way.
Hey, Sam. It's good to have you here, though.
Yeah.
How you doing?
That's right.
Hey.
It's nothing to do with you, Real Tech, to that extent, other than that. Yeah.
Sorry, Doug. Go ahead.
Oh, no worries. It's just, let's just put it this way. What I mean to say is that none of you are essentially necessarily the best at handling the medium when I leave you unattended. Our man, Real Ian West, was actually a DJ at one point, and yet he got me dinged for a copyright claim because he played some music while I was gone. And it's really thanks to you, Real Tech, because you basically, it was you and he were talking about some shit that brought that up.
I did not realize that they would.
Yes.
They would
But
copyright.
The
5
thing is,
seconds.
they're going. Go ahead.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't think they
So,
would.
so what I
is
mean to say
going
is,
to-
this is what I mean to say is
man.
that both of you just sometimes don't necessarily handle the medium very well. So-
Real Tech, go get your guitar. Go
Yeah.
get your guitar.
Yeah, you guys were supposed to play guitar, and that's what I thought you guys were going to do. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Real Tech, go get your guitar.
yeah. But Sammy, he went on pause. He can say something other than "Hey there." I take it, unless Scorpio Baby grabbed him or something like that.
Doug, did you put the link into the Skype box for the guys to see the tribunal schedule?
Tribunal schedule. Is that
The-
that shit? Yes, I did.
Jag,
It's
yeah, the
like
Jag.
it's like
Instead of
yeah,
the Jag.
yeah. It's just
Hey Douglas, can you do you know about Sampuku Eyes and George Asawa?
Well, I know
Asawa?
about Sampaku Eyes, but I don't know about this other George with the Japanese name that you just butchered.
Yeah, because that's not his real Japanese name. That's a Americanized name.
Okay.
He's responsible for a microbiotic
Okay, so this guy might be old. You're talking to like some guy.
Yeah,
from the
he
70s.
died the year you were born,
Okay.
April 6th, and he got arrested for supporting the Americans. So he was put in prison, but he was released by MacArthur.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So
And-
yeah,
Oh wow. And so like so that's interesting. And
Yeah.
what brings this up?
a family situation. Weird shit is happening to my family. Sort of.
What's it got to do with him?
Well, it has to do with Sampuku Eyes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
What
what
do
are
you
your-
know about seppuku eyes? They said Kennedy, Marilyn Monroe, everybody that has a seppuku eye died young.
Oh, well, I don't know about Kennedy or Marilyn Monroe, but Songus, the real example of Sampaku eyes would be the man who was running for president. I think his first name was Paul, but maybe, but it was Songus, Tsongas. So if people look up Songus, presidential candidate, then you'll see this guy's face, and that's supposed to be the classic textbook example of Sampaku eyes. And so he died right after he was identified with Sampaku eyes. He died right after that while running for president. So it's just very sad. But it didn't look to me like Kennedy or Marilyn Monroe had Sampaku eyes, and they died
Kennedy
because they
did
were
have-
killed. So to say that they died because they had Sampaku eyes is pretty ridiculous when they were both murdered.
Oh, okay. So it's
Hand
a fortune telling, or we're telling. You're
well, it's
telling
supposed
that
to be a
murder
physical
wouldn't be a
condition.
part of it, and
Yeah.
it would be more of a health issue
It's
from death instead of
it's a health issue.
assassination.
Yeah, no, it doesn't foretell that you're going to be assassinated. No, it just means that you're unhealthy, that you're going to die soon because you're unhealthy. That certainly was the case with Paul Songus, poor son of a bitch. But at any rate, okay, so that being said, is someone in your family, do they have Sampaku eyes?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Well, how old are they?
I only have one family member.
Oh. Your son?
Yeah. I
Oh,
just
no.
found that out.
Good.
I just found
Well,
that
I wouldn't
out.
worry about it too much. I mean, for one thing, it's not an exact science as far as I'm concerned. I wouldn't dwell on it. Yeah, and in
Does he
fact,
look okay? Does he look okay? Or does he look sick?
Well, he's getting sick from the fucking carrier because they got nuclear shit on there.
yeah. Well, there you go. That's
Yeah.
yeah. Well, he signed up for that, so it's like,
Hey, there's I told Brooke about this. There's this pills that everybody needs to get this shit. Let me go grab the box. Hold on.
iodine,
You can
right?
get them. They're $20.
Potassium iodide. Potassium iodide.
No. It's hold on. I ordered some off of eBay. They work so fucking well. Okay, it's called EZC Pack PAK. They're $20 at Rite Aid, and it's a 5-day dose. Just follow the fucking just follow the routine on the box. I mean, dude, it's prescription strength without a fucking $1,800 fucking dollar bill for it. Like that's how much they.
EZC.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the immune booster stuff, right?
Yes. Get them on that ASAP.
Well, it won't hurt. Yeah, it won't hurt.
No, it's prescription strength. It's the best $20 you'll spend.
High dose vitamin C, basically.
Yeah, well, there's other shit in it. But like I said, dude, it had me turned around in like 4 fucking days.
Wow. Yeah. Well, definitely.
I was fucking dying.
Wow. I mean, well, it definitely doesn't hurt, and at the same time, I would also suggest that you get him potassium iodide. If you're really concerned, potassium iodide pills are what will help him pass radiation out of his body. Everybody in Russia takes that shit because they all live in a radiated wasteland. That's
And plus, he's in the Pacific, so.
Yeah.
Here, I'm gonna take a bottle of my potassium iodide and I'll send it.
Colloidal silver,
Yeah.
nano silver.
Yeah, that's good too.
Nano
the
silver
gal-
will be better. Colloidal silver is too toxic. Can't take too much of that. What you said?
I actually ordered a gallon of that 60 parts per million colloidal silver, and that kind of acts as like it kind of acts on a nanoscale, like the hydroxy or fucking not the hydroxy. Shit, I just talked about it the other day. Anyway, whatever that shit is in the shot, it acts as an organic one of that, and it counteracts it. It like does a little sword fight and chops them up. What are they
Graphene
called?
oxide.
Yeah, graphene hydroxide. Graphene hydroxide.
Hydroxide.
Yeah. Sorry.
Hydroxide,
Yeah.
okay.
But yeah, that silver, get it? 60 parts per million. And dude, I drank a glass for breakfast, a glass for, well, I diluted it. So I did like a quarter of a cup for breakfast, a quarter of a cup for lunch and dinner. And I just stayed on that till I ran out of the gallon of it.
Okay.
But it works.
Yeah.
And it kills all the babies.
Yeah. So there we are. By the way, this.
Also, potassium iodide will help. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah,
yeah,
actually,
potassium-
Kelp.
yeah.
Doug,
So is kelp, so kelp. So you know the ones with like a bow tie when you eat hot pot.
Mhm.
Eat that. You can also eat that too. It also helps. But
What? Hot pot?
Really-
What's
kelp.
oh, kelp?
It's called kelp.
Okay.
Yeah.
That has high iodine in it. Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
that's good. It's good. You want that iodine.
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. So, by the way, this article is it's quality. So, in other words, this is from a source that's respectable. So, all of this is true about the Musk dynasty, and it's definitely impressive in terms of the fact that it's you know,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's pictures of him this past Halloween wearing a satanic.
Oh,
What is that?
well, I mean, the Satanism aside, the incest is real. This is actually a real case of
Yes.
incest, and,
Right.
and so it's definitely the New York Post is trustworthy on this. It's definitely something that happened,
Yeah, Wall Street is betting like $1 million on one option for Tesla to go down.
yeah,
So
yeah, definitely, yeah. Tesla's stock is all fucked up, and they couldn't happen to a nicer guy, and I'll go into that in a bit. Basically, I'm glad you know that because I was afraid you were going to start investing in those people,
no, I was investing in it going down.
yeah, okay, good.
So, but it's called scalping. So mostly.
Good for you. You made some money. Good for you.
Okay, yeah, but his
Yeah,
daughter's
I'm looking
really
into a.
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
The daughter that he's fucking looks really hot, yeah. So I don't, and so that's
Yeah.
It sounds like
Look her up. Yeah.
I could see why he did what he did. By the way, so the situation is she was adopted, right? She was adopted into the family, so he basically adopted her to fuck her. That's basically.
Was she from Ukraine?
Yeah, like Woody Allen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they do that, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Well, Woody Allen didn't adopt her. I mean, he married with Farrell and
Mm-hmm.
And then they adopted.
He adopted that girl.
Then
Then he
he-
married
later
her
on,
later.
later on, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
come on, man.
I impregnated her.
Real
No,
talk.
they didn't have kids. No kids. At least he married her.
Yeah.
At least he married her.
Like, you make sense out of it.
Yes. He's got guilt because he's Asian and she's an orphan. So that's why he at least married her.
Yeah.
At least she's getting the will money. At least I mean,
Oh yeah. She's getting the Wooden money.
wood.
I know this sounds bad, but I mean, she was already fucked at that age anyway. So,
Well, she's not that hot anyway, so.
well, all women are hot, sir. I'm just joking. I'm joking with you.
You must be fucking high as hell to say that.
Thank you. Yeah, you got it. That's a bit. That was good.
So all
So we're saying.
At least you're
Woody
getting
Allen
better at
is
your
also a
comedy.
Satanist?
Thank you. Coming from you, sir, that means everything.
So Woody Allen is also a Satanist. Then.
I haven't heard much from him. I mean,
Well-
honestly, look, the way you can tell these people are dead, go on YouTube and check out abandoned mansions. And if their mansion is for sale or if it's abandoned, they're dead. Or they're still testifying or yada, 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 so on.
Well, I can answer the question about Woody Allen. Yes, he's definitely a Satanist. Yes, that's I mean that almost goes
Because
without saying.
Farrell did
So do you Frank, Ian, you want me to send this to Joe, right?
Yeah. Put it in the Skype chat.
I want you to start friending these people so that you can do this yourself.
All right, guys, feel free to add. I'm Frank Black. Go ahead.
Oh my God! And
Frank Black.
Frank Black. He's got two accounts, Frank Black and Black Frank. So
yeah, I try to make it sound like an old Negro blues player. So
oh my God. Okay, so I'm gonna put this in the chat. Here we are, and give me a second here, and now I have to find it. I mean, this is a pain in the ass. Oh my God.
Sir, I'm sorry. Can you guys add me so I can
add this guy so he can contact you directly.
No, after he said nigger stuff, I don't because my son's gonna be pissed off at me.
Oh my God, is your son half black?
No, he's acculturated in rap, so he's a guitarist too. So
nice, good,
amazing.
Does he play?
Yeah, he's a violinist. He's the best, man. I mean,
does he have a video?
Huh?
Do you have a demo reel or a video?
Oh yeah, I mean it's on Instagram.
It's on Instagram.
Cool.
Great. Cool. So what's his name so they can find him? In the meantime, here's your picture, Mr. Joe Tai. Yeah. So Joe Tai, make certain to download that from here. Oh my God! And thank you for that New York Post article, Real Tech. I mean, so now that the guy's dead, maybe I can move in on this chick. Except
it's on the chat.
Yeah. Except the fact is she's got these kids. Wouldn't want nothing to do with that. But they're rich anyway. So Sammy says phone call. Okay, Sammy, now can you come back on, Sammy, for a few minutes at least? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Give delegates a break.
Yes, and then I'll go monologue sometime soon. Sooner than later. Honestly, you guys are fine, really. I mean, you guys did well tonight. Honestly, you did okay. I'm just glad that
What happened to King George, though?
Well, hopefully he comes back. I mean, hopefully
I did text him.
Oh, did you? Good man. What did he say? Did he respond?
He hasn't answered. I'm just saying hello. How are you?
Okay.
Did you get scheduled to the tribunals?
What?
The Navy JAG.
I don't think anybody's looking at that link. I mean, oh my God.
I'm looking at it, but it's kind of confusing. It's not really.
Look, there's a book on the right, the military code of law. Download that book, and you can match up the reference numbers with the definitions of what the
well, that's going to take time. That's going to take
Real
some
Tech.
time.
It's Real Tech. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit.
All right.
Official on the official whatever of defense website. Yes, it's all bullshit on the nation's defense website. Yes.
It's not the nation's defense website.
Yes, it is. Read the URL,
dude. It's a fucking phony website. It's like, come on. It's like basically. Let me look at the URL again. It's jag.navy live. Okay, there is no government department that would use that on their URL. Navy Live.
.mil. You see the .mil?
Oh no, .mil is not a .mil's not a governmental URL. It would be .gov. It's either .gov or .dod or but it's not. That says DoD Live, Navy Live. Okay, these are decisive little additions that show that it's a phony site.
Yeah, I think it's made by the Russians.
Yeah,
it's more cool. It's more QAnon bullshit.
Yes,
you might be onto something there.
Yes.
I fell for that fucking bullshit before.
Hey, guys, Doug totally just lied to us. Go to www.army.mil.
Oh, please.
But they still have to have those two things.
What did I do in a past life to deserve this? I reincarnated into hell. What happened was I fell in Peter Moon's time machine, and I woke up in Idiocracy. This is what happened. I'm living the film.
I'm sorry right now, Doug. I'm sorry, buddy. .mil, I'm looking at it. It is a real military thing.
No, it's not.
I just clicked it. They got some white girl on the front. She looks like she's Muslim. I'm joking.
Oh my God.
Because it's the military website. That's never mind.
Dude, a military website, it would be .gov. .dod. It wouldn't have these weird little comments behind it like live or something. It wouldn't have this little addition.
Nowadays, it's army.mil. That's it.
Oh my god.
I'm looking at it right. Oh, and marines.mil is the other one.
Oh my god.
And we have
Yeah, those are the
.mil,
military
Navy
website.
.mil. That's the real shit. That's them.
Oh god, please. Anyhow, official name, okay, of Marine Corps website. Let's take a look at this. Marine Corps website. And let's change that to official URL. Official URL of Marine Corps website. Okay, and it's marines.mil is it, but that's not this shit you're looking at when it comes to this tribunal shit.
Like I was saying, you download the book and you can get the names and you can get the fucking what their charges are. And
because here's the difference. The official name for the Marine Corps URL or the Army URL would be something like the .mil. But what you've got here is it says Navy Live.mil. Okay, so it's that's not official at that point. At that point, that's no longer connected with the military industrial complex at all.
That's fine. All right, you say tomato, I say tomato. We're fine.
No, it's not a case of tomato or tomato. This is like this is a fake site. It doesn't have the real URL. The real URL would be .gov, .dod, .mil, but it would say just straight army.mil or marines.mil or something like that, navy.mil, but it's not going to say Navy Live.mil.
They might have got me there. They might have got me there. I'm not going to argue with you on that. They might have, but I can't disprove
it. You didn't work for the military.
Yeah.
Conspiracy is conspiracy. They taught you that the World War II was won by America, and basically the flag tells you otherwise. 50 stars. The 2 other stars are where most Japanese live, and they gave minority Japanese rights of citizenship. If the Americans won, we would not have equal rights.
But
we would not have civil rights after World War II.
I don't doubt you on that, but
I'm telling you the facts. The facts are there.
I'm not talking about the past.
Well, I'm talking about because you don't have the past right. That's why your information's all wrong.
That's why
information's all wrong.
Not right.
Well, all I can say is that Jotai is doing his best to explain the past because he feels that if we don't understand the past, we can't appreciate what's going on in the present.
Look, he's doing good. I like it.
But Ian, what I do see you do is that you do take a lot of things and you run with them because they look like they're lurid. I mean, you let's just put it this way. I feel that you want to see the worst. You have a desire to see the worst in things when it comes to, say, for instance, you want to slay the dragon, you want to fight evil, but so what happens is a lot of predatory people are throwing evil out there for you to look at, and then you bite at it like a fish bites at a worm. But these are worms. They're mind worms, and they just are something that your mind bites at.
Well, he got the hookworms,
Well, yeah, they did a good job pimping out this Navy site.
But there's no tribunals, and these people are not dead. I mean, you heard what John Miranda said. He believes this too. He believes that. But what makes this disturbing? This is what makes it disturbing. When John Miranda, and anybody can listen to the record of the episode before tonight's, John Miranda was basically reveling in the idea that the militaries of Brazil and the United States, and this is to put this into context for people. You remember that there was once 2 red giants across Eurasia, Communist China and the Soviet Union.
That's where they're at.
So in terms of these 2 former communist superpowers, they became rivals for their brand of communism. So Brazil is, well, it's capitalist, but it is to capitalism, to America, what communist China was to the Soviet Union. In other words, just like the Soviet Union was the fatherland of communism, then Communist China was the second fatherland of communism that was trying to overtake the first with its own brand of radicalized Maoism. So Brazil is kind of like that to America's capitalism. They're trying to overtake America with their own brand of radicalized capitalism that wants to tear down the entire Amazon rainforest and exterminate all of the indigenous population. So the Trump of
With
the
the help
tropics.
of China.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So
What,
the Trump.
what were they talking about that? What is the mayor or something that said he wanted?
Bolsonaro said that. That's the president and now potential dictator. They're heading towards civil war. But the point is that...
They definitely are.
Yeah, but the point is that... when
Lula, he won.
Yeah, yes, that's right. That's right. So the point is that the Trump of the...
Go ahead.
The Trump of the tropics, Bolsonaro... what happened was that John Miranda is reveling in this idea that Bolsonaro will use the military to hold a junta to basically negate the election, the democratic election. And John Miranda was presenting this as a positive. Then he's presented that happening here as a positive. Now, just to put this into some perspective for you, Ian, this may be military in this sense. This site may be military in the sense that you have subversive elements of the military that want to hold a junta and overthrow our democratic republic. And they would put out something like this so they could psychologically prepare the willing part of the population, the radicalized extremists, to root for their executing the democratic aspects of our republic and therefore staging a military takeover. Now,
Mind wars, okay? Mind wars.
Yes, this is what Aquino, was trying to wage 24/7, 365 days a year, a war against the American mind, a war against the mind of everyone in the world. And so
he created a bunch of serial killers too. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So understand that this is indicative of that.
They got me fooled if they got this website to say that. So
the point is, so the point is, at least you have the ability to say what you're saying. I don't know if it changes your mind, but certainly you seem much more open than John Miranda, who just went into straight denial.
If they can alter this U.S. Navy JAG Corps website, then
it's not a question of altering it. They just set up a false website. It's not a question of altering it. It's not an official website because it wouldn't have the word live in it. There's no government department that would have the word live in it multiple times. That's just to sever it from anything truly official. That way they can say it's a joke, like The Onion.
They got me. They got me. You say it's not real.
But when they say, so understand that when it comes to John Miranda, the horrible part, I don't know if you get this yet, the distinctively disturbing aspect of his reveling in all this is that he wants democracy in the Western Hemisphere to be destroyed. He wants military juntas in both the north and south of the Western Hemisphere. This man is truly...
Who?
A ghoul. He's a ghoul.
The dude from last week?
Yeah, you were there when he was saying this. It was
the most intelligent guest you had on.
That's where my brain just goes blank when you say that.
Yeah,
exactly. With you. Oh my God.
Well, thank God you say that, because look, it's like this guy is like, he's reveling in the destruction of democracy. He wants the military to take over. I mean, this is not a sane proposition.
I'm glad he's not in America, man.
Yes.
I'm glad he's not in America.
Yes, well, you can understand why. You can understand.
Hey, we gotta send all these crazies to Russia. That's all.
Yeah,
man.
I mean,
they want to go to Russia. Send those motherfuckers to Russia, man.
Yeah, I mean,
send Trump to Russia. Send these crazy nuts back to Russia, because they're not Americans.
And why? And when I asked him, why don't you move to Russia? Of course, Ian had his answer. Ian said it's too cold, and that's fine. That's funny. But and in the end, maybe there's hope for Ian. But for John, it's like he's hoping Russia invades Europe. He
wants Russian kids.
I never said
his second pair of kids.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
I never said I hope Russia.
You. Him.
Shit.
Not you. Him.
Said that.
Yeah. He said that.
He said that.
He never said that. This other crazy dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know he had plans. Does he have plans on going over there?
Who? Him?
Yeah.
He doesn't want to go there. No, he doesn't want to live there. He just wants them to take over where he's living.
Does Putin want to go into England and shit?
Well, Putin.
Of course they want to.
Let's put it this way. That's what is that noise?
I'll hit my bog. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
God. You're kidding, right? Is that true?
No, my bog.
That explains so much.
Is that heroin? Is that heroin? That's what. That's acid, maybe.
No.
Yeah, definitely it's got to be acid, LSD, or something. It's got to.
No, meth.
No.
Yeah.
Kush.
So, at any rate, where was I? I mean, he totally lost me after that. I like.
He's going into Europe. Go ahead.
Oh, yes. Putin, just so you know, there were leaked documents. These are actually reputable. These are reputable. That this truly did happen. Putin's original plans were to try and invade Japan, and then at the last minute he changed it to the Ukraine. But this man is obviously not sane. He's out of his mind. He may do anything. He's capable of anything. I will tell you the truth. I hate to say it, but I really hope he launches nukes, because the majority of them are not going to work at all. If any of them do work, they're just going to finally piss the world off against him and force an invasion that would lead to a regime change. He's not capable of nuking the world simply because they don't have the technology. Everything they launch is going to blow up in their silos. The majority of them, actually, most of them won't go off at all. They're all duds. If any of them do launch, it would be a miracle if they ever go anywhere near their targets. Those few that might hit their targets would just piss people off and then finally be the end of them. We can only pray it all ends that quick, because at least it would force the world to mobilize. It would force the world to finally do to Russia what needs to be done. Just eliminate that, lance that boil. It is a
Yeah, Bolshevik Jews are still in there.
Okay.
Exactly.
Oh my God. Then I deal with this. He
already linked Israel with the Russians. Okay,
I did.
He already explained it. Yes. You got to listen to the last monologue.
Right. But we also want to be careful of how we express this. We don't want to veer off into Judeophobia.
When the Bolsheviks first took over
Kanye West.
Yeah.
Anyway, when the Bolsheviks first took over Russia, the first law they passed was the anti-Semitism law. And that's how the Jewish identity got lost just into Russia, because it was illegal to say anything. And it's just carried on through these days. But go ahead, though. Go ahead. Let me hear some more.
Well, that's
he already linked the kibbutz to communists.
Yeah, so. the kibbutzes were definitely collectives. They were all. I mean, Israel was founded by atheistic socialists from behind the Iron Curtain. Jesus Christ. I mean, as I said, originally it was Hitler's transfer agreement that enabled the foundation of an occupational state in Palestine. German military training that enabled the proto-Israelis, the people who were the insurgents that established that apartheid state, to do what they did. And they did so by ethnic cleansing. So you have a situation in which the Israelis are definitely a very...
satanic. They're satanic. I mean, they got the nuclear bomb, man.
Yes, well, they have neutron weapons.
So that's crazy shit.
Yes,
I mean, it's not even regular nukes.
Yeah, they're the only nation in the world that maintains a neutron arsenal. So this is to scramble the electronic brains of incoming nuclear warheads, theoretically. But at any rate, it also has other repercussions, collateral damage that I've explained in the past. I can go into that again in the future, but not tonight. It's just not in the mood for it.
That's why I separate the American Jews from the Israeli Jews.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Well, there's other things that need to be done besides that. First off, the majority of American Jewish people tend to be liberal progressive, and they tend to be antithetical to Israel's stance at this point in history, but not... I wouldn't say that they would ever take any action against it. And in that sense, they're almost passive enablers. They certainly maintain a power base for Israel in America by not taking any stand against it. I mean, this is why at the time of the Suez Crisis, what happened was President...
When Hillary's boat jackknifed into the canal?
What? No. This is during the time of Dwight
No,
David
it's when
Eisenhower.
Israel attacked naval
Egypt.
ships,
No,
American
no,
Liberty
no, no,
ships.
no, no. The Liberty ship was much
Okay,
later.
okay,
The
this is
Liberty
before
ship
what
was
I'm talking about.
the Liberty ship was much later. No, the
USS Liberty was 1966, right?
Thank you, sir.
it's
Thank you.
still later than the Suez Canal crisis. So during the Suez Canal crisis,
Yeah,
which,
2 years, 10 years later.
Yeah,
Exactly,
yes,
yeah.
thank you. So
Thank you.
the Suez Canal crisis was basically when Eisenhower was still president. And so what Eisenhower did was he publicly stated that Jews in America better start thinking like Americans rather than identifying themselves as Jews, which is something no president would dare to say today. So at that point in history, they had not yet dominated media to the extent where they would threaten presidents with getting them out of office. I mean, if a president said that today, they would file for his impeachment. But their power has really waned. Their power is waning, and this is why you see very strange things happening. Yeah, well, strange things happening. But in terms of the Israelis, understand this, that half of them are fighting the other. They're in civil war as well. They're on the verge of civil war. The point is that as I said before, you had an enormous influx of Russian emigres. The Russian emigres are ironically, obviously, most of them are atheistic. Everything that, John Miranda said about, he believes that Russia is this Christian empire that's like this last stand of Christendom. These people are godless. There's nobody going to their fucking churches in Russia. There's nobody. As a matter of fact, the Exarchate in Constantinople, which is how Vatican City is this tiny little fly speck in the middle of Roma? There is a version of that for the Eastern Orthodox Church in Istanbul. So the remnant,
and they're eating pork too.
Well, there you go. Yes, and the remnant of Byzantium, that Exarchate, is the closest they have to a pope for the Eastern Orthodox world, and they excommunicated Russia. Russia's Orthodox Church has been excommunicated.
Yeah, because they're dirty.
By the Exarchate. Yes, because they're dirty, because they're in league with Putin. So, and John Miranda doesn't even know this. I'm certain. If I were to bring it up to him, he'd probably fall into denial. I'm sure he'd have nothing to say. I hit him hard enough the other night. I didn't want to just keep hitting him. It's like hitting a child. But you're dealing with someone who's basically has a pathological ideology. Their ideology is warped. Now, when it comes to Israel itself, the majority of these Russian emigres are, because they're godless, they're mostly liberal progressive as well, because they come from a background where, compared to the rest of many of these Israelis, they're basically not Jewish in any cultural sense. So in order to maintain their Israeli citizenship, they have to serve in the military, and that includes the women as well. So these are the people who serve in the Israeli Defense Forces. They're people like this, a lot of them. And the real religious Jews get religious exemption. So the point is that in Israel, the really religious Jews that are the real extremist, genocidal, kill all Palestinian hardasses, these are the people who don't serve in the military. And all the people who do serve in the military are liberal progressive and really generally sympathetic, in a sense, to Palestinian human rights. I mean, this is an extreme generalization. Obviously, it's much more complicated than this. But the point is that you have a 50-50 divide in Israel. This is why they had to go through multiple elections, and they keep voting out. They finally had to get a coalition government to get rid of Netanyahu, and he might come back into power again, despite that. But the point is that when it came to the Israeli situation, they are about ready to divide into, just like so many other nations, just like Brazil. If it goes into civil war in Brazil, they're much more like America's original civil war. The North is overwhelmingly black, and the white is overwhelming. The South is overwhelmingly white in Brazil, and the South, basically, all the whites do nothing. They party all day, and they go to the beach, and the entire economy for both the whites and the blacks is maintained by the Japanese. The largest Japanese population in the world outside of Japan is in Brazil. And they do all the work. They do all the technology. They're the middle class. Their taxes support the whites who do nothing and the blacks who live off welfare. And that's the fucked up situation in Brazil. So
Understood. Back to Putin. Was all that you described Putin as, was that before or after Uranium One?
What is Uranium One?
Oh God!
Oh God!
Jesus.
Hit me with some
that's
conspiracy
Clinton,
theory.
that's
Next
Clinton
week.
and
Next week.
Putin's,
We're running out of time.
radiation, the uranium company. But,
No,
but
you know
that's
how-
something else. Yeah.
Do you know how when you were young you go buy a bag of weed from somebody and you would say you want this amount, but they would short you a little bit, and you get all pissed off? Okay, that's what happened to Putin, and that's what made Putin fucking wake up. But let's continue this next week because that's a whole nother fucking
Putin wake up. So some other guy was asking me about.
It's like saying that. That's like saying when he got the sniff of the slip up his nose, and he woke up, from all the viruses.
Yeah, you're right. But yeah, no. When Putin found out that he was being set up, that's when he was like, "Nah, fuck this," and yada yada yada, and said, "Let's go knock out Ukraine."
Oh boy, yeah. Anyhow, all of this is. It sounds
That's
insane.
That's another episode.
this sounds.
No, the facts, you got to deal with the facts because Douglas doesn't lie, okay? He's telling you
Well,
the
Douglas
truth.
doesn't know about Uranium One. I rest my case.
Well,
that-
when you say you rest your case, that's like saying you made up some, and even if you didn't make this up.
The thing, I didn't make it up.
Dude, you don't need to make it up. You're sucking up someone else's shit. That's the point. You don't make these things up. You're regurgitating them.
It's true.
Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah. So, okay. So here we
You
are.
were not involved
Somebody
in
put in
Uranium One.
somebody put in something into the chat room, and that can explain Uranium One to a degree. Let's see what the source is. So this is the American report. This already looks sketchy as hell. The Uranium One deal is a clear and giving 20. Putin. Okay, so let me open this up. The American report. This is obviously bullshit. You can tell that just by the site. Giving Putin 20% of key national security resources was a much bigger plan to hide Russian cruise missiles here in plain sight. Okay, this is crazy.
Hey,
This
are
is
you
crazy.
working for the Russians, Ian?
No. Oh God, no.
No.
I can say he's not. Yeah, no. It's like
that bad. I was working for the Russians.
yeah. This is the problem: is that he works for them for free. That's the
That's
problem.
yeah, okay. That's yeah. I see what you're talking about. Yes, I understand.
I mean,
Most
I'm just joking.
Most of the Southern white Americans, exactly. I see. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
They're so brainwashed, like John there.
But at any rate, when it comes to
they can't even get the history right. Oh my God!
It's like listening to watching wrestling with this guy.
Thank you. That's
I mean, I'm just left. You just shake
You
your head.
gotta watch more of Douglas's past things because I think you're missing out a lot.
I mean, it is what it is. And somebody asked me in the pages of the last episode, the thread, they said something about, the black oil. They wanted to know more about that. And that just evolved from an earlier...
BP oil spill.
Well, it evolved from what was called
Mexico.
red mercury back in the day. When I was much, much younger and still working with the Department of Defense, it was called red mercury was the bullshit that was being tossed around. But when it comes to that subject, I mean, I can go a bit into that, but let me take a look at what the guy said first, and then we might cover a little bit of Tracy Twyman. Anyhow, George Knight said, "Sorry I had to go, Douglas. It's my daughter's second birthday today, so we are celebrating all our love unto you." Okay, so understood. So, and then Elizabeth Beam says, "I've seen their sick rituals in New York City. DDD was awesome on the interview with Sean Bond. Nailed it. Well, thank you, honey. Love you too." Mwah. And let me give her a nice big kiss. And yes, we should have let our man speak there, but it was very funny. What we were talking about was something that I just couldn't let go at the time when it came to talking with Brooke and Ian West. And so, we
She's
did.
so sweet. That girl's so sweet.
Yeah.
She is.
That's fun. You're very.
I wish I could all be like her. Good, right? That was good. That was
yeah,
good.
that is good. That is good. I gotta hand it to you. That's pretty good. That's so let's see what that last guy said. Let me go over to the latest video. Hopefully you don't hear a voice turn on. So let's see what it says if it comes on at all. Okay, so popular episode, by the way. The episode on which I had both yourself and John Miranda was very popular. So one of the comments here, I think it was Christopher Fay. Okay, here we are. In reading Peter's older Pulse update about the Bush family's acquisition of a large land purchase in Paraguay, I had heard that the land, he means to say, had the highest concentration of black goo, also known as sentient oil. Have you heard anything about this? Okay, so let me answer that now. Oh my God. I mean, this is one of those questions where it's kind of like, what do you say when somebody asks you a question like that? No offense to Christopher Fay, but it's like at that point you're operating on a true just. You're no longer in reality. It's you're dealing with somebody who's like dealing with, what do we do now that I've found out that the Queen of England is a reptilian who eats babies? And it's like at that point, what do you say to someone like that? You're just left with you're just so much you're just so stunned.
You tell them good luck. You say good luck, bud.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Now, again, Christopher Fay, if he hears this, nothing against you. Just, whatever you heard about that, it's just complete and total shit. But the best I can do is add some context to it. So basically, no one is quite sure where the notion of quote unquote red mercury came from. But I worked at the Department of Defense at the time that it was everywhere. It featured in any number of media scare stories from the late 1980s onward, and was also, seemingly is also, taken seriously by various governments, even though that substance, if it exists at all, is of completely unknown nature. So the popular notions about this, and it ultimately became the black goo, the sentient oil, but it originally was red mercury. And the popular concepts were that it could be used to facilitate the production of enriched nuclear fuel for weapons, that it could perhaps be detonated itself as a sort of subnuclear, but nevertheless very powerful bomb, that it was ballotechnic, meaning an explosive chemical, that could be used in place of the fission bomb trigger for a fusion, a hydrogen bomb, that mercury was merely a code name for fissile material, plutonium perhaps, that it was a stimulated nuclear isomer along the lines of hafnium-178, M2, I think, or M to the second power, if I remember, and thus a potential explosive source of gamma rays, or finally, that it was a paint that, if applied to stealth bombers and the like, would help them elude radar. Now, the list, I could extend it considerably. I mean, even the name of that putative material is confusing. Initially, the substance was black, but called red mercury because it supposedly originated from the debris of the old Soviet Union. But soon it lost the capitalization of the R, and obligingly thereafter was red in color. And it could be a solid, a liquid, or a powder. Now, bear in mind that what I learned from intelligence was this. Whenever we wanted to find a spy, whenever we wanted to find somebody who was an infiltrator, then we would make up a non-existent phenomenon that they could chase. And whenever somebody was trying to find information on that non-existent phenomenon, then we could identify who the spy was. Then we could find out who the mole was. So we would say something like, we've taken plastic explosive and we've flavored it. And we've got it in jars of peanut butter now. It's highly flavored plastic explosive. So then when we found somebody trying to steal peanut butter from out of the post exchange or the commissary, then we'd know who the spy was. We'd say that we put an explosive liquid inside of vodka. And, something like that, just to out whoever the infiltrator
I was
is.
waiting for you to say and hit it with 1 million kids underneath Australia. That's what I was waiting for that.
Oh, there you go. Well, in terms of all of the theories that developed about this shit, obviously this was something that was started by the Russians in order to find all of their moles, in order to identify infiltration into their system. But the thing about all of this is that in order to locate these moles, they had to spread the story everywhere. So that's another tempting theory. If we take it into the material and actually entertain the notion that it might be something real, then one tempting theory was that the KGB invented red mercury as the basis for a sting operation aimed at finding out which rogue states and terrorist organizations were in the market for nuclear materials. And a variation was that Russia was engaging in a scam designed to raise billions of dollars in foreign exports of a worthless substance, and that it was Western intelligence agencies who opportunistically used the sales as a means of finding out who was seeking nuclear materials. So in either case, it's like it began to become a football, bounced between all the intelligence agencies. And at that point, it's a life of its own, and it's just completely out of control. So this became black goo, and it got pushed by the X-Files, and then people wind up asking questions like, oh yes, they want this land because it's a source of sentient oil. Oh my God. You're left crying. You're left crying because, anyhow, so our friend, is this real? Operation Vampire Killer 2000. That is real. That is real in the sense that you had a bunch.
Sounds like a video game.
Yeah. That is real in the sense that this was a bunch of police who started their own militia and decided that they were going to help all of the right-wing militias and ultimately overthrow the government.
Weren't helping them out. I wanted to make sure Q and Putin weren't helping them out.
No, these people are obviously the enemy. I mean, these are police who are fighting against democracy. These are people who refuse to recognize democratic elections.
Understood. I'm just running this by you.
Yeah, but it's real. It's real. This was their plan. This was their plan. Of course, it's ancient.
Yeah, like stupid oath keepers.
Yes, that's right. These are like oath keepers and shit. As a matter of fact, the majority of those people were police. Yeah. There was this one.
I'm running it by you.
Yeah. And so it's horrible. We live in this horrible world that's just loaded with. The problem is the internet. The problem is the internet, where, as before, there are going to be people who never even heard of this shit. The internet makes it universal. And so because the internet makes it universal, it's like the shit spreads everywhere like a disease. And then people get these notions in their head.
To be honest with you, I didn't dig into that vampire thing yet. I was going to wait to see you looked at it before I got into it. That's why I gave it to you.
I mean, you're welcome to look through it. And
just to save me some time, Just save me some time,
Yeah, I appreciate that. No, you're welcome to look through it and tell me what your impression of it is, but basically, it's basically
you're gonna love this.
Treasonous police.
Okay, no, that's cool. But you're gonna love this one.
Mm-hmm.
This is from the 70s, and it has to do with this hospital on the other side of Orlando here. Here it is. Okay. It's good.
And you're sending me something in the message box.
Another one. Yes, sir. On the Facebook. Okay. Here it comes.
I can't wait.
Tell me if this is real or not, because it looks real. Like I did the address search on all of the addresses listed.
Medical secret societies, DocX. Okay, I'm afraid to open these things. Like,
don't be sissy.
That's No preview available. Download. Okay, I'm not going to download this.
Document. It's a Word document. You got to have Word or something to read it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not going to download it. You know,
it's like a kid's paper.
Okay, I'm not going to download it. So if you can take a screenshot of whatever, samples of it, that's fine. But so that being said, I should probably go into monologue soon, but I'll take a trip to the restroom first, refresh myself. Let's take a look at what these other people are saying. Where's the donate or super chats button? Elizabeth Beam says. So thank you, honey, for considering it. I'm sorry, we don't do donate via the YouTube, because what YouTube did was they just it was a disaster last time I experimented with that. I don't know how to handle it, and I had this horrible lady named Selena Khan who had just stole all the money from it. It was just preposterous. It was just awful. So, if it had been just her stealing it, it would have been, I'd be willing to give it another go. But it was basically, she just sat back and let YouTube steal everything. You wind up being, you know what YouTube did? YouTube went into my bank account and stole $500,000 out of my bank account. And so I had to have the bank steal it back from Google, which the bank actually did. So they did that for me. That was how bad it got. They were stealing things. Whoever was contributing the money, it went to Google instead of me. And she didn't know how to get it out. And she was just this horrible.
Well, you got to be careful with the name Khan at the end.
Yes, that's right. Should have been spelled CON instead of KAHN. But she lost everything with cryptocurrency and Bitcoin. She lost it all.
She deserves it.
Yes, and so
good.
Yeah, and that's another
thing. I don't know when to get out of it.
You warned her about it too. Yeah. You warned her about that stuff too.
Yes, I did.
A bit on Bitcoin.
Yes,
because it's a criminal enterprise run by a Japanese guy.
No, that's just a cover name. That this was an Australian guy who used a Japanese cover name, for God's sake.
Oh, okay.
Is what that was. The Australians raided his ass.
Satoshi.
Yeah.
What's his name?
You mean wasn't that the Japanese name he was using, the Australian guy?
Satoshi, yeah. I don't know who the guy's name is.
I had it before. I'd have to look it up. Fuck, who the Australian guy was. But let me take a look at it. Australian guy rated Bitcoin. It might be scrubbed by now, but Australian. I mean, in the end, who gives a shit? But Australian criminal behind. Hitoshi Bitcoin. Shinso, was it? Hitoshi Shinso? Was that the guy's name? Hitoshi Bitcoin.
Nakamoto.
Rated. Okay, there we are. Rated. Thank you. Let me see. Reported Bitcoin founder Craig Wright. It's Craig Wright in Australia. So there we are. So that's who it was. Craig Wright.
Thank you.
Yeah, his surname spelled Wright. So he was living in Sydney, and so yes, he said he was Satoshi Nakamoto. So there you go. And so everybody, I want everybody to know who's a listener that this guy was an Australian, claimed he was a Japanese guy, and but it was an Australian guy behind Bitcoin. The Australians raided and arrested this son of a bitch, but that didn't help everybody else. The monster was on the loose after that. And then everybody else was doing this shit. So, aside from all of that, oh my God. So we've talked a bit about that. The only other thing would be Tracy Twyman. I don't know if I can handle going into her tonight. By the way, Joe, are you chewing, Joe?
I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm late.
What?
It didn't bother me, Joe. You're fine.
No, it bothers me. It's disgusting.
I'm
joking. Disgusting. Oh my God. I have this image of his fat fingers like sausages, like fucking flesh-colored sausages, digging through the bottom of this potato chip bag and licking them. Licking the potato chip dust off of his fingernails and shit after, he runs them across his bald head, it's just the image alone gets me.
Mr. Ty, you can come hit the bong over here, dude. You're cool.
Yeah, that's anyhow, Elizabeth Beam says, then they stole it from us donators too. Grr, tell it, DDD. Craig, wrong, she says. But anyhow, honey, I do accept donations through PayPal or even just at my address, which, I can provide if you want to send money orders or checks. So I'll put my address here. And good God, I'm still hearing noise. Is that Joe back or what? Is that someone?
I apologize. I just burped.
No, there's something else. It's that Joe sound. And that! You hear that? There we are. Then it stops.
Let's go on mute. Let me go on mute and see if you hear it again. Hold on.
Oh, God. And what did I do in a past life to deserve this? I must have wiped out everybody's families or something like that. They've all come back to haunt me.
Yeah, you must have done something.
Oh, yes, that's right. So Elizabeth Beam says PayPal. So let me enter that. PayPal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Okay, there we are. So, oh my God. And love you dearly, Elizabeth Beam. Mwah. And so I need $60 at least to get me towards rent. And so that being said, let's take a look at
When's
the
your rent due?
When's
your rent due? When is your rent due?
Oh, on the 1st. On the 1st.
Okay.
Thank you for asking. Thank you.
No.
Yeah. And by the way, so here's something that was sent to us by Real Tech. Real Tech Geek was pointing out the Confederate Festival in Brazil. So, yes, there's this remote Brazilian town, and they've been there forever. Jimmy Carter went to visit them. I don't consider that to be anything negative. I mean, this is just at the end of the American Civil War between the states. The entire families escaped down to Brazil with their slaves because slavery was still legal there. And they reestablished themselves as kind of a government in exile. And so everyone always emphasizes, well, they have no political influence or something like that. But they can be considered kind of like a Confederate States of America in exile, kind of like Taiwan or like the Soviet Union in Transnistria. Oh, George Knight joined us again. So, George Knight, do speak up. Okay, you're with us now.
Hello,
so it's
George.
yes. Tell us about your daughter.
Hello.
And hugs. Love you dearly.
Hello, Douglas. Yeah,
Yes.
Merry Christmas.
Yes.
Oh my God. Happy
Merry
New
Christmas,
Year to
George.
you all.
Yes.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to you all.
Yes,
oh,
Happy
God.
New Year.
Thanks
Yeah.
for having me on.
Yes. And tell us. You
It
said
must
was
have been
your-
a fun experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I've just managed to get out of the house just for a good 20 minutes or so, Douglas. So I've managed to come on. I'm just waiting because it's my little girl's second birthday today. I've just gone to get her nanny for us to bring her back to celebrate. So I managed to get out of the house for 20 minutes.
Wonderful. So
I
is this
thought,
similar to
perfect
like Sam
opportunity.
Romero's situation where you're celebrating her birthday twice because relatives weren't able to visit till a certain time, or it's her actually her second birthday?
Yeah, today's her second birthday. So she's her birthday's on the 29th of December. So it's today at 10:34. 10:34. At the moment, Douglas, it is 10 to 9 in the morning. So yeah, her actual birthday's at 10:34. So about an hour and a half's time. Say for an hour and a half's time. So basically, what we're doing is I'm grabbing my mum to come back and celebrate, and then we're going to go off to see her other nan this afternoon. So that's how we're planning it today.
It's amazing. Thank you for sharing.
If that makes sense, yeah.
Oh my God, I'm so excited for you. And so how is is she like interacting well? I know that some of the teachers were worried and everything. So is she interacting well?
She's progressing and developing all. Yeah, so no worries there with her. It's only her audibility with her words. They're not pronounced accurately, but she can say them, but in her own way. So that's the only thing. But other than that, she understands everything from books. She loves her books. And you ask her, what's this, where's that, and she points out. So she's so clued up. She is really, really clever. She's got a very good memory. Her mind is just phenomenal. She really retains information very well. And Sarah's like, oh, she gets that from her daddy.
Yes. Oh, that's wonderful.
That's just amazing.
And that's so kind of Sarah to say that. Oh my god.
Yeah, which is lovely. I said, no, she gets her cleverness from her mummy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so no, it's wonderful. Yeah. So no, thank you for having me on. I do apologise. I came on with the intent of staying and chatting for a good half an hour, but I had to quickly go because we had to put the banners up. The banners up. So, in the morning. So that's why I had to quickly go. And last transmission, after Christmas Day, I couldn't come on because, poor bless her, little Emily, she was sick in her cot. She puked up everywhere. I was like, oh no, just before I was about to come on.
Oh my
So
god.
I changed her bed sheets, changed her clothes, and then put her back, with the intent to come on for another half an hour, hoping so. And then she threw up again, bless her little heart. So, I was unfortunate. So the last 2 times haven't been successful.
Right. What do you think? She was sick? She didn't catch anything, did she?
Initially it was the concern that she's caught a stomach bug. She's contracted that from somewhere, or she just had a lot of phlegm in her system, just down her throat. Of course, I assumed it was because she didn't finish her bottle of milk from the night before, so that was in her cot. And I thought she might have tried to drink some of her, gone off milk in her cot. So I assumed that. But it could have been anything. And plus, as you saw, Douglas, she puts her fingers down her throat often as well because she's teething. So that could have brought it up. So anything could have happened.
Wow.
But it was just unfortunate. It happened once and it happened again, just whilst I was about to prepare myself to come on the show. So, unfortunate. But I've got an opportunity now to come and because I'm just waiting for my mum to get ready to come over. So, yeah. No, wonderful. Thank you for allowing me to. Yeah,
of course. And so tell us a bit about what's been going on with yourself. Otherwise, I mean, obviously we can't talk too much about Sarah's job, but I hope her job's going well.
Yeah, no, very well, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, and my job's going very well as well.
Excellent.
Yeah, which is good. So we're both busy. Yeah, enjoying our jobs. So it's great. I've got loads of things to share, just like conversations I've been having with various people and stuff. It was wonderful because my other daughter, the oldest daughter, she was bringing up the fact that she's being taught about the Second World War in school, and she mentioned about Adolf Hitler, and I explained to her why he is so significant, so important. He's obviously the most important man in my my regards as the most important man in history, because he was the man that took humanity beyond our own planet, beyond the moon, beyond the stars. So he was the first man to do this, and I explained that in a way. And of course, I showed her footage of the moon. I said, yes, they are, they're extant on the moon itself to this day, and this is why we don't ever travel back there, why we've never been back. Hence why they sent military men in the first place. Yes. and Sarah goes, oh, you can't be telling her things like that. She'll go to school and tell them, why he's so important. And I said, well, it doesn't even matter if she says that, because it was men like Werner von Braun, who was a Nazi scientist, who went over to innovate and pioneer the NASA space program in the first place. So I said, it doesn't matter what you say. They are credited for taking man to the moon and beyond.
Huntsville, Alabama is the entire town of German scientists from Germany.
Mm-hmm.
Just tell them that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
If it wasn't for them, it wasn't for them, the Navy space program. And Werner von Braun. So,
thank you.
Absolutely correct.
Yeah, thank you. I did go into extreme detail, Doug, so I won't obviously go into detail on the show, but I did explain it all to her in a regard, in an aspect for her to try to ascertain the information, because it was a lot, and Sarah did point out, no, it's a lot for her to retain and try to, to digest. So please don't expel too much information to her. I was like, yeah, okay, that's another time. And she said, well, when I start to do history homework, I'll come to you, George, to help. So, so it's nice.
Yes.
So many things to share, and especially with, the Big Dipper as well, Douglas.
Yes.
It's just, I've been looking into that so deeply, recently. Yeah, and it's just it rotates in the sky. It's the war to protect us. And it was just like what you were saying, just before I had to disappear from the previous transmission before last.
Yes.
Just how it's in the heavens and it protects us, and it keeps the Edomite, the anti-gods at bay underneath the earth. And it was so true, and I just wanted to share. It was absolutely accurate, and I completely 100% agree with it. And it's everything is verifiable. Yes. And men like Graham Hancock, who are just out there to try to to invert this information, try to it's it's disgusting. I've looked into it, Douglas, so I will have to do a post on it.
Thank
But
you.
yeah, it's just things I wanted to share with you, if that was all
Oh,
right.
please
Thank you.
share as much as you wish. I want people to understand that I've written an essay on this phenomenon. I'm expanding that, and while I expand that, there's other elements of this story that I'm obviously entering into the expanded essay. So obviously, our man will get a copy of it when I'm done with it, Mr. George Knight, and of course, I'll be sending it to Peter Moon and. As well as Sammy Romero. But if, I might send it to you other gentlemen if you express interest. Real Tech, I offered to send him a few things before, and then, it just gets so involved with so many things that it's hard to keep up with sending things to everybody. But definitely,
You can send it to me.
Sure.
When you have a chance.
Sure, thank you. I'll do that then. And so what we're talking about is, of course, something that George can explain more of, and I'll let him essentially do that. It's basically, I mean, George, you can take it from here. A lot of this has to do with a lot of this so-called history that the
Yes.
quote unquote alternative historians are promoting.
Yeah. No, absolutely. So yeah, that's why it's just like how when I hear these comments from people over the years, just how the pyramids themselves were developed by this is again the inversion of how these alternative historians they are inverting the whole reality of history themselves by saying that like what you said, Douglas, with the Orion the Conqueror, they're trying to align the stars with the pyramids from the Orion's belt from completely different aspect of reality. I mean, the North Star, the swastika itself rotates around the North Star, and it's in the heavens. It faces down on Earth, and it protects us all. And this is what the ancient civilizations, what the ones that what these Graham Hancocks are saying, that these are lost civilizations. You hear him say these completely fallacious and ingenuous statements. They're based on no evidence whatsoever. But the reality is, every culture on Earth, the Hakenkreuz, the swastika, is the most ancient symbol, and it's the most holy symbol on Earth. It dates back thousands of years, and this is where did they get it from? And it's from the stars itself, the heavens that face down on Earth. And these men, these alternative historians, are out to try and erase this reality, erase this history, and that's what the whole intent is. And it's really quite, it's disgusting, really. But anyone could look this up. I mean, that the Big Dipper is I can see that any time of the year. It's the only one that anyone can identify whilst they look in the sky. It is there at all times, and it rotates around the North Star. It protects us, and that's it's so true. And how's it pronounced? The Aura Major, the Ursa Major.
Ursa Major. Ursa Major.
The Ursa Major. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, and so this is where that Hakenkreuz comes from. That's the origin of it. So it was created as a war to protect us all, and every single civilization. It is used in every culture on Earth apart from Semitic.
Right.
Every culture has adopted it, and this is why the National Socialists took it up as the war against the anti-gods, against American diabolism. So this is so important for people to realize and to ascertain. And I could go into several different directions from there, Douglas. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Obviously, I'm still
Yeah. In terms of just so everybody understands, the term that George Knight is using, because he does have a British accent and sometimes people can't understand him easily, then it would be ward, W-A-R-D. So in other words, the swastika, it would be very much like the crucifix, a kind of a protective symbol that has been around basically eternally. It's coeval with the human experience. It's only recently, of course, that people have been trying to eliminate it with such aggression, and the reason why is to deprive humanity of this protective ward. And so one of the ways that they do this is to try and keep people as ignorant as possible about the fact that when the Ursa Major, the Great Bear, or the Big Dipper, circles in the sky in the northern hemisphere, it creates a swastika pattern through the seasons, a swastika pattern that is rotating in the same direction as the Nazi swastika of World War II. So this is something that they do their best to hide from the public. None of these alternative historians ever bring that fact up. That's something that is probably one of the more obvious facts you think would be brought up, but no, they don't.
No, they don't tell you anything. Yeah, they hide and the whole they occulted. They seclude to hide the information as well. So they don't want you to know this. They don't. That's why they bar you. They ban you from ever presenting the swastika in public. You're not allowed to have it even in your own private home. This is banned in your own country because they want to eliminate you having that protection, that so you'll be able to repel the diabolists, the cults of the kings of Idar.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same thing with Elon Musk banning Kanye for posting the swastika.
Yes, that's right.
There you go.
On Twitter.
Yeah,
and it's very much well substantiated now. We've in several transmissions we've deconstructed Elon Musk and what his whole agenda is for purchasing Twitter in the first place is to promote that and to give the alt-right, these horrible racist people the chance to speak hatred, and that's the whole reason for him to purchase the platform and then to not to monetize the platform itself, so people have a voice, they can spread their hatred, and this is the whole agenda. This is the whole reason for that.
And think of the perversity of this.
That's part of it. Yes.
Yeah. He wants that, and at the same time, when Kanye West puts up a swastika, then he bans him for racism. There you have it. This is
Yeah, it's actually more ironic. Yeah.
Perverted. It's insane. Yes.
Yeah. And so this is all of the insanity that we deal with now. When it comes to your other things that have been discussed about this, what about what else comes to your mind? A lot going on. What about the latest episode with John Miranda and Ian West? I don't know if you heard me talking to them, and just how John Miranda was just regurgitating the entire Russian party line. That I don't know. Did you hear any of that?
No, I only caught the last transmission. You speaking of that with John Miranda, that how he is promoting all that. Oh, the Russians are the white saviors of the earth. Vladimir Putin is regarded as the great white hope. Yeah. I only heard that bit, Douglas. Yeah, unfortunately, but I will have to go back and listen. Thank you. But yeah, absolutely, completely understand. Agree with you, Douglas. I already know all this far too well. Fully understand it, and this is what the insanity is. And it's just like I'm completely surrounded by people that when they were trying to deny that Russia will ever invade Ukraine in the first place, and it was only from you telling me, Douglas, about with the alignment with Ukraine, they're not part of NATO, and I was like, well, they're definitely going to invade then. They're definitely this is inevitable. They're definitely going to do it. And of course, with everything that we've exposed in the past, with these weaponized African swine fever, all these hemorrhagic fever type variants that have been weaponized and deployed in the field against Ukraine. It was inevitable. But then these people that were saying that they're not going to invade, then they're promoting that he's doing it because he's stopping the expansionists. He's stopping NATO from expanding closer. And it's like, well, you're going to invade a country which is bordering on a NATO nation. Doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
And this is, it's just, as you said, Douglas, it's the insanity and the perversion of it all.
Actually, let's have Ian West give us a little bit of madness here so we can have a little bit of, I won't even call it a debate. Let's just call it a conversation. No. So Ian, you feel that the Ukrainians have been perhaps trafficking in children? Perhaps you could relate what you thought about that.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I thought this thing was on mute this whole time. All right. Okay. The Azov battalion, they were doing it.
Of course. So, okay, that doesn't tell us much. So, what's the rest of the story?
Who was doing it? That's who was doing it.
But okay. So that's like, I'm sorry, we can't go anywhere from there. Was there some article or link or with something a bit more than that?
They pulled a little 15-year-old white boy out of it, and he was like, "I was in the Azov battalion. This is what we would do." And we would have to cut the intestines out of an 8-year-old and fucking da 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 da. I mean, it's terrible.
And you believe all this?
No, I got the interview. I got a video interview of the boy, of the kid, of the child.
Okay, send the link to our man George, or put it here. I put the link in the chat.
Yeah, I'll put it to you.
Yeah. Can you? Oh, he has to send it to me again, so that I can put it through the.
Well,
okay.
If I could get you to see if this is true or false, like the military site, that'd be a big help.
Right, yeah. So put that in there. I know you sent it to me already, and I didn't even bother to look at it.
I just sent you the alien or the spaceship that was above Disneyland yesterday or 2 nights ago.
Wonderful. Yeah. Well, that I'll see if we can get that over to George.
Yeah, the whole crowd is like flipping out on it.
Okay, so let me take a look at that. Black sent a photo. Okay, no, Black sent a video. Frank sent a video. Here we are. Now, this might cause some noise. Jesus, I hope this doesn't have TikTok music that they can.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Okay, and so let me see if I can find. Okay, so this. Get this here and see if I can give this to our man George Knight, and George Knight can take it from there. Okay, as a matter of fact, I only need this much of it. And George Knight, tell me if this works for you, this link. I'll give it to you just a second here. I have to breathe. Every time Ian says something like this, it just honestly, he has me just on the ropes. Yeah, it's just
strong.
Yeah, so here we are, George Knight, and how about your friends at work? They're all doing well. Does this work for you, George?
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. Are you sending it in the private messages, Douglas?
Yeah, private messages.
Yeah, lovely. Yeah, I've received it.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
see if that works. So it actually works. You can see that. See if it links. See if it links.
Yeah, it's loading. Yeah. Sorry, I'm off the 5G, so it's actually quite it's quite fishy. Yeah, it's asking me to log in.
Okay. And he'll take his time and do that. And in the interim, our man Ian West is basically accusing the Azov battalion of atrocities. This is, of course, Russian propaganda, and they're targeting.
Boy, it's like a 7 or 8 year old little boy.
Yeah, it's Russian propaganda. They told the 7 or 8 year old little boy to say that, I'm sure. Well, I'll see it when you send the link. Did you send any link or something? Did you send?
Yeah, I'm still digging through it on my hard drive.
Oh, okay. And, you
got a hard drive, man. I got like a 5 terabyte hard drive of nothing but dedicated to this, info like this.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I got a lot of the.
He's got a hard drive full of just like sewage.
5 terabytes.
Sewage.
Well, once it gets disproved, I do question it, but that's rare.
That's rare because you've been talking to fellow believers like John Miranda all this time.
I can't load the page, unfortunately.
Okay, you can't load the page. So let me try
let me
this.
Just share
Let's see if this one works. Let's see if this one works. Let me fix this for you. Let me get the video. I'll get it again, and then what I'm going to do is see what I can do here. Click on that, and hopefully this comes up again. Then I'll give you a more complete link. Let's see if this link loads. Then we go back to our man, Mr. Fuck, if I can get out of this link. Oh God, it's getting to that part of the night where the computer's essentially crashing on me. So because it's been on for hours and hours, and then it just does what it does, and then it becomes more difficult to do any of this. This is like it's frustrating. So let's see what we can do here. Let's go to our man. Fuck, I can't. It's truly fucked. Let's see if we can get this in the. Okay, here we are. Maybe this will work. There we are. Now it went to George Knight. So here we go. Let's try this. see if this works for you. There we are. Much more longer link that might have all the elements in it and make it work for you. It seems fairly impressive, and I think you could use that footage towards your own files. And I thank Iron Man Ian Knight for sharing it. So, Ian, in terms of,
UFO video?
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I don't know if that was the same one, but that same outline and shape that was hovering around the White House a few weeks ago.
Okay. Yeah. And yeah, I'm not surprised. And so with that being said, in terms of do you ever encounter this at work? People regurgitating this kind of Russian propaganda about, oh, they're hiding all these children under the ground in Ukraine. It used to be biolabs. They used to say it was biolabs. Now they're saying it's... Yeah.
They're using them for multiple things. I mean, biolabs was just one aspect of it. Like all the human testing and shit, they really did it on those kids.
Oh, please. And so if the Russians had this evidence, they would show it before the world, but they're not showing it before the world.
Yeah, I've got it. I've got them stepping over the dead bodies underground.
So can you send us this evidence?
Yeah, I can send it. Yeah, I can send it to you. Yeah, dude. It's like Resident Evil in real life.
Of course. It's a Resident Evil video game footage that you're being shown.
Literally like Resident Evil in real life.
I mean, I love the game.
Yes,
I love that game.
Yes. So, I've got one of the links now sent by Armani West. There's a man with a giant eyeball coming out of his shoulder. Wouldn't you know? Yes.
Oh,
yes.
What's his name? Mr. Birkin from the Resident Evil series.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that got me.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's just, yeah. I'm surprised there's no pixels in that.
There we are. Well, it's the new technology, it's deep fake. It looks so real. And he's eating kids. Oh my God, he's eating kids, just the eyeball man. Yes, like he did in the game. Oh, you're right. Yes, you're right, Ian. I'm a believer.
I think his name was William Birkin.
Yes, that's right. Name. How could you forget?
If I can retain that, yeah.
That's right. It's incredible you retained that. By the way, our man George Knight started Bazaar HD as kind of like a display center for his video game experience.
Yes. Oh God, thank you, Doug. And do you know what? I wanted to bring that up actually last transmission because I think it was Sammy Romero mentioned. I can't even remember what he was talking about, but I just wanted to relay like the whole. Oh yeah, I used to play the Call of Duty series until I watched that. Until I discovered yourself, Douglas, 5 years ago. And then, when it was presented that, this whole Nazi zombie trip, I was like, oh my God, that's so true. They're forcing kids to fight against Nazi zombies. Not only are they desecrating their bodies, but they're digging them back up again, and then they want to kill them again.
Yes.
This is insanity. And that's why I was like, no, this is just insane. This is a form of indoctrination.
Yes.
And it's not just with the Call of Duty series. It's with like Castle Wolfenstein. Yes. It's with Killzone. Yes. These other very popular first-person shooter video games where you're fighting an exile government in exile, and it's just like the breakaway civilization. That's just insane. So that's why I stopped playing them.
Right. Thank you. And by the way, just so everybody knows, when it comes to Killzone, that was completely government funded, and what they did was they employed video game experts out of Europe, but mostly from it was either the Netherlands or Denmark, or both.
Yes.
But these were primarily in Netherlands and Denmark, and the reason they went through them was because they're much more familiar with Germanic language, and what they were producing was basically as close as you could get with the information they were willing to release about Unterland, what the Unterlanders look like. And of course, all they really know is their combat presentation. In other words, they do show some civilians, and they do kind of do their best to kind of give people a presentation of what they feel might be a kind of Unterlander kind of political situation. But the way that they present all this is, of course, to present it in space. And but it's basically, they went so far as to show aspects of the Unterlander language, which has evolved beyond the ancient Germanic script, which they took with them into Unterland. And by the way, just so people understand this, during the time of the Third Reich, Germanic script was used in Germany. In other words, that their alphabet looked very different from the alphabet they use today, which is very anglicized. So this was taken, and of course, because the Unterlanders have evolved and their alphabet has changed, they actually did take that alphabet as far as they could ascertain and put that into their presentation of what the Unterlanders are using today. The reason why was because at the time that Killzone was produced, it was when the Allies, the Anglo and American governments, realized that climate change was really rendering the planetary surface potentially uninhabitable, and they may have to invade Unterland. So the whole point of this was to indoctrinate children or young people into killing Unterlanders on sight. And so when they went through this and carried this out, this was around the time of the Gulf War, was when the Killzone series was originally coming out. But anybody who doubts what I'm saying, literally all you need to do is take a look at the work that went into presenting the Unterlanders, or the what they would call the, oh my God, what did they name them? Helghasts, or Helgens. The Helgens
Helgens, that's it.
Yes. If you take a look at the work that went into the Helgens, everything is detailed extraordinarily. Their snipers, for instance, have stealth cloaks. So their snipers have technology that the West simply doesn't have, but the West was experimenting with. Just so people understand this, for instance, there was what was called the West Desert Alien. And people can look that up, the West Desert Alien. And the West Desert Alien was this body that was found in what looked like a spacesuit in a state of decay. And Clyde Lewis was reporting about that very intensively. And but they automatically said it was an alien. The government did nothing to deny it because they're trying to hide what it really was, which was basically a poor son of a bitch who was testing a stealth suit. And the point is that the stealth suit reflects light or deflects light in such a manner that you really don't see the individual wearing it. You truly see only what's in the background. Your optics are diverted from the individual wearing such technology, but it generates an enormous amount of heat. And what happened was the man fried in his suit. Basically, if things go wrong and you're wandering too long in the desert, you dehydrate. And basically, his suit killed him, just in the sense that he dehydrated in the desert without enough aeration, because his suit was just, with that invisible technology, when he started dehydrating and lost his senses and started wandering in the desert, guess what? No one can find him because they can't see him. So the end result was he dies, and then after a while the battery dies. It takes an enormous amount of power. That's why it takes something like a spacesuit to retain that amount of power only for so long. But then once he died, became visible, then he's found by some poor civilian who then thinks they found an alien. And so basically this is all part of that. But this is what they portrayed in the game Killzone, of the Helghan snipers have this technology. Albeit they're using it correctly and they're not dying and they're not frying because they're a much more advanced civilization. So when you take a look at that level of work that went into the Helghans, to the point where you see what their officers are wearing, how they're distinguished from the enlisted men, etc., just you don't see any of that with the blue side, the Allied side. The Allied side looks like just glorified Desert Storm World War II GI jockeys. They don't look like they have any spacesuits. They don't look advanced. They look like you, like a normal person. In other words, they look like present day military and not even that well equipped. I mean, they didn't even have helmets like you would in Desert Storm. These people are just like, they're looking like they're thrown into the battlefield like your average draft day would be out of Russia today, where the government is so desperate they're just sending men with you buy your own uniforms. The Russians are having their men buy their own uniforms. That's what it looks like in Killzone. All the blue guys in blue, the first-person shooter is identifying with look like they've been drafted and thrown into the battlefield, and that they're barely wearing uniforms, and they're going against this incredibly organized civilization that obviously is technologically far more advanced than they are. So the whole point was to prepare people for that kind of confrontation. So that's something to bring up about Killzone and the Helghans, and for that reason,
Was this PS1 or PS2?
It's kind of also like the game Resistance Fallen Man.
Yeah. Okay.
Same
So
thing.
tell us a bit
Same
about
thing.
that. Well, tell us a bit about that.
It's about Europe being at war with for years, and it goes on to the 1950s, and they finally invite the Americans to go to war, and it's aliens. They're fighting aliens, and the guy becomes a hybrid. I haven't played in a long time.
Is that the one where the aliens are referred to as the Chimera?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's called Resistance. Resistance is the name of that game, isn't it?
Resistance Fallen Man. Yeah.
Yes, there we are. Resistance Fallen Man. And that, of course, didn't they like expand on that where they were invading America as well, the Chimerans?
Yes.
Yeah. So that at least the good thing that can be said about that is it's not teutophobic. It's not indoctrinating people to kill anybody who's Germanic. Of course, here's the irony of Killzone. The irony of Killzone is because nobody could understand them if they were speaking German, and nobody really knows what the Unterländer language sounds like at this point. They had, just to make them sound foreign, but to make them speak English so that people could understand them, they just had people speaking in British accents. So everybody in Killzone who's a Helghan, basically the Nazi civilization in exile, is speaking with a British accent, except they're speaking English. So, yeah. I mean,
and it sounds like they're speaking underwater because of the mask on also.
Right. But definitely it's British accents, and it's like, again, part of the insanity of this is like, that harkens back to the 70s or 80s or something like that. By the way, Europeans, just so people understand this, Europeans look at it two ways. They in the majority of films, if they're portraying somebody foreign, it'll usually be subtitled, so the person will be speaking their native language, but they'll present subtitles. Now, if they want to avoid that, Europeans will just do it in their own language. They're not going to bother by putting on accents. I mean, most Americans don't get this nuance because they don't understand foreign languages. And if they went to see a foreign film, they wouldn't appreciate the nuance because to them, all the foreigners sound like they have accents anyway. They're speaking foreign languages, right? But say a Spanish movie is made and they're trying to portray Germans, the Spanish actors are not going to put on some phony German accent. They'll just pretend they're Germans, dress in a German uniform, and speak Spanish. Yes. But Americans, they had this stupid idea. They're the only culture, really, that tried to go halfway. Everything's half-assed. Yeah. Instead, they know that Americans can't read subtitles fast enough, so they just have their actors speak foreign accents. Now, the funny thing is, at some point, they stopped the phony German accents. Maybe it's because Americans just couldn't do it convincingly. So just to make them sound foreign, by the time they started producing movies about Nazis in the 70s, 80s, by the 80s, they started just having them, they just said, well, we'll hire all British actors because then they sound foreign. They sound European, quote unquote, but, they're still speaking English so people can understand them. So they just had them all speaking. You see all these guys in Nazi uniforms with British accents. It was preposterous. But that's basically, that was how that evolved into the Helghans in that aspect.
Yeah, Roger Moore, he played as a German
officer in Escape to Athena.
Yeah.
One of the films he did that.
Yes.
I'm sure he did that in a number of films, but certainly Escape to Athena.
And he sounded ridiculous.
Thank you.
Asinine. Kelly Sabah. Yeah, he sounded, oh my God, it was the most ridiculous thing I've seen.
Yeah, but
him playing.
Yeah, but
he's a great actor, but just been asinine to see him do that.
Thank you. It's insulting to him. It's insulting to him. But nevertheless, I'm not even sure if he was necessarily a great actor. He was simply charismatic enough where you would excuse something like that. But with the good thing I'll tell you about
Yes.
Roger Moore, one time Roger Moore was being interviewed, and Roger Moore said he was so ashamed of his fellow countrymen. And he said he ran across, after the end of a soccer tournament in which the Germans had won. It was some high-level soccer tournament which the Germans had beat the British in. He heard some guy in a pub. He went into a pub or something, and he heard, a bunch of the Englishmen saying, well, England 2, Germany 0. And he realized they were referring to World Wars 1 and 2. And that's when he felt disgusted to be an Englishman. He said, how could you even compare World Wars to a soccer match that you would be so disappointed by losing a soccer match to Germany that you would say something so offensive? So he was bringing this up at how small-minded the English were. And so Roger Moore obviously matured, maybe through that role of identifying as a German officer, to thinking out of this British box that so many people were locked in. I mean, George can talk about his.
It reminds me of the episode with Dean Stockwell in the Twilight Zone when he was playing as.
Yeah,
I gotta look the episode up.
Oh, is that the one where he played a Japanese officer? He suddenly became a Japanese officer.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Right. That was amazing. I thank you for bringing that up. That's one of the few things that redeems Rod Serling, because he did that other stupid one where he had fucking
Night Gallery.
George Takei. He had George Takei. This was a Twilight Zone episode.
Yeah. That was banned for 50 years
yes.
in a lot of different countries. That episode.
You guys are correct. That episode where the Vietnamese guys hops with the old Vietnamese or where they're in the attic and they find the samurai
sword.
sword.
It's World War II. World War II
did get banned.
Yeah.
That episode did get banned.
More than 50 years.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I got it on VHS when I was a kid from a library in Santa Barbara.
Oh, wow.
I never seen that episode. I got to watch that one.
And you stole it, right?
Yeah, you probably did.
I mean, this is back in the day. This is in VHS, it was around.
Do you have a copy of it?
Yeah, it was only released on VHS. They never put it on the on CBS airwaves.
Right. So
and that's true about what's it called? The Night Gallery that he did after that too.
What, they didn't ban Night Gallery, did they? Why would they ban that?
Well, they cut it short. They filmed. I think the story is they filmed the third season. They got through three quarters of the season, and they just pulled it off the air.
Yeah, because it was so unpopular. Because a lot of people hated it. I mean,
I thought the first season was good.
I liked the paranormal investigator in there. They had the guy who used to play in Mission Impossible as a psychic investigator on Night Gallery. I thought that was nice, that they should have made that into a series by itself, as opposed to just him starring in a few episodes. But so that being said, George, did that footage work for you? Were you able to recover that with the second link that I sent?
No, unfortunately, Douglas, it wouldn't load. The page is just a blank page. Yeah, unfortunately. I'll try again later on. But thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Well, we love you dearly, and share that love with Sarah and your daughter, of course.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, thank you for having me on. It's lovely speaking to you all, and I'll be joining you again next week.
Yes, we look forward to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Cheers for having me on. All the best. Take care.
Bless you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye for now. Okay, so that was George Knight, and...
so it's called The Accountant with George Takei. It didn't wasn't allowed on syndication until 2004.
Yes, yeah. So it's amazing that Rod Serling could produce something that offensive, and then try to produce something sympathetic in his other series. Of course, he was someone who. He actually was also responsible for trying to propagandize Eric von Daniken's bullshit. What was the stupid documentary he produced? In Search of Ancient Astronauts. Yes. What? Oh, God.
I think he was deep state.
Chariots of the Gods.
Yeah, that was of course the von Daniken bullshit. But then he
AG Aliens, yeah.
Yeah, then he produced that documentary. Of course, Ian says he might be deep state. That might have been the case. Poor bastard. He
I
smoked
definitely believe that because that guy's a moron.
He was writing some deep shit for his time, man.
Well, he obviously impressed many people. It was mostly emotional as opposed to anything propagandistic. Most of it was just emotional stuff. It didn't even, the stupidest one was the one George Norrie kept bringing up on Coast to Coast AM, the one about the guy goes back in time to his younger self and then talks to his dad.
Yeah.
Who says, "Hey, this
that.
is this is Billy's time. You got to leave this time for him." That didn't make any sense to me. It's like the guy's coming back in time to escape. I mean, the whole thing didn't make sense to me.
He was stopping himself from breaking his leg or something.
He's just stupid. It's just stupid shit.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole thing was stupid. There was nothing in it I could relate to. I mean, in a sense, you feel bad for this guy. He's like, oh, I can't stand my life. He's somehow able to go back in time, then talks to his dad. And it's like his dad says, oh, you got to go back. This is, the young Billy's time. You leave it to him or something like that. I mean, I can understand it in a sense. But the fact that George Norrie kept bringing it up made no sense. He would bring it up in context that had no context. It's like he kept telling people, like he brought this up. Obviously, this profoundly impacted him, but it has no meaning to the moment. It had no meaning to. It was not relevant. Of course, nothing on Coast to Coast AM was relevant.
I never trusted it.
Yes, thank you. It was just completely irrelevant. The whole fucking thing.
Thank God.
Yeah, so Frank sent me another message. Okay, so
this is not the one where the Russian soldiers are going in the biolab and stepping over the dead chick's body, but
dude, this is just like here, I'll show you what I see. This is like can you do screen share? I mean, you're on Skype, so you should be able to screen share. So here we are. I'm can you see screen share? Can you see this? I'm screen sharing.
I can see it. Yes, sir. Yeah.
So Real Tech, Joe Ty, can you guys see this cursor moving around? Okay. Yeah. So this is what I see. This is what our man, Mr. Ian West, just sent me. I mean, oh my God, that's a smoking gun.
Oh, is it just a fucking picture?
Yeah.
My bad. I apologize. My bad. I thought that was a link to the movie. Hold on.
Oh my God.
My bad.
Oh, hilarious.
Yeah.
My bad. Well, I'm not used to sharing on Facebook.
Well, what is this he's sending me? Well, that's a bit more interesting.
This church in fucking I think they're in Austria or somewhere, but they go down in this crypt and there's all these dead bodies underneath these pews at this church.
I see a girl with Mickey Mouse over her private parts. That's I like that photo you sent me a lot better than the other one. I don't know about dead bodies under a church with this, but hey, I'm in.
Share it with the guy.
I'm showing him now.
Okay, good.
So what was this about?
This is another one of these like fucking
that's a fantastic photo, man.
Yeah, there we are.
Oh wow.
Which one?
It's like this just chick, man, with the Mickey Mouse.
Yeah,
I'm
oh
sorry.
Man, look, she's ready to bust her cherry.
Yeah, there we
well,
are.
I don't like it, whatever it is, but
yeah. And this, of course,
I copied the fucking link. I can't copy
and this is Jean-Benet Ramsey, poor dear. And yes, I mean, she's with Santa Claus, and this is actually, you know what? That's Ian West. That's Ian West with the beard. Yes, he put
Oh no, that's not. Shut up, you bastard! You like that picture, John Bonet?
Well, she's adorable. I mean, obviously, that's undeniable. Poor dear. Of course, I'm sad she was murdered.
I think that was like a week before she was murdered.
Yeah, and how about this? What's this?
Oh, okay. That's special. That is that's this chick at Disney World. There's this book about like fucking at Disney World, and she got naked on the monorail, and they snapped that picture over at Epcot.
Oh, cool. Oh, wow. And so you is this indicative of some horrible atrocity?
I apologize for how you got that. No, I did not mean to send that.
That's the best thing you've sent all day.
Yeah, I was about to say I would prefer you send me shit like this than the crap you send me.
Okay, well, I'm glad you like it.
Oh my God.
I wish I was there to photograph that.
Yes. There you go. Yeah. And
now it showed up.
oh my God.
The video of them going down in the biolabs and walking over the dead chick's body.
Okay, here we are. Now he sent me some footage this time.
I would rather go down on that chick than go down in a biolab. Please, man.
Good one.
Oh my god,
that was good.
So, but basically, okay. So, are these supposed to be Russians? These look like civilians.
I have no idea. I just got that clip a few months ago.
Okay, because obviously, if it doesn't make any sense if they're fucking Russians, they would be in uniform because it's obviously no Russians. So I just put this link. I put the link in the chat room. I put the link.
You gotta watch the new Michael Aquino documentary or Michael Aquino clip I made.
Okay, I'll watch it sometime after transmission. I promise.
He straight up just admits everything about 9/11. It's everything I said.
Okay.
I was very proud of him. I think that was the best thing he ever did, to be honest with you.
Okay. I'll watch it.
In a sense of good, I think that's the best thing Michael's done, to be honest with you.
So this is what happens. Okay. So, neat. Yeah, this is like something out of a horror film. These bodies have been decayed for a long time, or they're either phony or they've been decayed for a long time.
And they're not up.
I'm sorry, what?
They're not Epstein's.
Well, they're not. How would I say this? I'll have to listen to it to understand what she's saying, if her audio can come through at all. But this reminds me of the mummies of Chichen Itza, or those Mexican mummies. What I can do is I can start screen sharing again to show people what you're showing me. So let's go back to screen share. Oops, I put lower hand. I raised my hand by accident. That's not me. Okay, so everybody, let's go back to here and just basically show. So here's this woman. She's entering into some kind of, church, quote unquote. So this is a church, not a biolab. There's pews.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking for the biolab.
Dude, this is a fucking crypt, you idiot. This is a crypt beneath the church. These are bodies buried under the crypt of the church. They're like the monks. These are the monks who used to work in the church, and then they're buried standing, and you see coffins. So there's nothing biolab going on here, dude.
I never said it was. I said I'm still looking for it, but I figured that you'd want to see that clip in the meantime.
Okay, so that's neat. It's cute.
I'm still looking for the goddamn clip.
Okay,
I don't know if it's saved under Ukraine or Russia or Nazi. I mean, I got so many folders, I can't tell.
Okay. That's there we are. Oh my god. There we are. So now we know to a degree. So our man's still looking for the other stuff.
And that's a decent looking chick.
Yeah, I was. That's the first thing I thought.
It's looking like a dyke, though.
Yeah.
Which one?
She has a kind of a look like she might be lesbianish. Yeah. Like she might swing in that direction. But yeah, I'd fuck her. Wait, this one right here. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I'd hit it.
Yeah.
I no, thank you. A chick from Disneyland. Hell yeah, I'll be on top of that one.
That's
I'd want to roll with her, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, I'd like to see the two of them making out. Yes, there we are.
There's VHS. There's a VHS you can buy of her just like fucking rubbing her clit on the monorail while it's stopping and kids
Why don't you download that VHS?
Don't buy no fucking VHS, man. Just look that shit up on. Just look that shit on the internet.
So you can upload it on the internet for us. Why don't you do that?
Yeah, if you got a VHS copy.
We'd rather be seeing that from you. We'd rather be seeing that from you than this conspiracy shit.
The tech geek hasn't found my software that I needed of the NED.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. I'm gonna get it for you. Don't worry.
Okay.
Sorry.
There we are.
Sorry.
I'm upload on my Google Drive.
Sorry.
Don't worry. I'm sorry.
No worries. No worries. So, but yeah, when you do get it, then yeah, we'd like to see that instead of some of the other shit you show.
Hey, you guys want to see what your phone collects on you when you're just not using it?
I don't care. I don't care.
All right. Well, the offer's there.
Yeah, I mean, they're monitoring me 24/7. I mean, we all know that. So it's like
I'm surprised they don't have a chip in your dick by now. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, believe me, I get it. It's like they got one in my cell phone, which is the same fucking thing.
Yeah, basically. I mean, the thing about they're gonna come and chip you. I mean, why didn't they come and chip you for?
Yeah.
The phone already had
Thank you.
people attached to their phones now. So, I mean,
You're right.
what
You're right.
was the purpose?
I know.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And okay, so such being said, let me prepare myself, see what time we have left. I should go into monologue soon. Elizabeth Beam said, "Sounding good, gentlemen. Good night, George." Pixie Princess Star Fox. Mwah. Love you, honey. And Macronomico says, "Much prefer subtitles myself and hear the real language." Thank you. Same here. Oh, it's Nathan Brooks says, "Sounding good, gentlemen." So hi to Nathan Brooks.
Yeah, I'm
And
the same way too. I love watching movies with subtitles, foreign movies. I have no
Watch
problem.
Solo. They got great subtitles in Solo. It's really good.
are you sure you
I'm
don't
not
turn
watching
on to
that.
watching these kids?
Yeah, you probably fucking
It's the
masturbate.
only thing I can do to wake up the
Taking
world,
shit at each other.
Doug. The only thing I can do.
Oh my god.
It's the only thing I can do to wake up the world. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you probably fucking masturbating with fucking Claudius and shit. Fucking the dude when he got married.
You get a hard on this movie. You got to be fucked up if you get a hard on.
Oh my god. Oh my
Yeah, that's
god.
what. Yeah, well, that's true.
Well,
You know what I'm saying? You got to be fucked up.
look, it's not a question of some of the most traumatic
That's
things.
Pasolini. That's Pasolini.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with the second Mateo, or whatever it's called. Like a lot of Catholic priests love that fucking movie.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm sorry, I
guys,
interrupt you.
Hey. Since we're speaking of biolabs today, guess what I got? And I totally forgot to fucking post this too. I got the patent on one of these biolab tests that they were doing on the children to keep dicks erect. I am not lying. I've got the fucking patent on it. I got it today.
Oh,
Where the fuck did I put it? Yeah, look what they're doing with little
Your
kids.
fucking dick, probably.
Yeah, I was about to say.
This is what
Jesus.
they're doing with little kids. I got it. I am dead serious.
Yeah. So moving right along for the moment. Okay. But by the way,
late night comedic relief.
Yeah.
Go ahead, what you said?
Yeah. Oh no. That's fine. It is comedic release. It's like obviously the point is, why would you test that on children other than for sadistic gratification?
People, how am I supposed to know?
Yeah, there we are. I'd love that. That's an out, isn't it? How am I supposed to know?
Stop this.
Yeah, no, but my point is, if the people who would need that would be older men, so testing that on children makes no sense. You would.
Well, there you go. There you go. There's your start. Look at the older men first, and then go from there.
What kind of an answer is
like
that?
a fucking older dude. Yeah. He's right.
I apparently I don't need the dick getting up help. So I mean, who else needs it? And then you start from there.
Yeah, but the point is, there's no point in testing it on kids, other than unless it was sadistic gratification, which is what you'll tell me next. Yeah, that's it. That's the only reason they need. He said.
I don't do this. They do this. I'm just baffled.
Yeah. Well, I have no doubt somebody's doing it, but at any rate. So
Here, I found the picture of Obama in that outfit that the guy in Solo is wearing too. I saved that for you.
Okay, thank you. I mean, such a turn on. At any rate, Macronomicus says, always sending energy and protection for your journey. Thank you, sir. Bless you. Elizabeth Beam says, Tibetans use swastika symbols a lot. Macronomicus says, Dan Winter discusses it quite similar to you, Douglas, even goes into the physics of why it's protective. Understanding that brings even more capacity. Yes. Elizabeth Beam says, maybe we should post the Tibetan swastika symbol on Twitter. That's pretty funny. Then Pixie Princess Star Fox says, Master DDD, love the parenting. So I'm talking about George. She is. And then lots of wonderful cosmological symbols of the heavens. Bless you, honey. And then more, participation by Macronomicus. Heart from Pixie Princess Star Fox, who says elemental. And hearts from Macronomicus. A wave from Pixie. And then Macronomicus says, much prefer subtitles myself. Hear the real language. I guess I'm repeating myself now because that's back at the bottom where I started. And Nathan Brooks was, of course, giving us all good symbols. So with that being said, All right, maybe what I should do is kind of take a very short break, go to the restroom, then come back and start monologuing. I will have to, drink a little bit of water here, kind of refresh myself. In the meantime,
Do some lines.
yeah, that's okay. I did all that. It's obviously that, or I wouldn't be able to handle, our man Ian for this long.
Thank you.
Yes, oh my God. I mean, I hope Brooke was
That's
able
all.
to sleep, after she gets so angry.
Started rubbing it and fell asleep. I tell you, that's
Oh,
she started rubbing it.
dude,
and then
dude,
one
you'll
eye
wake
closed.
her up. Dude, you'll wake her up. Yeah, she'll be back on her ass again. Enough.
That
Oh
was
my-
so good. That was so good last
Yeah,
week.
it was funny. It was really funny. She was really angry. She jumped
That's
in. And what exactly did she say to you at that time? First thing I remember, she said that if she was rubbing it, she'd be awake. It would wake her.
I was about to say before she jumped in, I was going to say all of a sudden that right foot toe just started curling back and her leg was wiggling and she just fell asleep. That's what I was
Oh
going
my God. Oh my God. But don't wake her up again. Jesus
to
Christ.
No, I don't want to endure that.
Yeah.
That's a challenge.
Yes. But that was pretty funny. That was pretty
You want to
funny.
poke the bear.
Yeah. And so
And Joe Ty and the Real Tech Geek have been such more of a tolerable guest than the Brook. So I'd like to say thank you guys.
You're
well,
welcome.
yeah, they don't jump on you the way Brooke does, but I can understand why she does, and like I said, I can understand why she gets so angry.
A crush on me.
That must be it. That
She's
must.
7 different sun ways to make me hers. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Yes. Of course.
You could hear it in the twang. She's like, Ian,
Of course. Oh.
Yeah, you should make a remix with her talking with the song "I Got a Crush on You."
Yes.
The night of the N-word episode, she's like, and all the white hat think Trump is the god, and I was like, this is perfect. So I was gonna sample that and loop it.
That's cute. That's
That country twang, it's so good.
Oh my God! How is it that you don't have one in
Good
the
choice.
deep south? I mean, you're down there in Florida, for God's sakes. How do you stand someone like Ron DeSantis? You think he's a hero? Oh my God!
Ron DeSantis is getting caught up in all this shit too. He's gonna be ixnayed next.
Okay.
He was wrapped up in this trafficking shit.
Okay.
That's how he lost to Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi's not innocent. And that was a good set of tits. I was
listening to some type of Twitter space with Laura Loomer. You know her, right?
Yeah. We go way back.
Yeah, she's an ugly motherfucker. She's ugly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she's a hard worker.
You know her
But,
personally?
Yeah, the Jew.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we had lunch a year ago with Roger Stone at the fucking what's it called?
You personally met Roger Stone? You hang out with these people?
Yeah, he came down when polls happened. He was here.
Oh my God. Yes. I mean, yeah.
Out with them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you attended his fucking orgies, right?
It's true. He was on Epstein Island, and he did get caught butt fucking a little boy on the island.
Oh, Roger Stone.
Oh God.
I'll believe that. That I'll believe. I mean, geez.
Yeah, this dude's
God.
He goes, I was over on Epstein's Island, and I opened up the green doors underneath the thing, and all of a sudden I saw this big Ronald Reagan tattoo, and then a little boy ran out in front of him.
Oh my God, what would we do without Ian? Oh my God, Ian. Yeah, maybe you need to just take a break from the internet. Honestly, maybe you need to do what John Miranda did and camp out.
Go in the woods.
Yeah, go out in the woods and camp
just
out.
camp out, man.
But by the way, how many of you? Tell me,
pipe.
how many of you believe John Miranda did that? Now, I believe John Miranda has gone ice fishing. I believe John Miranda has camped out in below 30-degree weather in his thermal sleeping bag. But the idea that he did that for over a year, now that's kind of holy shit. There's very few people on Earth that can do that. And most people who can do that They never come back. I mean, if you're out there like living in the woods like that, you usually go feral. At that point,
If he weighs 75 pounds, I believe it. But if he doesn't, no, I don't believe it.
he weighs like, I don't know, but he's got to weigh your average, white guy. Probably a few 100 pounds is what I would think. Not fat. But, poor bastard. I remember seeing him sitting down outside of the hostel on his cell phone, where I'm looking at him through his cell phone camera. And there was a guy walking down the street, walking past him, saying, "Put that goddamn cigarette out. That's against the law." It was against the law for him to smoke outside in Sweden. And, so it's the opposite of here, where they drive you outside. In Sweden, you can smoke inside, but not outside. Or maybe it's against the law to smoke in both areas. But, he had people telling him like he was some homeless bum, "Hey, put that cigarette out. That's against the law," and shit. And he was just, at that point, it was like, he was drunk out of his senses at that time. So he seems better than he was then. But, honestly, the fact that he would just retreat into the woods shows
Smoking has been banned in all bars and restaurants since May of 2005.
Okay, in Sweden?
Smoking is allowed. What you said?
Sweden? In Sweden?
Sweden.
Yeah, okay.
Smoking is allowed in designated smoking areas in most workplaces and public places.
Okay, yeah.
And from July 1st, Swedes are not permitted to smoke in playgrounds, railway stations, and outdoor sections of restaurants and bars. And that's from July 3rd, 2019. So, there you go.
Swede.
Yeah. I'm sorry, what's that?
What if you're not a Swede?
Yeah, that's what he was reckoning. Yeah, I guess. Our man John Miranda just figured out.
Just a good old American foreign policy.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck who it is, where we are. I'm American. I'm gonna do what I want to do.
I'm gonna put this cigarette in my nose, sir.
Anyway. Oh my God. So that's
I can't find this clip, y'all. I'm so sorry. Maybe I put it under underground. I could have put it in here.
Okay, but, I mean, when you find it, when you find it eventually. Oh my God. And so, that being said, I'm gonna take that short break. Now, you gentlemen have got this. I think our man Joe Ty is asleep. Joe, hey Joe. I think he's asleep.
Hey Joe.
That's so fucking funny. The way you said that, that's so fucking
Hendrix.
Oh,
you knocked it out of the park. That was it.
Oh
all right, like I said, I'm in my underground folder, and that's like 5 gigabytes of fucking videos or something. So just take a minute. If it's not in here, I give up.
Well, do me a favor, Real Tech, Real Ian West. I mean, you both have the real in there. Do not play any music while I piss, okay? Unless it's your own guitar. You're welcome to take your own guitar out and play music on that, but no recorded music, please.
No, don't worry. I'm not gonna do that shit. You're good. I got headphones on anyway.
Okay, good. And so I'll be back and okay. My love to both of you. I'll be back in a matter of minutes. And both of you, do me a favor, burn bandwidth. Keep talking. Don't go silent. And just burn bandwidth. Give people something to hear. Then when I come back, I'll go into monologue shortly after that, all right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Bless you.
All right.
I don't hear any fucking talking.
Yeah, I was about to say something.
Okay.
And I was like, no, he'll get a copyright over that.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go mute.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
First. All right. So, I got an article here from Barron's that says Elon Musk urges Tesla workers not to worry about the share price.
Yeah, I mean, are they doing bad? Did their cars blow up or something, or what happened?
It's just what's happening is that he had to sell stock anyway. It was like $4.8 billion of stock. I think it was. It just was years of not selling it. That crazy Elizabeth Warren kept bothering him about selling it, about that, and so he did. And then he bought Twitter, and then he's got it. He paid too much for it. People keep saying about that, which I completely disagree. and he's just been selling a lot of Tesla shares and focusing on Twitter, and the stock keeps falling.
I don't think he overpaid for Twitter.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, because fucking you know, he's already dude, he's done so much good now. It's already saved the country $44 million or whatever the fuck they're claiming that he paid for it or whatever, or 44 billion, or I forgot what the numbers were.
$54 a share. It was the buyout. So
did you see him fire that chick on what's his name, Seth Rogen's show?
Seth Rogen. No. What chick was that?
He brought the chick from Twitter who runs the disinformation campaign or whatever, and she like admitted to like prejudicing posts and blocking them. And then he was like, all right, well, you don't have a job anymore. She just gets up and walks out right in the middle of the fucking interview. Like, it's awesome. Like, right in the middle. Right in the
Seth
middle.
Rogen said he stopped being on Twitter for a while, too.
Yeah, I don't blame
him. Break.
Dude, I hope Rogan's not caught up in all this fucking Khazarian shit, you know, because I mean, you know, I really liked Rogan. I think he was doing good. He actually woke a lot of people up, and the world kind of owes him a debt of gratitude for that too. But anyway,
so I'm looking for this, but it might take a couple minutes.
Yeah, I'm looking for the goddamn what's it called? I'm looking for the goddamn what's it called? The stepping over the dead bodies in the biolabs. Hey, did you see my video called "This is how the elite enter the underground in your neighborhood"?
On YouTube?
No, I didn't put it on YouTube. It's on BitChute and
all right, so send me your BitChute. I'll follow you on BitChute. Your channel on there. I'll follow you.
Yeah, apparently
I want to teach Douglas how to automatically upload his videos to BitChute.
Yeah,
you know, you always need a backup. You never know what can happen. So
yeah, I wish I never would have lost Mixcloud, because Mixcloud was just fucking awesome. But
yeah, he bought Twitter also for to use Dogecoin as a payment system. He's also going to destroy PayPal. He's going to create a Web3. So using cryptocurrency is a lot of it's Web3. And then a lot of it is not necessarily a scam. I mean, you got XRP, you know, XLM. Those two are used for payment systems like banking.
To be honest, I haven't been following it, so I mean, I really don't know too much, to be honest with you.
Yeah, so he wants to integrate with Neuralink and Dogecoin and Web3 into Twitter. So it's kind of like a metaverse strategy too.
Do you have a Facebook?
Yeah, I have a Facebook, but I don't want you to know my name.
I don't have a Skype on this computer. I've only got it on my phone. So
okay, just email it to me.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let me open up my Gmail. Hold on, and I get your email address. Did you want all that fucking birth certificate paper shit?
Yeah, I sent you my phone. I'm the Skype.
Good. Okay, yeah. See,
my email.
I'm not using Skype on the big computer that I'm on right now, but I get it later though.
It's just the realtechgeek@gmail.com.
Oh, okay, that's easy. Okay, the
very lowercase.
GEK.
Yeah. It's just all lowercase.
Geek@gmail.com. Okay. Damn. Okay. Bam. All right. Oh God! One of my girls is calling me.
Right now?
Yeah. She's a nut too. But anyway, I still love her. Oh no!
Well, the nuttiest are always the most craziest for sex. So I mean, you know, that's the thing about it.
I love her. Don't get me wrong. I do. But she got knocked up, and you know, Long story. All right, here we go.
All right.
I'm on Instagram. Oh yeah, I got to text her. That's why I'm on Instagram. Fuck. Okay. Why the hell is she not getting this? I told her I'm
Looks
home.
like Tesla actually is going up right now, but it's just yeah, it's $116.61 right now in the pre-market.
For
Tesla.
oh, okay.
So it 52-week low so far is $108.24. I mean, the price to earning ratio was too high to begin with in the bear market. So it was 60 last month. Now it's down to 27. That's better, but under 20 would be best to if people want to invest. Under 20 week will be best.
Shit.
But this is not financial advice. Just for entertainment purposes only.
Oh, you're good, man.
You have to say that. You have to say that.
Gotcha. Yeah. For limited liability and everything. The Ableton people hit me up. I gotta holler back at them.
Oh God.
They dude, I've been rebuilding my recording studio, and I whipped out my old APC 40, and I lost the goddamn Ableton install disc. Okay. Well, when COVID hit, my email company went out of business on top of that. So I can't recover my old software from my old email address. I have to use a new one, which there's no software set to it. So I've been talking to the guys in Germany over at Ableton to transfer my account over to this new email address without losing the software.
Okay.
Big pain.
Well, there's one Data Disk Drill Pro.
Uh-huh.
That one's really good for recovering software.
Okay.
Well, yeah, no. It's on the Ableton servers. It's not my server.
Okay.
It's on the Ableton. But I still need that copyright thing. I still need that any DVD if you come across it.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna come across.
So gentlemen, I am returned. I'm glad both of you have gotten some things settled, and I want to thank you for the service you provided. And Macronomicus was saying anime too, though I've only watched a few. Must have been an earlier subject we were speaking of. Pixie Princess Starfox says Skinwalker-ish, heartbreaking. There are then Entertainment Hub, who spells entertainment with an I instead of an E, like Entertainment Hub.
Yeah.
Says there are lots of Nazi symbols, goes back to the Nazi black sun symbol, Jirscheibin. Okay, thank you. And Macronomicus gives us some faces to doubtless various things you gentlemen were saying. Pixie Princess Starfox says, you give so much away being so beautiful. Thank you, honey. I love you dearly. And of course...
Well, speaking of also Nazification or denazification propaganda, I was watching Black Lagoon. Mm-hmm. I've been watching that anime while I'm been talking.
Oh, yes. Tell us about that. Yes.
It's a fictional anime about this Japanese businessman that gets caught up with criminals and his life gets ruined. And it's a fictional city.
Yeah, go on.
Fictional city.
Yeah.
And he basically working every day, and he still continually wears a business suit while he's working with criminals. And it's a city's called Nadipod or something like that. But there's specifically in the first season, there is a few episodes about some type of neo-Nazis. So
now were they trying to attribute the murderous twins, which were based on actual British couples? There was a British couple of children that were luring people into isolated places where they could murder them. Usually adults who would be following either the boy or the girl under the thought that they'd get some ass. And they were lured into isolated barns and stuff where and the other one would smack their head open with a shovel or a pick or a swine. They recorded this. That was ultimately evidence that was used against them. But that was the inspiration for the couple of twins that were in that anime. And I think that what they were trying to insinuate was that those twins were the product of Nazi trauma experimentation by a Dr. Mengele type figure who was
He
involved
was
with
born, you mean, right?
I'm sorry?
Lee was born.
Lebensborn, the program. No. They're
Okay.
too young for that.
Okay.
Yeah, the Lebensborn was, of course, a breeding program in World War II.
Yes.
But these were twins, and this was supposed to be a contemporary anime. But the some Dr. Mengele type character from that era was supposed to have produced these twins. Was the I think what was being
I
insinuated?
think you're talking about Vampire Hunter D.
No. This is Black Lagoon. This is Black Lagoon. The
Oh,
two
okay, okay.
kids,
I haven't seen
the
the-
twins, the killer
Okay,
twins.
okay. I didn't get up to that again. I haven't watched the series in a
Oh,
long time.
okay,
so.
okay, yes. So, but anyhow, the first season then was the Nazi U-boat with the stolen art, right?
Yes, which they call them Stuben in Ling. I can't pronounce this correctly. So STURMABTEIL.
Sturmabteilung would be the that's the brown
Okay.
shirts. Yes, and so yeah,
Okay.
and
Yeah,
so
so
stormtroopers.
that's what they're about.
Yeah.
But I'll definitely watch that. I'll definitely watch those episodes.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, then they brought in back in the days when everybody still thought the Russians had something to admire. I think that was supposed to be a Russian cop or police officer involved, maybe with Interpol or some other rationalization, but she's scarred and was a veteran of Afghanistan, and she was going around and she gets involved. So, but anyhow, so Black Lagoon it's definitely entertaining, and it's
Yes.
yeah. So, but the Japanese businessmen in there, of course, that's just how would I call that? That's just kind of like this bizarre Japanese way of positing the normal guy fantasy into the story. That noise, that's got to be Joe Tai. It's got to be Joe Tai, right?
No, that was me. I was just cleaning up. Go ahead.
Yes, always go
Trying to
mute when
push
you
to
do
get there.
that. Yes, always go mute when you do that.
I'm going to tell you something, but I'll wait till you're done.
Oh, no, we're done. Go on. Jesus
Okay.
Christ, we're just talking about an anime. So go on.
Well, you remember the other day you were talking about the RuPaul's Drag Race and shit and blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
They were in town last night, and all like the uber Christian parents, they were like boycotting it. They're like, "There's kids going to the show. They're letting kids go in here." It was so goddamn funny. They had the news, all this shit. It was so funny. I haven't seen the clips though because I've been busy, but I heard it from everybody else.
Oh my God! So thank you for sharing that.
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. It's just, they're doing it down here now. So.
So I mean, I take it you're neutral. You have a neutral stance on this. I would.
Oh yeah, I told the Christians if they keep this up, they're going to steal Antifa's thunder, and they're going to have to get help.
That's good.
That's good.
I'm proud of you. Jesus Christ! Stop making that noise. What the fuck is that noise?
That's my Wawa.
Oh Jesus Christ! So it is his food. Jesus! Oh my God! That's disgusting.
Vengeance of the Wawa.
Yes.
I'm impressed you guys could hear that.
Oh God! Yes, you've got technology that makes it possible. Thank God you don't pass gas. So let me breathe. You just have me at a loss.
I know. You're not the only one. Trust me, you're not the only one.
10 to 11.
Anyway, so next week I should have the new what's it called, the lavalier wireless USB-C system set up. So hopefully that'll work.
Okay. Wonderful, and we look forward to that. And then
So we can hear it. So we can hear you passing gas in high resolution.
Yes, that's right.
No, it just as long as it's not coming out of my mouth, it won't get picked up, and then there will be no more bitching.
Oh my God! It's but definitely you've got to worry about those rappers. I mean, stop playing with your food when you're on air. It's just you know what? Do me a favor, guys. Let me change into my sweatshirt here. Now I'm right here, and I'll have to take my earbuds off. Both of you burn bandwidth while I change it to a warmer sweatshirt. And
I'll rant on about how Brooke hurt my feelings tonight about the Wawa. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
50 degrees and
He's
it's raining
chewing.
in San Francisco
He's
right now.
chewing. He's chewing. What did
Yeah.
I say about chewing while you're on?
I'm not chewing. There's nothing in my mouth. No.
So it's raining a lot in San Francisco right now. Huh?
Yes, thank you. It is. Thank you for saying that. By the
It
way,
says
like I said,
it's the wettest year since 2005.
okay. Wow. I mean, yeah, I
Sounds like
believe it.
San Francisco Chronicle.
Yeah. Yeah, it was raining like mad. And so Jesus, where's my fucking
It's
sweatshirt?
every time to go out when it rains like mad.
What did you say? Every time you go out, it rains like mad?
I said it's my favorite time to go out when it rains like mad.
Okay.
Take pictures of people
Oh, okay.
in the rain.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting. Okay, so that being said, I found my sweatshirt. Now I'm going to put this on. I'll have to take my earbuds off. Both of you gentlemen, do me a favor and talk to each other while I do
Sure.
this. Burn bandwidth.
Hey, Real Tech, did you check out this app yet
What's up,
called
man?
AliExpress?
What's it called?
AliExpress?
Yeah, what about AliExpress?
Dude, if you get the app, I've tried doing this on the goddamn computer and it doesn't work, but if you got the app, they got this like little section where you get 3 items for $6 with free shipping, and then like a second tier of items for like $10 free shipping, and then there's a third tier, and it's even more higher end stuff, and it's 3 items for $12 free shipping.
Check
But
out JD.com and Taobao. Better deals on there.
Here, hold on, let me check you out. Okay, what's it called?
JD.com. J for Jack, D for Duck.com.
Jack Daniels, like Jack Daniels.
Yeah, Jack Daniels, yeah.
Okay, Jack Daniels.
And, yeah, I miss some Jack Daniels. And the other one is Taobao. T for truck, A for apple, P for
Pussy?
B. No, not P. B for
bastard. Okay,
B for
got
bike or bastard. Yeah, and then O.
Oh. Okay.
Better
so
deals
take
on there.
Taboo?
Taobao, not. Actually, I'm probably
Taboo?
spelling it wrong. Actually, Taobao.com.
Let me just put it in there. I'll see what it
I'm
says.
spelling it wrong. Actually, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure I am.
It's like a sexual thing. It's pulling up a bunch of
Sorry.
movies from the 80s.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. What did I miss? Holy shit!
He mentioned AliExpress about deals on there, and I'm telling him about different Chinese e-commerce websites.
Okay.
Besides that one.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you. And with that, I'm going to get into monologue. I'll start now, and I want to thank all of you gentlemen for having been here all this time. I'm going to probably hang up the call, and with that, go straight on to streaming. To everyone, I want to thank you all for joining us tonight. These two wonderful gentlemen have made it all possible in a very big way, along with Joe Tai. God bless him, and of course,
Everybody was great.
Yes,
Was
yes.
great. George was great too. It's good to have George on.
yes,
I
thank
don't
you.
care what they say about him. I like him.
I like him too. Fell out of class. He's great.
Yes, thank you.
God save the king.
Yes. And all right, my blessings to you both, and join us, of course, on so today's Wednesday, so Sunday night. Yes, if you're available. And is there anything going on at all before that you might be? I guess the conferences and cons, the conventions, they just don't happen during Christmas or New Year's. They don't happen at times like that. No way. So is there anything that you might be involved with at all, Real Tech, that you might, do? I guess you're just going to stay at home, or what? What's going on with that?
Sonic Boombox. They're having some type of masquerade for New Year's Eve. Maybe I'll go and attend there and take pictures of people.
Okay.
Maybe I'll do that.
All right.
I'm thinking about that. So the next one, I know there's an event that the people that organize Big Apple Con is called Cosmic Con. It's a new one.
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to be in the new mall high rise here in Flushing. So that's on January the 20th.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Wow.
It's very inexpensive for 3-day pass. It's like $30, so it's a new one. So I'll check it out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a good deal. It's a really good deal. So I get my ticket soon for that. But Well, like I always say, the streets are my canvas. So for photography, so it doesn't really matter to me. I'm always taking pictures of people in the street. So
Okay. Well, thank you. Well, again, blessings to you both. I'll be hanging up the call. We'll go straight to live stream after that, and it's just going to be the monologue until Pete Moon wakes up or something. And so hugs to all of you, and hopefully,
all right.
yeah, and
Yeah, next week I'll find that footage and we'll get you over. You have a good night, Doug. All right, have a good day. Bye.
thank you. Bye to all of you.
Take
You're the
care,
best.
Douglas. Love you.
Thank you. Love
Bye.
you too. Bye. Okay, so with that, we are now by ourselves, and we are going to go into monologue. I want to remind everyone I'm attempting to raise at a minimum $60. So do let me know if that comes through in PayPal. Checking my email to see if there's anything coming through from contributions, and I would very much appreciate their being made. So 60 United States dollars tonight, and that will help me make my rent. So at a minimum, if three of you out there can send $20 each, or just one person sending 60, or two people sending 30, you do the math. Might as well just send 60 if you can. At any rate, if I be more than 60, that helps immensely with maintaining my supplies until the check comes in, which is usually on the 3rd of the month. Of course, it's going to be an unusual month, being that it's going to be a new year, and so my check may not come until Tuesday the 3rd. So then I have to last between now and then. Of course, I get Meals on Wheels, and as I brought up before, it's filler food. Does what it does. It gives me some calories to burn, but not much nutrition. This is why I do take so many supplements. Yes, the supplements do help, and they prevent me from becoming malnourished. Anyhow, it's downtime. It's the dead zone between Christmas and New Year's. In Norway, they call it romjul, or mellomjul, which means the period between Christmas and New Year. So all hail Dead Week, the best week of the year. The week has neither the religious gravity of Christmas nor the flat-out party atmosphere of New Year's Eve, but is stuck halfway between the years. If you've had the past week off, consider yourself lucky. According to a survey from the staffing firm Robert Half, less than a third of American office workers are on vacation this week. According to that survey, among those who are technically out of the office, 60% are checking email and catching up on end-of-the-year work anyway. The Norwegians obviously have it in the bag with a far better idea for this gray zone between Christmas and New Year's. They call it Romjul, meaning half holy. But the whole week is a holiday, and no one goes to work. That same period, that's called Romjul in Norway. Well, it sounds like a table from IKEA, but it's a combination of the Norse words for room, rom, and the winter holiday in the old Germanic calendar, jul, which is probably a J pronounced like a Y, like they do in the Slavic languages. Think Yule, as in Yuletide. According to the Norwegian language blog, maybe I can verify exactly how it's pronounced. There's also Rumhelagar, or Rumhelager, the Old Norse, for not adhering to the rules of any particular holiday. And together they define some extra time with no expectations except laying back with family and friends. Matter of fact, the term between the years that I used earlier, between Christmas and New Year, in German, that's Zwischen den Jahren. So the J there is definitely pronounced like a Y. Zwischen den Jahren. When they hear the phrase Zwischen den Jahren, or perhaps Jahren, between the years, most Germans, Austrians, and German Swiss think of the week between Christmas and New Year's Day. In Switzerland, it's known as Altjahreswoche, or Old Year's Week, which is a bit more specific. This is a period of time, also called Rauhnacht, or Rauchnacht, maybe Rauhnacht. The hairy, fur-covered, or rough nights are associated with various customs and traditions that include hairy creatures, devils, demons, etc., running about, and people trying to drive them away, predicting the future, divination, soothsaying, and prophecy using various means, like lead pouring. That's, I think in the German term for it is Blegichen, or Blegisen. That's the most common. Lead pouring, divination, are also popular traditions between the years. You can see that this is almost like Halloween. But few native German speakers are aware of just how far back this between the years concept reaches and how it predates our current calendar. It's easy to forget the artificiality of calendars and human timekeeping, and how for centuries the new year did not even begin on January 1st. So, depending on where and when you were living at various times, the calendar year began on December 24th or 25th, basically at Christmastide, or March 1st, or March 25th, or September 1st, or January 1st, or January 6th. Although Pope Gregory, I believe it was, which number was it? There were so many Pope Gregorys that when it comes to which Roman numeral was the one that I'm thinking of, I think it was the 13th. Yes, definitely. Pope Gregory the 13th introduced the Gregorian calendar in 1582, I believe. The Julian calendar was already a full 10 days out of synchronicity with the system, or rather the phenomenon of time itself. So then they introduced something to complicate the issue, because this is what we do. It was 1691 before Pope Innocent the 12th declared that the calendar year would begin on the first day of January, eliminating the between the years period from December 25th, the old date, until January 1st, the new date. But even after that, many centuries continued to use the Julius Caesar's Roman or Julian calendar until the 18th century. England and Italy did not make January 1st the official date of the new year until around 1750. Now, I brought up Romul and how, well, it contains the word Yule in it, which H.P. Lovecraft wrote a story about. All you need to do is look up H.P. Lovecraft, The Yuletide, as he said in his short story, older than Memphis and mankind. And Yule can also refer to the celebration of the winter solstice that's observed in some pagan traditions. In fact, the word Yule comes from a name for an ancient 12-day festival celebrated by Germanic peoples around the winter solstice in December and January. By the 900s, yes, that long ago, 1100 years, Yule was already mapped on the Christian celebration of Christmas and its surrounding festivities. The word Yule itself developing from the word Geol, Geol, with a macron over the O. Geol, an old English word referring to Christmas. But the G is pronounced like a Y. Now, going further back, Yule is related to the Old Norse Jol, Jol, the O with a macron over it, and the name of the pagan winter feast, and also another word later applied to Christmas. So Yule, or the original 12-day solstice festival celebrated thousands of years before Christmas, is considered one of the oldest celebrations of wintertime in the world, which is why H.P. Lovecraft wrote a horror story about it. It begins the shortest day of the year on the winter solstice and ends 12 days later. This year, that would mean Yule marks December 21st, 2022 through January 1st, 2023. However, if you're using the word Yule to refer to Christmas, you're referencing a different time period altogether. You can refer to both Christmas Day on December 25th and the broader Christmas season. Similarly, the word Christmas can refer to December 25th itself, but it can also refer to the entire Christmas season. In the Philippines, it lasts for months. Now, other terms for the Christmas season are Christmas time and Christmas tide, where tide refers to an old term meaning a season or period in the course of the year, day, etc. In the Christian church, tide historically has a stricter sense of a period of time that includes and follows an anniversary, festivals, etc. And as you may have guessed, because tide means a period of time that includes and follows an anniversary, festival, etc., Yuletide is another way of saying the period of time that follows Yule. So you can call Christmas Yule and Christmas time Yuletide, but you wouldn't call Christmas Day itself Yuletide. In Great Britain, Boxing Week is the 6 days starting the day after Christmas and ends with New Year's Eve Day. The name has some potential, but its origin makes it less than perfect. The retail industry coined the name a decade agone to extend the British notion of giving servants the day off, along with a small present in a box. At this point, we're all about shopped out. Well, there's about 8 stages of the random days between Christmas and New Year's that come to my mind. The days between Christmas and New Year's are some form of strange vortex where even time itself seems to be operating at a different pace. These days all meld into one, where no memory is able to survive of what exactly you did or when you did it. Now, a lot of lucky people have these few days off. And with all that spare time in a house full of people, things tend to get a little bit surreal. However, there are some things that always happen at this time of year that make it hauntingly familiar every time it rolls around. So these are essentially stages of a hard slog between Christmas Day and New Year's Eve. Some people have a very anatomical name for this period of the year, one that I don't personally like, but I've heard some people refer to it as the festive perennium. This is not a Latin term that has any applicability to the calendar. It's not something you would use except in bitterness, sarcasm, and satire. Your perineum is the tiny patch of sensitive skin between your genitals, or your vaginal opening, or your scrotum, and anus. And it's also the bottom region of your pelvic cavity. The perineum may refer to just part of your body you can see, the skin in between your genitals and your anus. If you were to basically lie down and spread your legs in front of a mirror. But that's in humans, of course. It's basically, how do I say this? It's the absolute extreme bottom of your body. That's the part that points to the ground. Not your anus, not your penis, or, well, maybe a vag. But at any rate, it's something that they call this part of the year. The bottom of it all, the most extreme fundament of the anatomy of your year. It's a time, of course, that, we get furniture ads. I mean, we know that they're having their sales, but in all fairness, every second ad is trying to tell us to buy a new couch or get a new living room suite. And while we'll admit that we'd like a good Chesterfield or a nice recliner, we're completely tapped out after the Christmas. All we hope is that the landlord will accept beans and bits of string in lieu of real money to cover the rent. Who's out buying a new table anyway? You've got this box set binge going on. If you've got a box set for Christmas and now you've got time on your hands to watch it throughout the rest of the year, you might squeeze one episode, maybe two in a night, but you've now been awake for 39 hours straight and you can't tell fiction from reality anymore anyway. You might not be a meth dealer like our man Ian, and no, your last name is not Lannister. There's turkey everything. I mean, for these next few days, it's turkey for every meal because there's 27 pounds of it still to use in the fridge. Can't have that going to waste. Who knew that you could make so many different recipes out of turkey? Sandwiches, soup, pie, curry, fricassee, nacho, cereal, pancakes, and bread. The list is seemingly endless, just like the supply of turkey. And obviously, we mostly make our New Year's resolutions in a sugar coma. I mean, as you pile on that fifth flake from the selection box, you begin to think that you're invincible and that 2022 was your year and you owned it. And then the sugar crash hits and you fuse into the couch in a position that can roughly be described as semi-horizontal, looking back on the multitude of small failures that defined the past 12 months. And you then decide that you're going to make all those New Year's resolutions that you'll never be able to keep, giving up sugar and alcohol for the entire year, and going to the gym 3 times a day is ambitious, of course, but we're all confident we can pull it off. If we're George Knight, we can, because that's exactly what he used to do. We won't start today, though. Sure, there's no point. Anyhow, then, of course, there's that deciding of what to spend your vouchers on, because in amongst your swag pile is sure to be at least one voucher for either a shopping center or a one-for-all card, and now the decision-making process begins. Should you go and get yourself that jacket that you've had your eye on, or is the voucher better spent on grocery shopping to ensure that you can eat for the majority of the days in January? I mean, that's a tough call, to be sure. Those tins of sweets, well, they near their end. While some sweet tins are better than others, there are always at least a few tins of Roses, Quality Street, and probably an owl box after 8s lying around somewhere after Christmas Day. However, the days have passed, and there have been a ridiculous number of people in and out of the house getting cups of tea with a few chocolates on the side. And now as you reach in to grab yourself a sweet, all that's left are empty wrappers that were thrown back into the box by Joe Ty and Ian West. And maybe one of those ones that has the Brazil nut in it. They used to call those nuts, back in the days before we all became race conscious, nigger toes. Disaster in every way unless you've got a thyroid issue because they're heavy in selenium. There's sales madness, of course, because it won't be long before the sales actually start. Well, they started on Christmas Day itself, but all the shops have now cleared out their stock rooms of the stuff that they couldn't shift for love nor money during the year, and the crap they had left over from fucking 2021. And people have gone into a state of bizarre hysteria to get their hands on some of it, stepping on necks, trampling innocent children underfoot like crisps under bison. This is truly what Christmas is all about, right? Of course, no, it's really all about losing track of these days. I mean, all we know is that Christmas Day was 2 days ago, and New Year's Day is taking place at some stage in the future. The days in between are of no consequence. So is today a Saturday? Really? We could have sworn it was Tuesday. No, it's Wednesday. But I had to think about it. So, Real Tech, of course, he was talking about taking advantage of the Tesla slide to the bottom. Here's what you need to know about Tesla's year from hell. Tesla's shares are headed for their worst year ever. Amid waning demand for its cars, Tesla's stock has fallen 69% in 2022. Its Shanghai plant has suspended production, and its CEO is distracted by Twitter. So we could say it's breaking because really the actual numbers weren't released till yesterday, but the Tesla stock crash got worse. Losses top 880 billion United States dollars as rival car makers are warning of challenging weeks ahead. So the top line would be that shares of Tesla plunged to a fresh 2-year low on Tuesday as the embattled automaker, already reeling from concerns. Chief Elon Musk has shifted too much focus to Twitter, reportedly faces a prolonged shutdown at a key factory next month, and broader skepticism the electric vehicle industry can meet lofty sales expectation as COVID-19 outbreaks pummel demand in the communist Chinese empire, which is, believe it or not, at this point in history, the world's largest auto market. I would say the key facts are that Tesla shares fell as much as 8% Tuesday to $113, the lowest level since August of 2020, and a stunning 72% decline since a high of more than $400 in November of yesteryear. The losses piled on in pre-market trading immediately after Reuters reported the firm plans to cut production at its Shanghai factory in January. That's according to an internal plan that purportedly reveals the automaker will operate between January 3rd and January 19th, and then halt production for the rest of the month to observe the Chinese New Year. Tesla, which disbanded its communications team in 2020, did not comment on these reports, though they comest as the firm this weekend extended a planned 8-day production halt at the plant, which is the company's largest by car volume, in response to a growing wave of COVID-19 infections and workers and suppliers. Now, certain comments came on the record. Analyst Adam Crisafulli of Vital Knowledge Media called the news only the latest in a series of cautious headlines about Tesla, noting the company last week rolled out a $7,500 discount, double what it was offering earlier this month for its 12 most popular vehicles or models in a bid to help bolster end-of-the-year demand. And further fueling the pessimism, rival electric vehicle maker NIO, Tuesday morning, warned it has been facing challenges in deliveries and production as a result of COVID-19 outbreaks across major cities in Red China this month, and slashed its projected fourth quarter deliveries by some 15%, sending its shares down 8%. So in terms of what to watch for, Tesla's fourth quarter delivery numbers are due out in early January. Analysts predict another record quarter for the firm, with about 422,000 vehicles delivered. Any less than that could further rattle investors. The key background, of course, being that shares of Tesla skyrocketed to an all-time high last November, but have racked up big losses after Musk soon started selling shares, and this year turned some attention to social media giant Twitter. Tesla's stock has cratered 71% this year, making it the fifth worst performing stock in the Standard & Poor's 500, which itself is down 20%. Most of the decline has happened since late September, when Twitter shareholders approved Elon Musk's $44 billion United States dollars bid to buy the ailing social media network, which he's determined to basically take down to the floor and make certain it never rises again. I think the most crucial quote I can think of, blaming Tesla's stock woes on Musk's broken promises. In a note to his clients last week, Wedbush analyst Dan Ives said, Musk has lost credibility with the broader investment community as he sells stock again and again, despite having previously said he's done doing so, giving the stock a one-year price target of $125.35, less than 9% of the analyst's bullish price target of $1,400 in January. Ives says, at the same time that Tesla is cutting prices and inventory is starting to build globally, Musk is viewed as asleep at the wheel from a leadership perspective. Well, that's bad. A surprising fact being that Tesla's market value peaked at more than $1.2 trillion in November of the year before yesteryear, 2021. The stock is now worth $352 billion, representing more than $880 billion in losses. On a tangent, though Musk was at one point worth more than $215 billion United States dollars, Tesla's plunging shares have pushed his fortune down to less than $140 billion. That's according to Forbes' estimates. The 51-year-old ceded his title as the world's richest person earlier this month when he was surpassed by the luxury goods titan Bernard Arnault. So, there you have that. And cryptos had a no good, very bad year. What a difference a year can make now that Selena Khan is the enemy, obviously always was, an ugly asset to basically drag me down. She lost it all in crypto. And what a difference a year made for her. She transitioned this year from ally to enemy, and well, she always was. She was an assigned asset, but transitioned in practice. Nearly a year after the crypto bull, cryptocurrencies have lost more than $1 trillion United States dollars in value. By just about any measure you can imagine, it has been a rough year for cryptocurrency enthusiasts. The overall market cap of the crypto world has gone from $2.2 trillion at the start of the year to $867 billion in mid-December, a 60% decline. But things sure didn't look that dire back in January. While it's hard to believe, it was less than a year ago that we saw the crypto bowl, with exchanges shelling out up to $7 million for 30 seconds of airtime to woo new customers. There was reason for that optimism. Bitcoin and Ethereum's Ether both had hit all-time highs in 2021. And even meme coins like Dogecoin and Shiba Inu were doing okay, thanks in part to boosting by enthusiasts like Elon Musk and Mark Cuban. By March, however, the faith of the crypto bros faced its first test. Hackers took $625 million in cryptocurrency from the Ronin network, and FTX and Binance also suffered attacks. Those brazen heists challenged the narrative that blockchain projects were safe from such attacks. Now, Russia's invasion of Ukraine was an odd source of comfort for that community, as crypto proved an effective way to lend financial support to the smaller nation of Ukraine. In just 1 month, Ukraine boosters managed to raise nearly $64 million via crypto donations. That confidence in crypto didn't last long, of course. By April, the Terra stablecoin fell below its $1 peg, tumbling as low as 35 cents. That impacted the Luna crypto, which lost 96% of its value in a single day. It was the start of crypto winter. And so far, there's no sign of any thaw. U.S. regulators are calling for stricter controls on cryptocurrencies, while simultaneously showing a real lack of understanding about the digital tokens. And the European Union, in October, passed the Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation Bill. That's acronymous as MICAR. MICAR, Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation, which will attempt to regulate the digital assets market starting in 2024. Honestly, in a sane world, it shouldn't even be around by then. By October, the Securities and Exchange Commission was going after the celebrity endorsers of tokens, with Kim Kardashian one of the highest profile targets that I recall. The influencer was ordered to pay 1.26 million US dollars for blogging about a crypto without disclosing she was being compensated to do so. Then, in November, there was FTX. One of the largest crypto exchanges suffered a liquidity crisis and ultimately filed for bankruptcy, ousting its well-known founder, Sam Bankman-Fried. The new CEO, who oversaw the liquidation of Enron, was aghast at the state of the company when he took over, saying in a bankruptcy filing, "I have over 40 years of legal and restructuring experience. I have been the chief restructuring officer or chief executive officer in several of the largest corporate failures in history. Never in my career have I seen such a complete failure of corporate controls and such a complete absence of trustworthy financial information as occurred here." Now, the cascading effect of FTX's collapse and allegations of misappropriation of funds rocked an already volatile sector, and prices kept falling. All told, crypto lost 1.3 trillion United States dollars in value this year. Even Bitcoin saw a major slide, closing at $16,717.17 on December 27th. Compare that to the token's all-time high at 68,990 United States dollars and 90 cents on November 8th of 2021, or its price a year prior, 50,640 United States dollars and 42 cents. Ethereum slipped to $1,212.79, well off its high of 4,865 United States dollars and 57 cents, and a far cry from the same day in 2021 when it was worth 4,037 United States dollars and 55 cents. There's really no sugarcoating how bad the year was for crypto investors or enthusiasts. But sometimes, looking at how cryptocurrencies have rebounded from big drops in the past can be a solve. If you're still among the faithful, well, Bitcoin and Ethereum closed on December 27th. Over the past 9 years, I think, looking it up now, some years have seen gains, others have seen drops that are akin to what we experienced this year. It won't make the losses any less painful, but it could offer a little hope for the future. Now, it's also been a year to forget for leaders of the Communist Chinese Empire, the Empire of Japan, and the Republic of Korea. That old adage that Misery loves company took on a whole new scale this year as Red China, the Empire of Japan, and South Korea suffered bull markets in things to be unhappy about. In the Communist Chinese Empire, the dictator Xi Jinping's zero-COVID nightmare overshadowed the milestone of his winning an unprecedented third term as dictator. As growth hit the lowest levels in 30 years, Xi's Communist Party faced the worst social unrest since the late 1980s as Communist Chinese protesters pushed back against draconian lockdowns. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida saw his political fortunes essentially disappear over the last 12 months. The worst inflation in 40 years emerged as the yen fell the most in nearly 3 decades as wages flatlined. Fallout from the July assassination of his mentor, the former Prime Minister Abe Shinzo, was rivaled only by a parade of scandals involving Kishida cabinet members. Over in South Korea, voters are already wallowing in buyer's remorse over Yoon Suk-yeol's, yeah, that's his name, 7-month-old presidency. Yoon Suk-yeol. Yes, that's his name. I still can't believe it myself. Surname, family name first. Y-O-O-N, Yoon, and then Suk-yeol, S-U-K-Y-E-O-L, won the presidency by appealing to anti-feminist voters. Myriad controversies, diplomatic missteps, zero progress recalibrating economic engines, and North Korea rattling its cage, again, have Yoon's approval numbers in the 20s at times, and pundits turning his pledges to lead with fairness and common sense into a punchline. This North Asian axis of leadership mediocrity could not come at a worse time. Though their intervals in power differ widely, Xi's been around since 2012. The bigger picture implications in ways about which global investors cannot be happy after a squandered 2022 in terms of structural reforms. It is quite unclear whether Xi, Kishida, or Yoon has the political capital to right things next year. Now, granted, the comparisons are challenging to draw, to say the least. Unlike Kishida's 15-month-old premiership, dictator Xi is not fighting to keep his job in the months ahead. Neither is Yoon, who has more than 4.5 years left to hone his leadership skills. But Xi is essentially limping out of 2022. A year ago, loads of pundits, Eurasia's Ian Bremmer, for one, were all over the airwaves, predicting economic suicide if Xi stuck with rolling lockdowns of entire metropolises. Early and often, observers warned as well that the Communist Chinese Empire needed to import superior Western vaccines as the Omicron became the dominant strain. Basically, Xi ignored it all and stood pat with his policy. Whether out of fear or stubbornness or an epidemic of party groupthink, Xi dragged Red China further into a self-inflicted... I lose my voice. I could only, after I try and get my voice back, I would say that he dragged his empire further into a self-inflicted COVID policy crisis as the world reopened. Things got so bad that Xi found himself unleashing democratic forces that Beijing was slow to understand. The biggest protests since students commandeered Tiananmen Square in 1989 pushed Xi. Well, they pushed Xi to finally reverse his course. And in ways that sent a clear message. China's 1.4 billion people have more power than they knew previously. You know, leaders are panicked when a government is censoring and doctoring television images of fans enjoying overseas sporting events without masks. It raises questions about whether Xi can take the politically risky steps of increasing the size of the private sector, boosting innovation, raising productivity, and building stronger economic muscles. Also, as Red China experiences its biggest COVID outbreaks, efforts to slow the spread anew will challenge Xi's ability to multitask throughout 2023, and perhaps spur increased ingenuity amongst the Chinese people to stay one step ahead of censors as they remind Xi they're watching. Now, Japan's Kishida's 2023 is almost sure to start with speculation. His days are numbered. Abe's nearly 8-year-long premiership was quite the aberration. Between 2006 and 2012, and since Abe resigned in September of 2020, leaders have gotten roughly 12 months in power on average. Even if Kishida can keep the political revolving door from spinning anew, support rates in the 30s do not augur well for his chances of recalibrating economic engines. Nor does the 3.7% inflation Japan is importing via a currency that, despite a recent rebound, lost 16% of its value this year. Then there is prickly decision on who replaces Haruhiko Kuroda as Bank of Japan governor come this March. Earlier this month, Kuroda's term rocked global markets. Well, his team rocked those global markets with the tiniest and most obvious of gestures, allowing 10-year bond yields to rise to around 0.5%, double the previous upper limit. Now, Kishida spent the waning days of 2022 trying to remind investors he really is an economic change agent. He telegraphed a bold investment in catalyzing a startup boom and improving productivity. Great. But where were these grand schemes 12 plus months ago, when Kishida was a newer, less troubled leader with more clout among lawmakers? If we learned anything from Abe's weak results tenure, it is to get some big reform wins early on. Abe waited too long. Kishida now looks more desperate than determined. Yoon, meantime, is a study in hobbling a presidency out of the gate. True, he won on an anti-feminist platform. Still, it was jarring to see him move to shutter the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family. It is bad politics to tell half your nation, essentially, that you do not matter to the government until 2027. Getting caught on a hot mic slamming politicians in Washington. Seoul's most important ally? Amateur hour. The problem with North Asia's three big economies in managerial disarray is that it reduces the odds that the leaders of Red China, the Empire of Japan and Korea, will act boldly to raise their economic gains. It reduces the chances for regional cooperation. In fact, the incentives to lash out at neighbors to boost domestic support are increasing. Worst of all, The events of the last year in Beijing, Tokyo, and Seoul probably portend less vibrant North Asian economies 5 to 10 years from now. Misery indeed. But that'll all change with a world war. Crises is the new normal. The left's embrace of globalism left Britain on life support. This is what I was trying to explain to Brooke Gibson. And of course, it took me a while to remember to get back on track, because usually I have to address these issues when she's not here physically to interrupt me and ask questions that derail me into a different direction. So I think it's best to talk about this now while she's absent, and then hopefully she'll review it if I ask her to. Timestamp it, perhaps. After all, has any major political movement been as thoroughly expunged from popular memory as the anti-globalization movement? 12 decades ago, the dominant opinion on the left was that globalization was a destructive and exploitative innovation of international capitalism to be fought in Seattle in 1999 and in Genoa in 2001. Thousands of protesters from across the world gathered to protest against the signing of the transnational trade treaties that accelerated the spread of globalization, and cheered on by the organs of left opinion. There's a BBC article from 2001 that I had to track down and review that notes that opponents of globalization believe it leads to exploitation of the world's poor, workers, and the environment, makes it easier for rich companies to act with less accountability, and that countries' individual cultures are becoming overpowered by Americanization. On the other hand, those in favor of globalization claims it should make everyone richer, while trade links can encourage countries to respect human rights. Now, 20 years on, it is clear that the opponents of globalization were entirely correct, and the supporters were utterly wrong. And yet, their brains broken by Brexit, Britain's liberal commentariat continue to advocate globalized food supply chains purely as a result of Remainer tribalism. The BBC's neutral tone at the turn of the millennium is almost unimaginable in today's hysterical discourse, where opposition to globalization has been recoded as a political signifier entirely randomly, from a reasoned left-wing argument to an irrational prejudice of reactionary and probably racist deplorables. Likewise, the left has seemingly abandoned its commitment to localization and the preservation of unionized national labor in favor of cosmopolitan dreams of unfettered globalization. In Great Britain, this bizarre polar inversion is manifest in the political discourse over the current supply chain crises. The fundamental problem causing empty shelves in Britain today is not Brexit itself, but the overcomplexity of supply chains maximized for efficiency in good times, but which are dangerously fragile whenever the system meets a shock. By over-attenuating supply chains on a global scale and centralizing food production for the benefit of the supermarkets, the system was unable to cope with the pandemic's cascading aftershocks, from energy crises to labor shortages, still working themselves through the global economy. This is a global supply chain crisis caused by a worldwide slow-motion but accelerating collapse of globalization. As the American economist Matt Stoller has underlined, globalization, his words, has left us uniquely unprepared to manage a supply shock. Our hyper-efficient globalized supply chain once romanticized by men like Tom Friedman in his book titled The World is Flat, is the problem. Like the financial system before the 2008 crash, this kind of economic order hides its fragility. It seems to work quite well until it doesn't. Now we're beginning to see what it looks like when it doesn't. Take meat processing as an example. This is what I was trying to point out to Brooke. For decades, in search of efficiency, supermarkets have centralized the processing of meat in gigantic mega abattoirs, forcing a small regional abattoirs to close and crowding out local farmers. The working environment in these places is so appalling and exploitative, and the pay so low that they can only be staffed by immigrants from poorer regions of the world. As a result, more than 2/3 of Britain's meat processing labor force is made up of migrants, making the nation's food supply dependent on the free flow of foreign labor and on the nationwide distribution of live animals and processed meat to a tiny number of centralized hubs. This is an entirely unsustainable, as well as immoral, state of affairs. As the commentator Richard North, an expert on the meat industry, has observed, the number of abattoirs in Great Britain has shrunk from 3,326 units in the 1960s, that decade into which I was born into this vale of tears, to a mere 156 in 2020, with the result that the meat industry structure in the United Kingdom is already so concentrated as to be unsustainable. As soon as the system meets a shock, as it has now, it is unable to cope. Honestly, I weep. Yet even before the current shock, the centralization of meat production was eroding the resilience of Great Britain's food supply. In 2018, 34 separate organizations, from the National Trust to the Women's Institute and the RSPCA, lobbied the government to halt the collapse of Britain's network of small regional abattoirs, a huge national asset closing at an alarming rate. As Christopher Price of the Rare Breed Survival Trust has noted, to quote his T, large-scale abattoirs require workers to carry out highly specific, often highly mechanized procedures as part of the slaughtering process and employ relatively large numbers of narrower-skilled, lower-paid people in one location. Instead, the government should support the creation of more local and smaller abattoirs where each worker is required to be more highly and multi-skilled with the flexibility for part-time work. This would benefit rural areas where local employment is rare and facilitate the creation of new premium markets for distinctive meat products from local breeds and the expansion of related businesses such as butchers and farm shops. But instead, this vital opportunity to reform the sector into one dependent on high-skilled, high-paid labor working in significantly better conditions is being squandered. Instead, cheered on by the useful idiots in Britain's commentator class, the corporate food lobby has leaned on the government to reopen the floodgates to low-paid migrant labor, keeping a broken and exploitative system on artificial life support. The current system is simply unsustainable and exploitive to agricultural workers. As the radical left farming union, the Land Workers Alliance, noted in their 2016 manifesto, the rural economy is vulnerable to competition from global markets and to aggressive price bargaining from cartels of processors and distributors, it is supermarkets, with the result that less than 10% of earnings from the UK food industry go to UK farmers and fishermen. Already, the labor shortage is allowing farm workers to demand higher wages, a process which should be allowed to continue, not just because it's fair, but also because it builds resilience into the system. Greater Britain, where the farming sector is forced into decline by global competition, is a Greater Britain highly vulnerable to global shocks of the kind they are experiencing now. And yet, as the Land Workers' Alliance warned back in 2017, the corporate farming lobby is addicted to the current system, with organizations that have the government's ear, like the National Farmers Union, more focused on developing super efficient mega farms capable of competing in a cutthroat global market than in producing the bulk of the United Kingdom's food supply through a network of secure family farms. The globalization of supply lines, according to the logic of the free market, is also a disaster for the environment, as Greenpeace investigation revealed yesteryear, perhaps. The growing consolidation of Britain's dairy industry into a handful of American-style mega dairies is allowing global food corporations to feed cows soybeans sourced from Brazil's endangered Cerrado ecoregion. The impact has been profound. It has accelerated deforestation and global warming, forced cows to live in miserable and unnatural indoors conditions in giant sheds, and driven small dairy farmers in Great Britain out of business. Yet, aside from moral questions, the supply chain of soybeans is it's also extremely liable to disruption in times of crisis, such as the drought. The drought, the worst in over a century, currently devastating Brazil's farming sector. Shortages of soybeans caused by environmental collapse in Brazil or by blockages in the global shipping system will mean future shortages of milk and cheese, an absurd situation in a country like Great Britain blessed with an abundant rainfall and lush grass. Such built-in vulnerabilities are dangerous as we all head into an era of permanent crises. Indeed, as the left-wing economist James Meadway has warned, though Brexit has exacerbated Great Britain's exposure to supply chain disruption, it is a parochial mistake to single out Britain's leaving the European Union as the primary cause of the crises. Rather, what the British people are experiencing are the first tremors of the generalized environmental collapse of the century. Gas prices are not going to come down anytime soon, and the supply chain crisis will not be resolved this year or even the next. What to say? Crisis is the new normal. And to sustain the very basic good of food security, Greater Britain will have to become more self-reliant, decentralizing supply chains in pursuit of resilience rather than efficiency, and reshoring food production, bringing food production back to British shores as far as is possible. This isn't a leap back to the Middle Ages as online critics and keyboard warriors howl. Great Britain was 78% self-sufficient in food as late as the 1980s, and returning to localized production and supply chains should be considered a vital strategic goal for national security. And yet, in a stunning example of cognitive dissonance, we see liberal commentators who warn of the looming catastrophe of climate collapse simultaneously arguing that fragile globalized supply chains are somehow both desirable and permanent. Like the famous quote that it's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. It seems it's easier for these people to imagine total civilizational collapse than not being able to eat Kenyan strawberries in midwinter. The left-wing anti-globalization protesters of 20 years ago were right then, and their newly localist conservative successors are right now. Instead of mocking the government's tentative steps towards relocalization of the Greater British Empire's food supply as the backwards fantasies of nostalgic Brexiteers, their stubbornly parochial Remainer comment class should for once step back, shut up, and observe the changing world around them. The global supply chain crisis is forcing the conservatives to abandon their free trading dreams as neoliberal ideology gets crushed by stark reality. This is an unalloyed good and should be supported and encouraged as far as possible. The government is correct to say that today's supply chain meltdown is a failure of the free market and not of the state, and that businesses have become as drunk on cheap labor. The current crisis is an opportunity to rebalance Great Britain's food system into a fairer and more resilient model, and the government, finally being forced towards good policy by events outside its control, needs to hold its nerve. Now, it's in that sense, I would say that, in a certain sense, there are people who need the apocalypse. Progress has given way to bubbling madness. I mean, whether on the continent or Isle Britannia or here in Golden, California, the countryside is on fire. The Guardian of Greater Britain has published another article about replacing meat with mold grown in vats. And the World Economic Forum wants to block out the sun with a Brazil-sized raft of space bubbles. This isn't the Great Reset. It's a mood, a vibe. Walking the dog at dusk on Tuesday through local woodland. John Warrington noticed wilting hazel saplings, poplars shedding foliage, dry yellow leaves crunching underfoot. Like it was back in September, the ground was bone dry. The wheat in neighboring fields ripened a month early. The seasons are, as Shakespeare once wrote, out of joint. Though Great Britain is no longer sweltering in unprecedented 40-degree heat, the weather has intensified an already simmering apocalyptic mood. Some are sublimating this into panic about second-order issues. Health and safety is a popular choice, or arguments about whether or not panic is justified. Others are swimming in the bin with a cocktail in hand, but the vibe is everywhere. In modern terms, apocalypse has come as to mean the cataclysmic end of everything. But this is a long way from the ancient Greek understanding, to uncover, to disclose, or lay bare. From this perspective, apocalypse isn't the end of the world, or at least not just the end of the world. Rather, it's the end of a Weltanschauung, a worldview. Discoveries that mean a previous way of looking at things is no longer tenable. In our case, it's no longer just cranks and prophets coming to the reluctant realization that our current way of life cannot continue. This suspicion is percolating into the mainstream, along with a raft of increasingly unhinged responses. The Dutch farmers' protest has been spreading across Europe is the latest focus for the concatenating derangement this revelation has triggered. It's the most recent flare-up in a running battle between interest groups whose livelihoods depend directly on the continuation of our extractive industrial order, and a knowledge economy class whose livelihood does so only indirectly. For the people who make or grow things, build things, or move things around, are both heavily reliant on cheap energy to do their jobs and easy targets for well-meaning green regulations. From farming regulations that strangle small producers to rocketing fuel costs and travel restrictions for logistics firms unable to invest in low-emission vehicles. Environmental rules take the heaviest toll on smaller businesses, adding pressure to living standards already squeezed by inflation and the pandemic. This adds pressure to middle-class living standards already squeezed by inflation and the pandemic, and the resulting sense of being picked on finds its enemy in the knowledge class, embodied in the WEF, a kind of trade union for its richest and most influential members. This cabal of wealthy suits concerns itself less with stuff than ideas. And, of course, they have big ideas for saving the world. The World Economic Forum's, WEF's own stated Great Reset vision views post-pandemic chaos as a unique window of opportunity to shape the recovery in the name of a new social contract what honors the dignity of every human being. For our extractive industrial mode of living really cannot go on forever. This, though, leaves ordinary farmers in the crosshairs. For most agriculture is as industrial as an Australian iron ore mine, thanks to fossil fuel-powered farm machinery, nitrogen fertilizer, and chemical pesticides. And these practices really do risk future food security. Yet for the knowledge class, the world of atoms is something to be counted, rationalized, financialized, streamlined, or otherwise manipulated in the course of the actually important work of abstraction, high-level thinking, and making more money. So when spreadsheet sociopaths of this type decide it's time to force a transition out of such environmentally harmful and carbon-intensive work, people whose livelihoods are inextricable from that work may, understandably, have questions. Can industrial agriculture survive decarbonization? What will we grow? And who will own the land? Who will work it? Idealists dream of a small farm revolution in which hyper-productive smallholders replace pesticide-powered monocroppers. Pessimists, meanwhile, point out that even if millions of us somehow magically acquire the skills and the willingness to embrace agrarian life, land ownership is heading in the opposite direction. Great Reset boogeyman Bill Gates is now the largest owner of farmland in America and caused outcry months ago when he acquired another 2,200 acres in South Dakota. I myself struggle to imagine him volunteering to hand out his own property portfolio to allotmenteers. Absent some kind of redistributive revolution, it seems more plausible that agriculture goes high-tech. Certainly the only thing that will save Great Britain is a national mobilization of investment in GMOs genetically modified organismal sustenance for national security that will enable them to feed a new empire with Russia as their new Raj after it collapses in the war it started. Robotization is already in use in some farms, while gene-edited crops are on their way to being waved through by the current Tory administration. And we're forever being told that insect protein is the food of the future. But this, in turn, means even greater consolidation. Fewer workers, bigger fields, larger parcels of land. In other words, more small farmers being forced out of business. And more tech implies an increasing dependency on big finance and biotech. If this is the future we get, those now fretting that we're going to end up as a microchipped, useless class, spending our meaningless, UBI-funded, AI-governed lives staring out of a pod home at hundreds of thousands of acres of robot-tended agro-industry while awaiting our drone delivery of insect protein. Maybe exaggerating only a little. So down in the real economy, the insoluble grimness of this predicament finds expression in Baroque theories about the Great Reset. We hear that it's a front for tech totalitarianism and unelected one-world government, a dark plot to sterilize us or inject us all with RFID microchips, or to steal farmland and fill it with tower blocks populated by immigrants. In all cases, the lurking suspicion pervades that what's presented as a project to save the world is, more accurately, a project to save the laptop class at the expense of everyone else. And indeed, grand top-down plans often seem indifferent to predictable human consequences, a fact underlined again by the Dutch protests. There, farmers were furious that the government appeared to have imposed strictures on nitrogen emissions to meet climate targets, with little thought for how the transition will be managed and how farmers' livelihoods would be affected. Nor is this the first time top-down idealism has fomented human-scale backlash. Yesteryear, the Sri Lankan government was awarded an Oscar for Best Policy by the World Economic Forum, the WEF, which always makes me think of WWF, the World Wrestling Federation, for a reason. Sri Lankan government was awarded their Oscar for Best Policy for a decision to ban nitrogen fertilizer. This government edict forced the nation's farms to go organic more or less overnight, despite experts warning that this would be a disaster. The livelihoods, and even lives lost, have driven a popular uprising. So, sometime not long ago, yestermenses maybe, last month, an estimated 300,000 protesters took to the streets and forced the resignation and flight of the president, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, on a military plane. Against this backdrop, the Dutch farmers emerge as tragic reverse Luddites, battling not against the onset of industrialization, but its end. At root, their cause is the defense of livelihoods that depend on the continuation of an extractive mode of production that feeds and clothes most of us, but is also slowly killing our planet. But those imposing grand schemes aimed at forcing change don't come out much better. Techno-futurist visions on the scale proposed by Davos Man, as I reference those who meet in Switzerland to decide our fate, imply a vantage point from which all possible variables have been assessed and the rational way forward determined, a perspective that routinely obscures the human costs of knowledge class hubris. Now, let me slay some sex bots here. And our man Macronomicos says, permaculture, agroforestry, biodynamic agriculture, blend it with open source hardware and other tech, all together now. Thank you, sir. And I'm glad I got our numbers back up as soon as I started talking. Now, beneath such futile resistance and grandiose plans lurks a bubbling sense of madness. It surfaces whenever the public conversation touches on just how interconnected these challenges are, and how radically, unimaginably unlike the present the future needs to be if we're to stand a chance of surviving. The apocalypse is in fact a revelation. Endless progress on the industrial model has already ended, and getting out of this bind is going to be grim. And the high-level world economic vision that we can shape this set of problems according to some illusion of mastery is, in its way, as much a fantasy as paranoid conspiracy theories concerning the Great Reset. Okay, now what I'm going to try and do is free up some storage space because I'm warned that my computer is about to crash. So it's really fucked up how this can't be dealt with by giving me fair warning. Oh shit. If only I could get somebody in here to help me out with where I go for this. Okay, I think I go into the videos that we have. Okay, now I gotta get out of my porn here and go to the PC. Okay, I go to the PC and then I go to videos. Alright, I think. Come on now. Open up videos here. Okay, and now what I do is I'm going to basically start deleting these things. Let's see if this fucking works, because last time I did this it didn't work, or I don't know how to do this. Let's get these videos deleted and I can go on talking for the next several minutes until the end of session, so to speak. We got 1.5 hours. I won't make it unless I can delete this. Alright, going back here while this loads up. Now, I can't put this shit into storage. It has to be like deleted. So, here we go. Wish me luck on this, people. We're going to go all the way with this. Alright, so we don't want to delete tonight. We got pretty much a bunch of other stuff we can delete here in storage, so let's do it. We don't want to do the latest ones yet. We want to do most of the other stuff. So, alright, let's see what we can do here. Let's go by this. I know what I can do. Alright, so I think, okay, go up to here, and then control and add a bunch more. Okay. Everybody be patient with me while I take care of this. And let's do, alright, a delete button. Okay, copy. Delete. Okay. Okay. Too big. Do you want to permanently delete them? Yes. Okay. I've just freed up the space, so that means we won't get cut off, hopefully. Damn, that's, I can't believe I was able to do that. I guess I'm becoming a little bit more tech savvy. Well, we'll find out, won't we? This should free up everything. Let's make sure we're still streaming. Okay, stream's going on. Everybody do respond. Tell me how things are going. All right, Windows says it's got a bunch free. The videos were taking up a bunch of this stuff. So configure storage sense. I'll run it now. And it was the videos that was eating up everything. So I just got rid of that. So that should declutter everything. All right then. So that being said, bearing in mind what I've said so far, all such lurid dreams still represent a saner response to where we are than those now claiming it's just a nice warm summer going into winter that happens to be colder than we ever remembered it before. Because, you dumb shits, all that melting ice in Greenland is impacting the Atlantic current, which carries the warm water that warms Britannia. Well, since that's cooling down and sinking, Britannia's freezing up again into uninhabitability. Uninhabitable. It's being rendered uninhabitable as it was in the previous ice ages. Or the madness of those using our predicament to take pot shots at the Tories. For the truth is that those amplifying the derangement syndromes we've seen since 2016 are less deranged than rational. Green movements turn from policy to millenarianism. The young don't want to have children. Castration cults are making a comeback, while the great and the good are spiraling away into wishful fantasies of planetary-scale technologies riding to the rescue. None of this is madness. It's revelation. It's going to be a bumpy ride. I mean, what with Russia promising more disasters and dead bodies in 2023? How long the United States will aid Ukraine is the wrong question. Policymakers on both sides of the Atlantic are wondering about the longevity of American support to Ukraine. The Biden administration insists Washington will assist Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's government for as long as it takes to either drive Russian forces out of Ukraine or maximize Kiev's leverage when the time comes for a negotiated settlement to the war. But comments from House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, who will likely become a Speaker of the House if Republicans win back control in, well, didn't he do so? I can't remember. When the Republicans won back control of the lower chamber in the midterm elections. Well, he ruffled feathers in the Beltway and led some to wonder whether current levels of American support to the Ukrainians would drop off. European officials are pondering the same thing. Politicians like the British lawmaker Tobias Ellwood, the chair of the Defense Committee in the House of Commons, went so far as to state that any sign of the American empire pulling back on its assistance would be a license for Russian dictator Vladimir Putin to run roughshod over the Ukrainians at a time when Kiev holds the upper hand on the battlefield. Or, as Ellwood told the Washington Post, sometime this year, if America pulls back, Putin could snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Okay, Macronomicus says we're still working. Thank you, sir. Of course, Ellwood has little influence, let alone say, over American foreign policy decisions. His comments, while impolitic, are actually a reflection of what many in elite European policy circles think. If Washington doesn't hold the line, then the West at large will eventually grow tired of the war. But in making the point, its advocates are essentially conceding that the American empire serves as the heart, lungs, brain, and spine of the coalition. Europe, to stretch the analogy even further, is playing the role of the appendix, an organ of low consequence. That in itself is a massive problem given the equities at stake and the fact that the war is in fact occurring in Europe. American support is not the issue. The bigger part of the story is Europe's inability or unwillingness to match it with sufficient support of its own. The Kiel Institute for the World Economy, a think tank in United Germany, has tabulated the numbers throughout the duration of the war. The main findings are eye-watering and demonstrate a funding discrepancy you could drive a tank through. At more than 52 billion euros and counting, the United States is close to doubling the contributions of all European Union institutions and the 27 EU member states combined. When one looks specifically at military aid, the numbers are even more lopsided. Between January 24th and October 3rd, Washington committed 27.6 billion euros in security aid, whether it included drawdowns from Pentagon weapons stocks or financing for the manufacturing of military equipment. The next highest country on the list, the United Kingdom, of course, stood at a grand total of 3.8 billion euros. The United Germany, Europe's largest economy, and the fourth largest in the world, registered a measly 1.2 billion euros in military aid, a stinginess the Ukrainians are loath to forget. Viewed another way, Washington announced as much military aid to Ukraine on a single day in September as Berlin has announced over the last 8 months. To be fair, the EU has done better in other categories. More than 12 billion euros have been allocated to underwrite Ukraine's budget, which is obviously suffering mightily due to the war. The EU Commission is also working on a 2023 financial package that would provide Kiev with 1.5 billion euros a month, every month, for the entirety of the year. This is all well and good if the European Union showed some urgency at delivering the aid already approved, but there isn't much urgency on offer. Getting Brussels, the erstwhile capital of European Union, to execute has been like pulling teeth. The United States Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, is frustrated with her European colleagues about the slow pace of aid deliveries, using multiple opportunities to hammer home the theme. Ukrainian officials are perplexed as to why EU institutions are taking so long to make good on their commitments. You don't have to be a Harvard economist to comprehend why the Ukrainians are pissed off. Ukraine's economic problems will get worse before they get any better. The International Monetary Fund reported that Kiev's external financing needs could be as high as 5 billion United States dollars per month next year. The World Bank projected Ukraine's gross domestic product will contract by 35% before the year ends. Inflation could rise to 30% by the end of the year. Debt is skyrocketing, and a growing share of tax revenues is being diverted to the war effort. Russia's systematic targeting of Ukraine's power sources will likely continue, Russia's new commanding general, Sergei Surovikin, used the same harsh tactics when he led Russian forces in Syria, forcing the Ukrainian government to figure out a way to patch up infrastructure and keep citizens from freezing as winter approaches. For European and American law policymakers, Ukraine's financial catastrophe is almost as horrifying as Russia's wartime strategy. But today, Washington has been doing the vast majority of the work, writing most of the checks and absorbing most of the cost. This is not a sustainable arrangement. By virtue of geography, what happens in Ukraine is ultimately more important and consequential to Europe's core security than it is to America's. One must ask, when, if ever, will Europe's policy elites start acting like it? In Russia itself, fun is now canceled as Putin goes full Grinch. Putin has moved to crush Russian artists speaking out on the Ukrainian war. Activists around the world have been calling for a boycott of Russian culture for months as punishment for Vladimir Putin's relentless aggression in his war on Ukraine. But it seems there will be no need for any radical measures soon. Russia is destroying its art and cultural projects all on its own. Since they started this war, the state censors and so-called hurrah patriots have rallied for bans against popular Russian theater, art, and films they deem pro-Western. In a video posted to YouTube this week, or last, by now, the head of Moscow's Department of Culture, Alexander Kibovsky, declared that a recent decree signed by Vladimir Putin to strengthen Russian traditional, spiritual, and moral values gives Russian authorities the green light to cleanse the country's cultural scene from all Western influence. Now, either this Monday or the one before, as I said, I'm losing track of the days in the festive perennium, but it was Monday of last week, or maybe yesterday, the day before yesterday, that Kibovsky said, "The presidential decree gives us, the cultural authorities, guidelines to provide state support only to projects that obey the requirements. We now feel a hangover from all that mash the West had been feeding us with for many years. Many years," he said. "It's sad that we needed the regime of the special operation to come to this." And addressing the West, Kibovsky said, "We are not your monkeys any longer." Now, citizens across Russia have already taken measures to avoid the wrath of Russian authorities under the new policy. Alexandra Zakrosheva, the former directress of the Turgenev Library in Moscow, told Western journalists that some libraries and bookshops are running ahead of the train of state censorship and taking books off the shelves that have not even been banned yet. Names of banned theater directors are taken off theatrical billboards, and schools have received recommendation letters from ministries of culture and education advising children to wear costumes of Russian fairy tales and not of Western animation characters. So earlier this month, the Father's Council, a Russian children's rights group in Khabarovsk, that's a city at the edge of China where Russia and China's borders meet, it's practically in Chinese territory, purchased all copies of Summer in a Pioneer Tie. That's the title of the book. Yes, I know it. Really, if you're familiar with Russian culture at all, that really does sound like the title of a porno film. The young pioneers are Russian Boy Scouts. And just like American Boy Scouts, they are infamous for homosexual exploitation of the children by horny scoutmasters of the same sex, but generations older. And so Summer in a Pioneer Tie is the title of a book about a romantic relationship between twa Soviet boys. Well, basically, as I said, the father's consul in Khabarovsk City, I know about this through my communist Chinese connections, in the sense of people who are in China who are resisting the communists. They said that right across the border, they were purchasing all of these books so they would not end up in Russian homes. One of the father's consul members posted a video of himself tearing the books apart. While ripping pages from the book into pieces, he said, "I am glad to be a part of saving our youth, our Russian civilization, from Western pseudo-values of horror and darkness. We are not the West. We are a state with a 1,000-year-long history." Now, Russian children traditionally go to Ilochka carnivals during the holidays, but the guidelines for this year's events are different for some families. The Russian city of Chita has resorted to censoring children's costumes for the carnivals, telling parents to dress their kids only in the style of Russian culture. One of the costumes they have taken issue with is the teddy bear character Huggy Wuggy from the American survival horror game Poppy Playtime. And in a statement, Cheetah's education committee said, "The Huggy Wuggy character influences negatively on children's perception of the outside world." Until recently, Russian cultural freedom was protected by law. The fall of the Soviet Union 3 decades ago saw a creative boom in Russian ballet, film, and literature. New formats, fresh ideas, and international artists were welcomed, with Russian art sweeping through the world's leading exhibits and winning international awards. Legislation adopted in 1992 obliged authorities to help finance artistic and cultural projects throughout the country. But today, officials insist that a malicious Western infiltration is at play. In his video, Kibovsky insisted, "Western neocolonialism did not have to occupy us. They influenced us to create a pro-Western native elite." So, what alternative can the Kremlin offer to strengthen traditional values? The chairman of Russia's Federation Council, Valentina Matviyenko, suggested that authorities should purchase traditional musical instruments like the Russian balalaika and distribute them around regional clubs and houses of culture in Russia. To quote his Matviyenko, "Let's calculate how much that is going to cost so the program could be realized in 2 to 3 years. And that will have everybody looking like dancing bears." In case you don't know it, the balalaika, that's that triangular kind of banjo that Russian bears play. So the push for a more traditional Russia has left many countries, well, many across the empire, fuming. Senia Larina, one of Russia's leading cultural critics, has told the Western press, "Kibovsky is now talking about art consuls that are going to decide what play to put on stage or what film to allow in movie theaters. The consuls will include members of military patriotic societies. This is the end of culture as we know it, since culture cannot be divided into pro or anti-Western." Now, I should have addressed this a while back, but, might as well get to it tonight. Better later than never. There's a great thing that happened Tuesday before last, this side of the Atlantic, when our bill protecting same-sex interracial unions cleared Congress in direct antithesis to Russian homophobia. let me try and put this into some perspective. Tuesday before last, our president, Joseph Biden, signed into law the Respect for Marriage Act, a bill passed the week before by Congress that mandates federal recognition for same-sex and interracial marriages, which officially codifies marriage equality for LGBTQIA+ and interracial couples into federal law, requiring all states to recognize same-sex marriages. The House gave final approval Thursday, as dated the 8th of this month, to legislation protecting same-sex marriages, a monumental step in a decades-long battle for nationwide recognition that reflects a stark turnaround in societal attitudes. The bipartisan legislation, which passed 258 to 169 with 39 Republican votes, also protects interracial unions that produced myself by requiring states to recognize legal marriages regardless of sex, race, ethnicity, or national origin. After months of negotiations, the Senate passed the bill, at least a fortwin nit, 14 nights agone, with but 12 Republican votes. The Republicans truly are the Russian fifth column in these United States. In a statement after that vote, Biden called the legislation a critical step to ensure that Americans have the right to marry the person they love. He said the legislation provides hope and dignity to millions of young people across this country who can grow up knowing that their government will recognize and respect the families they build. So this has been a major victory against Russia and what it's doing in Eurasia, a victory for civil rights, a victory for equality, for the right of trois human beings to love each other and obtain legal recognition of their bond of marriage, while guaranteeing that right cannot be subverted by partisan political actors on the Supreme Court. The White House was planning to mark the occasion with a ceremony built to scale that it believes is fitting for the moment, with one official saying it was planning to simply go all out. This came as a little more than 10 years after Biden shocked the country with an unexpected declaration in support of same-sex marriage for the first time in an interview on NBC's Meet the Press. Biden's remarks in 2012 marked a stunning personal evolution for the then vice president, who once as a senator, had voted to block federal recognition of same-sex marriages, and previously insisted that marriage should only take place between a man and a woman. It is a relief for hundreds of thousands of couples who have married since the Supreme Court's 2015 decision that legalized those marriages and have worried about what would happen if the ruling were overturned. Now, this legislation does not require states to allow same-sex couples to marry, as Obergefell now does, but it would require states to recognize all marriages that were legal where they were performed and protect same-sex unions if the Supreme Court decision were overturned. While it's not everything advocates may have wanted, passage of the legislation represents a watershed moment. Just a decade ago, many Republicans openly campaigned on blocking same-sex marriages. Today, Tuesday before last, more than 2/3 of the public support them. And I should say that was secured Tuesday before last, but today we've got the majority of the public overwhelmingly supporting them on a permanent basis. Democrats moved the bill quickly through the House and Senate, following the Supreme Court's devastating Dobbs ruling in June that struck down Roe v. Wade and ergo overturned the federally recognized constitutional right to an abortion, including a concurring opinion from conservative Justice Clarence Thomas, the head House nigger, intimating that the 2015 Obergefell v. Hodges decision legalizing marriage equality and guaranteeing same-sex marriage would be their next target to be reconsidered. While many Republicans predicted that was unlikely to happen and said the bill was unnecessary, Democrats and Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent supporters of the bill said it shouldn't be left to chance, especially as Republican Senator Mike Braun of Indiana bizarrely suggested that Loving versus Virginia, which permitted interracial marriages, would also be unconstitutional. This Democratic Congress had to take decisive action, and it did so. It is difficult to fathom how it is even necessary in 2022, yet Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell, their actions stacking the court with far-right ideologues, made it necessary. So, the Democratic Congress has acted. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who presided over the vote as one of her last acts in leadership before stepping aside in January, teared up as she celebrated its passage, herself declaring that the bill is, in her own words, a glorious triumph of love and freedom. We need it. It is magic. In debate before the vote, several gay members of Congress talked about what a federal law would mean for them and their families. Representative Mark Pocan, Democrat of Wisconsin, said he and his husband should be able to visit each other in the hospital just like any other married couple and receive spousal benefits, regardless of if your spouse's name is Samuel or Samantha. The Representative Chris Pappas, Democrat from New Hampshire, said he was set to marry the love of my life next year, and it is unthinkable that his marriage might not be recognized in some states if Obergefell were to be overturned. To quote as the Representative David Cicilline, the Democrat from Rhode Island. I think of everybody from Rhode Island as Republicans automatically. But of course, if that were the case, most likely they wouldn't be gay at all or a supportive ally thereof. But David Cicilline said, the idea of marriage equality used to be a far-fetched idea. Now it's the law of the land and supported by the vast majority of Americans. Regardless, most red Republicans opposed this legislation, and some conservative advocacy groups lobbied aggressively against it in recent weeks, arguing that it doesn't do enough to protect those who want to refuse services for same-sex couples, like cops who refuse to defend them if they're attacked. These Republicans say the cops should be protected in that decision. Now, the Democrats in the Senate, led by Wisconsin's Tammy Baldwin and Arizona's Kyrsten Sinema, worked with supportive Republican senators to address those Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent concerns by negotiating changes to clarify that the legislation does not impair the rights of private individuals or businesses. The amended bill also makes it clear that a marriage is between two people an effort to ward off some far-right criticism that the legislation could endorse polygamy. And they have to emphasize it's between people because Republicans claim that it can be used to marry animals. In the end, several religious groups, including the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, came out in support of the bill. The Mormon Church said it would support rights for same-sex couples as long as they did not infringe upon religious groups' right to believe as they choose. The Republican senatoress, Susan Collins of Maine, who led negotiations with Baldwin and Sinema in the Senate, attended a ceremony after the House vote with Pelosi and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, the one they went all out on. To quote she, "When I think about this bill, I think about how much it matters to people in each of our lives, our family members, our co-workers, our neighbors, our friends." So, that vote came as the LGBTQIA plus community has faced violent attacks, such as the shooting this month at a gay nightclub in Colorado that killed 5 people and injured at least 17. Kelly Robinson, incoming president of the advocacy group Human Rights Campaign, who was inside the Senate chamber for the week before last's vote with her wife and young son, went on record to say, "We are part of the full story of what it means to be an American. It really speaks to them, validating our love. We have been through a lot. But the votes show, in such an important way, that the country values LGBTQIA plus people." The vote was personal for many senators as well. Schumer said after the House vote that his daughter and her wife are expecting their first child next year, himself affirming that "my grandchild will live in a world that will respect and honor their mother's marriage." The aforementioned Tammy Baldwin, the first openly gay senatoress, has been working on gay rights issues for almost 4 decades. She also attended the House ceremony, and to quote she, "We are giving these loving couples the certainty that their marriages are legal and that they will continue to have the same rights and responsibilities and benefits of every other married couple. We are telling these Americans that we see them and we respect them." Now, the reason this is all important is this is the culture war. Think about what I said about what's going on in Russia compared with what's going on this side of the Atlantic. It's Putin, not myself, that will tell you this is the reason he's fighting the war. Putin claims he's fighting the war against this. This is what he's fighting against. The right of people of different races to marry, and the right of people to marry those of their own sex. So, Elizabeth Beam says, "Yay, that was a good day. Thank you, honey. Love you." And as she says, love has no bounds. Thank you, darling. Now, Sammy Romero opened one of our episodes, and I didn't get a chance to address this in depth, when apparently he asked something along the lines of, did Governor Gavin Newsom just sign into law protection for pedophiles? So, dear brother Sammy, no, that is far from the truth. The first question that probably needs to be asked to put this into perspective for people from other states, most people would wonder whether or not California has a Romeo and Juliet law. Now, California does not have a Romeo and Juliet law. This means that it is illegal for anyone to engage in sexual intercourse with a minor, even for a minor to have sex with another minor. Now, a Romeo and Juliet law, which some states have, carves out a close in age exception to the general rule that you cannot have sex with a minor below the age of consent. But the guidelines are very specific. Texas, for example, has a Romeo and Juliet law. It states that a person between the ages of 14 and 17 can indeed consent with someone within 3 years of their age, so long as the other consenting party is at least 14 years of age. Age of consent means the age at which a person can legally consent to sexual intercourse. The age of consent in our golden state of California is still 18 years of age, which is fucking preposterous because everybody's jumping each other's bones pretty much as soon as they get to fucking junior high. In California, statutory rape is referred to as unlawful sexual intercourse. It occurs when a person engages in consensual sex with a minor. It's normally only charged when an adult has sex with a minor. An adult is a person over 18. Depending on the age of the accused, it can be charged as a felony or a misdemeanor. Under Penal Code 261.5, PC, which is redundant, PC for Penal Code, any person who engages in sexual intercourse with a minor less than 3 years younger or older is guilty of a misdemeanor. A minor more than 3 years younger is guilty of a misdemeanor or a felony. A minor under 16, when the accused is 21 or older, is guilty of a misdemeanor or a felony. Now, the purpose of statutory rape laws is to help prevent teenage pregnancies, especially with half the nation under the Red Russian insurgency outlawing abortions. There are several defenses to a statutory rape charge. No sexual intercourse occurred, or there was an honest belief the minor was over 18. That's gotten me off a number of times. What is a Romeo and Juliet law? I'm still getting that question from somebody in the email. I think that they're listening on real time. I don't think this is due to a delay, but I think they don't really comprehend what I've just been articulating. Okay. Romeo and Juliet laws basically say it is not always a crime to have sex with a minor. The purpose is to decriminalize teenage sex, because we all know they're all over each other, and you can't stop it. Such laws generally allow someone over 14 to consent to sex, but only with someone who is no more than 3 years older. California does not have a Romeo and Juliet law. In California, it is illegal for anyone of any age, to engage in sex with a minor, even another minor. The only exception is if the parties are married. A minor, of course, cannot legally marry in California without a court order. So that's Family Code 302. Age of consent means the age at which a person can legally consent to sexual intercourse. There is no age of consent in California. A person over 18 is an adult. A person under 18 is a minor. So, when it comes to statutory rape or unlawful sexual intercourse in the Golden State, which is the economic engine of the American empire and to a great degree the world, statutory rape occurs when a person engages in sexual intercourse with someone under 18. It is usually charged when an adult has sex with a minor, but can also occur between two minors. And I don't mean minors like people mining ore. I mean like minors as in M-I-N-O-R-S, not M-I-N-E-R-S. Now, California's statutory rape laws, in other words, unlawful sexual intercourse, well, they have to look at the age of the accused and the age of the victim. And under Penal Code 261.5b, subsection, a person who engages in sexual intercourse with a minor, no more than 3 years younger or older, is guilty of a misdemeanor. That means the punishment could be up to half a year in jail and a 2,000 United States dollar fine. Under the aforementioned Penal Code 261.5, except a further subsection I have not yet cited, subsection C, a person who engages in sexual intercourse with a minor under 18 who is more than 3 years younger is guilty of a misdemeanor or a felony. The punishment then could be up to 1 year jail for a misdemeanor, 3 years jail for a felony, and a 10,000 United States dollar fine. Under the further subsection, Penal Code 261.5 subsection D, a person who is 21 years or older, such as myself, engages in sex with a minor under 16 is guilty of a misdemeanor or a felony. The punishment could be up to a year in jail as a misdemeanor, 4 years in jail as a felony, and a 25,000 United States dollar fine. Now, the purpose of these comparatively high fine amounts is to reimburse the state of California for the societal cost of teenage pregnancy. Now, as I said, fortunately for myself, there are defenses to statutory rape charges. There's several defenses to a statutory rape charge. As an accused, I have claimed no sexual intercourse occurred, and that there was a mistake of age. A sincere and earnest belief the minor was over 18 years of age. Now, the mistake of age defense can only be used if the accused reasonably and actually believed the other person was over 18. There, of course, must be evidence to show the reasonable and actual belief existed. Exempli gratiae. The minor claimed and appeared to be over 18. Or the minor had ID showing he or she was over 18. And as well, the minor was in a place where you had to be 18 years of age or older, like an adult bar or venue. So, do note that if the person is obviously a minor, the mistake of age defense is not available. Now, this brings us to the logical question: can a minor be charged for sex with another minor? Yes! It is a crime in California for anyone to have sexual intercourse with a minor, including a peer. While unusual, it is possible for the accused and the victim to both be minors. Now, there is In Re, TAJ, 1998, 62 Cal App, I think it's the fourth, 1350. So that people can understand the legal term that I'm trying to recall here. In re means in regard to, with regard to, in the legal case of, like in re, Latin for in the manner of, the matter of. Term with several different but related meanings. So there's a precedent. Now, do know that a minor charged with statutory rape would appear in juvenile court. Pedophiles are not protected under the recently cited California Senate Bill 145. Unfortunately, disgracefully, we are currently living in a reactionary time. We hear something, and instead of researching and confirming, we react. Most of the time, our reactions are based on emotion and fear, not logic. As soon as SB 145 was signed into law by Governor Newsom, Twitter and Facebook were immediately inundated with posts shared thousands of times about how California Democrats just passed a pro-pedophilia bill and they want to protect pedophiles who rape and lure your children. And also, no felony for having sex with minors. Hashtag Save Our Children started trending on all social media. This is simply wrong. The fervor over SB 145 clearly exemplifies that there was either an intentional misconstruing of the law in an attempt to mislead and create a reactionary fear, or possibly the fervor came from blatant ignorance and failure to educate oneself. SB 145 has nothing to do with pedophiles, and it does not shield predators who rape children. Even in a statutory rape situation, an adult will still be charged with a felony. The legislation merely eliminates the anti-LGBTQIA+ inequality and actually standardizes the rules about who is required to be on our Golden State's sex offender registry. SB 145 is what is called in other states a Romeo and Juliet law. So no, we did not have one, but now in effect we do. That was my point with the articulation of what we had compared to what we now have. And it is limited to consensual relationships that involve non-forcible statutory rape situations, and only erases the mandatory registration as a sex offender. Specifically, SB 145 is really a Romeo and Juliet, Romeo and Romeo, and Juliet type of law combined all into one, so that everybody's covered. Boy on boy, girl on girl, boy on girl. The main point is to protect a young couple who is having consensual sex, meaning that neither would have to automatically register as a sex offender. The judge and the prosecutor would have discretion. But SB 145 does not create a new law, really. Technically, it only amends current law to include other non-forcible sexual acts. The cutoff is still 14 years old. The statute does not apply to minors 13 years of age and younger. Under current California law, vaginal intercourse, specifically penile vagina, between a minor 14 to 17 years of age and a partner within 10 years of age is illegal, but does not require mandatory registration as a sex offender. A judge is allowed to decide if the convicted person would be placed on the sex offender registry or not. This distinction in the law before SB 145 was enacted disproportionately targeted LGBTQIA+ young people for mandatory sex offender registration, since LGBTQIA plus people usually cannot engage in vaginal intercourse. For example, if an 18-year-old heterosexual man has vaginal intercourse with his 17-year-old girlfriend, he can be arrested, charged, and convicted of a crime, but is not automatically required to register as a sex offender. The judge is allowed to make that decision. However, if an 18-year-old gay man had sex with his 17-year-old boyfriend, the judge would have been required by law to automatically place the adult on the sex offender registry, regardless of the circumstances. Therefore, SB 145 only amends current state law to include other types of intercourse, such as oral, anal sex, and digital penetration, meaning frigging somebody off with your fingers. SB 145 eliminates an inequality and discrimination in a sentencing law that has harmed LGBTQIA plus youth related to California's sex offender registry. So, of all places on earth, this should have happened generations ago. We, of all people in California, were prosecuting gays above all other populations. To be clear, SB 145 has no effect on the level of crime prosecuted or sentencing for that crime. It only takes away automatic sex offender registration and leaves it up to a judge to make that determination. The laws against sex with minors remain intact. It is still illegal to have sex with a minor under the age of 18. More importantly, nothing in SB 145 would protect an individual who commits a sex offense against a minor under 14 years of age, nor can they take advantage of the discretionary relief provision that I have. Luring a minor for sex is also not protected under this bill. Those types of sex offenders are predatory and would not benefit from the changes in SB 145. So our golden state of deep blue democracy is inching towards equal rights in all forms of laws to LGBTQIA plus status, as it should have done generations ago. Unfortunately, advances towards equality under the law, such as SB 145, are marred with personal biases and fear-mongering. Don't let them wear you down. I hope this has educated you, and to tell you the truth, all the reactionary insanity, the nonsense, blame fossil fuels. It's the energy wars that have exposed a disturbing fantasy. But we're seeing the end of the culture of narcissism. Ask yourself, how did political conversation, especially online, become so crazy that I have to give you an audio course in law? Blame fossil fuels. When Christopher Lasch wrote his book titled The Culture of Narcissism back in 1979, well into the post-war wealth boom that turbocharged the industrial era, he argued that narcissistic tendencies develop partially as a result of industrial society. He identified phenomena as disparate as the modern school system, sport, psychotherapy, advertising, and consumer culture as playing a role in the development of widespread, unchecked narcissism. But he did not go far enough. It was a glut of energy resources that instilled in us the belief that we could control nature as if we were gods. For decades, our standard of living in the developed world seemingly increased without end. The improbable access to energy, coupled with crony capitalism, turned wealthy societies into pure consumers, swallowing anything and everything the economy could imagine and manufacture. Our system was unrivaled in history. Our inner narcissus was unleashed. I would say trois major trends influenced our narcissistic tendencies in this energy-rich universe. We developed personal meaning in our consumption, turning what we wear, where we eat, and where we shop into our religion. Consumption became a signal of belonging in a world breaking apart any semblance of community. We also developed a collective philosophy of progress that told us we have one history. We had conquered all the resource and material challenges of the past. We believed that our collective wealth as a species was only going to keep growing. No wonder, then, that progressivism, in its traditional sense, became the widespread political psychology exactly as the upward slope of oil consumption looked almost exponential. These trois widespread psychological outcomes unveiled the worst of our egocentric propensities. On the one hand, we identified with what we chose to consume, an inward-looking narcissism, displaying self-worth through ostensibly corporate fandom, a religion of the self. On the other, we displayed an optimistic faith in human limitlessness. Fusing the twain together, the abundance of cheap energy lumbered the developed world with a narcissistic psychosis. You can see this in everything from the overvaluation of an individual's salary and power as measures of success, to the denigration of caring roles and familial obligation. In each case, the focus is on the individual thriving while ignoring the interdependence that maketh life possible. But look at the world today. The seemingly constant upward trajectory of humanity is faltering. On the far side of industrial development, we have begun to reach a peak in affluence, in meaning, and now in access to resources and position. Increasingly, there is widespread social disorganization and political dysfunction as our high-energy society reaches its material limits. Economic theorists call this the crisis of capitalism. Energy analysts call it peak oil. Social commentators call it the meaning crisis. Max Weber, the famous Nazi sociologist, called it disenchantment. The communist prophet Karl Marx called it alienation. Whatever we want to call it, we have fewer resources now, and it is changing how we think. According to relative deprivation theory, as individuals in a society achieve a certain level of affluence and sense of security, any lowering of that standard leads to a feeling of entitlement and a sensation of being robbed. Sociologists suggest this sense of loss can often foment social movements and result in society-wide outbreaks of deviant behavior. But this general sense of malaise and unease has also created a widespread culture of victimhood. Similar to Lash, who relied on the clinical diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder to explain social or societal narcissism, I believe that these tendencies are manifested in BPD, or borderline personality disorder. The characteristics of BPD include a sense of paranoia, the feeling that you are on the receiving end of unfair treatment, and a sort of mental witch hunt, a witch hunt against the individual or group believed to be behind it. The political factions we now see arising out of the various forms of social disorder, economic, environmental, perhaps I should place environmental first, and then economic, and then financial, demonstrate just this trend: a widespread cultural outbreak of borderline personality disorder centering around victimhood. Just as the seemingly endless exploitation of cheap energy caused us to once see ourselves as gods, our now dwindling resources have us seeing monsters lurking everywhere in the shadows. Consider the class of overproduced elites, the neurotic radicals of our current era. Working on the assumption that cheap energy and growth would maintain its trajectory forever, our institutions oversaw the creation of more white-collar positions. But today, at the end of the hyper-industrial era, these positions are becoming scarce, and what follows is not just a sense of deprivation-fueled entitlement, but also a kind of bitter infighting with victimhood as its currency. Take the madness of our universities as an example. Individuals prepare their whole lives to go into academia, only to graduate into a cratering job market with nearly impossible to land positions. In certain fields, PhDs work for years as low-paid adjuncts or postdocs, often moving around the country with young families in the hopes of one day finally landing a tenured position. But instead of recognizing the end of limitless white-collar growth as the proximate cause, frustrated would-be academics turn to those gaining the limited positions as both the enemy and the cause. In a dark psychological twist, victimhood politics have now become a means to secure a scarce position. Similarly, those suffering from clinical BPD, borderline personality disorder, have been known to use their sense of victimhood as a way to control situations or achieve desired ends, such as when privileged white women pretend to be women of color, or when activists attempt to dethrone existing privileged elites under the pretenses of racism, sexism, or some other victimization of underprivileged groups. But while this trend might be most immediately apparent within leftist or woke identity politics, there is also a parallel strain of victimhood politics in something like the Red Pill movement, made up primarily, almost exclusively of young men. Frustrated by the lack of healthy male role models, meaning people like myself who can balance gender without neurosis and do not reactively respond with violence to insults to their masculinity. Basically, these younger men in America lack opportunities to experience coming-of-age rituals and meaningful work. These men have now turned to woman as the proximate cause of all their ills, like early modern peasants blaming witches for their misfortunes. They bemoan the gynocracy, haunted by memories of mothers and teachers who have controlled and scolded them throughout their lives. As a result, they seek out strong and often toxic role models who feed into their victimized self-perception and encourage misogyny. Fundamentally, this is just the same kind of aggrieved politics as the derangement of late-stage liberalism. This is not the life that I was promised. I must find a nearby scapegoat to pin the blame upon. These are bourgeois examples from the left and right, but this broader culture of BPD, border personality disorder, is widespread and it's growing. Radical feminists blame men. Eco-modernists blame the Luddites. Vegans blame ranchers. Environmentalists blame climate change deniers. The list goeth on. But while this culture is clearly unhealthy, it's also natural and understandable psychological response to the sense of powerlessness fostered by an increasingly constrained material world. The ultimate destination of this narcissistic fantasy is ridding the world of all its evildoers, a kind of Gnostic apocalypse in which only the truly righteous will enter the kingdom of heaven. Yet this is the exact opposite of the cultural approach we'll all need to survive. In the previous era of increasing resources, we had the riches to increase our independence. We no longer needed one another to survive. Today, however, as resources and stability begin to wane, we must rely on one another again. The antidote to the individualistic culture of narcissism created by the upswing of energy resources, as well as the culture of victimhood birthed by its painful downswing, is a culture of independence, an acceptance of limits, and a reliance on mutual care. Historically, humans living within material constraints were forced to rely on one another to get by, with some of the worst impulses of human nature constrained by mutual interdependence. Our greatest moderating force is the experience of being relied upon and relying upon others. Fossil fuels drove us all crazy. Perhaps the collapse of man's brief age of energy abundance can make us sane again. Now, oh God, sex bots. Well, cutting them off and, oh my God, I'm sorry. Exhausted as I am. We'll see if Pete Moon comes on to help save myself towards the end of transmission. Either that or I'm tempted to end early. I certainly want to transfer from this subject to the geopolitics of the world around us, but I guess that can wait till Sunday night. I love you all. I need your help. I need 60 United States dollars now so that I can make my rent and therefore I'll ask you all $20 at least. If 3 of you do that, that will help immensely. If 1 of you can send $60 or 2 of you send 30 each, well, we've got it down. So do make sure to use my PayPal account, paypal.me//Douglas D. Dietrich. Don't forget that third D in the middle between my first name and my last. And $60 if you can help it at all to get me across the finish line this month. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I would be tempted to look back at 2022, which I've already said has been the year from hell for the leaders of East Asia, taking us into a world war that will set things aright, restabilize our planet. I guess one thing I can do is report what's going on so far as I can see. Looking around the internet, trying to find out that which will be informative. Well, basically, what comes to my mind is that, the crypto exchange Kraken will pull out of the Empire of Japan. Citing a weak global market, the company will cease operations next month and deregister from the Empire of Japan's Financial Services Agency. That's a good thing. Nobody needs them in Japan. I would say that, aside from that, what else comes to mind at the latest moment? Other than winter being here and Putin destroying Ukraine's infrastructure, I would say that we've got a new coronavirus variant, adept at evading immunity, dominating the Northeast. And, oh my God, I would say that aside from all that I've mentioned thus far, Russia is carrying out a massive missile strike on Ukraine. Of course, I've explained before how it doesn't impact Ukraine as much as it would other places. But, before I go into that, thousands of Twitter users in several countries were struggling to access the platform yesterday, even as an error message urged, "Don't fret, let's try again." But as these intermittent outages spread, Twitter's new owner, Elon Musk, said, "It works for me." Of course it would, you dumb shit. Oh, jeez. Such being said, I weep. And Macronomica says, sleep is useful if you're tired. Yes, of course. Thank you, sir. And by the way, I just want everyone to know, Americans are the most sleep-deprived people in the world. By God, you should all learn from me and value sleep for what it is. One of the most important things you can do with your life is to spend a third of it sleeping. At any rate, air raid sirens blared across Ukraine this morning as Russia fired more than 120 missiles. The mayor of Kiev warned residents of possible power and water outages as a result of the attacks. Mayor Vitaly Klitschko said in a post on Telegram, "Charge your phones and other devices. Make a supply of water." I was telling all you people to do this because we've had another attack on our power stations in the Pacific Northwest. So it's definitely we've got war going on here. That's the fucking Russians. They're goddamn right-wing, radicalized red insurgency. So attack on power stations. Yeah, 4 Washington substations cut power to thousands 2 days ago. And so the physical attacks on our power grid nationally have surged to a new peak. And it's the Civil War is on. They're out to kill you when they do this in the middle of winter. You've got to kill them first. Honestly, why was I born into this time? Well, obviously to do a job, to act as your Vulcan intervention. Now, a CNN team in the Ukrainian capital recorded the blasts from this new round of missile attacks. Officials were reporting the activation of their aero defense systems, including in Kharkiv in the northwest, Mykolaiv in the south, as well as Zhytomyr and Poltava in central Ukraine. The Ukrainian Air Force said, after the night attack of self-exploding drones, the enemy is attacking Ukraine from various directions with air and sea-based cruise missiles. All coming after Russia's foreign minister said Moscow will not negotiate with Kiev on the basis of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's proposed peace formula. Now, Southwest Airlines, of course, had a tangled mess of stranded passengers. Our dear friend Brendan Zogit couldn't vacation in Mexico because of that. Probably for the best. Something horrible would probably have happened to him if he had gone down there. We've got this snowstorm with first responders checking on people holed up in frigid homes with no power. Heartbreaking stories of loss are emerging days after that blizzard ravaged western New York. There was this Christmas Eve story of an old lady named Monique Alexander who left her house in Buffalo just before the snowstorm hit and told her daughter she'd be right back. Her body was found a few hundred feet from her home. Another victim, Andel Taylor, was 22 years old, was trapped in her car for hours and texted her family a video of the whiteout conditions. She was found dead only 6 minutes away from her house. The death toll from the winter storm climbed to 37 so far in western New York. An additional 25 people died across 11 states. In Buffalo, New York, homes were surrounded by nearly 52 inches of snow, many without heat as conditions made roads impassable and knocked out power for thousands in region. The Erie County executive, Mark Polengart, said that it's a horrible storm with too many deaths. So with that, we bring on Peter Moon to see if he's all right. Let's give him a call. Here we are. Pete the Moon Man.
I'm all right, but I have to mute for a second while I turn off the other thing.
Sure, take your time. And of course, I go mute as well, in the sense that, basically my voice is shut down. So Pete's come to the rescue. And we've only got a few minutes anyway. Well, when I told him to take his time, he took he took it. Yeah, he's taking it. Okay. And such being said, oh my God. Well, hopefully he comes back. This reminds me of the stories I told you about the mother saying she'd be right back. Then she's found dead. The poor daughter in the car. Anyhow, it says we got no data, so things might be shutting down anyway. Then it goes back to saying excellent connection. So, all right. Maybe our man Peter's on mute. And so, all I can say is that, hey, need your funds, $60 at least, from somebody to help me get rent, cross that finish line, and we'll be back on New Year's Day. We've only got a few minutes left, so if Peter doesn't come on, there we are. Our man. There you go, Peter. And basically say good morning to the audience, and then you and I'll talk privately for a few minutes. It's what's best. Oh. I don't know if he can hear me. I guess maybe he can't shut the thing down. And he seems to be trying to keyboard.
Okay. My computer was going crazy.